This isn't going to end well. She isn't supposed to be here, outside this house, across the yard, staring at me like I'm a two-headed vampire about to suck the life from her veins. Her words aren't supposed to be so intoxicating. Her gaze isn't supposed to be the kind that glues you in place, turning your brain to mush and your instincts to that of a moth to a flame. Evangeline Graham, the woman who escaped the infamous Graham curse. The mother who so easily abandoned her two boys. The witch who has passed under the primeval coven's radar longer than anyone ever thought possible. She could be our worst nightmare, or she could be the key to finding our salvation. I thought the worst had come to pass the night we barely escaped from Ethereal City. We were officially shunned from the coven under Clara's orders, Jackson had been wounded, and we weren't any closer to bringing Clara down. But none of that could touch the look on Jackson's face when he found his mother standing feet away from him, with an army we never saw coming behind her. And I'm not sure what's going to happen now. I'm not sure he's ready to face his past, the same way I'm not ready to face my future. But being born a primeval means that pain isn't an option, it's a standard. We can't escape it. There's no silver lining in our line of work. There aren't any small miracles that can relieve us from this hell. There's just fear and determination. That's it. That's all we have to drive us forward. I just hope this time we make it through. Jesse's words still echo in my brain. Evangeline Graham. Who knew a name could have the force equivalent to a punch? Because I felt the way it slammed into Jackson. I felt it through our affinity link, the same way Jesse did. The way his mind, his heart, and his whole entire being seized up into a solid mass that clenched the air from his lungs. I felt the truth catch fire in his brain, the hell he could never escape from roaring up, as if his mother's name was a gallon of gasoline poured onto the smoldering embers of every memory he was only just beginning to let go. And I want to cry for him. For the blender his heart has been dumped into. For the way he has to clutch on to the back of the chair for support. For the way every time he sees the exit sign, it moves back another mile, making his trek to sanctuary never-ending. It takes us all a second to catch our breath, to separate our feelings from one another and remember that even though we're all linked, we're still individuals. Jackson's form blurs in front of me as tears invade my eyes. No, Jackson says, shaking his head. But his tone is more disbelief than denial. More like a silent plea to whatever God is listening, begging him or her to stop this cruel joke before it gets out of hand. But Jesse's eyes are filled with such surety that it rattles me all the way to my feet. I thought she was gone, I say. Silly, stupid, meaningless words. She was. And now she's back, Weldon says, his eyes on the floor. Jackson spins around, still clutching the back of the chair. My mind locks up. What do you mean? He asks. His eyes move frantically across Weldon's face, trying to read the truth faster than his mind can comprehend. Weldon puts the cap back on the jug filled with blood and sets it on the shelf in the fridge. Moments drag past us as if they're tethered by the chains of the truth hiding behind Weldon's lips. He's taking his time, though it isn't for his entertainment. There's hurt in his eyes, the kind of pain only a friend could feel for someone they deeply care about. There's tension in his slouched shoulders. There's a frown on his thin lips, and it tightens the knot in my stomach. Because, he says, clenching his eyes shut. His face twists with regret. I saw her talking to Gavin before I left this morning, Weldon admits, his eyes shifting between the floor and Jackson. He runs his hand up the back of his neck, pushing at his hair. I swear, man, I planned to tell you the minute I knew I could get you alone. I just wanted to give you a chance to wake up first before you had to process such a colossal bomb. It takes a second for Jackson to respond. He's blinking and blinking, with ghosts dancing behind his gaze that I wish I had the power to exorcise. I reach for his curled-up fist, barely able to breathe, and it's only then that he really looks at me. That he leaves whatever horrible nightmare resides inside his head. Jax? Weldon says, pulling a chair out to sit at the table. He turns his attention back to Weldon. Where is she? He asks, his voice trembling and his fist shaking against the chair. I feel his wounds being ripped open as his walls come crashing down around him. I feel the tightness in his chest, the panic in his mind. I see him as a little boy, watching a shadow of a woman walking away from him, and it makes my eyes burn as I reach for him. Weldon's eyes widen a little. He already knows. Jackson is a dormant volcano who's only just awoken. Let's go talk about it first, Weldon says smoothly, though even his best control is quivering. Gavin said to wait for him to tell you. I feel the explosion before it happens. Before Jackson's chair flies against the wall and shatters into uneven splinters of wood. Before he slams his fist against the kitchen table, nearly splitting it clean in two, sending food flying through the air. I don't give a rat's ass what Gavin said. This shouldn't have been kept from me. I should have been there too. Jackson shouts, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Belation slides down the hard planes of his arms, the sparking energy licking his skin with fierce determination. He turns and plows through the kitchen door, knocking it off the hinges. Jesse, Weldon, and I exchange wide-eyed glances. Gavin! Jackson shouts through the house, his words fueled with anger. Where the hell are you? I rush to follow him as he storms down the hall. His tone alone has my blood stirring with fear. He grabs onto the banister and swings himself around onto the stairs, taking them two at a time. Stomping so hard I fear he'll stomp right through the wood. Jackson! Wait! I shout after him, but he can't hear me through the rage. My heart thunders against my ribs as adrenaline spreads through my veins. I grab the banister to follow him when Jessie snags my arm, halting me in place. Don't, she says softly, firmly, locking her hazel gaze on mine. I look past her, up to Jackson, who's banging his fist against Gavin's door. Get your ass out here! He's shouting, over and over, his voice rising higher and higher. I yank my arm from Jessie, half expecting her to say something to stop me, anything to explain why she wanted to stop me in the first place, but she doesn't say a word. She just gives me this look that says, you asked for it. I don't let it stop me. I rush up the stairs after him, shutting my emotions off to keep a level head. Jackson, I say evenly, grabbing his fist before it can bang against the door again. Belation wraps around both our hands as I pull from the energy around me, using it to strengthen my grip. When his furrowed green eyes finally meet mine, I say, take a deep breath before you do something you'll regret later. He spins on me so fast my breath catches. A deep breath? He asks as he breaks out into maniacal laughter, pinning me against the wall. You want me to take a deep breath? After finding out that my so-called, he turns to look at the door, brother was supposedly talking to the one woman who destroyed everything, but... He tries to turn away from me, but I use my belation-fueled strength to hold him in place. His eyes jerk to mine. Don't, he warns before yanking his hand clean from my grip. A small wave of anger passes over me. What if it was a misunderstanding? I ask, determined to make him listen to reason. Determined to keep him from exploding past the point of return. Every muscle in his body tenses. The only misunderstanding is me trusting my brother. That's it, he says with ice in his words. The door swings open, and Gavin leans himself lazily against the frame with a glass of whiskey clutched in his hand. You rang? He asks with a cocky grin. The strong scent of alcohol reeks from his breath. I want the truth, Jackson says, his chest rising and falling in a chaotic rhythm. Gavin pulls in a long, uncomfortable breath as too many emotions pass over his face. He takes a sip of his drink, and then offers the glass to Jackson. Jackson shoves it away hard enough to make the liquid slosh over the sides. Gavin doesn't say a word. Not with his mouth. But in his gaze, he's telling Jackson more than he wants to hear. He puts the glass back in Jackson's face, waiting for him to take it. Jackson does, and my stomach rolls for him. When the glass is empty, Gavin clears his throat. Steals his spine. She left right before you came downstairs. Said she wanted to feel things out. She was staying here with her. Jackson's face turns ghostly white. His fist curls at his side. I think his lip is trembling, but I'm trying so hard not to stare at him. Not to pry in on his emotions. Look, Gavin says, plunging a hand through his hair, I know what happened is fucked up, but if you could just give her a chance. Hear her out. Maybe you'd understand. Understand? Jackson mutters, so quiet I can barely hear him. Gavin squeezes his eyes shut. He knows. He already knows how this is going to go, just like the rest of us. Yes, brother, Gavin eases, she had legit reasons, and as much as I'm with you on despising the fact that she left us, I can't not listen. She's our mom, Jax. Our mom? Jackson repeats, flinching. Did you really just say that? Gavin's face falls flat. His shoulders tighten. Yes, he says evenly, our mom. Stop being such an emo-crying baby and listen to me for one goddamn minute. Jackson cuts him off with his fist. The glass flies into the air and shatters into millions of glistening pieces by the time Gavin lands on his butt. Jackson's already on top of him, landing 2 more punches before Cassie and I even realize what's happening. Weldon appears behind me and I move aside, thinking he's going to put a stop to it, but he just stands over the top of them, looking like a referee with his hands on his hips and a concentrated grin on his face. Knock it off. Cassie shouts, trying to find where she can slip an arm in between the punches being thrown, but Jackson's punch lands next, giving him the advantage as Gavin stumbles back. He pins Gavin down by the neck, his hand reared back and full of lightning, ready to strike. Jackson, stop! I cry out. He looks up, his sparking fist held in midair. Gavin uses the distraction to throw a painful-looking right hook. Blood flies from Jackson's mouth along with a groan. He turns back to Gavin, pounding spark-filled punches wherever they land. I try to make a move for them, but Weldon holds his arm out, halting me in place. Let them hash it out, he says, his golden eyes swirling with the kind of knowledge I'm sure I'll never understand. The kind that only those with the XY chromosomes understand. Jessie shoves her way between us. Boys! She shouts, blasting them with a gust of wind. It doesn't stop them. You never listen. You're such an arrogant asshole. Gavin shouts as he rolls Jackson over and grabs him by the collar. He lifts Jackson up, ready to throw another punch, but Jessie throws a spell at him, throwing him back toward the bookshelf. Cassie turns for him, hands out and ready to use magic. I feel like I'm watching a nightmare. My limbs are jerky and unsure. My mind is locked up with indecision. Uncomfortable heat rides up the back of my spine. Gavin picks himself up, growling, and charges for Jackson and Jessie, but Jessie's quicker. Her hand flicks up as words pass over her lips, and then an invisible wall of magic appears, separating them from Gavin. Screw you! Jackson shouts at Gavin, trying to pry his way through Jessie's spell. Veins bulge in his neck and along his arms as he slams his fists against the invisible wall. She must be pulling from his strength because he's having a hard time getting through it. You're a traitor and you're the asshole. Oh, that's rich, Jax. I tell you she had real reasons and you fly off the handle. Real mature. Believe what you want, you big baby. He turns from Cassie, stopping just for a moment to look at me. Anger flares like fire in his eyes. He wants to say something, I see it burning in his gaze, but he shoves past me, stomping down the stairs. That was fun, Weldon says, smiling with a perked brow at me. He turns his gaze on Jackson. I told you we should have talked first. If you ask me, you were just looking for a fight. Too much testosterone in this house. Shove it, Jackson says as he sits on the floor, rubbing his jaw. Suit yourself, Weldon says with an eye roll as he follows Gavin out of the room. Cassie sighs loudly. Really, Jackson? He doesn't look at her. He just stares straight ahead, past the house and all of us, his jaw flexing. Cassie looks up at Jessie and me. Look, we need to strengthen the wards on this house. The magic we've used so far has seeped past it. It's going to give us away, dot. Okay, Jessie says, her eyes moving back to Jackson every other second. I'll get the materials ready. And we also need to have a family meeting, Cassie says before Jessie can leave the room. We need to discuss what our next step is, because we can't just sit idle. It's only a matter of time until Clara finds us. She won't find this place, Jackson says with surety. Every place is findable, Jackson. All it takes is a clever witch, Cassie says. She places her hands on her hips. Now, I'm going to take care of Gavin and let them know about the meeting. She drops down to a crouch in front of Jackson, waiting until he looks over at her. Look, I know this was a bit of a shock for you. It was for Gavin too. Just don't take it out on your brother. He's also hurting. I expect you to be on your best behavior. Got it? His nod is barely noticeable. She stands, flicks a gaze in my direction, throws her hair over her shoulder, and walks out of the room. Silence makes its appearance. Jessie looks between us and, for once, I think she's out of words. Jackson exhales forcefully, and then leans back. His eyes are everywhere but on me. Jessie kneels down by him, holding her hand out to heal him, but he waves her away. He wants to wear his mistake, his pain. Hiding from it would be cowardly. Pretending like it never happened would be an unrealistic lie. And that makes me love him even more. Jessie stands back up and moves next to me, loosely wrapping her arm across her chest, clutching her other elbow. When he finally looks at me, torment has settled in his brows. His mouth opens and then closes, words clamming up behind his lips. He wants to tell us why. Maybe not for us, but for himself. He wants to explain why he overreacted, why he took it out on Gavin, why hearing his mother's name makes him such a wreck, but there isn't a perfect explanation. Rationality is simply 11 letters crammed together when it comes to matters of the heart. He shrugs, and his shoulders roll forward a bit. I don't know why, he exhales out, plunging a hand through his hair. I take his hand in mine, rubbing my other hand across his rough cheek, which is already swelling. Explaining it is like trying to explain how the earth was created. It just happened. Things happen and, sometimes, the reasons behind them are beyond our explanation. Sometimes, it's just a collision that was bound to happen. And that's okay. He squeezes my hand and smiles, though it looks painful, forced even. He's right. I am an asshole. Maybe, Jesse says, but everyone understands, Jackson. Just tell him you're sorry. You know he'll forgive you. He always does, Jackson says, the guilt in his voice weighing on my heart. Come on, I say, tugging on his hand. Let's get your nose cleaned up, and then we can head down there. The sooner you tell him, the sooner you'll feel better. Better doesn't have a place within the darkness eating me up inside, but. Don't be melodramatic, Jesse says as she turns for the door. You had a fight. Get over it. I run a washcloth under warm water as he rests his backside against the countertop. I could clean him with a swish of my hand if I wanted to, but I know that's not what he wants. He wants to feel this moment just as much as I did when I fought Chet back at the academy. There's something about acknowledging your wounds that makes the situation more real, because it's so easy for the mind to discard the moments we don't like to remember. Because we, as humans, can so easily pretend that we don't make mistakes, and that's the most unfortunate plague of our generation. Isn't this funny? I say as I wring out the cloth. He looks at me, waiting for me to explain. I clearly remember the night you helped me lick my wounds, because of my own doing, and now the situation is reversed. What you did was at least justifiable, he says quietly. Chet shouldn't have treated Katie that way, and I'm sure a lot of novices agreed. They just didn't have the guts to stand up the way you did. Maybe, but it went against what I was told to do. I broke the rules. I let my emotions get the best of me and took a punch in the face for it. The corner of his mouth lifts just a smidgen. Yeah, you did. I bring the cloth to his mouth, carefully. The almost non-existent smile begins to fade. Shadows creep into his eyes. I don't know if I want to know why, he says distantly as I dab at the dried blood under his nose. About your mom? He nods. It might make you feel better if you understand her reasoning, I say, running the cloth back under the water. I wring it out again, and then dab at the cut above his eye. His gaze darkens. I don't want to feel better. Not about what she did, because that would mean the past 12 years of my life that I spent in utter torment and complete hatred was all for nothing. All because she didn't explain herself before she ran from us and left us to pick up the pieces, moving from house to house until Mac took us in. He grabs my hand, stopping me, and locks eyes with me. He looks like a 12-year-old boy again, lost and confused. Scared and alone. And I want to hold him tight and chase his demons away. To think there was a reasonable explanation for it, and she didn't have the gall to tell us, well. I don't think I could forgive her for that. I set the cloth down and pull him into a hug. A warm, understanding hug. It only takes him a second until he settles into it and wraps his arms around my waist, squeezing me tightly, almost desperately. The pain a parent can leave behind is an irreversible kind. A pain we can learn to manage, but never truly get rid of. It's a living, breathing monster that seeps into a child's open, innocent heart, and there it lives, prying off every happy moment. Chipping away at every chance we have at letting the pain go so we can really live. Because you never get over losing a parent, no matter the reasons why. Not really. I have to open my stinging eyes because I see my parents' faces when they close. It's their smiles, their love, and the sacrifices they made just to keep me safe. It's the fact that because of me, because of our coven, because of who we are, primeval, that they're gone. That they left me to figure this all out on my own. And on some level, that's what Jackson has felt his entire teen to adult life. And now he's being forced to face it head on, and it scares the crap out of him. What if I can't forgive her? He says, his voice choked with raw emotion. No one expects you to, I say softly, running my hands through the back of his hair, holding him tighter to me. Just hear her out. That's all you have to do. He tugs in a stifled breath and pulls himself out of the hug, forcing strength back into his stance. Pulling himself back together like he always does. Yeah, he relents. He ruffles his hands through his hair, exhaling with a loud grunt. Why do I always get so emotional when I think about her? I tilt my head to the side. Because she's your mom, Jax, and you love her. It's okay to love her. It's okay to hurt because of her. It's okay. His face softens as he runs his fingertips along my cheeks until they're safely wrapped around my neck, and then pulls me in for a kiss. Not a knock your socks off kind of kiss, but the kind that tells me he loves me. The kind that only he could give me. When he's done, he kisses my cheek, my nose, and then my forehead. Words can't touch what I feel for you. I place my hand over his rapidly beating heart. They don't have to. You know that feeling you get when you know you're forgetting something? Like there's an extra person in the room that you can't see? Or a missing piece of time that you can't recount, no matter how hard you try? No matter how deep you search back through your memories for that one small signal flare that will illuminate what you've recently lost. That's when you know there's a memory hiding deep inside your brain, warm and cozy, not willing to wake itself up for you. And that's what I feel as I follow Jackson out of the bathroom. I feel like I'm missing a part of my body, like I've left something behind, but all my parts are intact. My face furrows as the answer dances on the tip of my tongue. It's something important. Something I know I should have no trouble remembering, but for the life of me, I can't put my finger on it. First day in the house, and already there's drama. I knew I could count on you two for entertainment, Weldon says at the base of the stairs, watching us coyly as we make our way down. He's wearing a white, button-down shirt with the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a small amount of chest. Gray slacks hug his thighs, which are crossed neatly as he leans against the yellow-painted wall that accents his bronzed skin. I shove what I'm forgetting aside and shake my head at him. All thanks to you, I say bitterly, remembering him standing over Jackson and Gavin as they fought, without a single ounce of worry. Oh, come on. You can't seriously be upset about that? He says, uncrossing his arms from his chest. It was long overdue. A little aggression is good for the heart. Gets the blood pumping and all that. If anything, I think I did them a favor. He's smiling like he's just finished solving a Rubik's Cube and presented it to us. Jackson stops at the base of the stairs, his head still slightly hung. He isn't finding any humor in this. Weldon's smile falls. He puts a hand on Jackson's shoulder. Look, man, no one is upset with you. So you had a fight. Gavin, above anyone, understands. Don't beat yourself up over this. It's not the fight. It's her. He doesn't have to say her name for Weldon to understand. It's clear in the way Weldon's face morphs into an understanding frown. I wish I had the right words for you. As your dearest and best friend, I feel like I should have them. But there isn't a vault with great advice locked inside of me, waiting for moments like these, because these kinds of moments can't be fixed with words. Jackson drags in a breath. It's all good, man. He steps back until Weldon's hand falls, and then looks over at me. You should probably go meet with the girls. The sooner the wards are up, the better. It's time you touched those witchy roots anyway, Faye, Weldon says. A grimoire can only get you so far. His words feel like a bucket of ice-cold water being poured over me. That's when the flare of what I forgot goes off. My mother's grimoire. 3 words have forced the floodgates open. Memories rush back, catapulting over the side of my brain and crashing down below. I stumble back until my back catches the edge of the railing, and my hand flies up to my mouth. Faye? Tell me, Jackson says, his hands in my hair, resting just behind my ears. But I'm choking, tripping, falling over my truths. How could I be so reckless? So careless? I find his green eyes. Swallow down the bile gnawing its way up my throat. My stomach is a steel barrel sloshing with acid, corroding away from the inside out. When we were summoned to the courthouse by Clara in Ethereal City, and I tore the only evidence against her that my mother left me out of the grimoire. I sent it back to my room, thinking that I'd be able to return. My gaze drops and I squeeze my eyes shut, shaking my head against the onslaught of consciousness. I was so blind and naive, thinking we were going to walk right in there and take down a corrupt system with barely any preparation. Thinking we were somewhat safe. Safe enough for me to leave it in my room. His face pales a little, and I know he gets it now. Weldon's staring at me with wide eyes. Did you try to manifest it? Jackson asks. I close my eyes again and try. Nothing. When I meet his gaze with tear-filled eyes, he curses under his breath and lets go of me, looking off to the side. A moment passes by, painfully slow, and then he paces in front of me, tugging his hands through his hair. We'll get it back, Faye. I knew we couldn't go more than 24 hours without a new problem. I need a drink, Weldon says, walking past me. Want one? We both shake our heads at him, and then he walks away from us, leaving me at a complete loss for words. Grimoires are made from old, almost ancient magic, Faye. It can't be easily tampered with. And who knows, she might not even be aware of it yet, Jackson says, turning back to me. He's offering me solace inside of hope, but I don't want a hope, because hope is fickle. Hope is torn between 2 lovers, satisfaction and disappointment. You never know which bed she'll fall into because no matter what, hope makes you feel safe. She makes you feel like everything will work out, and sometimes it does, and that's why you continue to invest in her. That's why you continue to believe in her. But then when hope fails you, when she falls into the arms of disappointment, the pain is 1,000 times harder to take because not only did your hope not pan out, but she also broke your heart. And I can't afford a broken heart right now. I'm going to get it back, I say, shoving away all the awful emotions attacking my central nervous system. The fear, the guilt, and the embarrassment for being so reckless with the one thing my mother trusted me the most with. I have to. I turn, and he follows me as I head toward the voices coming from a few feet away. We find the group spread out around the library. Unspoken thoughts clog the air. Electric tension raises the hair on my arms. It's one of those moments when you have to force your feet to remain rooted in place. One of those situations where every atom in your body is screaming at you to retreat, to go back and wait for the tension to blow over, but your brain overrides the need, because the right thing to do is face the awkwardness head on. And it's not even because of something I did, but because of my fear for Jackson and his relationship with Gavin. Rich, dark wooden shelves line the walls, reaching all the way up to the vaulted ceiling, which is pitched high with wooden beams. It's a book lover's dream, a place I could get lost in and day out. Small colorful plants hang from the ceiling near the windows. There's a couple of lounge chairs and a chaise strategically placed within the room, all set over a sizable Persian rug. Gavin sprawled out on the cream-colored chaise, with Cassie sitting at his feet, running her fingers over his leg. Weldon has one arm propped against the frame of the large, arched window, the other hand holding a glass of amber-colored liquid. Jessie sits in the other window, her knees pulled up to her chest. They all turn when we cross the threshold. Gavin groans when he peers over the edge of the chaise and meets eyes with Jackson. Cassie stands, as well as Jessie. Weldon barely turns his head. "Are you ready?" Cassie asks me, picking up a tarnished silver tray next to her that holds all the ingredients we'll need for strengthening the wards. Jackson searches my eyes for any sign of if he should speak up about my grimoire. "Not yet. When we get back," I say quickly through our link. "I want to get through this first. It's more important." It feels like I'm being forced to swallow a jar full of nails having to admit this, but I have to put everyone's safety above my own needs. I have to keep my head on straight, even when I feel like the world is being ripped out from under me. Jessie waves her hands in front of me as if she's trying to get my attention. "Earth to Faye," she says. "Sorry," I say, letting go of Jackson's hand. "I'm ready." She turns to look down at Gavin, her face and tone shifting to that of a stern mother. "We're going to go do this and, when we get back, we'll start our discussion for what comes next. Can you two be civil while we're gone?" She looks between Jackson and Gavin, eyebrows raised in question. "It's not me who's the problem," Gavin says shortly, dropping back to a laying position on the chaise. "We'll be fine," Jackson rushes to say, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. Cassie looks up at him with a small amount of gratitude. "Good," she says, sparing a smile. "That's what I want to hear." She walks over to me. "Come on, Chickie, it's time for the women to show these men what real strength looks like." "Ha!" Weldon says with a snort. "What's that? Cuddling puppies to death and lifting pies to the windowsill?" He chauvinistically lifts his drink as Jessie glares at him. Without warning, magic zips from her fingers in his direction as he puts the glass to his lips, and then, all of a sudden, the glass disappears and he's wearing the whiskey down the front of his freshly pressed, button-down shirt. "What the hell?" he shouts as he holds his hands up, looking down at his chest, which is now peeking through the soaked fabric. "Oops. Did I really just do that? Silly me. I can't seem to make my magic work right. I meant to turn your whiskey into cow shit, but got the spell mixed up when I confused you with actual cow shit." "Must be the estrogen," Jessie says, tossing her hair over her shoulder in triumph. He stares at her in part anger, and part wonder as Jackson and Gavin chuckle to themselves. With a coy smile, she turns and heads out the door without another word. Weldon's already unbuttoning his shirt, grunting and groaning about wasted liquor and women with anger issues. "You asked for it, man," Gavin says, lifting his glass to Weldon with a smile. Jackson tosses a small towel at Weldon. "You know better than to mess with her." I can't help but agree with him. "Well, apparently, I don't," Weldon says, tossing his wadded-up shirt at Jackson. "That's because you act like a damn child on the playground, trying to pull her hair to show her you like her," Gavin says before taking a sip of his drink. Jackson nearly snorts from laughing so hard. Cassie giggles. "I have to agree," she says, nodding at Weldon. "Your womanizing skills seem a little rusty." She turns back to me when he scowls at her. "Come on," she says to me, her smile lighting up her piercing blue eyes. With that, we head out of the library, leaving the boys and, for some reason, I'm not worried for them anymore. Jackson will do the right thing. He always does. "You're going to want to wear something warm," Cassie says as we stop by the stairs. She manifests a light pink, oversized cashmere sweater with a cupcake stitched on the front, and then puts it on over her slate gray tank top. Jessie's already wearing a large, navy blue cable knit sweater. I glance down at myself. I'm worlds away from looking put together in my sweatpants and oversized shirt, so I just manifest a black hoodie and call it a day. Do you know anything about wards and how they work? Cassie asks as she sets the tray down on a small, wooden table near the front door. A little, I admit, adjusting the shirt I'm wearing under the hoodie so it isn't bunched up. I read about them back at the academy. Good. She grabs one of the large, airtight jars, putting it in my hands. First and foremost, salt, she says. It's our best friend. Jessie opens the front door as the cool morning breeze caresses my cheeks, and then takes a startled step back. Cassie and I both stop and look up to where her finger is pointing. A decorative welcome wreath made from herbs and flowers intertwined together hangs on the door. I guess we won't have the honors of teaching you how to make a ward today, Cassie says, her mouth slightly hanging open in shock. Why? I ask, looking between them. Because, Jessie drags out. This is a ward. You made that? I ask, amazed at the intricacy. I remember having them hanging around my house growing up, but my mother never taught me how to put one together. My stomach turns with homesickness. No, Jessie says. But let's find out who did. She puts her hand against the wreath and closes her eyes, whispering silent calls to the god and goddess. Her eyes open. Evangeline made it. She put it here last night. My heart slows to a stop. Oh, I say. You can sense a witch's magical energy. Go ahead, touch it, she encourages. I stare at it for a moment as a million thoughts pass through my head. This was made by Jackson's mom. She was here, when we were here. And he's hurting over it. And I'm about to touch it. Go on, Cassie says. It won't bite. Forcing a smile at her, I reach up, hesitantly at first. Strength emanates off the wreath even before my fingers caress the edges of the flowers. There's a familiarity to it, like the scent of someone's home lingering in their clothes. I feel Jackson in this magic. Feel his lineage. But I also feel something else. Darkness. I retract my fingers and tuck my hair behind my ears, trying not to think of the worst. I think she made this as a base for us to work off, Cassie explains as she stares up at it, head tilted in thought. To witches, offering a ward is a way of welcoming a new neighbor to the neighborhood. And it'll allow us to tap into the wards she's already put up around the house so we can strengthen them. Otherwise, we'd have had to do a vanquishing spell and start from scratch. She means banishing spell, Jessie corrects, looking at Cassie with a small smile. Right. Cassie giggles. She points to her head. It's still early, and the brain hasn't quite warmed up yet. Banishing spells are no fun, Jessie adds. They're a huge drain on power, and usually require hard-to-find ingredients. She steps through the doorway, continuing her lesson. This ward is now the heart of the central system of wards placed around this house. You always have to have one if you want the others to maintain strength and durability. Hand me the witch's bottle. Cassie grabs a small jar packed with shards of mirror and rusted nails, soaked in some kind of clear liquid, and hands it to her. Where are you burying it? By the elderberry bushes, Jessie says, swishing the liquid around the glass. I figure that's a good, strong starting point for the ward. Faye can walk the salt around, and then we can invoke the god and goddess and complete the spell. Works for me, Cassie says. She grabs a sprig of sage, lights the tip on fire, and blows it out until it begins smoking. I'm going to cleanse and bless the rooms inside while you both do that then. She turns from us, heading into the mudroom off to the right of the entryway. I follow Jessie across the porch and down the steps onto the gravel path in front of the house. I'm glad I didn't decide to pull my hair up, because it naturally falls against my cheeks, fighting off some of the chill. Where exactly are we? I ask, taking in the beauty of the tall trees and glistening lake resting below the hill that sparkles as if it's beckoning us. Salem, Oregon, she says. Jackson said this house has been in his family for centuries. She stops in front of a very tall elderberry bush. This is it for me. She closes her eyes and opens her palms. A second later, a small garden shovel manifests in her hands. Let me break ground, and then start your trail from there. Make sure you're only thinking about strengthening the wards while you pour. The stronger your intent is, the stronger the spell will be. I nod, and then she squats and plunges the shovel into the rich soil. Popping the lid on my jar, I push everything out of my mind except the need to strengthen the ward. When the salt hits the ground, I feel my magic and intent pouring into it and make my way around the side of the house, taking careful steps, focusing on the ward. It only takes me a few minutes to get all the way around, and then the line reaches the freshly dug hole made by Jessie. Good, she says, standing up. Now, help me with this spell real quick, and then we'll settle the salt into the earth. I take her offered hand, connecting my magic to hers, and we close our eyes. To the great horned god, Lord of the Sun, I call upon thee. To the blessed triple goddess, Lady of the Moon, I call upon thee. Let the shards of mirror reflect away any negativity brought into this house. Let these rusted nails pierce any with the intent to harm us. Let this vinegar prevent any harmful magic from crossing the barrier of our ward. When the spell is spoken, she lets go of my hand and unscrews the lid. She pours some of the vinegar onto the salt, and then puts the lid back on. After we bury and cover the jar, we press our hands into the fresh, cold soil and push our intent into the earth. The salt seems to drink in the vinegar, and then I watch in amazement as the salt settles beneath the soil from our magic, pushing it deep down, anchoring the ward. When it's done, Jessie stands, dusting her hands off against her blue jeans. I say a quick spell to clean the dirt from my hands, and then look to her with an accomplished smile. You did good, she says, and in her eyes, I can tell she's proud in her own way. Proud like how Katie would be of me. You too, I say awkwardly, picking up the empty jar. Cassie comes down the front porch steps and stops in front of us. Okay, she says with an exhale, the house is cleansed of any bad juju. We just finished up too, Jessie says. All that's left is sealing the spell. Then let's get to it, Cassie says, moving to stand between us. She sticks out her hands and we take them, combining our magic together. I'll say the spell, while you two juice me up with all you've got. I close my eyes, fueling her as she calls upon the god and goddess. To the great horned god, Lord of the Sun, we call upon you to witness our right and offer us protection. To the blessed triple goddess, Lady of the Moon, we call upon you to witness our right and offer us protection. She concludes the spell and releases my hand. Easy as cake, right? Easy as pie, Jessie corrects. Her head cocks to the side. Are you okay? Yeah, Cassie says a little too quickly. I meant pie. It just came out as cake for some reason. Okay, Jessie says slowly, nudging into her shoulder. But enough about me. Let's go handle those boys, Cassie says. Jessie rolls her eyes. If I have to listen to one more insult from Weldon, I swear I might shoot myself. Or him. Cassie laughs. He likes pestering you. You know that. Her cheeks are red, and I don't think it's from the cold. What's going on between you two anyway? I ask, chewing the inside of my cheek after I realize how brazen of a question it was for someone I'm barely on good terms with. She looks at me for a moment, almost in shock, and then shakes her head as if she's shaking off the question. Nothing, she says quickly. And there never will be anything. We saw you two kiss. The night we broke the holy seal, Cassie says boldly, crossing her arms. She isn't going to let up on this, and I'm glad, because I'm just as curious. Jessie exhales, and runs her fingers through her hair. I don't know what's going on, she says with a shrug, looking away from us. He kissed me, yes, but we haven't really spoken about it since. There's a vulnerability in her tone I haven't heard from her before. Like her heart's decided to rest on her sleeve, even if temporarily. It's Weldon. You're lucky if you get more than a sentence that makes sense from him, Cassie says, raising her eyebrows. You know feelings aren't really his thing. Jessie exhales again, forcefully this time. I can't believe I'm admitting this, she says, her head held down in shame, but I actually think I like him. Like, really like him. I keep having these dreams. Whoa. Cassie says, grabbing Jessie by the arms. Dreams? You're dreaming of him now? Jessie's face is unmistakably basted in red. She's looking over her shoulder, toward the house, telling Cassie to lower her voice, and I can't help but smile. Laugh. I've never seen her like this. Open. Unsure. You have to keep this to yourself. Swear. Not even Gavin, or I'll spell your hair right off your head. Okay. Cassie says on the edges of laughter. Don't be so touchy. It's just a crush. A crush I have no business having, she mutters. He's really not that bad, beneath his asinine remarks, I say. He actually has a really deep heart. Jessie's face smooths out a little, like those words were much needed. We should head in, she says. Make sure they haven't killed one another yet. Hopefully, they did. It would save us from having to, Cassie says, throwing her arm over Jessie's shoulder with a small wink. I'm not as surprised as I thought I would be when we enter the house and find Gavin and Jackson sitting next to each other on the chaise. Gavin's hand grips Jackson's shoulder in a fatherly manner, and my heart does a weird little flip. Jackson's head is down, listening intently to whatever it is that Gavin's quietly telling him. His elbows are perched on his legs, his hands crossed in front of him. He turns his head so he can see Gavin, unleashing the most sincere smile I've seen him wear in days. A real smile. A smile filled with so much love and respect that it chokes me. The love they share between each other is something sacred. It's a bond not many will ever have the chance to experience. Something that no one but them can ever truly understand. And this makes me realize that relationships are like fingerprints. No two are the same, and no two can be replicated. They are unique to each person involved, and even though what may seem like a detrimental, end-all blow to me, may be something that together, they can overcome. And I think I love them more because of it. Weldon's over by the liquor cabinet, one hand placed against the old oak wood, holding him upright, and the other filling 2 crystal glasses with amber-colored liquid. He puts the top back on the decanter, and then adds 2 pieces of ice to each glass with the precision of an artist. The 3 of them are completely absorbed in what they're doing, unaware that we've even returned. Jessie's eyes scan the room, and then she places her fingers against her lips and whistles loudly, forcing the attention from everyone in the room onto her. All 3 heads turn. Cassie snickers. Gavin's hand falls from his brother's shoulder. The wards are set. Everyone is settled in. So, now that you two have kissed and made up, can we get to the discussion of what the hell comes next? Jessie says, strolling into the room with an extra curve in her walk. Weldon clears his throat, licking his lips as his gaze dances over her figure. I love a woman who can whistle, he says, wearing a smirk while holding up a glass, swirling it so the ice clinks together. You're just in time. Anyone want one? Sure, Cassie says first, blowing out a big enough breath to push away the wild strands of curly, strawberry blonde hair falling against her porcelain face. She crosses the room in a few large, greedy strides, snatches a glass from his hand, and tips it back. When she's done, she drags a hand across her mouth and hands the glass back over to Weldon, who stares at it with a perplexed look upon his face. Everyone's left staring at her, mouths open. What? She says with a defensive shrug. If we're going to have this conversation, then I want a drink. Class at its finest, he mutters, and then his eyes cut back over to Jessie's. The golden color deepens a little, smoldering with thoughts I think he yearns for her to hear. You? He asks, holding up the other glass, his voice low and deep. I feel the immediate heat radiating off her body when he addresses her. The way her heart beats out of sync and her mind grows fuzzy, and I immediately close myself off from her, not wanting to pry. No, thanks, she says, her eyes locked on his. Her voice is quiet and lilted with the melody of courtship. Jackson rises from the chaise and finds my gaze. His charcoal gray V-neck is half untucked from his dark denim jeans. His hair is standing at all ends from the constant twisting and pulling he does every time he gets nervous. He wears a soft smile under his 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't quite meet the hidden sadness I see dwelling deep within his green eyes. I swallow the millions of emotions he makes me feel in just one look and cross the room. When he lifts his hand out to me, I take it and let him pull me down onto his lap. Cassie sits on Gavin's, giggling when he plants kisses along the curve of her neck. He grins at her and she ruffles his hair, wearing the only kind of smile you can wear when you're in love. Here, Weldon says, handing Gavin his drink. He takes his seat across from us in one of the black leather, diamond-tufted armchairs, slouching comfortably as if he sat in it 1,000 times before. So, Jessie says, taking her seat next to him in the other armchair. Where do we begin? With where it last ended. Clara, Jackson says, intertwining his fingers with mine. We suspect she has Faye's grimoire. She wasn't able to call it to her. Jessie's eyes grow wide. She sits straight. You left it there? She asks, not even trying to hide her disappointment. Oh no, Cassie says. She also sits straight and leans forward, her eyes glued to my face in shock. I feel like the world's worst witch. It's not like I had much of a choice, I say quickly, defensively. It was kind of hard to get back to my room when I was busy saving our lives. There are certain spells you set in place to make sure that doesn't happen. That keeps your grimoire from even being touched by another. You didn't do that? Jessie asks, and I hate how she's already ready to attack me. To scold me like a teacher scolding a student who couldn't answer the simplest question. Heat flushes up my neck. My mouth and throat are a dry wasteland. No, I say sharply, trying not to focus on all the negative attention geared toward me. No one told me about those types of spells. I just did basic ones. It's not like I've had the training you all have had. I've had a few books and the quick lessons you've given me. Jessie palms her forehead, shaking her head. Cassie clears her throat and runs her hands down her legs. It's okay. This is all okay. It isn't the end all, she chants, trying to sound encouraging even though her voice is still shaking with shock. She's always the kinder one, and it helps ease the tension in my shoulders a little. The bright side is that no one, aside from the rightful owner of the grimoire, can even open it. Clara might have a spell holding it, but with strong enough magic, we can get it back. She has my full attention now. Then what are we waiting for? Cassie's eyes shift to everyone in the room, and then hesitantly land on me. It's not that easy. What do you mean? She exhales. I mean, there are setbacks, Faye. Consequences. When you cast a spell of that magnitude, it leaves a trace. A trace that a seasoned witch could easily pick up on. Weldon flicks the side of his glass for attention. Can I take this one? He asks Cassie. Her eyes scrunch at him and her mouth moves to speak, but Weldon doesn't wait for her approval. His gaze cuts over to mine, and he says, what she's saying is, Clara, of the many qualities she's unfortunately good at, happens to also be a well-seasoned witch, with or without her powers, mouse. Though, using such a mediocre method of entrapment is quite beneath her standards. Because her standards are so high, Jesse snorts out. Cassie scoots closer. Touches my knee as if this solitary move will help soften the blow from whatever she has to say next. As if it will help ease the fact that what I'm basically hearing is that Clara always wins, one way or another. That I need to up the ante if I'm ever going to be a step ahead of her. Murder lives in my fingertips, and they itch to seek solace. To reap the soul they almost had. Putting all of that aside, the point is, after everything that has happened, Cassie continues, searching my face, we can't just rush into anything anymore. Not with the priesthood looking for us, and Bael and his army waiting for our next move. We have to think smart if we want to survive. I take in a steadying breath, trying to absorb her words. Trying not to jump to any conclusions that could result in an argument. I get what you're saying, but we can't leave it with her, I say determinedly. If the roles were reversed, you'd do the same. Cassie shakes her head. Purses her lips as if I just slapped her. You're not hearing anything I'm saying, are you? She asks incredulously. You'd actually risk our safety for this? The accusation embedded in her tone stings and scrapes like small rocks thrown my way. Just like that? She continues. Because if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't put everyone at risk. I wouldn't have left my grimoire unspelled either. It takes me a second to process the very real anger radiating off her. Off the one person who has always had my back. Who has never scolded me in such a way. Gavin, Jackson says warningly, his gaze sharpening on him. Don't Gavin him. If you have a problem with me, just say it, Cassie says, her anger rearing its ugly head. I'm trying to make a point. This isn't to hurt Faye. This is to protect her. There's nothing we can do at the moment, and rather than letting this turn into something ugly, why don't we change subjects and get back to the real matter at hand? What's next? Where's this anger coming from? Jesse asks her. You were fine just a minute ago. Yeah, that was before she decided to throw all of us under a bus, Cassie says with a nasty glare in my direction. I won't stand for it. End of discussion. Tension strikes me like a whip. Every muscle in my jaw clenches. Okay, I say as calmly as I can. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm not done discussing this, I say murderously low. Just because I don't know the spells you do, doesn't make me any less of a witch. I'm a quick learner. I can guarantee that we won't be found out. My magic is strong now, Cassie. I'll make sure it's done quick and clean. Just teach me how. I know this isn't easy for someone like you to accept, she starts to say. Someone like me? I ask. She looks at me pointedly. Someone who always gets her way. I get it. I'd be freaking out too if the roles were reversed and my grimoire was in someone else's hands. Then you should know. But, I'm sorry, this is something we can't risk, she finishes, cutting me off. She holds her hands up and eyes the room. This house, this is our last resort. This is the only place right now where they can't find us, so long as we keep the ward strong and the magic low-key. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that this is not a risk worth taking at the moment. Why are you acting like this? Gavin says to her, searching her face. This isn't like you. She looks at him and, for a moment, her anger fizzles out a little. I don't know. I'm just irritated. Still, he says, trying to be quiet enough to keep it between them. You never speak to people like this. Especially not Faye. Think about what you're saying. She's staring at me with a mixture of anger and regret, arms crossed against her chest. My body's trembling with disbelief. My bones are melting in the fires of resentment raging inside of me. I feel betrayed. Alone. Like I'm standing in a schoolyard waiting to be picked, only to find I'm the last one standing and all the teams are full. I know I should agree. I know our safety is key. To them, having that piece of my mother isn't something worth risking everything over, but then why does my heart disagree? Why do I feel like my future depends on having that book? Why does every fiber in my being boil under the thought that Clara could be using any means necessary right now to try and hack into my mother's grimoire? Because it's the only piece of my mother I have left. Jackson tries to pull me back against him, but I shift out of his lap and stand, suddenly feeling claustrophobic. Stuck. Lost. I turn from them, looking up at the ceiling, wishing resolution wasn't such a rarity to come by. You understand, right? Cassie says, her tone calm, light years from the anger she just expelled. But there it is. There's her finger pushing that invisible button located somewhere between my heart and my brain that detonates my temper. Somewhere like my mouth. I brace myself in a breath and spin back around. Understand? I repeat, rubbing my hands harshly across my eyes. I'm sorry, but this is my lineage, Cassie. A source of magic that can't be replicated. I squeeze my eyes shut, wishing the searing heat would go away. Wishing my tongue was broken to keep me from saying something awful and irrational, because that's all I can be right now. There's no room for reasoning. Faye, calm down, Jackson says, standing next to me. We can talk this out. She doesn't speak for all of us, Mouse, Weldon says. He smiles at the cutting look Cassie throws at him. One thought repeats over and over in my head, twisting the knife further in my heart. It's the only thing I have left of her, I say, grief, anger, and hatred spilling from my heart and through my words. The only thing of my mother's Clara can't take away from me. Bitterness poisons my taste buds, and it's a flavor I can't swallow away. If I don't get it back, then she's robbed me dry. She's taken every part of my parents. They're as good as dead, something I still don't know if they even are or not. The silence in the room is so loud. Words have jammed inside of every mouth, and I can't stop the uproar of thoughts brewing inside my head. This is the problem with working with others versus working alone. I can't just think for myself. Neither can they. We have to think of everyone. Every action, every desire, every need has to be considered by everyone. And I'm not so sure I can handle it. Not when it comes to this. I'm searching my brain for something more to say. Anything that will make them see just how important this is to me. But then Jessie stands and moves next to me. There's a strange look in her eyes, like she's seen a ghost, but not just seen, more like acknowledged. She swallows thickly. Then we'll get it back, she declares. It'll take a few hours, because the ingredients needed for that type of spell have to ferment, but it can be done. I blink a few times, repeating her words in my head just to make sure I heard her right. Just to make sure that it was her and not Cassie who has my back. Is that okay with everyone else? She asks, taking time to lock eyes with each and every one of them. Hey, Gavin says with a chuckle. You know I'm always down for breaking the rules. She looks at Cassie, whose arms are crossed. Lips pinched. It looks like I'm overruled, Cassie says, not sounding too happy about it. Jackson and Weldon both nod. Okay, so, with that out of the way, let's talk about what our next move is, Jessie says, guiding the conversation as if she's done this many times. I'm not sure I'm looking at the same person I first met. The girl who hated me. Despised me for being loved by her partner. She's helping me. Standing by me almost as if. As if you're my partner? She finishes in my head. You still have to work on closing off your thoughts when you're emotional, chick. I blink 1,000 times. Stare at her, mouth gaping open. It's just a favor. Don't think too hard about it. For once in my life, I'm fresh out of ideas, Gavin says, leaning back. We should research the unholy seal. See what we can find on it, Jackson suggests. How about take a breather and enjoy life? Cassie throws in with a frown. I think we need to go back to Ethereal City, I say definitively. Heads spin in my direction. You're joking, right? Cassie says. No, I say. She throws her hands up. Then you've lost your mind, Gavin adds, chuckling. I count to 3. Ensure that my tone is even and my mind is blocking out the need to lash out at them, because I know I sound crazy. Listen, Sterling told me to find him when everything went chaotic in the courtroom. I think he wants to help us, I say quickly, ignoring the shocked looks. Getting your grimoire is one thing, but we can't go back, Faye. You know that, Jessie says. That place is one giant trap, Gavin throws in. There's no way we could, even if Sterling wanted us to. You might as well slit your own throat, Cassie says, staring out the window now. I shift my stance. Stick to my guns. We have to, I say. How else are we supposed to finish what we've started? She's right, Jackson says, moving closer to me. Even if we research it, we still won't have what we need. The priesthood knows its exact location. They know where the exanimator is. We need inside intel if we're going to make it through this mission alive. Who says we should even complete the mission? Gavin prompts. Everything we did because the priesthood asked us to. Well, now we're banished outcasts. We work for ourselves. Why should we continue? Why should we break the last thread keeping the veil up and the paranormal out? He's right, Cassie says strongly. We don't have any real reason to continue on. We can split off and hunt for the rest of our lives, staying under the radar. At least we'd be alive, and we wouldn't be slaves in the underground. My eyebrows scrunch together. Are you serious? That's how you want to live? Hiding? Always having to look over your shoulder? Do we have a choice? She retorts. Yes, I say, standing up. I'm not saying we continue Clara's mission and destroy the unholy seal because I agree with you. I never wanted the veil to drop. I never wanted the humans to be harmed by something we were forced to do. But I do think we should fight back. What's done is done, and we can't go on pretending like it didn't happen. But living your life looking over your shoulder, worrying if you've used too much magic, that's just as bad as being sentenced to the underground. That's just as good as being dead. I take a deep breath and continue. Half of the veil is broken because of us. Because of me. And Clara and Bael won't stop until they find me and bring the other half down. You know that. But what if there's another way around this? What if we focus on the problem within our coven? What are you suggesting? Cassie asks. That we overthrow the priesthood? She snorts. I can see it now, the six of us fighting against Clara and Bael's army like we're some kind of impenetrable force. That sounds so ridiculously stupid. Not if we gather our own army, I say, feeling every inch of what I'm implying is a foreseeable truth. Cassie laughs. Shakes her head. You have a powerful imagination, she says, blowing me off. But I'm not joking. I'm not imagining anything. I'm telling you what we can do, I say calmly, despite the heat boiling beneath my skin. There are watchmen out there who have waited for this moment. All they need is a reason. A voice. Someone to tell them it's time. And you think that someone is you? Cassie says, her eyes raised in question. She looks at Gavin, and then leans forward, her features darkening with seriousness. Are you sure you're ready for a role of that magnitude? Ready to lead? Because there's no room for the scared little girl act once you put those pants on. There's no room for doubt, no room for turning back. You show your face as the leader, then the leader you will have to be. I know, I say, meeting her gaze full force. I'm ready. She is, Weldon says, backing me up. He moves to stand on the other side of me. She can handle this. Oh, yeah? Cassie says. So what do you suggest then? How are we going to get her voice out to everyone, rally them up, build them into an army that falls in line and takes Clara down? With a snap of our fingers? A wide smile spreads across his face. No, Weldon says simply, we do it with a general. A cacophony of angered opinions erupts at the mention. I can almost see our sacred circle splitting at the seams, tearing apart before we ever really even had the chance to grow stronger. Cassie shoots up from her seat, her wild, red hair bouncing with her hasty movements. Oh, right, because we have so many generals at our disposal. So many that aren't held up in the very city we were just banished from, she says, shaking her head. I don't think you're even listening to yourself right now. You sound insane. Like maybe you're one of those who are into self-punishment or something. Gavin stands too. He moves behind Cassie, placing his hands on her shoulders, which seems to settle her need to pace. You've seen the Night Watchmen news, guys. They've blacklisted all of us. Every Night Watchman out there, save the few that know us on a personal level, will probably try to kill us on the spot. Not those who were a part of the rebellion, Jackson says, his eyes locking on mine. Gavin snorts, cutting him off. Did Mac give you a list with those names before the shit hit the fan? He retorts, his anger brewing out of nowhere. Because he sure didn't give it to me. Aside from Jonathan, we don't know who was a part of that, and, in case you were listening to the earlier argument between Cass and Faye, we can't just go contacting people outside of this house. It's too dangerous right now. Jackson's shoulders stiffen. His muscles flex. Gavin's jaw tightens as his eyes narrow on him. I swallow my temper and move in between them all, willing my words to behave. Regardless, Sterling said to look for him, I remind them. He might want to help. And if he doesn't? If it's a trap? Then we're all screwed, Cassie says hotly. I don't want to go through that again. Never. We almost died for them. And for what? A swift kick in the ass? Her anger keeps spewing, and I can feel myself on the verge of erupting. The way the heat slithers up my neck and spreads into my cheeks. The way it settles under my skin until I want to scream. Will you just listen to me? I shout out. The room freezes up. I know that Sterling is on our side, I say with certainty. I wouldn't have suggested it if I thought otherwise. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was a part of the rebellion. I step up to her and Gavin, taking my time to look them in the eyes. At some point, you're going to have to hear me when I speak. You're going to have to trust my instincts and let me be the person I'm meant to be. When their mouths open, I let their gazes go and turn back to everyone else. I feel it in my core that this is the right move. I can't shake his words. Can't forget the look in his eyes when he told me to find him that day in the courtroom, before Clara made us out to be the bad guys. He wants to help us. I know it. You know what? Weldon says as he makes his way back over to the makeshift bar. I think she may be right. Sterling told Faye and me during one of our sessions that he has an inkling the priesthood was behind his partner's untimely turn with the wolves. He thinks they might have been set loose to ensure she was taken from him so they could see if a watchman could actually function in our society without their partner. He has every reason to hate them. Oh my. Cassie says, startled. That's so sad, Jessie adds, her hand against her chest. I'm sure it happens more than you think, Weldon says, his features hardened a little. But that still doesn't mean we can trust him, Cassie replies as she plops back down on the couch, rubbing her forehead in thought. A thought pops up. He offered me a way out when we were about to break the holy seal, I say quickly. Everyone looks over at me again, and I gather up the rest of my story, hoping this will be all that's left to sway them. He didn't agree with General Tillman's orders, so he offered me a chance to escape. I don't look over at Jackson, who's staring openly at me now. I've seen his aura. You've seen his aura. We all know he's good. He's with us. And we need him. He has the potential to get us the info we need. He can teach us so much more than he already has. No one says anything, so I jump on their open interest. I'm not saying we have to do all of this at once. I'm just saying this is the only way I can see us getting ahead. If we want to set right to all that has gone wrong, then we have to know what their plans are now that we're gone. The only way we can is through an insider. I hate to beat a dead horse, but again, why? Why do we need to know? We owe no one anything, Cassie says harshly. We're banished, which means we no longer have to do the priesthood's bidding. The underground, the Darkins, the priesthood, none of that pertains to us anymore. We're scot-free. My partner Claire isn't, Weldon says from the rim of his glass. Faye's parents. Russell and Mary, they aren't. And what about the countless others who are down in the underground, locked away from their families? You're saying their justification doesn't pertain to us anymore? His golden eyes are swirling. His voice deep and filled with shadows no light could ever touch. Jessie looks up at him, this time, keeping her eyes on him. If that's not a good enough reason to continue, if only just to save them, then I don't think you ever were a watchman, he says, staring blatantly at Cassie. Her mouth hangs open, words wedged inside her throat. We have to finish, I cut in, using Weldon's momentum. The veil is already partially broken, and the only way to return it to its natural state is to finish what we started. The only way we're going to figure out what the hell is really going on, is to keep going. The only difference between before and now is that now we have two enemies, the priesthood and the Darkins. Both want the exanimator, and both will never obtain it if I have anything to do with it. You make it sound as if adding the priesthood to our enemy list is something small, Cassie says incredulously. They're an established society. A strong government with overflowing amounts of intel and soldiers at their disposal. They're 10 times worse than the Watchmen. Watchmen? Gavin asks. Cassie stares at him for a moment like she doesn't understand the question. You said Watchmen. No, I didn't, she says, shaking her head. I said Darkins. She turns to us. You said Watchmen, Jessie says, staring at her. Her face has paled a shade. Cassie laughs dismissively. Yeah, okay. Whatever you guys say. I said Darkins. Why would I say otherwise? You tell me, Gavin says, looking at her in concern. You've been scrambling your words all morning, Jessie says, looking at Cassie in concern. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Cassie looks up at me, asking me to continue. To take the light off her. If the priesthood is as strong as you say, then why haven't they destroyed the Darkins yet? I retort, trying to pick up where we left off, throwing out her entire argument. The room goes silent. Her eyes narrow on me before looking away. They aren't strong, Cassie. It's clearing just how easy it was for a handful of us to shake up the entire foundation. We don't know that we did, she says, this time her voice lower, more unsure. The Night Watchmen news shows them healthy and stronger than ever, digging our graves as we speak. I level my gaze on her. Place my hands on my hips. That's what they want us to see, Cassie. A solid, trusting government doesn't have rebels waiting in the shadows to pounce. All we did was expose that small crack in their foundation, and it's our duties as watchmen to finish what we started. Without fear, I add. She swears under her breath as she turns away from me and into Gavin's arms. Although he's consoling her, I can see in his eyes that he's on my side. He'd rather die fighting for what's right than hiding from what's wrong. I can shadow walk into the city and find the general, Weldon offers. He finishes off his glass, and then sets it down on the counter before walking over to stand near Jessie. That way, no one gets hurt. I turn to look at him, knowing what I'm about to say will piss off the entire room, but saying it anyway. You're not going alone. Jackson's hand wraps around my arm. You're not going with him. Again with the orders. I turn and look up at him, matching his heated glare. Count to 3 in my head, telling myself to take it easy. He's just upset because he cares. That he means well. He's my partner. I don't care. I roll my eyes. Huff out a breath. Seriously? Again with this? He huffs equally as loudly, pressing the heel of his hand to his eyes. This is different. On so many levels, Faye. This isn't a control thing, this is a you're the most wanted watchman known in history out to kill yourself kind of thing. You're the reason we're all here. He sees my face tense at the insult and quickly adds, and I don't mean that as an insult, or to imply that it's your fault. I'm just saying, without you, we have nothing. You're the weapon both sides are after, and you're the glue holding us together. His deep green eyes swim in agony and fear, drowning in the many outcomes his mind has dreamed up that most likely all involve my capture, or even worse, my death. Weldon clears his throat, points to me, and then looks at Jackson. The general specifically asked her to come. Therefore, she has to. Jackson's fist clenches at his side. He knows this is a fight he's going to lose. It was always going to be this way, even from the first moment he met me. How many can you take with you? He asks through his teeth, keeping his eyes trained on Weldon and his back turned slightly to me. Just her. I don't want to have to worry about moving anyone else through shadows. Not with Clara out for blood. It'll be quick. I'll take her straight to him, and then right back here. We won't move through the city. We won't get caught. I guarantee it. That's a pretty big guarantee for someone who's let us down before, Jessie says from the chair in front of him. What is she talking about? I ask, searching Weldon's eyes. Weldon sighs like he's already bored with the conversation. You know the whole deal that happened with the witch and your parents right before we met you? The one Clara mentioned and we were all banished over? The witch we wrongly executed, Jackson adds, shame dripping from his words. Yeah, him, Weldon continues. Well, they asked me to decipher the demon spell that was supposed to break the Graham curse, he says, pushing his thumb out in Jackson and Jessie's direction. So I did, and, he says with heavy emphasis, I did explain that it wasn't a sure deal. Demons are sneaky with their words. Exactly, Jessie says, propping her chin on her hand with attitude. He rolls his eyes and looks back at Jackson, waiting. A moment passes, and then Jackson says, you get her in and get her out, do you understand? Weldon nods. If you don't, I swear to you I'll kill you myself. I wouldn't want to die any other way, my love, Weldon says, leaning towards Jackson, batting his lashes like a swooning schoolgirl. Jackson ignores him and turns to me. He brushes his fingers under my chin, tilting it up in his direction. Please, just speak to him and come back. Don't try anything else. Or wander. Or meddle. He huffs out a quick breath and finishes. Just, please don't try to save who you can't. Promise me? I promise, I say, although I'm not sure how much I actually mean it. After Gavin and Cassie clear the library, Weldon grabs the decanter and a glass, plopping down in an oversized chair in front of a window. A light morning rain has started up, pelting against the glass in a melodic rhythm, spreading its soothing dreariness around the room. Jessie runs her hand through her glossy, chocolate brown hair, and then pushes off her legs to stand. As always, it was a pleasure debating with you all. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to grab a few of the ingredients to get the spell started for locating Faye's grimoire. She looks over at Jackson. Point me in your witch's cupboard direction? Jackson looks over at me, and then back at her. Sure. He puts his arm over my shoulder, and then guides us out of the library and into the mudroom off to the right of the house. In it is a large witch's cupboard that holds more dried herbs, books, candles, and jarred items than I think I've ever seen before. Some of the jars are scattered across the tabletop, with the lids next to them rather than on top of them. A mortar is stained green on the inside with the pestle laying beside it, still coated in whatever was being crushed up. There isn't a speck of dust. Not an inch of film to say this house has been sitting here dormant for years. Because it hasn't been. Jackson sifts through one of the open doors on the beat-up, worn-down cupboard. Jessie pillages through the open jars, sniffing and tasting what was left behind. The air has the familiar earthy scent of magic in it and, for a moment, I almost feel like I'm back at the academy. Back with Cassie and Jessie, training to become a side of myself I haven't given much attention to. I turn. A few of the books on a nearby bookshelf lift off, floating through the air as if ghosts are controlling them. This entire house is enchanted. I can't stop thinking about the fact that Jessie stood up for me. That because of her, we're in this room, finding the ingredients we need that will help me find what has been taken from me. I want to ask her why. Why all of a sudden? What did I do that finally brought her to my side? But it comes out as, you helped me. Thank you. She stops fiddling with some mechanical-looking thing on the table and looks up at me. For standing up for me. Agreeing to help me. You didn't have to. It was nothing, she blows off. I know you like to dissect emotions, but really, don't think too deeply about it. Okay? She's pushing me away. I can see it in her averted gaze. In the way she's busying herself, making light of what was a big step in our partnership. This makes me wonder why. Why did she stand by me on this particular subject? It was everything, I correct, moving closer to her. She stops what she's doing and looks up at me with her eyes scrunched. I know I'm invading her personal space, but I feel like there's a crack in the door between us, and this is my moment to step through it. I know we've had a rocky past, but the fact that you stood by me on this one, well, I guess what I'm trying to ask is why? Because there has to be a reason. Tension stiffens her spine. Straightens her shoulders. I've hit a nerve. Jackson exchanges a look with her, and then busies himself with digging through the cupboard some more. It's then that I know I'm right. There is something more to why she helped me. Something they both already know. Do you have to pick everything apart? She says, pulling a hair tie from around her wrist, and then twisting her hair up into a messy bun. Can't you just let some things be because they just are? I hear the disguised hurt in her voice. The pain from a memory she doesn't want breached. Not by me. I shift my stance. Swallow down my doubt that I'm doing the wrong thing by pushing and say, no, because nothing happens without reason and, although our circumstance isn't ideal, it's real and I want to make the best of it. I want to get to know you. Not just the Jessie you want everyone to think you are. She snorts. Throws a flat look in my direction. If you're trying to make a best friend out of me, I can tell you now that it isn't going to happen. Partners, sure, I've warmed up to it. But I'm not looking for any best friends, so get the girl power thing out of your head. I look over at Jackson, who looks caught between a rock and a hard place. I'll be right back. I'm going to, go grab something to drink. Want anything? You're not seriously leaving me alone with her, are you? Jessie says with a frown. Jackson's smirk is so small, it's almost imperceptible, and then he slips through the doorway and disappears. As soon as he's gone, I turn back to her. Something happened to you, I persist. I know it. I saw it in your eyes when I talked about my mom. You can tell me, I say, wishing she were as easy to get through to as Weldon was. She slams a book she grabbed from a shelf down onto the table and spins on me. Knowing all of my past isn't going to do anything for you, Faye. Everyone has a story. Everyone has had some form of hardship in their life. That's really all you need to know. Okay? Drop it. Are you always this difficult? I ask, and it surprises her as much as it does me. But I pull from the propulsion of my words and keep going. I get why you had an issue with me in the beginning, but I feel like we're moving past that now, and no. I don't want to pick everything apart. I don't have to. But I choose to acknowledge when I see someone else's pain. I choose to speak up about it, rather than pretending I didn't notice. Something is bothering you, and this is what friends do. They ask if you're okay. They lend an ear. Maybe even some advice if the situation calls for it. She rolls her eyes. Trust me, there's no advice for my story. Let me be the judge of that, I say firmly. Seconds parade between us on floats of awkward silence. We're staring at each other, both pushing against the other until one of us gives. I begin to question myself. Wonder if I've overstepped my boundaries. But then her shoulders drop and her eyes soften just a little. Listen, she says, I know I come off hard sometimes. Mean even, but my past isn't very interesting. In fact, it's quite depressing, which is why I choose not to talk about it. Just know that I understand what you're going through. I get your need to have that piece of your mother, even if it's a small one. I stare at her for a moment, seeing her for once as a real person with feelings. As a woman who's lived a life before I came into it. A girl who has struggled. Sacrificed. Been through things. It makes me ashamed that I know so little about her. That I haven't even given it any effort. Because it's easier to judge a person than to give them your time. It's easier to criticize the obvious, rather than trying to understand what isn't in plain sight. She turns back to the table and runs a finger over it, her mind clearly lost in whatever memory she's been stuck in. What happened? I ask softly. You're not going to give up, are you? She says with her back to me. No, I say as nicely as possible. With a small sigh, she turns with closed eyes and says, my mother died a long time ago. When I was at the academy. I wasn't expecting that. I'm so sorry, Jessie, I start to say, but she holds her hand up. Don't be. It wasn't anyone's fault. A log in the road, a swerve the wrong way, and bam. Smacked right into a tree, which resulted in an induced coma from swelling around the brain. She pauses, dragging in a painful breath, and says, she never woke up again. Tears form in her eyes, but she sucks in a deep breath, pushing them back down. My heart's breaking for her. Twisting in on itself at the thought of being in her shoes. She was in Provence, she continues, her voice a bit steadier now. That's where I was born and raised through my teen years, but I left to live with my father in America after. She pauses, looking down at her feet, and says, things weren't perfect between them, and they made me choose. I chose my dad. She looks up, her mouth turned to the floor, and rubs her hand back and forth across her chest, right above her heart as if she's in pain. The kind that can't be reversed. Long story short, she continues, we never talked again after I left with him. Not even when I started at the academy. It wasn't until she died that I returned to Provence for the funeral, and that's when I was given her grimoire. She crosses her arms across her chest and inhales courage. So yeah, I understand the need to have that piece of your mom. My words have abandoned me. They were never prepared for this kind of a story. Jackson clears his throat from the doorway, and then pulls one of many tattered-looking books off the top shelf. I think we can all relate to one another. Here, he says, handing it to me. Jessie peers over my shoulder. It's leather-bound like my mother's grimoire, only there's a large claw mark dragged down the front, splitting the flesh of the cover wide open. The magic flowing off it is strong and deep, just like it did on the ward. So strong that there's a light orange aura around it, like it has its own life force. It's my mother's grimoire. He doesn't look me in the eye when he says this. There are shards of glass in his tone that he can't seem to swallow. She's a strong witch, Jessie says. All of our mothers were. I never knew a word in past tense could make me feel like I had run an all-day marathon. My chest, my arms, and my hands feel so heavy. My throat so tight. I drop my hands to my side and ball them into fists, forcing myself to be strong. What kind of spell will I be doing? I ask, changing the subject. A strong linking spell, she says with a relieved sigh. Since you can't manifest, which, manifesting your grimoire is something natural to a witch, then that means she must have a strong witch working around the clock on some kind of hiding spell. In order for us to bypass that magic, we have to mentally link with that witch and disrupt their magic long enough for you to manifest. The only way we can do that is by brewing up a potent concoction of mugwort tea. How did I know you were going to say that? I say, holding my stomach protectively. I had read once before about mugwort, the main ingredient used to make absinthe. The green fairy is something Katie used to talk about wanting to try back when we were in high school. It has many uses, but to a witch, the most common is to inspire prophetic dreams and enhance divination. It's also known to have an awful, acrid taste. Oh, come on, Jessie says with a small laugh and a wave of her hand. The taste isn't all that bad, especially with a little splash of honey added. Says the girl who's only brewing it. Not drinking it, I add, toes curling in my shoes. Actually, I will be drinking it. She pauses. Looks to Jackson. Enough seconds flicker by to tell me that they're speaking mentally, and, the moment I realize this, I open up my mind to them both. But they've already finished whatever they were discussing. He turns just enough to face me. This isn't something you can do alone. What do you mean? I thought I had to. He shakes his head. There's too much of a risk that something could go wrong. My lips pinch together, and my face goes hot. Is it that, or do you both think I can't handle this? They exchange glances, and I swear my bones have a mind of their own because they're shaking with anger. Drowning in jealousy. Faye, don't freak out and take this the wrong way, Jessie says quickly, trying to defuse me. I couldn't even do this alone. Hell, neither could Cassie. You haven't really been trained in witchcraft, and that's okay. We can fix that while we're staying here. I can help you grow stronger with your witch side. Of course, only if you want me to. I do, I say with an even tone. She gives me a small smile. Good, then let's start with this. Let's do this together, and I'll teach you. Okay? My shoulders fall slack. My angered gaze wavers. Here, she says, moving me in front of the cupboard. She finds the jar of the grayish-green, cotton-like, dried-up plant, unscrewing the lid. My nose wrinkles as the strong, pungent aroma fills the room, leaving my stomach feeling like it's been sloshed around all day. The tea isn't going to take that long to make, but what will is the talisman you'll need before linking. It will need something of yours in it, and then it will need to sit under the moon until she is full. This is what will keep you protected while in the linked state. She grabs an empty jar and holds it out to me. Anything will work, really. I take off the necklace holding the bullet I had pulled from Jackson's womb the night we arrived at the manor and drop it in the jar. Good. She screws the lid back on. Now, we just need 2 teaspoons of dried mugwort to steep with 2 teaspoons of mint for taste, 2 teaspoons of cloves, 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, 3 tablespoons of rose hips, and 4 tablespoons of belladonna. Belladonna? Jackson repeats hesitantly. It will relax her mental state so her aura can branch out and connect with the witch she's looking for. So long as the talisman works, she'll have no problem finding and disrupting the connection safely. Have you done this before? He asks. I mean, of this magnitude. No, she says, but I know that Faye can. She grabs a small, wicker basket off the table and begins pulling down the ingredients we need from the witch's cupboard. She has to reach on tiptoes to find the belladonna, which is tucked behind moonwort and burdock root. Can you grab the candles? She asks Jackson. They're on the very top of the cupboard. It takes him barely any effort. Thanks, she says as he sets them in the basket. It looks like we have everything, so I'll handle the talisman and get everything ready for the tea for when you return from Ethereal City. Sound good? I nod. Good, she says, mustering up a small smile. I guess that's it then. She moves quickly, almost awkwardly, between us, and then heads out of the room. She's never really dealt with her mother's death, he says when she's far enough away. She doesn't know that I know this, but from the few times I've been in her mind, I know she blames herself. She thinks if she had stayed and attended the academy over in France, then maybe her mother would still be here. That's so awful, I say, wishing I could console her. Yeah, he says, pulling me into a hug. Her mother had an affair with another hunter. After her dad found out, he ended up securing a grant to legally abandon her after they failed a few missions due to the unresolved emotional problems between them. In Jessie's head, he was broken. And he needed to get as far away as possible, so she went with him, because she didn't want him to be completely alone. But by doing so, she had to abandon her mother, who didn't take the idea very well. She viewed Jessie as dead to her. And then she died. Someone came between her parents' affinity bond, and death and sadness was the result of it. No wonder she was so resentful to me in the beginning. His head hangs a little. Yeah, he says, his eyebrows gathering in. I haven't always been the easiest to be around, even with knowing her past. I run my hand up his arm. At least there's still plenty of time to make it right. We all agree that Weldon and I should leave for Ethereal City after dinner. It will give Weldon enough time to feed so he can be at his fullest strength, and because that's when most elites and watchmen are out hunting, though I'm sure with everything that's happened, Clara will remain on the lookout. Probably heavily guarded. Look, Cassie says, standing in front of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I may not agree this is the right move, but I don't want to fight over it. We're a team, and I don't know what got into me earlier. I think all the stress has rattled my nerves. Let me make you dinner. Anything you want. She's looking at me. Apologizing. being the Cassie I've come to know. I'll take a T-bone. Rare, Gavin says, rubbing his stomach. She shoots him a look, and he grins like a child. Well? She asks me. Is there anything you're in the mood for? I haven't really thought much about food, but just the mention of it makes my stomach roar to life. Pot roast? I ask, thinking about my mother. About the meal she made the night before my culling and how much I miss her smile. Her hugs. Her love. Homesickness wraps its arms around my heart. Done. She says, turning back to the fridge to gather all the ingredients. Jessie moves in beside her, pulling pots and pans out wherever she can find them. Jackson turns to me at the table, grabbing my hand. I want to show you something real quick. Okay, I say, standing up with him. We'll be right back, he says to everyone in the room. I follow him out the back door and across the backyard. Where are we going? I ask. You'll see, he says, pulling on my hand. He takes me to a small shed behind the manor that houses a trapdoor inside. Watch your head, he says as he disappears down the small, steep wooden steps that lead to an underground bunker. I follow him down, waiting by the stairs as he searches for the switch to turn the lights on. The air in here has an unused, forgotten kind of smell to it, like it's never known natural light or air. I squint, using the little bits of light filtering in from above, barely making him out a few feet ahead of me. I know it's somewhere here, he says, sliding his hands up and down the smooth walls. I join in on the effort and feel my fingers slide over the switch. Got it, I say as I flick the lights on. One by one, the fluorescent bulbs mounted on the ceiling flicker on, carrying on further than I thought they could reach. What is this place? I ask as small lights inside of pristine glass weapon cases flicker on, reflecting off the slick metal and steel inside. Our family armory, he says, moving past the tables in the middle of the room holding all sorts of items, half of which I've never even seen before. Curved blades. Knuckle weapons that look like tiger claws. Various vials and jars filled with herbs and ingredients for witchcraft. I don't think even the weaponry room back in Ethereal City has anything on this, I say, running my thumb over the razor-sharp edge of a shadow blade, the only blade in existence that can kill a demon indefinitely. It looks exactly like the one I saw in Max Wiccan's shop right before we left for Whiskey Hollow. I can't believe you have one of these. It's been in the family for as long as I can remember, he says, looking back at the blade. Didn't Max say there was only 10 in existence? Yeah, he says before turning back to wherever he's headed. He reaches on top of one of the metal cabinets and pulls down a phantom cloth bag. Tosses it to me. I want you to take a few things with you just in case. Like what? I don't plan on getting myself into any trouble. He stops, turns, and lowers his gaze on me. Trouble follows you, he says, though it's not meant as an insult, but as the truth. And I'm okay with that. I swallow and look down at the table, wishing that my life were simpler. Easier. Less complicated. But wishing is for fools. I'll leave the magic stuff up to you as far as any potions you might need, but weapons are my forte. He grabs a brass knuckle off the table and hands it to me. Is that German carved into it? I ask before sliding them on to make sure it fits. It's a little loose, but good enough. Yeah. One of my great-grandfathers carved an old German proverb into it. Translates to, when there is no enemy, it is safe to fight. When is there not an enemy? He half smiles at me, putting a flux, some daggers, and other small hand weapons in the bag. Do you really think I'm going to need all of this? We're only going to talk to the general and then leave. He could have been lying, he says, continuing to fill the bag. He looks over at me. In this business, it's better to be prepared than not. I sigh and hand him another flux. When he's satisfied that I have more metal on my person than a robot, we head back upstairs and into the house. Cassie's at the stove, cooking something that makes my mouth water and my stomach twist with hunger pains. I reach for a fresh roll resting next to her on the counter. Hey, not until dinner, she says a moment too late. The roll is already stuffed halfway into my mouth. Jackson reaches into the fridge, pulls out 2 bottles of water, and then heads through the kitchen door. I follow on his heels, finishing off the roll, and take the bottle of water he hands me. I must say, I don't like the idea of you going back into that city without me, but... He talks so low that I barely make out what he just said. I pause mid-sip and lower the bottle from my lips. Screw the lid back on and move into the safety of his arms. Jackson, I say against his chest, everything will be okay. Weldon is the best partner I could ask for. I trust him, and myself. I know this is the right thing to do. I feel it. But even saying that out loud doesn't sound as sure as I'd like it to. He rests his chin against the crown of my head and wraps his strong arms around me. I love the way he smells. The leathery, electric scent he gives off. The warmth of his skin and the soft cadence of his beating heart. It's a paradise I never want to leave, a dream I know I'll continually have to wake up from. Well, I just feel like I'm stuck in a corner I can't escape from. I know this is one of our only moves, yet I think it's a stupid one. You only think that because I have to go. Maybe, he says, his chest expanding as he breathes in. Will you two get a room? Weldon says as he strolls past us from the kitchen. Gladly, Jackson says, taking me by the hand. He guides me up the stairs and down the hall to our shared room, and then shuts the door with his foot. I halfway expect him to throw me down and devour me the way I suddenly want him to, but he doesn't. He just stands there in front of me, staring at me with his deep, sullen gaze. What is it? I ask, setting my water down next to his on the small table by the door. Nothing, he lies. He walks past me and sits on the end of the bed. I move next to him, curling up under his arms. What if I kept the connection open between us? He looks down at the affinity mark on my arm, an awkward-shaped heart, and then over at me. You mean through the bond? I nod. The green in his eyes brightens a little, like a cloud parting just enough to allow small rays of light to pass through. You'd know everything that was happening, that way you won't have to worry the whole time we're gone. He squeezes me a little tighter. I guess that would help, he says through our connection. He leans back, pulling me with him, and I curl up against his side, laying my head against his chest. Let me just hold you until you have to go. You act like I'm not going to come back. He doesn't say anything to that. Night falls faster than we all anticipate, and with it brings a tension no positive words can penetrate. A flighty feeling settles into my joints, making it impossible for me to sit still. My thoughts are crowded inside my head, knocking into one another like bumper cars. I just want to go already. Want to have Sterling tell me that I made the right move. So much can go wrong. So little can go right. This has to be the right decision. No room for mistakes. You're going to wear a hole in the floor if you keep pacing like that, Weldon says from the corner of the kitchen. He's halfway inside a shadow, slowly sipping on a glass filled with someone's blood. I have half a mind to ask him who the blood came from. Was it a female? A male? Was it given willingly? How did he get it? His fingers snap in the air, grabbing my attention. Hey, he barks out, did you hear me? Pacing isn't going to do you any good. Save the energy. I can't sit still, I admit, looking away from his glass and over at Jackson, who's twirling the tip of his flux against the kitchen table. He hasn't moved since dinner. He hasn't said a word either. How much longer on the brew? Weldon calls across the room. Jessie doesn't look away from the pot on the stove when she answers. 5 minutes. She reaches her left arm across her right, which is continually stirring counterclockwise, over to a small, wooden ball holding a dried-up chameleon. I don't look away as she drops it into the brew, into the liquid Weldon, and I will have to drink. My stomach clenches as acid rises up the back of my throat. This is going to be a strong cloaking spell. Clara, or anyone for that matter, won't be able to see you so long as you stay within the allotted time frame, Jessie says, stirring it clockwise now. She adds a couple of pinches of black salt, and then moves the pot over to the counter. Are you positive? Weldon asks, brow raised. Nothing is ever certain when it comes to magic, Jessie says with a grimace. My stomach does a somersault. I don't know about this. What if something goes wrong? Jackson says, chewing away at his nails. Then we'll figure it out, I say, trying to be reassuring. This is the only way. We have to try. How long will we have? Weldon asks as I walk over to the brew and take a whiff. It smells like vomit. Wonderful. For a potion of this magnitude, it's probably about 40 minutes, but let's go with 30 just to be on the safe side, Jessie says as she ladles the concoction into 2 mugs. Don't throw up. I'm grateful that she left the chunky parts in the pot, though I wish I could change the taste of this potion without altering the spell she put into it. Jackson's hands slide over my shoulders as he moves behind me. Just drink it fast, he whispers against my ear. Weldon makes his way over to us and takes the mug from Jessie. Count of 3, he says to me, bringing the mug close to his mouth. 1, 2, 3. My throat is on fire as the steamy liquid passes into my stomach. My tongue burns, though it's not from the heat. I nearly gag, and I have to bend over and hold onto the counter for support. My whole body shudders as my brain fights to tell my stomach to hold it down. Weldon walks back over to the corner, acting as if it were nothing more than a glass of water. I'm sorry, Jesse says. I couldn't add anything for flavor because it would have altered the potency of the spell. I put my hand up, telling her it's okay. Come on, Weldon says next to the shadow. The clock's ticking. I'm not sure how, but I manage to stand straight. Jackson helps me slide my arms through the stuffed phantom cloth bag and then walks me over to Weldon. Our bodies are already beginning to disappear, beginning with our fingers. Please, he says, staring into Weldon's eyes, take care of her. You know I will, Weldon says seriously. He takes my hand. We'll be back in a jiffy. And then we enter the shadow. Ethereal City is exactly how we left it. The golden-orbed sun slides up the side of the stark white buildings, its beams of bright light streaking through the city like fingers trying to rouse the citizens from sleep. The rays reach to the canal, gently passing over, stirring it awake until it glitters like a sea of turquoise gems. The early morning sounds of the Night Watchmen news broadcasted on the Jumbotron in City Square murmur down every street and through every alleyway, ensuring everyone knows I'm still on the loose. I don't know what I expected to see. Chaos? Destruction? Darkness? Because that's what I've felt for so long now. So much so, that I don't know if I'll ever be able to feel anything other than that again. It's in my marrow now. In every cell, which bursts every time I think about all the wrongs that have happened with no justification in sight. Maybe I thought, or maybe I had hoped, that the members of our coven would finally see who Clara really is when we were wrongly accused in court that day. That they'd see the layers I peeled from her face when I stood up against her, exposing the monster underneath. The same kind of monster that lurks under your bed, hides in your closet, or stands behind the shower curtain, just waiting for you to snatch it back. I wanted them to finally see the corruption in the priesthood. The innocent blood spilled on their behalf that fills every hollow promise in their words. And maybe I wished they would finally fight back. Maybe I wished the beauty of this place had been unmasked the moment Clara and the rest of the priesthood showed who they really were, and I'd returned to something darker. Emptier. But there isn't a single thing out of place. They continue to walk in their fancy clothes with their eyes pointed in whatever direction they're heading, oblivious to the slow, internal destruction of our government. They continue to ignore the news that's so blatantly telling them that we're in the midst of the biggest civil war our kind has ever seen. Those words are plumes of smoke they pass through. Those statues of the divine they walk by, the leaders who carry the meaning of this coven, could be garbage cans for all they care. And yet, I'm not surprised. The mind, most of the time, only sees what it wants us to see. Only recognizes inconveniences when it's convenient. How can they really pay attention when the crimson tears of our people have not yet touched the city limits? When the devastation of losing everything hasn't clawed its way through the boundaries of what Clara now calls her city? She's keeping the peace by isolating the destruction within the lower ranks. By ensuring the lives lost are only with those who don't matter in her eyes. But those beneath, those who pour sweat and endure grievances day in and day out to keep the city running, those are the ones who matter most. And no one cares. At this point, a defect has more sympathy than the Night Watchmen. They have become slaves of a war. A war in which they can't even pick the side they want to fight on. These men and women are sent to slaughter, night after night, so that the rest of our kind can live in oblivious peace. I'd rather die. I'd rather bleed out, right here for all to see. The woman's monotonous voice, who broadcasts 99% of the news to our kind, spreads like an airborne pathogen over the vast wave of people crowding the vendors in City Square. She's dishing out a list of members within the coven who are being summoned to the city, which transmits throughout our nation on a special channel only primevals receive. The bottom of the screen reports the names of the growing number of watchmen who have either perished or been taken by the hands of the darkened coven. Things are rapidly growing worse. And still, life carries on as if it weren't. Weldon looks back at me from just inside the shadow we're standing in. This is as close as I could get us. We're standing next to a tree that's about 200 meters away from the military compound. Once we step out of the shadow, we'll be on Clara's territory. We have to get in and get out. I know, I whisper back, watching the countless men and women walking past. No matter what, we head straight for the general's room. Sprint for the compound. If anything happens and we're split up, meet on the rooftop? Okay? I nod, ignoring the fact that my heart's bouncing all around my ribcage, and shut off my emotions. It's time for business, and this is the only way I can guarantee I won't make a mistake due to my heart thinking for my brain. I reach behind me, pull out a flux for each of us, and hand him one. He takes it, inhales and exhales, and then says, "Here goes nothing." The moment his foot crosses into Ethereal City, a high-pitched alarm sounds from somewhere above the courthouse. Dread slams into me. They warded the entire city against us. Elites storm out from every corner of the city with rifles pressed against their chests. Weldon grabs my hand and pulls me in a full-on sprint, leaving no chance of turning back. I feel the cloaking spell flickering in and out as elite witches cast counterspells meant to drop any kind of camouflage. Jackson's terror bleeds into me, sending a sickening chill down my back. The earth could swallow me whole right here and now. It should, because that would probably be an easier death than what Clara could invent for me. Turn back. Jackson orders, but his words falter. His command is empty. He already knows. He knows, because he knows what he'd do. I'm not coming back. Not until I've done what I came to do. My heart's pounding harder than it ever has before as I focus on my breathing, pushing the oxygen to my muscles so I can keep up with Weldon. He's dodging and weaving through the passing primevals. I try to keep his pace, shutting everything out except for the mission. There they are. I hear someone shout behind us. It's the Everlasting. Another person shouts. Screams erupt and spread like wildfire as the elites nearby try to close in on us. Red dots flash across Weldon's back in a deadly dance. A sniper, trying to secure a shot. Horror and fear grasp a hold of my limbs like sticky fingers trying to slow me down, but I shove it away. I can already feel the red ghost sliding across my back, whispering words of an untimely death. Saying a quick spell to shield myself, I extend it out towards Weldon, praying that it's enough to get us into the building. Keep going, I tell myself, shutting out the fear and the screams, and all the thoughts scattering like crazed maniacs inside my brain. I start zigzagging, yelling at Weldon to do the same as we approach the military compound. Citizens scatter under the orders of the elites moving in on us. Some drop to the ground, covering their heads. We aren't going to make it. Not without a fight. A gunshot goes off, and Weldon stumbles forward, trying to catch himself. Blood sprays out from his calf. Another goes off, and searing pain ignites the back of my arm. Faye! Jackson shouts in my mind. Their bullets are spelled. There's no time to think. No time to respond. Another and another and another sound off, coming from all angles, and like an instinct ingrained in me, I tug on all the energy around me, and then throw it back out as far and as wide as I can, knocking back the elites closest to us. Just enough to get us to the door. Weldon throws his flux toward the elite on the right. I'm a second behind him, aiming mine toward the elite on the left. Both fluxes land in the center of their foreheads, leaving their bodies sliding down the glass of the entrance. We don't stop to retrieve our weapons. I don't stop to mourn the fact that I just killed one of my own. Without blinking. Once inside, the lady behind the desk scrambles backward, screaming as we move toward her and take station behind the steel desk. 11 elites storm down the stairs to the right. Another handful fill the hallway toward the elevator. I manifest 2 semi-automatic pistols from my backpack, handing one to Weldon when he looks over at me. We're on the same wavelength now, fighting like we've done countless times before in simulation after simulation. Words are spoken through our exchanged glances. He winces when he crawls over to the next desk and shoves it toward the one I'm behind, building our barricade. You have to get the bullets out, Faye, Jackson says as calmly as he can. Worry and fear are embedded in his tone. I know. I've got this. Don't worry, I say, willing him to believe me. Let me fix it, I say to Weldon when he crawls back over to me. I hold my hand over his calf and say a quick healing spell, but it doesn't work. He was shot with the very same bullet that's on my necklace back with Jezzy. It's cursed, created to harm any and every foe that one of our own might stumble upon. Even demons. We have to get them out, I say, pulling on his leg. I don't waste any time waiting for his okay. I dig into the wound and, a second later, the bullet lands on the ground with a sharp, metal clink. My turn, I say, pushing my shoulder toward him. The bullet's wedged deep in my flesh, but there's no time for second thoughts. The stinging has disappeared, gone with the adrenaline now fueling my body. He looks at me, a little unsure, and then grabs my shoulder tightly, bracing me as he plunges his fingers through the hole. My teeth grind together as I see white. Almost got it, he says. Breathe, Jackson tells me, and I can almost feel him next to me, caressing the side of my face, but I'm trying not to focus on the searing pain surging through my body with Weldon's every movement. Got it, he says, pulling it out. I suck in a large breath of air just as the safeties are released on every gun in the room, breaking the sound of the rushed footsteps padding our way. I sense the amount of lead about to be released into the air, almost taste its metallic tang. Weldon loads his gun and takes aim. I do the same, peering around the corner of the desk. General Tillman steps forward, and I'm pretty sure my lungs have frozen solid. My heart bursts into flames. I turn back around, pressing my back against the backside of the desk. Of course it'd be him. Tell Weldon to find a shadow and leave, Faye. You're going to get yourself killed, Jackson says. I don't reply. My heart and my mind are playing a game of tug-of-war, and it's my mind that's going to win. I don't believe it, Tillman says from the other side of the desk. Clara said it'd only be a matter of time until you showed up. I have to admit, I didn't believe her. I mean, who in their right mind would return to their death? If you think that's why we've returned, then maybe you should have your head checked, Weldon spouts off. I peer back around the corner. Tillman's a few feet away from the desk. Unarmed. Surrender now and come with us, and no one will be harmed, he says sharply. I turn back to look at Weldon. Harmed? Weldon barks out on the edge of suppressed laughter. Don't you think it's a little late to be declaring that? Blood still pumps from his calf, smoke rising from his flesh. Don't push me, Tillman says, impatience dangling from the edges of his tone. Weldon looks over at me and rolls his eyes. He turns back to the edge of the desk and shouts out, "And where's this place you want to take us?" In his best serious voice. I'm trying to figure out how he could possibly make jokes. How he could possibly think this is funny, when there are so many men in this room that are dangerously close to losing their lives, because of me. Clara has summoned your presence. I'm afraid we'll have to pass, Weldon says snidely. And why is that? Tillman asks, stepping closer to the desk. Because, despite the fact that I'm incredibly strong and swift, I'm a highly superstitious person, Dullman. And one of my many, very unfortunate superstitions involves your conniving high priestess. I can only see Clara when I'm wearing my blue underwear, and today, I chose red. So you see, it can't happen, or I'll be jinxed. No one laughs except Weldon, and the sound is uncomfortably brittle. I drop my head and squeeze my eyes shut, not knowing if I want to laugh or scream at him. He's the only person I've ever met that makes me feel such contradicting emotions at the exact same time. Tillman's tone is solidly neutral when he finally speaks. Almost pleasantly even. He could be granting us safe passage with the ease and comfort at which he delivers his next sentence with a steady smile. We've been given the go-ahead to secure your presence however necessary. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Faye, I'm serious. You both need to leave, Jackson says sharply. Jackson, I know you're worried, but I need you to trust me, okay? I can handle this. He doesn't respond, but he doesn't leave my mind either, and I'm grateful for his trust. Tillman and Weldon are still bantering, but I tune them out, closing my eyes. I inhale deeply. One by one, the energy of everyone in the room forms in front of me, just waiting to be harvested. I zero in on Tillman and the 5 men he brought with him. With one hard, swift tug, I bring them to their knees. I open my eyes and, slowly, I stand. Every gun in the room focuses on me. Faye, no. Jackson says. This is what's going to happen, I say, squeezing my fist, which makes a loud cry erupt from every elite under my grip. You're going to hold your fire and let us pass. Weldon stands up next to me, unsteady at first. Neat Tillman tries to mutter out, but I squeeze harder and he falls flat against his face, unable to mutter another word. If you don't let us pass, you will all end up like him. I connect eyes with as many elites as I can, ensuring that they hear my threat through and through. They don't lower their weapons. They're brainwashed. They're warped, seeing me as an enemy. Seeing me as a threat. And maybe I am. Weldon's head jerks to the window. Faye, we have to move. Hundreds are approaching outside, he says under his breath. It only takes me a split second to decide what needs to happen next. There's no time for second guessing. No time to question what's wrong or what's right. Without an apology, I grab a hold of all the energy around me and tug hard, smiling as their power slams into me and levels them. Every elite in sight falls face first against the ground, unconscious. Weldon doesn't waste a second. Let's go, he says, moving around the desk. He's hopping over bodies, searching for ground to step on. Did you kill them? He asks, looking me right in the eye. Shock slams against my skull. No. Just knocked them out. Good. We reach the glass elevator as the elites from outside storm through the entrance. Weldon's face pales a little as he presses the button. The metal doors slide open and we rush in, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. Sterling's floor. Bullets race through the air in our direction, all trying to get ahead of the other. All seeking a body to penetrate. Faye, use your magic. Don't just rely on your hunter skills. Magic can transform anything, Jezzy says through our connection. Her voice almost startles me. I tried using magic. The shield didn't work. Magic isn't just for shields. You have to be smarter than their spells. Think defense, not offense, she says. We're witches, Faye. We make water from thin air. We turn toads into princes. Weldon grabs my arm and shakes me one good time. Are you listening? The bodies will stall them long enough to get us to his room, he says, pulling the bag from my shoulders. He digs through the contents, loading up on guns and fluxes. Once on the floor, we make 2 rights and a left, okay? I nod. Bullets pierce through the glass, shattering it. We both drop and cover our heads. Jessie's words crowd every open space in my mind, almost as if she's really here. Toads into princes, I think to myself, and in a flash of a second, I say a spell, turning the glass into tiny butterflies and the bullets into flies. Quick thinking. I like it, Weldon says, throwing me a swift smile before spitting off a fly that had landed on the outside of his lips. Thanks. I'm surprised by how calm my voice sounds. How in control I am despite the small shudders of panic pulsing in the depths of me. An ear-piercing alarm rings through the air. The elevator stops, the lights switch off, and emergency lighting flashes in and out. The robotic woman's voice pelts out through the small speakers. All Coven members, please exit the building at this time. This is not a drill. An armed threat has breached the parameters. Please find the nearest exit and proceed with caution. There's a short pause, and then the alarm resumes. All Coven members. We stop for nothing, Weldon shouts over the alarm, his face coming in and out with the vanishing light. He stands and points to the service hatch. I send a small blast of magic up, knocking it open. He smiles at me, and then continues, take out any in the way by whatever means necessary. Clara has to be close by now. If I see her, I'm taking her out, I say, gripping my flux as he braces my waist to lift me up. No, he says firmly, piercing me with his sharp, golden gaze. We need her alive. She knows the whereabouts of your parents and Claire. His truth is like the searing side of a pan pressed against my face. It's like having my hands, my feet, my face, and my heart submerged in fiery coals. I exhale forcefully. Bite down on the inside of my cheek to keep from cursing. The force in his eyes dissolves. I know, he says, reading me so well. It pisses me off too. He grips my waist again, and then lifts me into the air. I plant my hands firmly around the edges of the small hole and push up, pulling myself through. When I'm lying flat against the top of the elevator, I extend my hand to him. He grabs my bag and takes my hand. I pull him up, using every last ounce of strength. I call on my volation, but there's nothing to pull from. Nothing but Weldon's energy, and we can't afford that right now. Use your volation, he says on a groan, dangling halfway in the air. Can't, I strain out. They did something to the air. I feel the fibers in my muscles stretching past their limits and, still, I pull. Use your magic, Faye, Jessie whispers in the back of my mind. Right. Magic. With one last, deep inhale, I spell him to be as light as a feather and lift, pulling him the rest of the way up. He rolls onto his back. You're getting better with the spells. It's not my go-to, but it does make it easier. Thank, Jessie. He looks at me funny, and then says, oh, right. The connection. He points to my forehead. Jackson in there too? I nod and he grins, making kissy faces near my eyeballs. I shove him back. Knock it off, I say, laughing despite not wanting to. The heaters have flicked on in my cheeks. Oh, look, there you go, getting all embarrassed on me again, he says, chuckling to himself as he stands. He offers me a hand. Ready? I nod, and then he turns for the makeshift ladder. Good thing our floor is right above us. He climbs the 3 steps, and then makes quick work of pulling apart the metal doors of the elevator to the 3rd floor. By the time I'm beside him, he slides the doors all the way open. 2 elites are aimed at Weldon. He ducks and rams one, while I aim for the other, my flux striking him in the thigh. The elite slams back against the wall, aiming for me, but I'm quicker, and tug on his energy hard enough to knock him out. Weldon stands from the other elite he punched to sleep. Let's go. We head down the hallway that flashes in and out under the emergency lighting and make our first right. Immediately, we notice something off. There are no elites. Not a single soul nearby. We take the other right and head down the long stretch of hallway, passing room after room, which were the same rooms I was placed in to be studied. To be tortured. We're feet away from the left turn when I make my first mistake. I look into the viewing window to one of the rooms. Long, brown hair is splayed out against a cold, metal table. High-pitched screams that I've only ever heard once before, the night the werewolves attacked all the novices in the enchanted forest during the trial back at the academy. The head on the table turns toward the window, almost as if she knew I was there, and the pink scar clawed across her face nearly drops me to my knees. Katie? No. My insides slam against the side of my body from the impact of this realization. My guts shred into nothing. I can't catch a breath. Not a single one. I'm not sure I ever even knew how to breathe as my lungs wheeze, fighting for air. Not Katie. Not Katie. She can't have Katie. Faye, remember where you are, Jackson says to me through our connection, his tone like a whip snapping me back in place. Stay on task. I lean against the wall, using my hand to hold me up, scared my knees will collapse as the earth shudders and sways beneath my feet. I'm not leaving her here. You can't leave her, Jesse says. 4 words pour liquid gratitude into my tear ducts. Cripple my heart with appreciation. I squeeze my eyes shut. Reach for the door handle. Someone's hand wraps around my arm, and my eyes shoot open. Weldon. He yanks hard enough to force me to look at him. His golden eyes are hard and firm, squaring on me with discipline. We have to keep moving, Faye. We don't have time. This is a trap. I can't make sense of his words. I don't understand how anyone could possibly think I'd ever even consider leaving her in that room. There's a fire building inside of me. It's spreading through my veins, coursing through my blood, ready to take out anyone who tries to stop me. I yank away from him and scowl, ensuring he sees my disappointment before turning the handle. Damn it all to hell, I hear him mutter as he hurries in behind me. Please. Someone. Help me. She's screaming out, over and over again. Katie, I say again as I rush over to her, dropping my bag to the floor. She's wearing a paper-thin, ashen gown. Blood coats the edges of her mouth and above her eyebrow. Marks the color of coffee and plums litter the outside of her body. Some in the shape of fingers, and others the size of $half. She looks thinner than I remember. Paler. Faye? My throat is crammed full of pointy feathers. My heart constricts. I grab her hand and squeeze. I'm here, I say, reaching for the straps fastened across her chest and waist. Weldon moves swiftly to the other side and makes quick work of releasing the other end for me. When she's free, I help her up to a sitting position, and then she throws her arms around my neck, squeezing me tighter than she ever has before. I've missed you so much, Faye. I thought they told me you were gone. They told me so many things. So many horrible, horrible things, and I didn't tell them anything. She pulls back, her eyes wild and watery. I swear. I never broke, Faye. I swear it. I pull her tighter against me as both our tears pour freely. Run my hand down the back of her hair. I know you didn't. You're too strong. Faye, Weldon says. I know what he wants. To keep moving. I pull back. Can you walk? Katie nods. I say a quick healing spell, watching the marks slowly leave her body. Wishing my magic had the power to heal the marks that have surely been placed on her soul. They have Chet, she says the moment her feet touch the ground. He's here, but he's out of my reach. I can't use my magic. I manifest a pair of sweatpants and a sweater for her. Weldon turns around as she makes quick work of dressing. When she's finished, Weldon walks back around and stops in front of her. Katie, isn't it? She nods. Look, he says, resting a hand on her shoulder and leveling his gaze on her. We can't risk saving him too. As it is, this is probably a trap. Katie eyes his hand on her shoulder and then looks back up at him. Her face slowly shifts from scared to fearless. To the Katie I know. Weldon, isn't it? He smirks. I don't know about you, but where I come from, we leave no one behind. Clara has my parents too. She has most everyone who's involved in the rebellion led by Mac. Without even looking, I sense more elites heading toward us. I can see their energy. 4 witches and 4 hunters, heading our way, I say, looking over at Weldon. I weave a barrier along the front wall. We have to move. The barrier I threw up won't hold against all of their magic. Gunshots slam against the glass. The elite witches are already tearing at my barrier. Weldon curses under his breath, and I sense what comes next. The heartbreak my friend will have to endure. Sorry, but you're already one too many, Katie, he says, seriously this time. He grabs my shoulder, and when the lights flicker back off, he pulls us into a shadow. Katie isn't prepared for it. She's screaming and punching, and she doesn't stop until we emerge on the other side, just feet away from General Sterling's private quarters. I grab her fists to steady her, using my magic to seal off her cries. Elites are everywhere. Gunshots and shouts of magic hurl through the air toward us, and panic has shaken me awake. No. The lights flicker again, and Weldon pulls us back into a shadow. Use your magic to hide us, he says inside the shadow. They're using counter spells, Weldon. They're expecting that. Damn it. I told you saving her was a bad idea. He pinches his forehead. Please, Katie says, looking all around, tucking herself against me. Get us out of here. I'm trying to get us out of this whole damn city alive. Weldon shouts. He takes a few steps forward, and then looks to the right. I think I can get us right outside of his door. Make them see us somewhere else. Can you do that? Jesse pushes a spell through my mind and I nod, knowing that I can hold it for at least a few seconds. I close my eyes, quickly say the words, and wait 2 seconds before telling him to move. If I did it right, the elites should be moving to the hallway across from us. If I did it wrong, we're screwed. Go, I say, hoping against all hope. We appear on the other side of the hall, right across from Sterling's door. The bullets have stopped. The footsteps are retreating. Good job, Weldon says, smiling at me. He takes a step and, without warning, a door opens from behind us. The edge of it slams against my shoulder and I stumble back, trying to catch my footing as sharp, shooting pains slice up my neck and into my temples. Don't move, Jackson says. Whoever it is probably isn't even aware of hitting you. I freeze in place, pressing myself against the wall. Weldon does the same, holding Katie in place. The sound of heels curve around the door. The blood slowly drains from my whole body as I realize who it is. Clara. My mind deserts me and my heart hardens into a steel fist that wants to reach right out to strike her down on the spot. She has an elite on either side of her, decked out in all black with guns at the ready. She's in the same white suit with her raven hair pinned back in her usual fashion. An aura of black circles around her being, mixing with every menacing color imaginable. I swear her aura alone sucks the light from around me. Steals the air from my lungs. I'm holding my breath. Clenching every muscle. Biting down on my tongue until I taste blood. Fighting back the urge to pounce on her. Faye, no. Jackson says desperately. I can almost see him running with nowhere to go. No way to stop me. I can't make my eyes leave her form as she walks past me. Hatred flushes my skin, warming my muscles. I should kill her. Drop her and her guards right here, right now. I could. Easily. I step forward, hands out at my sides. Energy builds within my palms, reaching out for her soul. Starving for stolen power. Itching to finish what I was unable to back in the courtroom barely a week ago. She stops. Turns. I swear she sees me, but it doesn't scare me like it should. I feel alive in her blind curiosity and in knowing that I could end her life at any moment. I think her lavender eyes are on mine when she lifts her head as if she's sniffing. Do you smell magic? She asks, her eyebrows creasing. Both guards follow her, sniffing the air, looking around them. No, the one on the right says. Maybe, the one on the left says. The one closest to me. It's a witch. I smile as the rage continues to build in me, ready to lash out, but then Weldon locks his arm around mine, squeezing so tight it burns. His darkness enters my veins, paralyzing me. Preventing me from doing anything. I turn just enough to see the shadows in his eyes. To see the monstrous form his demon half takes. Don't do anything, Faye. You kill her, and you kill our chance at finding out what happened to your parents. She's the only one that knows, Jackson says. I shake my head against his words as my heart rips violently in half. I hear the blood pumping through my veins, crowding out his voice, filling with the screams of the damned. Why does he have to be right? Why can't I give in just this once and have my revenge? She takes a step in my direction, and Weldon pulls harder against the wall, as if he's trying to tuck us into it. She keeps moving forward and I have to shut my eyes against the harsh, powdery scent of her perfume that causes my stomach to roll in waves. I swear I smell the everlasting, she says, her eyes moving all around me. She lifts her hands. Reaches out. Weldon's grip tightens as I prepare myself to take action. To kill if need be. But then a familiar voice sounds behind us, and her hand retreats. Are we still on for the meeting? Sterling asks from outside his doorway. The three of us are statues still, listening to the deafening sound of our beating hearts. Noon, Clara says, looking in his direction. She straightens her jacket. I suggest you be on time this time. The others are beginning to think that you're a double agent. Sterling snorts. Anything to stir up gossip. She stares at him for a moment and, in her eyes, I know she sees him as a threat. It's the same way she looks at everyone who isn't nestled comfortably under her thumb. "Mm," she says under her breath. "The everlasting is here. She's with that pestering half-breed. Have you seen her?" "Last I heard, they were stuck in the elevator shaft," the general replies coolly. "They broke into one of my facilities and took a prisoner of war from me. They were just spotted a hallway across from us." "Do you have any idea where they might be headed?" "Home, I would assume," the general says. "Sounds to me like they got what they wanted." She doesn't say anything for a moment. Just stares at him. "She's still in this building. Alert me if you see her." He nods. "Good day, General." She turns back to her men, and they fall back in line. Air rushes out of me as soon as she disappears around the corner. Seconds tick by as my legs try to regain feeling. They're heavy. Solid. Filled with every pent-up emotion. That was easy. Almost too easy, but I don't have time to digest it because the general unlocks his door and Weldon rushes us through it before it slides shut behind us. His room is the total opposite of what I thought it'd be. It's messy. Lived in. Clothes are strewn everywhere. Pictures of a woman who I assume was his partner fill every blank space on the walls. Her skin is the color of mocha. Her long, dark hair trails down past her waist. A large corkboard with photos of unfamiliar faces and maps hangs above his small desk. "You shouldn't be here," Sterling says with his back facing us, fiddling with something in his hands. "How did you?" Weldon begins to say. The general turns around and sets his gun down on the desk, aimed at the door. "I told you," he says, staring right in my direction. "Having lost powers makes your senses stronger. I smelled the blood from your lunch on you. I smelled the charge in the air from her. It has a distinct scent. Power unlike anything I've ever smelt before." He sits on a chair at his desk and reaches for a rolled-up paper. "You came. You told me to find you," I say, stepping forward, dropping the spell. "I did," he agrees. "I'm glad you came. And I'm glad you're all right." He looks over my shoulder at Katie. "And I see you've managed to save one. Are you a part of the rebellion?" Weldon asks hastily, watching the screen by his door that shows right outside Sterling's room. "Can we trust you?" "Hello to you too," Sterling replies, leaning back in his chair. Weldon turns to look at him, eyes flat. "Yes," Sterling says, his gaze serious. "Stern. And I'm under strict orders by Maddock that should you return, I am to warn you against breaking the unholy seal. If you do, if you cut the ties to the one thing keeping the paranormal from walking freely amongst the humans, then you cut the funds that keep our coven going." "What are you talking about?" I ask, eyebrows scrunched. "The proclamation. In the agreement met with the United Nations, it was said that so long as we remained hidden, they would fund our coven to protect the humans. If we break that agreement, then they take away our only means of living. Before we knew Clara had turned dark, we figured the priesthood knew what they were doing. We didn't think twice about the proclamation. But now we're going to need those funds if we're going to maintain this coven after we overthrow Clara." "Is that the plan for the rebellion? To bring Clara down?" I ask, feeling hope trickle through the holes in my heart. He nods. "But what about the exanimator?" "We can't get rid of Clara without getting rid of the Darkins, and they run off the exanimator locked in the underground," Weldon reminds us. "That was the whole point of breaking both the seals, so we could find a way into the underground and be rid of the Darkins once and for all." "And we have thought of all of this, Weldon," Sterling says. "We've spent years perfecting our strategy, and we've finally reached a point where we think we're ready. Ready to take out both the Darkins and Clara at the same time." "How?" I ask. "There may be another way into the underground," Sterling says with a small smile. He hands me the rolled-up piece of paper. "This is all I have for now. It's a map of the location where the hole left from Morden and Bael's deal is. I'm gathering intel on the rest of the mission now." "Where are you staying?" "We can't tell you that," Weldon says evenly. The general nods. "Right. Listen, I'll find a way to leak a signal to you when I have more information through the Night Watchmen news. When you see it, we'll meet here on the rooftop, and I'll give you the rest of the plans." "We should meet outside of the city," Weldon says, moving to stand next to me. "Can't. They're already watching me like a hawk. But the roof is clear." A knock sounds at the door. We all turn to find Clara and 5 elites with guns aimed at the door through the small screen on Sterling's wall. "Open up," Clara says murderously. "I know she's in there." "Oh no," I say. "Don't worry about me. I can handle her." Just get out of here safely, the general says, grabbing his gun off the table. Shut the lights off, Weldon says. I need a shadow. The general reaches for the light switch. Clara's banging on the door, motioning for an elite. Bullets tear into the walls, seeking us out. The lights go out. I'll send word as soon as I can, the general says before Weldon pulls me into a shadow. Katie's in tears by the time we cross back into the kitchen of the manor. Everyone's there, waiting by the kitchen table, though no one's sitting. Jackson rushes over to me the moment we cross. I set the map down on the table and sink into him when he pulls me into a tight hug. He doesn't have to say anything to tell me all that he's feeling, because I feel it too. I know how close we came to destruction. Katie's right behind me, still clutching onto my shirt. She's making small sniffling noises, and each one puts another crack in my heart. Presents. Gavin says loudly as he reaches across the table for the map. He doesn't waste any time unrolling it. Cassie grabs apples from the basket and sets them on the corners of the large paper. Weldon falls into a chair next to Jesse, digging his hand through his hair. That was too close for my taste, he says as she hands him an already poured glass of blood. She was waiting for him, I think, just as anxiously as Jackson waited for me. I turn to Katie and grab her hand. She's trying to look anywhere but in the direction of people, but I can see her brown eyes are rimmed in red. I look back at Jackson, who's cataloging my appearance, taking note of every bruise. Every bloodstain. Your wound isn't fully healed, he says, lightly touching my shoulder. It's then that pain decides it's time for me to feel. Sharp pains lance through my entire body with every movement. I'm fine, I lie through gritted teeth. There wasn't enough time. I close my eyes and say a quick healing spell, feeling the hole in my arm weave back together and the tethers of tenderness and discomfort slowly subside. Jesse, check Weldon's calf, please. She nods and goes right to work, not giving him a chance to fuss at her. I'm going to take Katie upstairs for a minute, I say quietly, finding Jackson's green eyes. Sterling gave me a map. You can go over that in the meantime. He nods, and then turns away, giving Katie the space she needs. I make quick work of guiding her down the hallway and up the stairs. She never stops to ask me where we are. Never stops to take in the haunting beauty of this house. I can't leave him there, Faye, she says, panicked, the minute I close the door to my room behind us. We have to go back. We have to. She moves to the chaise lounge by the window and sits, pulling her knees up to her chest. She's holding herself so tightly, as if she's afraid she might fall apart if she lets go. I pull the curtains open, letting the morning light in. We'll go back, Katie. I swear. We just have to figure a few things out first. I sit across from her, crossing my legs in front of me. You'll see. Weldon's a great asset. He's an awesome partner. And Gavin and Jackson are good with formulating plans. And Cassie and Jesse are stellar witches. They'll help us. We'll get everyone back. You sound so sure. Clara's a monster, and she has so many under her command now. She sniffs and looks up at me. I don't know how I can feel like I'm staring at a stranger who looks and sounds like the girl I grew up with. There's a hardness in her eyes that wasn't there the last time I saw her, so many months ago. There are memories and stories, and so many unshared secrets between us. It feels so heavy. I smile at her. She smiles back. Neither smile reaches our eyes. It's not going to be easy, I say, but that's not going to stop us. It goes quiet, and I count the seconds while my brain scrambles for something to say. Anything. The right thing, but she's staring at me like I'm an outsider. Like this is the first time we've met, and we know absolutely nothing about each other. And maybe we don't. At least, not anymore. I almost jump when she finally speaks. My father told me you were doing good. Her words barely lift over the sound of the ceiling fan twirling above us. My forehead scrunches. He said he saw you a while ago. That you were training and coming into your own. He said you were powerful. I don't like the way my body heats up. The way I feel almost embarrassed to admit what I've finally come to accept. How I feel like I'm sitting in front of someone I don't know, having to explain who I am and what I can do. There's so much that has happened. So much I wanted to tell you, she says, almost as if she's borrowing the words straight from my mouth. But it's her next words that freeze my heart in place. I hated you. For a long time. I'm stunned silent. Shot in the heart by her admittance. Gutted by her careless words that cut deeper than any blade could. And she doesn't stop there. I hated that you were off in Ethereal City, living this grand life, while I was stuck at the academy, duking it out with all the other novices and praying the Darkins didn't attack us again. praying that by some miracle, their attacks wouldn't finally be enough to break down the magical barricade. And praying that my parents wouldn't be one of the many affinity partners killed while trying to stop them. My body is as stiff as a metal pole. My life wasn't grand, I sputter, gaping at her as the burners in my cheek flip on high. It was anything but grand, Katie. And I did everything I could, I'm still doing everything I can, to see an end to the Darkins. Still, she says carelessly, her gaze dropping to the floor. You got out. And you did it without me. I look out the window as my pulse beats through my ears. As my thoughts scrabble through shock, anger, and betrayal. Words, they're rushing up my throat like acid. They're stomping against my tongue like tiny soldiers, ready for battle. But my lips remain shut. They remain loyal to my heart, even though my mind is pushing hard to fight back. I did what I was forced to do, Katie. I had no choice. She looks back out the window and, still, I press on. You really don't know what you're talking about. Then tell me, she says hotly, glaring at me. Tell me why you so quickly forgot about our promise to each other? About remaining friends? Swallowing thickly, I try to keep my temper in check. I close my eyes as I search for strength. Images of everything that has happened pass through my mind like a ghost train. Pain that I've tried to ignore surfaces. That nightmare you're worried about. About being attacked by Darkins. About your parents being taken, maybe even killed, I say through my teeth. I've lived it, Katie, am still living it. The Darkins attacked us when I was forced to find and put together the dagger of retribution. I barely made it out of that situation alive. Bael tried to take me with him to the underground, but Weldon was able to save me. And then we were summoned to Ethereal City, where I was experimented on and tortured by Clara. When I was released from her, I found out that she had something to do with my parents' disappearance. Apparently, they had found out about her dealing with the Darkins, and Clara had to cover her tracks. I tried to take her down, but once again, I was forced to break the Holy Seal and she was released. After that, we barely made it out of that courtroom with our heads. Jackson and the rest have been banished to the underground. They can never return. And me, I was sentenced to the correctional facility. And I still have more to do. I still have so much left to go through, because my parents are still out there, maybe dead, maybe alive, and our people are dying left and right while Clara destroys this coven from the inside out. If you think that's glamorous, well, then, I break off. Pace across the room. I'm so mad and upset, and I feel so used and so misunderstood. I feel betrayed by her. Betrayed by the fact that she thinks I actually wanted any of this. I feel like I'm standing in front of a jury. Like I'm defending my honor. Not like how I'm supposed to feel. Not open, honest, and without shame. Not like she's my best friend. Faye, I'm sorry, she says, her voice faltering. This is all just so not how I pictured our life panning out at this age. And I've missed you. So much it hurts. I feel so disconnected from you. I suck in a deep breath, wishing it would cleanse the disappointment from my system. I do too, I admit. It sucks. She pulls her legs back in and turns to the window as silence creeps in between us. I sit on the edge of the bed. Stare at the door, wishing I knew how to go back. How to make our friendship what it once was. But people change. Things happen to us and we change, and if you aren't moving at the same pace, then sometimes, those friends can be left behind. Sometimes, there's no way to go back. Because life isn't an hourglass you can just flip over when time runs out. It's constantly moving. Constantly turning. And I don't know if I can find my way back to her. A knock sounds on the door, and then Jackson pokes his head in. Can I talk to you for a second? I look over at Katie, who's still staring out the window, and then quickly make my way across the room. After shutting the door behind me, he pulls me back against the wall. He's pulling at his ear, his face as pale as a ghost. Everything going okay? He asks me, shifting in his stance. He looks somewhat uncomfortable, restless even. Or maybe just anxious. As okay as they can be, I say, watching his movements with narrowed eyes. What's wrong? His gaze stops ping-ponging around me and locks on mine. He pulls in a deep breath, and then slowly releases it. My mom is coming. Like right now. When you were gone, Gavin ran into her outside and agreed for her to come by tonight to explain everything that had happened. Oh. Are you okay? I ask, running my hand down his arm. His eyebrows bunch together. He rubs his fingers across his forehead as if the very motion itself will dispel all the pent-up emotions he has stored within his steel walls. Honestly? I don't know. I'm a little bit of everything right now, and I'm trying to do what Gavin told me, which is to take it 1 second at a time and hear her out. Give her a shot. That's good advice, I say quietly. He looks down at me. Yeah, maybe for someone who's in better control of their emotions. You are in control. He shrugs dismissively. I see it as, the worst that can happen is I don't forgive her. At least then, I won't have to forgive myself for never giving her a chance. Right? He's looking at me with eyebrows raised. Waiting for me to tell him how to get through this. To give him strength. It's a strange feeling. A good strange to be needed this way, by him. I kiss his cheek. His lips. Wait for that moment when his body relaxes, and then my soul smiles, knowing that with me, he is safe. With me, he can be more than he thinks he is, because he sees it reflecting in my gaze. It sounds to me like you already have a pretty good handle on it. He sighs. I guess we'll find out. He glances at the door to our room. Jesse agreed to move downstairs so Katie can have this room. He's pointing to the room next to ours. I figured she'd want to stay close to you, especially since she doesn't really know any of us. I drop my gaze and try to swallow past the bed of rocks lodged in my throat. I'm not so sure I really know her anymore either. He pulls me into a hug, and it takes all my strength to keep from crying. To keep from spilling out just how far away I feel from the one person I used to tell all my deepest, darkest secrets to. It's like realizing the world is round after I told everyone it was flat. Like being stuck in a freezing cold room with no way out. It's paralyzing. Earth-shattering. This wasn't how I imagined our reunion would be. There's so much that happened, so much that she doesn't understand. So much that I don't understand about her. How can I look at her and feel like I'm home, but also like I'm standing in the presence of a stranger all at the same time? He runs his hands over the back of my head, holding me close. She's just in shock right now. Her partner was left behind. Give it some time. I pull back to look at him, closing my eyes when he presses his lips against mine. Just as much as I root him, he roots me. We keep each other from falling, slipping, diving into a world neither of us wants to be in. They have more than just Chet. They have her parents too. She said they have everyone involved with the rebellion. His entire body tenses up like a board of wood. Mac. He opens the door, and Katie jolts upright out of her seat. Do they have Mac too? Her face falls, and every painful emotion you can feel buries the green in his eyes. None of us left Ethereal City on good terms with Mac, mostly because of his own doings, but that still doesn't change the fact that he was Jackson's elder. He was a large part of Jackson's life for a very long time, almost like a father. And Clara knew it. I should have known. I have to tell Weldon. He turns and heads out of the room, rushing down the stairs. I'm a million different emotions, floating out of reach. Floating far away. Jessie's moving her things out of the room next to this one. You can sleep there for now, I say to Katie, turning for the door. Do you need or want anything? She's holding her arm pinned to her side. To start over, she says, tears in her voice. We got off on the wrong foot. My arms and legs feel like 1,000-pound weights. My brain feels like it's been ran over by a freight truck filled with every horror I've ever dreaded. It's okay, I say with a fading smile. You're going through a lot. I'm here for you, Katie. Swear. She wipes at her nose. Thanks. Do you want to be introduced to everyone? Not just yet. I'd like to get a shower maybe. Change? I palm my forehead. Of course. Sorry. You can use my shower. Soap and everything is in there. I point to the closet. I've manifested a few outfits, so feel free to scavenge through. Thanks, she says with a half smile. I nod and head out of the room in search of Jackson, trying to leave the confusion and awkward feelings behind. But I've never been good at lying to myself. Not about what I feel. I feel it all too much, and I swallow it down and let it burrow into my soul as I push through the kitchen door and find Weldon shoving his way out the back door, cursing loudly. This is 7 levels of fucked up, Gavin says, nostrils flaring. She has them all. I know she does. All who? I ask, moving to sit next to Jackson at the table where the map is still stretched out. Everyone who freaking matters, that's who, he answers, plunging his hands through his hair. Jonathan, Mac, Seamus, all of them. We have to go back, Jessie says, rubbing her temples. We have no choice now, Dot. We can't go back, Cassie says. We need more men. More fighters, Gavin says. He slams his fists against the head of the kitchen table. Damn it. You know damn well there will be an army waiting for us if we go back. We're not just fighting the Darkins anymore. Jesse's head falls. Jackson stands rigid, legs planted wide as he stares at the table, cracking his knuckles. This shitstorm just hit an all-new high, Gavin says, eyes tight, even for me. While everyone banters back and forth, my eyes center on Weldon on the back porch. He's pacing back and forth, talking to himself. His thoughts are somewhere else, miles and miles from where we are. Probably locked away, just like his brother. Ages pass as I feel the little bit of hope I had clung to slip away. When Weldon finally storms back through the kitchen door, the entire room stops mid-sentence. He walks up to the table. Presses his palms against it. His head is bowed, his eyes clenched shut. I can link with him. We've always been able to, even sometimes when we were in the underground. It's a twin thing. You sure? Gavin asks subtly. Weldon looks up, his face a torturous mix of emotions that I can barely stand to look at. He's my brother, he says, his voice cracking in half. And with that, he pushes off the table and heads back out the back door, out into the dimming sky. Silence follows his exit. No one knows what to say anymore. Gavin falls back down into his chair. Jessie heads over to the sink where the window is, messing with the dishes while her gaze scans after him. Jackson takes a seat next to me and starts chewing on his nails. It remains like this for a few minutes. Heavy. Grim. Our loud thoughts are the only thing filling this room, until Jessie drops a plate in the sink, the loud, ceramic smack cutting through the silence. Cassie looks over at her. Something is in the air, but I can't put my finger on it. An energy I've sensed before. Jessie turns and looks at Jackson. I hate to break up this joyous moment, but we need to focus on the matter at hand, she says. Which one? Gavin says with a shaky laugh. Take your pick. Your mother, she says bluntly. She's here. Both Jackson and Gavin look up at her. Here? Gavin says. Like here? Yes. Like right outside the front door. Isn't it weird how you can wake up with a plan about how your day will go, and then, little by little, the universe decides to remind you that you can plan all you want, but there are forces much larger than us, with entirely different plans than what we had in store for ourselves. Because it keeps happening to me, over and over, and my patience is wearing thin. All I can think is that the universe must get a good laugh watching us as we scramble to find our balance after it delivers earthquake after earthquake. Despair after despair. Crippling our bones until we're stripped bare and left digging through the sandbox, searching for the millions of pieces of ourselves that seem to slip into its own Bermuda Triangle. And maybe that is what's so good about the future. So promising about the one thing we cannot predict. Not knowing what's in store makes it easier to breathe in and breathe out. Being blind to what's coming in some way shields us from living day in and day out in total and complete fear. It makes every moment that much more precious. That much more valuable. Gavin looks up at Jackson, who's looking back at him, mildly horrified. Slightly scared. His face is so pale that it's almost transparent, and his heart is practically beating out of his chest. I want to reach for him, but my hands have gone numb. The room, it's suddenly so cold. No one knows what to say. We all knew this was coming, but now that it's here, I don't think any of us quite know how to feel. Gavin is the first to make a move. I wouldn't expect less from him. In a way, he's always been like a leader to us. An anchor we would drift away without. He unfolds his hand, placing a fist against his palm, and lifts an eyebrow in Jackson's direction. You win, I get the door. I win, you get the door, he says, trying to make light of the situation, though the humor is devoid in his voice. He's guiding Jackson. Walking him through this monumental moment. They both look at each other like the world is splitting open right in front of them, but they have all the strength in the world to withstand the fall because, together, they will make it through. I half expect Jackson to curse at him for making a joke out of something that's clearly eating him alive, but he doesn't. And that's the beauty of their relationship. It isn't for me to know how Jackson will respond. How Gavin should or shouldn't treat him, because they know each other deeper than most of us know ourselves. Jackson inhales and holds his hands out and, on three, they play their sacred, misunderstood game of rock, paper, scissors. Gavin has a rock. Jackson has scissors. Jackson curses under his breath against Gavin's taunting laughter, and then smooths his hair back. He tugs on the hem of his shirt. Swallows down the need to back out. He looks down at me, steel in his eyes, and then heads out of the kitchen with purpose in his steps. I follow behind him, just as curious and nervous. Time seems to slow and speed up as he approaches the door. He doesn't wait for the rest as they file out of the kitchen behind us. When he reaches for the door handle, his hand hovers over it. A million emotions settle in his features. With a deep breath, he twists the handle and the door swings open. The hairs on my arms rise as warning signals flare up inside me. Something is wrong, off, not the way it should be. It's like a sudden chill in the air on a hot summer day. Like a blue sky turning green right before a tornado forms. There she is at the bottom of the steps, standing with her hands clasped in front of her and her face shielded under an intricately detailed gold and royal blue cloak. But it's what's standing behind her that has the hunter in me itching for my flux. The muscles in me flexing for release. Werewolves. I smell them. Sense them. Taste the darkness in them. But they don't look like werewolves. At least, not like any I've ever seen before. I quickly count 6 behind Evangeline. There's a black one who looks more human than werewolf, with a snout instead of a nose, and golden eyes. On one side of her is a dark brown man with the arms and legs of a werewolf, standing upright on his hind legs. On the other side is a woman who looks of mixed race with cinnamon-colored skin and Ethiopian-like features. Freckles cover her quaint face and on down her arms. Her hands are claws and her feet are like that of a wolf. Behind them is a man with long, flowing, sandy blonde hair, yet his legs and arms are like a wolf and he's on all fours, pacing back and forth, growling through his snout. Next to him is a woman with a snout the color of gold. I smell the primeval in all of them. That must be why they're all mismatched versions of werewolves. Misfits, just like Weldon and me. But that isn't what catches my eye. It's the small wolf tucked right behind Evangeline's legs, peering hesitantly at us. Her coat is the color of cream with tiny cinnamon speckles underneath her eyes. She carries a strong scent of werewolf. She's more wolf than the rest, being completely shifted. Every fiber in my body is yelling and screaming at me to attack. To vanquish the very kind that are responsible for scarring Katie's face. But no one else moves. I turn. Jackson is frozen in place, staring at the tall, slender-framed woman. She pushes her hood back. Long, flowing, brown hair is kept pinned out of her face. Eyes like Jackson's pass over me before landing on him. The same hardened, green eyes Jackson once had. Her hands are pressed to the sides of her cloak, her fingers flexing and releasing, like she's unsure of what will happen. Unsure if she should even be here. She takes a small, hesitant step forward. "Hello, Jackson," she says, her voice surprisingly soft and melodic. Seconds march between them, armed with weapons loaded with every pent-up emotion he's ever felt. He stumbles down a step. And then another. And another, until he's standing right in front of her, staring at her as if she's going to vanish at any moment. Gazing at her as if he's just encountered the bogeyman that's been hiding in his closet all these years, and he realizes now that she isn't as bad and as scary as he thought she would be. She's just a person, just like him. Flesh and blood. Mistakes and empty promises. Mom? She reaches out. It's been far too long. I know. The fabric of her cloak has slid back on her arm, bearing an ugly scar that looks oddly like a marring of teeth marks. Like she was bitten. I think my heart is going to explode in pain, because I'm sure it can't contain the amount of all-consuming emotions it's feeling right now. I can't keep my eyes off him as she waits for him to say something. Anything. You. He looks down at the scar on her arm, down at her feet, at the small wolf looking up at him with bright, curious eyes, and then back up at her. You're a werewolf. She takes another step toward him. Look at how you've grown. How handsome you are. So much like your father, yet I see so much of myself in you. Words can't express how proud I am of you. Of the man you've become. And how proud I know your father would have been. She takes another step in his direction. Reaches her hand out toward him, but he backs away from her. Shakes his head like he's trying to make sense of her words, and I'm trying so hard to swallow the lump in my throat that's trying to choke me. Jackson, please. If you'll just let me explain. His hands fly up by his ears as his face screws up with so many emotions. Anger. Hurt. Betrayal. Loss. Confusion. But most of all, fear. Fear that his illusions of how this moment would go, of what her reasons would be for leaving, wouldn't be strong enough to shatter the walls he's so carefully built. But being bitten? Being forced to turn into something against her will? How can you blame her for that? She follows his movements. Moves closer, looking like it's taking all of her strength to keep from wrapping her arms around him. To keep from protecting him from this hurt she knows he's lived with for far too long. This can't be happening right now. He grabs her arm, pulling it closer so he can fully inspect her scar. You were bitten. She nods as tears slip down her cheek. Is that why? He chokes out, his face twisted in rage, disgust, and horror. His words smothered by agony, disappointment, and torment. You don't know how hard it was for me to leave you, she rushes out, tears straining her voice. He drops her arm, swallows down the millions of fervent emotions threatening to buckle his knees, and deals with it the best way he can. The only way he knows how. He hardens himself. But I know how hard it was to be left. He backs up a step. Far enough that she can't so readily touch him. So is this your big explanation? Is this your only excuse? You were bit and had to abandon us? You couldn't have even tried to let us know if you were okay? Tried to at least explain so we wouldn't be left questioning what we did wrong? Why we could be so easily left? Evangeline jerks back as if she'd been struck across the face. The little wolf, still hiding behind Evangeline's legs, bares teeth up at Jackson, growling out. Leaving you was the single hardest thing I've ever done, but I couldn't let you become a part of this world, Jackson. I'm your mother. I couldn't risk hurting you. You have to understand, Evangeline says desperately. He runs his hands angrily through his hair. Tugs on the ends. Stares at her with unmasked hatred. I don't have to understand anything, he says heatedly as he begins to pace back and forth in front of her. But more importantly, he continues, I don't want to. He stops right in front of her. Lowers his gaze on her as shadows fill his tone. We might be related by blood, but that's about it. You don't have the right to claim the title of mother. Not anymore. Not ever again, he spits out. Jax, Gavin says, moving quickly to stand next to him. He tries to put his hands on his shoulders, but Jackson just shrugs them off and moves away from him. Calm down, bro. Please. You promised me. Why should I calm down? Are they going to attack me? He asks, throwing a wrathful look over his shoulder at the wolves who are all on point now, teeth showing and growls rumbling. Her new family. These, the beasts who she has given all her time to. Time that should have been ours? This is insane. This. It isn't fair, she finishes for him. I know. She holds her hand out to shush the few wolves growling behind her. And it's going to take time for you to absorb this. I didn't come here thinking otherwise. I get that it's difficult for you to understand my reasons. I never expected it not to be, which is why I initially left. I wanted the best future for you boys. I wanted you to move forward in life without having this. She looks back at the wolves, this big secret hanging over your heads, which could potentially rob you of a future you were destined to live out. If the priesthood found out that you were talking with us, you would have been shunned. So instead, you left us with your abandonment hanging over our heads? Jackson says bitterly with his back to her. He spins on her, tears slipping down his cheeks. You left us. Disappeared into thin air. Made us feel like we weren't good enough. Made us feel like you were only ever there for Dad and, when he died, we were of no use to you anymore. What kind of mother does that? What kind of mother can leave two boys to figure it out on their own? To mourn the loss of not one, but two parents? He turns back to Gavin. I'm sorry, brother. I promised you I would try. I tried. Without another word, he rushes back up the stairs and slams the front door behind him, rattling the glass in its frame. Gavin's tripping over words. Awkward tension stifles the air around us. I retrace everything that has happened. Try not to notice Evangeline's hand trembling at her sides. Weldon takes a step forward, the sound of his feet crushing the grass beneath him as loud as someone screaming right beside me. Well, that was a twist I didn't see coming, he says, laughing despite nothing being funny. It certainly threw our dear Jackson for a loop. He stops near Evangeline and bows his head slightly at her. I, too, am fond of the moon, but I don't think in the same context as your howling lot. Weldon. Jessie hisses through her teeth. Evangeline looks away. I knew I shouldn't have come yet. Maybe not even at all, she says sadly, turning to the wolves, who are clearly agitated. It's okay. This was my doing. Be mad with me, not him. The smallest wolf nudges Evangeline's leg again and again, whimpering, forcing Evangeline to look at her. She looks up at Gavin. I should go, but before I do, I just want you to know that I love you. Both of you. Please make sure he knows that. She looks past us, up to the window in the library where a sliver of a curtain is parted, letting out a dim stream of light. With a heavy inhale, she turns back to the wolves, and then howls out as her clothes fall and her body shifts into a snowy white wolf, slightly bigger than all the rest. The small wolf nuzzles her neck, and then, as a pack, they take off, disappearing into the woods. I turn back, just catching the curtain falling shut. That went better than I expected it to, Gavin says, clapping his hands together. For a moment there, I thought we'd have a full-on brawl with her, well, with her pack. He shakes his head, his eyes going wide just for a moment. Damn, it feels weird saying that. I jerk my gaze over to him, eyebrows burrowed. I can't believe you're going to make a joke of this, I say, my heart in a million pieces on the ground. He drops his hands from his face. His playful features harden. I'm not joking, Faye. What did you think would happen? She'd say a few things and Jackson would fall into her arms? I knew he wouldn't be happy once he knew. He's my brother. But I wasn't sure that he'd be able to control himself enough to keep from starting a fight. None of us are in any shape to take on a pack of wolves. Especially not wolves led by my mother. Wait a damn second, Jessie says, laughing incredulously. She's the alpha? Yep, Gavin says, sounding somewhat proud and more than a little disheartened. From the little she was able to tell me, she killed the original alpha the night he stops, and his face screws up when he tries to swallow, almost as if he's swallowing shards of glass. After inhaling deeply, he finishes. The night he forced himself on her, he rushes out, his lips pressed so tightly together, they're almost white. Cassie gasps, covering her mouth with her hands. Jessie stiffens, and then her eyes glaze over. I'm pretty sure I've died. I'm pretty sure between the pain I saw in her eyes, and in Jackson's, and then hearing just what she went through, has taken the strength in my limbs and crushed it into nothingness. Gavin's gaze is somewhere distant. It's clear in his expression just how hard it is for him to think it, let alone say it out loud, and it makes me want to hug him. It makes me want to find Evangeline and ask her if we can start over. I'm sorry, man, Weldon says, his head hung. I didn't realize. Yeah, well, it's not something you automatically think about. Not something you even want to think about, Gavin says. He turns just enough for his eyes to fall on me. Look, Jackson doesn't know, so please don't tell him. At least, not yet. Let that be a discussion between us. Cool. I nod, unable to find the words needed. He turns back to everyone else and says, anyway, she's been in charge and on the run ever since. I'm hoping after he cools off, we'll be able to sit down and talk, and then maybe try again. That poor woman, Jessie says, hand over her heart. Come on, Gavin says. He puts his arm around Cassie, and they head inside as a short breeze whips past us. Did you see that small wolf? I ask Jessie as we follow behind. Yeah, Jessie says, not offering anything more than that. Jackson's sitting at the bottom of the stairs when I cross the threshold with a crystal glass filled with liquor in his hand. No one tries to take the drink from him. I'm sorry, he says to Gavin, who stops in front of him. I know I screwed up, but I swear I really tried. It was too much. Gavin puts his hand on Jackson's shoulder and squeezes. I know, brother. You did good. You heard her. It's a step in the right direction. Tomorrow is another day, another chance to let the rest unfold. We'll worry about it then, okay? Jackson's head hangs as he nods. Gavin squeezes his shoulder, and then he and Cassie step around him, heading up the stairs. When they're at the top, he says, tomorrow we'll figure out our plan for what comes next. Get some sleep. Jessie squeezes Jackson's shoulder, and then heads for her room. I take a seat next to him on the stairs. A werewolf. A freaking werewolf. Of all the reasons. What Gavin told me rushes through my mind. I feel like the words are tattooed on my skin. Like they're lingering in my eyes, just waiting for him to see. If he only knew, then maybe it wouldn't be so hard for him to forgive her. Maybe he could really see what she went through and try to let go of his own pain. But I promised Gavin. So I slowly wrap my arms around him. Rest my chin on his shoulder. Nudge the side of his face with my nose. The small shudders he makes from repressing his tears cracks my heart clean in two. Sucks the air from my lungs. We sit here, like this, for a while. Until he gains enough control to breathe evenly. Maybe she was scared, I say, trying to keep my tone steady. You know, when it happened. Maybe she was too scared to tell you, I finish, watching him down the glass. Yeah, well, scared or not, family is supposed to stick together. We're supposed to fight together. She didn't even give us a chance. There's a fragility to his voice that grabs a hold of my throat and restricts it, making it hard to swallow. Even harder to bear. She's your mom, Jackson. She's not the goddess. Parents make mistakes, just like everyone else. He looks over at me, his green eyes rimmed in red. He's just barely holding on. Just barely keeping it together. There's so much hurt, anger, and betrayal on his face that a tsunami crashes over my heart, drowning me in sorrow. What am I supposed to do? He says, almost desperately. Pretend it never happened just because she was turned? Forgive everything? Act like the hell I've been through was little compared to what she went through, probably is still going through? He breaks off with his own realization. You could stab a knife through the quiet that follows his words. More tears form in his eyes, and I swear I'll never be whole again. I just want to erase his pain. Make it all my own, but I can't. I can only share in it. Be here for him. Yeah, I think that is what I'm saying. His eyes water over, and I pull him into a hug. Sometimes, realizing that the world doesn't always revolve around you, that others suffer too, day in and day out, is one of the hardest realizations you'll ever have to face. That night, I find myself lying alone on the bed in my room, staring up at the lights on the fan until my eyes water. My room could be a freezer. The cold has set in, frosting the edges of the window with tiny crystals. I roll myself into my down comforter, burying my head beneath my pillows. I don't know why, but being cocooned has always made me feel safe. Like I can think better, clearer. So many thoughts tumble through my head, making it impossible to move, let alone speak to anyone. After the encounter with Jackson's mom, he decided he wanted to take a walk, alone, and so he headed out back into the pergola that leads to the herb garden and disappeared. It's been 3 hours now. My determination to let him have his time alone has shackled me to my bed. A huge part of me wants to run after him. To find him and help him through this. But the rest of me knows that there are certain pains we feel as living beings, that no one's words of advice or love can remedy. Like the pain of losing someone. Because the truth is, life goes on whether you're ready for it to or not, and you have to choose whether you're going to sink or swim. I think that's what Jackson's feeling. The great debate of if he should let go of his painful past or not. I shoot upright when a knock sounds on the door. A second later, the handle twists, and Katie's face peeks around the corner. You awake? Yeah. She opens the door the rest of the way, making her way over to sit next to me on the bed. I lay back down, finding the one small water-stained spot on the ceiling, and fold my hands across my stomach. Katie does the same. Neither of us says anything for a while. We just let ourselves be. Like we used to. Like when we would stare up at the sky for hours. Minutes pass by, and I'm forced to blink from my eyes growing so watery. I wish I could just turn my brain off. I wish for so many things. I'm pretty sure your thoughts are out screaming mine right now, Katie says quietly. I swallow and, still, the lump won't move. Want to talk about it? She asks hesitantly, as if she's unsure she even has a place to offer that kind of friendship anymore. The crack in my heart spreads a little further. Jackson's mom showed up. Really? Is that like, a big deal? I forgot how little she really knows. How distant we've actually grown. Yeah. She abandoned him and Gavin when they were little, on the night they found out their father was dead. They haven't seen her since, well, until today. Wow. That's so awful, she says. Why now? I shrug a little. I guess she was staying here when we showed up. Maybe she figured it was time? She shifts next to me, facing me now, so I turn and meet her gaze. How did it go? I mean, what were her reasons? My eyes follow the pink scar trailing across her face, and I squeeze them shut, wishing I never met horror. Wishing I lived in a world where it didn't exist. Faye? She was bit, I say so quietly, so sadly, by a werewolf. When I open my eyes, Katie's face has frozen. Pale to that of skim milk. I can almost see the memories she's tried so hard to forget etching themselves across her face. The blood. The screams. The night her life was forever changed by the force of another during a sacred ritual she was supposed to be protected in. I'm sorry, I say, looking away from her. I'm afraid if I don't, then I'll dissolve into nothing but everyone else's pain. Don't be, she struggles to say. Finish what you were going to say. I can hear the old Katie somewhere in there. The strength I had always admired in her. The strength I thought I'd never have. I inhale and say, she was bitten, raped, and forced to become the alpha when she killed the werewolf that raped her. It sounds so much worse saying it out loud. It feels even more horrible. Like my chest is collapsing in on my heart. Katie's fingers trace the outline of her scar. I hate them, she seethes. I hate them so much it hurts. Tears flood her eyes and I wrap my arms around her, pulling her close. I wish we never knew this world. I wish we had both been defects. Then we wouldn't have to know this level of pain. I know, I say though, surprisingly, I don't mean it. Because to mean it would mean that I take back ever knowing Jackson, Weldon, Jesse, and all the rest, and I don't mean that at all. I'd take all the pain and more, just to have had the time with them I've had. And it shocks me to realize how much I've grown to love them. How they've become more than just family to me. Sometimes, I hate having these kinds of feelings. Sometimes, I feel like there's no end to what I can feel. No depth or range that I could ever conquer. Sort of like the ocean. The deeper I plunge, the darker and colder I seem to find myself, I say, shivering. And I fear my lungs will compress and explode because of it. Katie snivels. Did he forgive her? She asks, her voice strained with raw emotion. Not yet. At least, not when he left. But I think he's beginning to, now that he knows it was out of her hands. That's good. Faye? I hear Jessie shout from somewhere outside of my door. I feel her pushing against my mind, trying to communicate with me. Yes? Did you still want to do the spell for your grimoire? I sit upright. Of course. Okay. The talisman is ready. The moon is full tonight. I can start the tea if you'd like. The sooner, the better. I'll be down in a minute. What is it? Katie asks, sitting up now too. My grimoire, I left it behind in Ethereal City, and I'm pretty sure Clara has it spelled so I can't manifest it. Oh no. Exactly. Jessie has a spell that will help me find the witch cloaking it, so I'm going to do it and get it back. Well, we're going to get it back. Oh. The word dive bombs from her mouth, carrying enough acid to burn through metal. Isn't that dangerous? I stare at her for a moment, debating my words as I stand up, inhaling oxygen like it's going to give me the courage I need to work this spell that could potentially jeopardize the one remaining hiding spot we have left, and say, everything in our world is dangerous. You sure you want to do this? Jessie asks me for the 100th time. Because once we drink this, there's no going back, I finish for her. I know. You've told me this. Cassie's told me this. I'm fully aware, Jessie, but I have to do this. I have to, I say, looking her dead in the eyes. She relents on an exhale. I know you do. 4 words bearing so much meaning, so much understanding. She turns back to the stove, turns the heat off, and moves the small pot onto another burner. Katie's sitting across from me, eyeing every move Jessie makes, wearing a scowl on her lips. I've never seen her so quiet, so observant in my life. It's obvious to me that she doesn't know where she fits in all of this. We all have found a rhythm between us, in one way or another, and she's been forced into that. And I remember that what she last knew of Jessie was that Jessie was mean. And bossy. And territorial. And I haven't really explained otherwise. I haven't been a good friend at all. I cough, clearing my throat, which is clogged with a battering amount of emotions. Both of them look at me. I just realized I haven't formally introduced you two. I mean, you know each other, I know that. But you don't know each other. At least, not the way I do. And your point is? Jessie drags out, staring at me with a lowered eyebrow. That I think we should all have a do-over. Katie last met you when we were, well. Oh, for God's sake, Jessie says. She sets the vial of belladonna on the counter and drops the wooden spoon back into the pot before shoving her hand toward Katie. Katie flinches back, staring at her hand as if it's contaminated by something lethal. Oh, come on. I don't bite, Jessie says, pushing her hand a little more toward Katie. Just shake it so Faye can go back to thinking the world is merry and peachy. Which to which, you know how it goes. I need her mental state to be level before we dive into this cluster. Katie looks at me. Her eyes are 2 windows, showcasing her fury and confusion. She's searching mine for the answer. For how she should respond, because I don't think she wants to respond nicely, and I don't think she wants to do anything to upset anyone either. Especially not when we still have her partner to rescue. She isn't who we thought she was, I say softly, quietly. I feel Jessie's gaze beating against my face, and my ears go pink. I was wrong about her. Katie's eyes furrow and, for a moment, I think I see betrayal in them. Jessie exhales loudly. Forcefully. Bringing Katie's attention back to her, still with her hand out. Look, I was a bitch, okay? And rightfully so. I thought Faye was someone different, but she's proved herself and, as much as I hate to admit it, I kind of like her. Maybe even accept her as a blessing for Jax. She jerks her gaze in my direction. No, this doesn't need to be something we discuss more on, or ever bring up again, okay? I hold my hands up in surrender. Anyway, she continues, looking back at Katie, we should get this truce over with so Faye can drink her tea and find her grimoire. It's the least we can do to take one worry off her plate. She has many. Katie looks at me one more time before taking Jessie's hand, making sure that we both see her disdain for this situation. Jessie rolls her eyes when the shake is done, and then turns to the pantry and grabs 2 mugs. She strains the tea, and then pours it into the mugs. Here, she says when she turns back around, handing the steaming cup out to me. I take it and thank her before bringing it up to my nose. It doesn't smell as bad as I thought it would. It has a faint licorice scent to it. The steam wisps and curls, warming my cheeks. Are you going to drink it, or just stare at it? Weldon asks, coming in through the back door. I glare at him and put the cup to my lips, sipping on the warm liquid. At once, I can feel my mind relaxing, slinking into a sedated state. Jessie takes a long sip, grins over at Weldon, and then reaches for something I can't see on top of the fridge. When she turns back around, she's holding the jar with the talisman in it. You're going to put this back on, finish your tea, and then head up to your room. Bossy much? Katie mutters under her breath. Jessie's gaze flattens. I wrote the spell out. Here, she says, pulling a folded-up piece of paper from her pocket. Read it when you're ready to start the connection, which should be within the hour after finishing that tea. I'll be in my room, in my meditative state, waiting for you. Need help with that? Weldon asks her, winking for added measure. She gives him a look that could kill, and then heads out of the kitchen. Weldon finds his way over to the table and sits across from Katie. Hi, he says with a playful smile. I'm sure Faye's already told you about my luring ways with women. Katie giggles, despite trying to look offended. See, Weldon says, looking up at me. At least someone gets my charm. Ugh, gag me, I moan. I'm sure you will be once lover boy finds out that you did all this without him here. You know how he loves to babysit, Weldon says. Yeah, well, he needed time to clear his head. I hate that I feel a smidgen of guilt. Sure, I could call out to him mentally. Tell him I'm ready to work a spell that could potentially give away our residence, but I don't want to. He needs his space. He needs to sort through the trauma left behind by his mother. I can handle this on my own. I'm strong. Stronger than even he thinks I am. I push Jackson, Katie, and everyone else from my mind. Shove away the guilt that tries to tear at me for being selfish in this endeavor, and down the rest of the cool tea. She's not in a hurry, Weldon says sarcastically as he pours himself a glass of blood from the fridge. And she doesn't need commentary every time she does something, I say sharply. Ooh, someone's in a tiff, he retorts, wiggling his eyebrows between Katie and me. Worried that I'm right and Jackson will come storming through that door any moment, ready to lock you up? I don't respond to him. Like a child, maybe if I just pretend I don't hear him, then he'll finally stop talking. With a small sigh, I grab the jar, look down at Katie, and leave the room. I hear Weldon saying something to Kat, probably another taunt or tease, but I don't care. I don't want anything interfering with what has to come next. Like Jessie said, my head needs to be clear. Is everything okay? Katie asks, following me out of the kitchen. Yes. No. Maybe, I say, making my way up the stairs. Was it that guy? Weldon? No. Lies. I shove my door open. Place the jar on the end table. Can you stay in here while I do this? Make sure nothing goes wrong? She stops short. I don't have my magic, she says, shame in her voice. I curse under my breath. Tuck away the need to explain. Sorry. Can you just let Cassie know then? If something does go wrong, I mean? It looks like it takes every ounce of strength for her to nod her head. Thanks. I plop down on the bed and pull the talisman out of the jar. Place it back around my neck. She moves closer. You seem mad. I am. Why? I stop. Ponder her question. I don't know why. I just am, you know? I'm mad about Weldon's bullshit remarks when I'm about to do something I could potentially screw up. I'm mad about even having to do this, when, if I had put as much effort into learning witchcraft as I did hunter training, then I probably wouldn't be in this bind. I'm mad about risking our whereabouts. Mad about Jackson's mom and not being able to fix it for him. Mad about my parents missing. Mad that even though I know without a doubt that I want to fix this, I don't have a real clue how. Mad that our friendship is nothing like it used to be. That I don't know who you are anymore. I'm just plain mad. I stop. Close my eyes. Try to steady my rapidly beating heart by breathing and counting. When I open my eyes, she's staring at me like she's trying so hard not to cry. Like she's a punching bag that I just went ham on, and I think I've shrunk into nothingness. Into an empty, barren wasteland where the bones of our friendship have been resting, collecting dust. Get it together, I tell myself. She's biting her cheek, looking at the ground. Her mind is a recorder I wish I could rewind and tape over with kinder, softer words. But life doesn't work that way. We can't take back what we say, what we feel, and sometimes, it's such a sad shame. I didn't mean it like that, Kat, I say quickly, not having to look at her to know that I probably just hurt her even more. Wondering why I'm being such a jerk to her when she doesn't deserve an ounce of it. Yes, you did, she says boldly. She waits for me to look at her, and I do despite wanting to bury myself under my covers, pretending the world doesn't exist outside of them. You don't have to tiptoe around my feelings, she says, her voice tight and clear. The truth didn't scare me before you left, and it doesn't scare me now. She inhales and straightens her shoulders, pushing resolve into her eyes. Because you're right, she adds, still standing at the foot of the bed. You don't know who I am anymore. And I don't know who you are. It's something that we need to come to terms with in order to get past this. I don't want us to grow apart, but I'm afraid we already have. But more so, I'm scared that I won't be able to follow you down the road you're on. I'm staring at the floor. My stomach is in knots I'm sure I'll never be able to untangle. I don't want to discuss another problem right now. There isn't enough time, and honestly, I'm too tired to deal with it. I just want to do the spell. I just want to slip away. Take a break from it all. Do something that's actually propelling us forward for once. I glanced down at the paper Jessie gave me, and then unfold it. I know I should say something to Katie, give her some kind of solace, but I don't have it in me. At least, not at this moment. So instead, I read the spell and lay back, clutching the talisman in my hands. As soon as my eyes close shut, I find myself as a small, shimmering beacon of light, drifting weightlessly through a land of fog. A land where the essence of every witch dwells when connecting auras with another witch. The one and only time I've ever done this was with Cassie and Jessie, when they were trying to determine what my inner strengths were. Writing spells, invoking and evoking spirits, and the elements. None of which I have ever really tried to use. And I think a lot of that has to do with my parents. With my childhood dream of becoming a hunter. I've only ever focused on perfecting those skills, and it's a shame, because standing inside this fog, feeling the spirits of all of my ancestors around me, it's a power unlike anything I've ever felt before. And I should know what to do with it. Faye? It's Jessie, and the sound of her voice in my mind startles me. Her light's forming in front of me. The color of snow, just as the sun touches it. I move in her direction. Stop when we're hovering close together. You have the talisman, right? It's in my hands. Good. Focus on it, and on your grimoire. Move in the direction you feel the strongest pull to. I'll follow you. Okay. I focus on the bullet. On where it came from. On my grimoire, what it looked and felt like, and feel myself drifting forward. A hazy blur of images pass by us, and I somehow know that this is time moving around us. Like we're somehow existing in a plane that dwells within the land of the living. We're passing through people, through buildings, projecting our auras further and further away from the manor, and closer to Ethereal City. Time doesn't move the same way here, if at all. Emotions don't exist at the same depth. Everything that has happened feels so insignificant, and I think I could stay here, forever maybe. No cares. No worries. Just a beacon of light floating endlessly around time. Do you feel closer to it? Jessie asks. I shake away the fog that has seemed to settle in my brain, reaching out to my grimoire once more. Jessie's aura collides with mine from the force of my stop. I was about to pass it. I was that far away from everything in my mind. Here, I say, hovering in place. I feel like I could reach out and grab it. I'm that close. Jessie whispers something, and the fog around us dissipates until we're hovering in front of a witch I've never seen before. She has angled brown eyes and long, dark hair cut around the sharp planes of her face. Choppy bangs touch her slanted eyebrows. Quaint fingers hover over top of my grimoire. Thin, red lips chant the spell that's preventing me from taking it back. You remember the spell, right? Jessie asks. Yes. Good. We're going to chant together, and then, when you feel the witch's magic fading, manifest your grimoire and send it back to the manor. Okay? This has to go exactly as planned. No room for error. The moment it's back in your possession, we end the spell and wake. If we spend a minute longer, they'll be able to track us. Got it, I say, ignoring the whirlpool swirling in my stomach. Okay, on my count, begin. 1, 2, 3. The spell starts as my eyes hone in on the witch. Her eyebrows furrow the moment our magic attacks hers. Her lips tighten, the words spewing from her mouth exiting a little more firmly now. She drops her hands for a moment, shaking them out, and then places them back over the grimoire, hitting us with a blast of power. But together, she's no match for us. It only takes a little more pushing against her when I finally feel the link I need weakening in the chain of her spell. The moment it breaks, I zero in on my grimoire and manifest it, sending it back to the manor. The witch looks up, and I know she can see us. Time to go, Jessie says, ending the chant. I turn, focusing on returning home to my body, when a voice freezes me in place. I have something else you might want, Faye Middleton. Clara. I know you're still there. I could smell your magic anywhere, but. My brain is screaming at my limbs, lobbying against each and every muscle, but they have a mind of their own. Determination lives in them and, slowly, against my better judgment, I turn back around. You think you're so clever. So strong. Her eyes are moving all around the room, searching for me. You think because you escaped your judgment day and rescued your friend that you can take me on. Her gaze locks in my direction, and then a cruel smile moves across her face like storm clouds rolling in. She looks over at someone on the other side of the door. Bring him in. In walk two elites with their hands on General Sterling's shoulders, guiding him in. My body is paralyzed even though my heart has decided it's had enough of this body. I'm trying to figure out why they have him on his knees in front of her. Why there are different shades of blood smeared all over his neck and across his face. He shouldn't be in this state. He shouldn't look so defenseless. Do I have your attention now? She barks loudly, her eyes scanning wildly around the room. My limbs are fire, reaching out, wanting to ignite everything in my wake. But I can't reach out. I can't help him. I am nothing, floating in nothing. Know this, Faye Middleton. I'll always be one step ahead of you. I knew you'd try for your grimoire. Just like I knew Sterling would try to help you, and, for every person that tries to help you, the same fate will be bestowed upon them until you run out of allies. Death and banishment is a high price to pay for the whims of a girl whose only purpose in life is to destroy others, don't you think? Watching her cruel smile unfold is like seeing flames spread from house to house in your neighborhood. Seeing your friends lose everything they've ever had, and just waiting for your turn to be next. You have 1 hour to turn yourself in, she continues, or he will complete his change. 1 hour until I choose the next victim. She grabs him by the hair and jerks his head to the side, exposing his neck to showcase the 2 tiny pinpricks only vampire teeth could leave behind. Fury lives in my soul. A hand settles on my shoulders within the fog and yanks me back, pulling me away from the horrors in front of me, but not fast enough for one last warning from Clara. 1 hour, her voice echoes out, filling the foggy space around me. And then my eyes open. Are you out of your mind? Jessie is screaming over top of me. I told you. I freaking told you not to spend a moment more after you got your grimoire, and what do? You jeopardize everything. I sit up, laying my grimoire next to me, trying to untangle the words in my mouth. The door to my room busts open. Jackson's by my side in 2 strides. What happened? He asks, cupping my face, forcing me to look up at him. But I can't see him through the blur hazing my eyes. She ruined this place. That's what happened, Jessie says heatedly, throwing her hands in the air. She lingered for 5 minutes after we found her grimoire. Jackson's eyes are still on mine. What happened? He asks again, this time calmer, softer. Clara. She has Sterling. She found him out and she. I can't get the words out. I can't accept that a man of his strength, a man who was only trying to help us and has already been robbed of so much, could be robbed of all that he has left. Or that she plans on doing it again, to as many people as she can. All because of me. I feel Jessie in my mind, pulling, prodding, and forcing up the information that my tongue can't manage to speak. I hear her gasp, and I shut my eyes. Sterling was bit. He has 1 hour until he turns. 1 hour for Faye to turn herself in. If she doesn't, she'll target someone else to hurt. Jackson's hands slip away from my face. Damn it! He shouts out. Volation courses down his forearms, crackling with energy. He shoves the lamp off the nightstand. It shatters against the wall. He grabs the nightstand and flips it over. Kicks it until it's nothing but shards of wood. Curses until the veins are bulging in his neck and his hands are bloodied from punching a hole through the wall. Cassie, Gavin, and Weldon rush into the room. Katie scoots closer to me on the bed. He's on his own, Jackson forces out, his hands in fists and his chest heaving in and out. His words sound at war with one another. His face is screwed up in pain. What? Jesse asks with wide eyes. I feel him shut down. You heard me. Faye can't go back. Not now, Jackson says, his eyes on the floor. Sterling knew this would be dangerous. He wouldn't want Faye, our only weapon, to risk herself for him. What happened? Faye flubbed the spell? Weldon asks from the doorway with a teasing smirk. Not now. Jackson yells out. I see his strings of strength unraveling, one by one, as he fights to do what he believes is right. Hey, man, Weldon says with his hands up in surrender. I was only kidding. What happened? His face is serious now as he strides over to where we are. Clara threatened her using Sterling. She had a vamp bite him. He has 1 hour until he turns. 1 hour until Faye turns herself in, or Clara picks another victim, Jesse quickly explains. And how long did she linger in the in-between? Cassie asks through her teeth. Jesse hangs her head. 5 minutes. Cassie stomps her foot. Looks to Gavin before looking at me. Seriously? Did you not hear anything we said? They're probably tracing us this very moment. They'll have our location pinpointed within the hour. Calm down, Weldon says from the corner. We have wards up. They can't cross. Are you an idiot? We can't ward out primevals, Cassie says, throwing her hands around in anger. Whoa, what are you saying? Weldon says, face flinched. We have to go, If you want to keep your head, then yeah, we need to go, Cassie says harshly, scowling at me. We have nowhere else to go. Jackson says heatedly. Jesse's family's safe house was destroyed by fire. He looks at Weldon. Don't look at me, Weldon says, I'm an outcast. Unwelcome even in my own home. I want to disappear. Forever. You're saying there's nothing you can do? No witchy magic that could reverse the trace? Jackson says, almost desperately. No, Cassie says firmly, arms crossed. That's not true, Katie speaks up. The room goes quiet. Cassie's eyes fall on her, and she looks at her as if she only just realized she was here. You have a safe house? Gavin asks, almost pleadingly. None that we can stay in safely. Clara has my father, and my mother. I don't know, Katie says quietly. Then what do you suggest? Weldon asks, one hand running through his hair and the other planted loosely on his hip. Katie grabs my hand. Finds my eyes. Lend me some of your magic. What? I ask, shaking my head. Her brown eyes pierce through me. I know you can do it. You let them borrow, didn't you? Katie asks, looking between Jesse and Jackson. I look up at Jackson, confused. Mac told me in theory that you can bind yourself to people. That's how you were able to allow Jackson to use your magic when he helped heal you. How did you know? You were gone. I wanted answers. You know when I set my mind to something, it happens, she explains quickly. Anyway, he thinks that it's part of what you can do. As much as you can take, you can also give. I don't have my magic. Not until we save Chet. And I can prevent us from having to leave this place, but I need my grimoire in order to do it. My mother has tons of spells, one in particular that can make this entire house invisible, even to magic. Cassie snorts under her breath. A spell of that magnitude won't come easy. Katie's head flicks up in her direction. No, but it's our only option at this moment. My family has a long line of spell writers. Spells that I'm sure even you've never heard of. She turns back to me. Hurry. The more time we waste, the closer they are to finding us. I don't know why, maybe because in that moment, in her brown eyes, I feel like I did before when she was my best friend and I would follow her to the ends of the earth, or maybe because I see the strength in her. The strength that seems to have left me the moment Clara dragged another suffering victim in my path. I squeeze Katie's hand and try with all my might to open myself up to her. To give her some of what she's missed out on for God knows how long. I feel the moment she taps into my magic. It's the reverse of what it feels like to take energy. With every tug from her, I feel emptier. More pain. My stomach cramps up as she begins to manifest. My lungs can barely expand. I can't breathe. I can hardly move. And when she has the book and lets go, I suck in a huge gasp of air, pushing Jackson's hand away when he reaches out for me. I'm okay, I say quickly. Katie makes quick work of asking her grimoire for the specific spell she's looking for. The pages hastily flip until they land on the one she is searching for. Here, she says, pointing to it. Cassie and Jesse move closer to her. Their eyes flit over the page. Cassie is the first to take a step back. Hell no. What? Katie asks. Can you read? Katie stiffens. Quite well, actually. Thank you for asking, she clips. Weldon snickers under his breath. Cassie shoots him a look that could kill. She turns back to Katie, placing her hands on her hips with more emphasis than is necessary. Then you should know that a blood ritual isn't commonplace within our world. It's dark magic. The kind that opens gateways to other awful things. The kind that lets shadows in. Beggars can't be choosers, Katie retorts with just as much attitude. They square up against each other, both with glares as sharp as daggers. Whoa now, Jesse says, stepping between them. She turns to Cassie and backs her up a step. She has a point, she murmurs. We're running out of options. This spell, even though it's dark, it isn't as bad as what we've done in the past. Jackson tenses when her eyes shift in his direction. I take the book from Katie and read past the scribble of notes, down to the spell and ingredients. The blood of Akacha, a circle of salt, and a single black candle. We have to try, Jesse says. She turns to Kat. Come with me. I'll show you to the cupboard. We can grab the ingredients and set up the ritual. Faye, you can recite the spell. You have the power in you and, well, this is your mess to fix. I flinch. Jackson goes rigid. She doesn't care though. She just heads out of the room, leaving everyone staring at each other, searching for the words to fill the awkward silence. Katie stands, looking at me in question. Go, I say, nodding to the door. She grabs her grimoire and follows Jesse out. We can't leave Sterling and let Clara continue adding to her never-ending body count, Gavin says with the tone of a leader, looking directly at Jackson. We can and we will, Jackson says firmly, though he doesn't quite meet his brother's eyes. Gavin's eyes harden. Cassie looks at Gavin, and disgust twists her features. She turns on Jackson. Why? Because you don't want your girlfriend to get hurt? You don't care how many bodies she steps over in the process? She says harshly. She faces me. Glares. This is wrong, and you know it. You should have never worked that spell. You said you could handle it, and look where you've got us. Deeper into a pile of shit that seems never-ending. Jackson stands in between us. That's enough, he growls out. Turning on each other isn't going to solve anything. Coming from the man who likes to use his own brother as a punching bag. She snorts under her breath. Screw it. Do what you want. I'm on my way to dying anyway, she says hotly, looking down at her affinity mark. Hey! Gavin shouts angrily. Cassie shoves past him and storms down the hall, slamming the door to their room. It's about time she lives up to her cliché, Weldon says from the corner of the room. What the hell are you talking about? Gavin says. Angry with a Spitfire attitude. It's about time she lives up to the responsibility of being a redhead. Shut up, Gavin says, plunging his hands through his hair. He looks back at Jackson. Opens his mouth. But his words never have a chance to be heard because something crashes through my window, hitting me in the back of my head. Faye! Jackson shouts, catching me in his arms. What the hell was that? Gavin asks, stepping back from the glass scattered all over the ground. Jackson helps me get back on my feet. Turns me around to check the back of my head. I'm fine, I say, rubbing my scalp. Weldon's head disappears behind my bed. He stands back up, holding something in his hands. Something moving. His face pales a little. What is it? I ask. A carrier, Weldon says, staring at it with an odd expression. He looks up at us, his gaze perplexed. Maddock and I used to send these to each other when we were little. He holds it out, showing a small, copper, mechanical bird, wings trying to flap despite the gears sticking and smoking. I can't believe he found it. He looks up. I've never seen anything like it, Gavin says, taking the small bird from him and turning it over to further inspect it. We made two, one for him and one for me, out of old radio parts. Our dad was a collector, borderline hoarder. He had a shed full of broken electronics that he swore up and down he'd fix, turn around, and sell during our weekend yard sales. But being a night watchman kind of took up most of his time. Made it impossible for him to ever get back there in the shed to fix anything. So Maddock and I took a few things and tinkered, trying to invent something for a science fair project. He points to the bird in Gavin's hand. That's what we came up with. After he went away, to the underground, I buried them in our backyard next to Dad's shed. Never had the chance to tell him where they were between trading myself and returning. He runs his hand up the back of his neck. How the hell did he know? Maybe because he's your twin? I suggest, taking the bird from Gavin's hand. The detail they put into the small bird is incredible. Even down to making each and every feather out of a sculpted piece of copper. Turning it over, I notice a small, red button just above its breastplate. What's the button for? I ask. Push it, he says, staring at me with a blank expression. I do. 2 tiny doors on the breastplate pop open. Inside is a small, rolled-up piece of parchment. I pull it out, unroll it, and look up at him. A note? I did say it was a carrier, mouse, Weldon says. Read it. Weldon. If this letter finds you, then that means our little project surpassed our expectations. There were only 2 places I figured you would hide them. The first place I looked, I found them. I'm writing you to warn you. Clara is on to your location. Unless you have some kind of miracle up your sleeve, she will have secured your exact location within the hour. To celebrate, she has ordered the execution of Jonathan, Sterling, Seamus, Garrett, Joanna, Everett, Bianca, and myself. All convicted members of the rebellion. The rest, thank the god and goddess, remain on the outside, lying in wait. I had intended on that horrid, ghastly night on the rooftop to pass the reins of the rebellion onto you, dear brother. But, as you will recall, I was not in the right frame of mind. It seems self-loathing and alcohol do not mix well for me. Even though we parted on bad terms, I have not stopped trying to push the rebellion from the inside. Using our carriers, I have been able to get messages to the outside. Those who were banded with me are still just as anxious, and just as ready. They need a better leader. Someone who is strong, reliable, trustworthy, determined, and has seen a thing or two. Someone like you and Faye. Experienced. Ready. I have complete and total faith that you can steer them on the right path. That, together, you both can guarantee the priesthood will pay for the crimes they have committed, and then re-establish the vision the divine left behind for our coven. At this very moment, Clara is coming for me. I've managed to hack into Ethriel's computer system, and I have given you a small window to rescue those of the rebellion that Clara has locked up. Within the hour, they will be on the rooftop, awaiting your removal. Please save them. They know the others on the outside. Jonathan Kacha has all the details. He will be able to guide you until you are on your feet. As for me, I hope the next time I see you, the bad blood between us will have dried up. And more so, I hope that I will see you again, not for my own life, but so I can make things right with you and Claire. I will try to make it to the rooftop, but even now, I see Clara is on my floor. I must go. Be well, brother. I know I have yet to say it, so in case I never see you again, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for loving me and never giving up on me. I know I have disappointed you, but I am doing the right thing now. Love. Maddock Aaron Jacobson. I stop and look up, trying to coax my vocal cords into moving. Trying to think of something to say that's worthwhile, but what do you say to this? How can I tell him that everything will be okay, when it's a lie? Because this is far from okay. She was never going to let Sterling live. Not even if I had gone to Ethriel City. Weldon's eyes are bloodshot, but his face is neutral. He's trying to keep his posture collected and composed, but I see the slight tremble in his fingertips. The slight quiver on his lower lip. I roll the paper back up and place it back in the bird, closing the doors. Jackson runs his hand down his face, and then crosses the room, pulling Weldon into a hug. Gavin stares at them, his eyes pressed with worry. I'm still trying to remember how to swallow. What now? Gavin says. Jackson lets go of Weldon. Steps back. It's up to you, he says, looking Weldon square in the eyes. Weldon swallows hard and bites his bottom lip to keep his emotions from spilling over. I want to hug him so bad. Tell him how sorry I am. But I anchor my feet in place, knowing that's not what's needed. Not when he has a big decision looming over his head. We have to go back, he says. What about the spell? There isn't enough time for both, I say. I already know his answer before Weldon looks up at me. You have to stay, Mouse. We need you to work the spell with Katie. You're her only chance. My nerves pop loose like strings on a guitar. I'll take Cassie, Gavin, and Jackson with me. I'll need all the help I can get to make sure everything runs smooth. Got it, Gavin says, heading out of the room for Cassie, I suspect. And you? I ask, looking at Jackson. How will you function without powers? I'm more than my powers, Faye. He says this with more surety than defense. His head hangs a little, and he adds, I was wrong about leaving Sterling behind. No, you weren't, Weldon says. Going back for him without the guarantee that my brother was helping would have been stupid. Even Sterling would agree. But this, he says, taking the bird from my hand and holding it up, this is a shot. This is a chance to get ahead. My brother, if anything, will make sure of that, and I won't let his risk go to waste. Jackson's fists tighten at his sides as war flashes in his eyes. What's the plan? Weldon's eyes flash gold. A smirk lifts the corners of his mouth. We put on our St. panties and save the day. It's been 15 minutes since Weldon, Jackson, Gavin, and Cassie walked through a shadow. 15 minutes since I've taken a proper breath. Jessie's working her magic on the stove, putting eye of newt, essence of a ghost, and many other ingredients into a concoction that Katie says once spelled, will have to be poured around the perimeter of the entire house. We're out of everything, Jessie says as she drops the last frog into the last pot. A strand of damp hair is stuck across her forehead. We're going to have to stock up for future spells. She drags her hand across her forehead, wiping away the sweat. But I'm so far away from caring about that. One thing at a time, I say, bracing the edges of my chair. Katie looks up at me. Whoa, are you okay, Faye? I quickly nod, moving my gaze to the table. One eye is focused on the table, and the other watching every one of Jackson's moves through his eyes. They're on the rooftop now with minimal injuries, I recount, feeling like my heart might finally break through my ribcage. I hear a wooden spoon slam against the counter and look up. You don't have to do the play-by-play thing, you know, Jessie says, pointing to her head. Right. She can see too. In fact, Jessie continues, propping her hand up on her hip, it might be a better idea if you close yourself off from it for now, because we need to finish this spell, and we can't do that if your head isn't in the game. They'll handle their end of the job. We have to handle ours. So shut down your emotions. I squeeze my eyes shut, forcing myself to breathe. She's right. Annoyingly so. I find my internal switch and, with one inhale, shut it all off. I need your blood, Katie, Jessie says, turning away from me. Katie stands, walks over to her, and takes the dagger from Jessie's hands. She doesn't even blink as she drags it along the palm of her hand. With her gaze locked on Jessie's, she moves her hand over each of the pots, letting just enough blood stream into them before pulling it away. Jessie takes Katie's hand and looks back at me. Right. My power. I open myself up to Jessie and let her take what she needs from me. She pulls just enough to heal Katie's hand, and then turns back to the 4 pots which are boiling furiously now. Now for the spell, Katie says. She steps into the circle of salt poured onto the floor. Lets another drop of her blood drip onto the black candle in the center of it. We all must stand inside. Jessie and I move into the circle. I know the circumstances are messed up, but I'm glad we're doing this together, Katie says, smiling at me. I'm glad I can finally help. I return the smile, feeling my heart expand a little. Me too. Take our hands, Faye, Jessie says. Let us use some of your power. The more magic behind it, the stronger the spell. I take each of their hands, and then Katie murmurs the spell. We chant with her and, all at once, I feel the drain of power as I push every ounce of my intent into the words. The more we chant, the louder we grow. The liquid lifts from the pots, forming into a ball above us. With every word, the liquid forms into symbolic wards that belong to the underground. Wards that only dark magic use, and it makes me wonder just who in her family wrote this spell. Katie breaks from the chant and begins calling out the names of only those who can cross the barrier we will set. She names all of us, and then looks to me, waiting for any names that should be added. I recite the names from Mac's letter and look to Jessie. Jessie doesn't say a word. With one last chant, the liquid lowers back into the pots, and then a blast of dark light shoots from our conjoined hands, lifting them in the air, pointed toward the pots. We are connected to the spell now, Katie says. Once the brew is spread, only we will have the power to grant or deny passage into this house. Jessie peeks into one of the pots, stirring it. It's ready, she says, clanking a wooden spoon against the rim. We only have enough to maybe wrap around the house, but nothing further out than that. Stay as close to the edges as possible. That doesn't give us much legroom, Katie says. What do you want me to do? Pull the ingredients out of my ass? Jessie retorts. I told you we're out. This is all I can make, and we have to make it work. Later, if we can get more ingredients, we can extend the spell. Now, shut the hell up and let's get this over with. We each grab a pot. Katie almost drops hers, which warrants an acidic look from Jessie. So help me, God, Jessie says under her breath, her face strained from the weight she's carrying. Open, she says, using more of my energy to fill her magical needs. The door opens under her command, and then we each waddle out the back door and down the stairs. We make quick work of pouring under the moonlit night. Jessie goes back for the last pot, and then meets Katie and me by the front door. When the line connects, the earth drinks up the darkly colored brew and disappears as if it never was. Katie looks up at me with a small smile. Jessie looks around, pinching her bottom lip with a pensive expression. And then Katie lets out a scream as one by one, people I'd never seen before begin to appear right in front of us, bloodied and bruised. Mayhem, I think, has become my shadow. I can't escape it. Can't hide from its jealous nature, because every time calm sets in and I get a firm grip on the ledge of reality, it steps on one of my hands again and the fear of slipping past the point of no return reappears. Help! A girl with hair the color of wheat screams out just a few feet away from me. Blood is dried up within her messy braids and caked on her face, masking her features. Terror has taken shape within her wild eyes. Someone help him, please. She's on her knees with a young man's head resting on her lap as she leans over him with her trembling hands pressed against his abdomen. He's coughing and choking on blood as it leaks from his mouth and his nose. Grabbing and clutching onto strands of grass. Time slows to a jarring stop. Screams and shouts for help assault us from all sides as the number of people multiply with every second that passes, filling the late-night air. Another, smaller, brown-haired girl appears not too far from them, clutched against the chest of a dark-haired boy covered in blotches of blood. His eyes are wide, shock taking over his ghastly features as he stumbles forward. Drops to his knees, laying the girl carefully against the ground. I turn and catch a glimpse of Weldon lowering a different dark-haired girl's stilled body onto the ground, and then he darts back to the porch and disappears into another shadow. I don't have time to think or dissect what could have gone wrong. And in this moment, I'm glad that Jessie talked me into shutting down my emotions. Cat, get her. Jessie, check the other girl, I command, dropping in front of the boy choking on his own life force. Blood is everywhere. All over his body, making it near impossible to determine what type of injuries he's suffering from, and I'm doing everything I can to keep my stomach from doing somersaults. Please, the girl in front of me says desperately. He needs help. What happened? I ask, swallowing my nerves. Straining for control. How was he hurt? She's near hyperventilating. Every gurgle, every cough the young man makes, she cries a little harder. Goes a little more hysteric, and seeing this desperation, this helplessness, causes something in me to click in place. A strength I didn't know I had. Control over my own fears of blood and death that have hidden themselves from me for far too long. I place my hand on her arm and squeeze lightly, forcing her to look up at me. What's your name? She stares at me for a moment, eyes fluttering like she's trying to make sense of what I just said. Your name? I repeat slowly, calmly, offering her some strength with a small, encouraging nod. Joanna, she finally says, her whole body racked with tremors. I maintain eye contact with her, trying to keep her focus on my words and not on the choking sounds coming from who I assume is her partner. Okay, Joanna, I need you to concentrate for me. She nods. I need you to tell me what happened to him so I can help. She's still nodding as she forces through chattering teeth. We were ambushed on the rooftop. Garrett was blocking the spells flying at us, and then he was shot by an elite. Twice. She looks down at him, biting her lip, and uses her shaking hand to point to the small hole on the left side of his chest, and the other just below his right ribcage. Okay, I say calmly, trying to keep my thoughts and worries about the others from bubbling up. Moving her hand from the wounds, I notice there's barely any blood pumping out anymore. What skin I can see has lost color, and his lips are taking on a pale shade of blue. I can't let him die. Can't let Clara claim another life because of me. Urgency roars its engine inside of me, pumping out adrenaline to every one of my limbs. I press my hands against his chest, tapping into my magic, and begin the task of removing the cursed bullets. After a few seconds of digging and trying not to think about how violently his body shakes every time I move, I feel the bullet lodged firmly in his breastbone. It's been in here too long. And my confidence sputters. I try to get a good grasp, but my fingers keep slipping from all the blood. Joanna, I don't think, has taken a single breath since I started. Breathe. You can do this, I tell myself, drawing on air for composure, but the smell of metal and iron rattle my senses. I close my eyes, wrap my fingers firmly around the bullet, and wiggle it back and forth a little, trying not to hear his cries of pain. It takes all of my strength to pull it out, but once it gives, I drop it and move on to the next wound. It takes little to no effort to find and remove the tiny bullet, and it practically slips from my hand as it falls to the earth. I need you to help me heal him, Joanna, I say as calmly as I can, locking eyes with her as I grab her hands and hold them over the wound below his ribcage. She's shaking her head, trying to pull her hands away. But I'm not a witch. I'm his hunter. Her watery eyes are so gray, they almost seem silver. I reinforce the placement of her hands. It's okay. I'm going to lend you some of my power. Focus on the wound on his chest, and I'll heal the other. She nods, sucking in a huge breath, and then together, we begin the task of repairing all the internal damage. I feel tendrils of the curse leaving his bloodstream, and all I can think about is the person who invented these bullets and how deeply I want to strangle them right now. How swiftly, and without remorse, I would end their life with the very same bullet they invented. When the holes seal shut, I ask him if he's okay, but he's lost so much blood by now that he's passed out. I flip his hand over and press my fingers against his wrist. Barely any pulse. Please don't let me be too late. Please don't let him be another victim of Clara's. Garrett? The girl says manically, shaking him a little. Garrett, please wake up. Please. He'll be okay, I say, trying to sound confident. He's just lost a lot of blood, which we can fix with the right potion. I try to swallow my lie, because without ingredients in our pantry, no potions can be made. We need a miracle. Chet. I hear Katie scream out. I look up and find her racing across the yard toward Seamus and Chet, who have just appeared on the porch. I reach blindly for Joanna's arm and squeeze. Wait here with him, I say, and then I dart off after Katie, past the girl she helped, who's just now sitting up, and past Jezzy, who's still trying to remove a curse from the other one. Weldon appears again, this time with Gavin and Cassie, who's already working a spell to heal what looks like a gunshot to his thigh. I can't keep my eyes from scanning the porch for Jackson. He's not here. Breathe, I tell myself, but my lungs aren't listening. They can't when my heart continually slams against them like a bucking horse trying to shake off the panic living inside my bones. Weldon appears again, this time with Katie's dad and Mac. Still no Jackson. Mac's cursing out, yelling at where Weldon once was before he disappeared into another shadow. I told you to leave me. He shouts. Jonathan is leaning against the porch railing, holding his side with one hand and using the other to hug Katie. Dread replaces my blood. What's wrong? I force out when I approach Mac. He spins on me so fast, still cursing, when he pulls me into a hug. Thank the god and goddess. He says, squeezing me tightly. I push myself out of his clutches. I ask you a question. My eyes keep shifting from his face to the porch, where Weldon should be appearing. Where's Jackson and Sterling? Darkness settles across his features. He turns to face Jonathan and lifts his brows, almost as if questioning Jonathan if he should answer or not. Tell me. Now, I say, my voice deadly low. I can't feel any part of me except my pounding heart that's beating so hard inside my ears. This was never going to be easy, Faye. You knew that going in, Max says, his eyes still filled with the memory of battle. I think I might scream. Might rip apart this entire house. Don't give me that shit. I snap. Just tell me. I can't keep from searching for him. I try to connect with his mind, but there's nothing but darkness. Nothing but quiet. And it nearly rips the strength from my limbs. No, I say, backing up, shaking my head. You motherfuck, Jezzy says somewhere near me, yelling at Mac and Jonathan. I barely register her limbs flying as Chet grabs onto her body, holding her back from landing any of the blows she's so desperately trying to. Faye, Mac says, reaching out for me, ignoring the insults flying from Jezzy's lips. Gavin, only a few feet away, looks up. Curses under his breath. He pushes up to his feet and hobbles over to me. Catches me before I can move back any further. He's coming back, Faye. There was just a hiccup. A hiccup? Yeah, a hiccup the size of Clara, Weldon says, dropping Sterling and Jackson onto the porch, both unnaturally still. I've never seen Jackson so still. So peacefully quiet before. I don't know how I managed to make it to his side. I can't process anything. It's like my body is moving on its own. Like my brain has decided I can't be trusted to make decisions, so it shut my conscience out and taken over. The early morning sun is just beginning to peek over the hill, witnessing all the horrors the night holds. I'm on my knees, searching for the wounds on his body, but there isn't a speck of blood. Nothing giving away the reasons behind his body not moving and his eyes sealed shut. I smooth back a lock of his dark hair from his forehead, confused by the relaxed look on his face. I don't think I can breathe. Ever again. I told him we had to go, but he insisted on being a hero, Weldon says as he crouches down next to me. He takes a deep breath, as if he's having trouble processing this himself. Hangs his head a little. Damn fool. What happened? I hear myself ask, my words a hollow whisper. I feel like 1,000 needles are pricking at my skin. Like everything in the world is suddenly upside down. Not as it should be. He runs his hand through his disheveled golden locks, trying to smooth some order into them. They had Sterling. Mac managed to get most of the prisoners to the rooftop, but not Sterling. He was kept by Clara's side. An insurance policy, so to speak. And? I ask, pressing my hand against Jackson's face. His skin is unnaturally cold, and my skin goes hot with rage, anger, and all the hateful emotions my mind is allowing me to feel, to keep me from feeling sorrow, loss, and despair. And so, he decided to go after her. Even after I told him not to. There was nothing I could do, Faye, he rushes out, panic in his words. I had to get the rest of the prisoners back first. He knew that. And after I finished bringing everyone else here, I went after him. Found him and Sterling like this on the rooftop. Sterling's hand twitches by his side. Weldon and Max surround him at once. Sterling? Weldon says hesitantly, lightly slapping the side of his cheek. You awake? Sterling's eyes flash open. They're completely black, rimmed in crimson red. So hollow. Equally empty. Shit, Max says, turning away from him. Weldon doesn't move. Although his face has gone unmistakably pale, his lips remain firm. His body remains strong. He's holding it all in. A perfect form of composure. Sterling? Thirsty, Sterling manages to say, his voice paper dry. Weldon looks up at me. Blinks once. He's turned? I'm surprised I even managed to get the words out. I already know deep down. I felt at the moment he crossed the threshold, the certain darkness that alerts the hunter in me, but I didn't want to acknowledge it. I didn't want it to be true. Weldon nods at me. And once a vamp wakes, if they don't feed, they die. He's looking at me like I should be connecting what he's saying to something. Like the 5 words he just said to me is some kind of exchange we share every day. It takes me a long moment to realize that he's asking me. Asking me for my blood. You can't be serious, I say, eyes scrunched as I pull back away from him, still holding on to Jackson. But Weldon latches onto my forearm. There isn't time to waste or second guess, Faye. Do you want him to die? He asks, his eyes crazed with anger. Do you want what Jackson risked to bring him back to us to be in vain? I'm sure now that I can't be in the same universe I once was in, because this is not something that would ever be considered. Weldon doesn't wait for me to answer. He just grabs my hand and forces it against Sterling's lips. The minute his teeth sink into my flesh, I scream out. Everything in me, every good, whole part, wages a war against the lips and tongue sucking and pulling the life from my body. I feel like my bones have been ripped out of me, leaving nothing but skin and blood that's offered to him. That's been unwillingly given to him. As strength moves into Sterling's limbs, his hands latch onto my forearm, fingers digging into my flesh. He sits up, sucking desperately now. Weldon! I cry out, trying to pull from Sterling's iron grasp. Trying to keep my mind from shutting off as the edges of sleep reach out for me with greedy hands. That's enough, Weldon says sternly to Sterling. Sterling doesn't stop. Vampires don't have control over their bloodlust. Sterling, Weldon says, sharper this time, but his voice slips away from me because my mind is growing faint. My skin feels like a blizzard has wrapped its arms around me and pulled me close. I blink, sluggishly, trying to find something to focus on. Anything that will keep me in the present and far away from the icy cold that's settling in my bones as my grip on Jackson's hand slips away. But then my eyes close shut. I breathe in, slowly, faintly, as time takes the shape of eternal darkness. When I open them again, Weldon's features have darkened to his demon side and Sterling has flown across the porch, snapping one of the banisters clean in half. Weldon lifts my body from the ground. Plants me firmly on my feet, holding me upright by my waist. Faye? He says, holding my face within the V of his hand. Faye, look at me. Huh? What the hell, Weldon? Jesse says, shoving him away from me. I stumble back a step, caught by the railing. Blinking rapidly, I try to gain my senses, but everything is so blurry. So foggy and distant. He needed to feed. Weldon says hotly. Look at her. She's fine. She's your partner. Jesse retorts in disgust. Not food. Jesse's in my face, and I have to lean back to bring her into focus. Faye, listen to me. I'm going to help you. She grabs onto my hands, and warmth spreads up my arms as her magic fills the gap left behind by Sterling's bite. Once I can see clearly again, she lets me go and spins on Weldon. If you ever do that again, I'll kill you. Without warning. Do you understand? Weldon rolls his eyes. Avoids my gaze as he heads over to Sterling, who's looking around, his face screwed up in confusion. Well, what the hell happened? Sterling asks, picking himself up from off the ground. He's looking at me. Touches his face. Pulls his hand back to find blood on his fingertips. No dot. One word, one syllable, pulls at the little composure I have left. He looks up at me again, his eyes filled with so much sorrow. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. He stops and his nose lifts into the air, teeth poking out over his lips. Blood. It's in the air. On the lawn. Still on my hands from helping Joanna. The cords in the general's neck pop out, one by one, as a low growl slips past his bared teeth. He's on his feet now, crouched down like a predator waiting to pounce, when Weldon places his hand on his shoulder and calls his name out like he's talking to Jackson. In one brotherly gesture, it's like watching a solid oak tree struck by lightning, snapping it clean in half. All the general's strength, everything he stood for, I can almost see it spilling out of him as he fights to keep control over what he has now become. As he fights the urge to feed. I know this is a lot to take in right now, but you're here because of him, Weldon says. He's pointing at Jackson, who's lying motionless right in front of me. I know you're still in there. I know, because I've been in your shoes. Still am. I need you to go to that place inside you where all of your strength is stored, and I need you to use it, man. Use every last bit, because he pauses. Looks over at me. We need you to tell us what happened to Jackson so we can help him. Sterling's eyes go distant. He looks down at the palm of his hands like he's searching for something. For some distant memory he can't quite make out, and then he sags under Weldon's hand. Everything is so blurry. Once the turn started to take hold, it was hard. Hard to cling to reality. He looks up at Weldon, wearing ghosts in his gaze. Try, Weldon says firmly. Sterling nods, rubbing his eyebrows as he tries to recall the events as they took place. Clara, she knew what Mac had done. He pauses. Squints his eyes. And then there were alarms. He looks up at Weldon. Yes, the alarms had been set off, but by the time she rounded up enough men to storm the rooftop, they had already made it up there. It was chaos, he says, his memory slowly gaining speed. She knew she wasn't going to be able to keep Weldon from moving in and out through the shadows, but she wasn't going to let him go without a fight. So she ordered the murder of them all. By then I knew I wasn't going to make it. She was never going to keep me from turning, even if Faye had turned herself in. All I could hope for was that Clara would let me go once it happened, and then I could kill myself. His words are an ocean, vastly filled with a deep darkness I don't think any of us will ever understand. Not truly. He swallows so thickly. Tries his best to appear whole and in control. But his hands are trembling by his sides. For me, it was over, he continues, sounding so tired and defeated, and I want to tell him it's okay, but I can't find the words. I can't find the strength to lie, because it's not okay. It never will be. I heard the reports of those who had been hit on the rooftop and knew Clara was going to win, he says. And then I started to feel my change, so I let go. I embraced it. There was nothing left for me. But then someone from the outside started taking out the men protecting her office and, when I looked to the surveillance monitors, I saw Jackson. It was remarkable. He was using power beyond what I thought was possible. It was like watching Faye, all over again. He managed to take them out, sucking them dry, and then forced his way into her office with only his bare hands. I couldn't let him take on this fight alone. Not when I knew the risks he took just to come back for me. So I got to my feet and rushed Clara into the wall of monitors. It was enough of an unforeseen blow to knock her out. But more of her men came and Jackson could only absorb so much of their energy. He managed to get us to the rooftop, but by the time we made it, there were so many in his body couldn't take it anymore. He dropped. We were being shot at still, so I covered him, and then the next thing I know, I'm picking myself up from the banister. He looks up at me. Wearing your blood. There aren't enough words in this world to help me form a reasonable response. Something that will settle his nerves. Thank him for helping Jackson, even when his world was rapidly falling apart. I drop to my knees beside Jesse and take Jackson's hand. He isn't hurt, he wasn't hit by anything. He's just gone. Overcome by too much power. The same thing I've felt time and time again, before my body grew more tolerant to it. And I don't know how to fix him. What are we going to do? Jessie asks, tears sliding down her cheeks as she looks at him. There's nothing we can do, I say numbly, feeling like a dried-up ocean. Like a wilted garden with no chance for saving. Time doesn't mean anything anymore. Nothing does. Not the cries from those still recovering on the lawn. Not the metallic smell hanging in the air that I'm sure will never go away. Not even my heart, which can't seem to pick a rhythm to stay on. But then a familiar voice splinters the heavy silence. That's not true. Every affinity pair that can jumps to their feet, magic and volation at the ready. Werewolves! Chet shouts. A whip formed out of volation appears in his hand, crackling with static energy. He snaps it against the ground, and then whips it in the air toward Evangeline. Spells hurtle past me, through the air, all aimed for her head. Wait! Mac yells out. Magic sizzles midair, stopped by Jessie and Cassie, who are moving toward Evangeline now, using their magic to form an invisible wall of protection. You better have a good explanation for this, Jonathan says, his fists balled in the air, electricity dripping to the ground beneath him. Evangeline stares at me and, somehow, I know she's waiting for my invitation. You can come in, I say. I watch as she crosses the yard. Moves up the stairs and past every primeval without a blink of fear. She kneels down over Jackson. Brushes her fingers through his dark hair in a loving caress, and then finds my gaze. He used your ability, correct? I nod. She looks back down at him. He's absorbed too much energy. His body had to shut down to prevent him from hurting himself. She looks up at me again, resolution in her eyes. Because, like his father, he wouldn't have stopped fighting. No matter what. Not even if it meant killing himself in the process. I can taste the tension in the air as every eye is pinned on Evangeline and me. Everyone waiting for the go-ahead to take her out. What can we do to help him, Mother? Gavin says, moving over to us. He has his hands out, telling everyone to back up. Back off. Gasps sound all around us as one by one, the rest of the newcomers put the pieces together about who she is and why she's here. She looks up at Gavin, her face giving nothing away. I can help him with my magic, but I need something from you in return, she says, turning to stand and face the rest. I can't swallow what she just said. Can't make sense of her words. You've got to be kidding me, Jonathan says heatedly. You're going to bargain with your son's life? She doesn't pay any mind to him. Doesn't cower to the magic and power sizzling all around her, vibrating with a need to take her down. She's only speaking to Gavin and me. I need you to let my pack stay here. We can help you. We want to help you. But we need this in return. Hell no, Chet says, trying to push his way past Jonathan to get to her. He's all biceps and misplaced anger, itching for a fight. There's no way I'm letting those butt-sniffing assholes live here. Letting? Gavin says, bowing his chest out. Since when did you have permission to let anyone do anything here? Last I checked, you were on my turf, dipshit. Evangeline takes a step forward, eyes locking on Chet. Carter, isn't it? The witch-hating family? Chet's callous demeanor vanishes like a plume of smoke. The very same family that is responsible for Harper's turn. His mouth opens and shuts in shock. I didn't think the shade of white residing on Chet's face existed. He's shaking his head, stumbling over the thoughts crammed in his mouth, and I'm trying to figure out who she's talking about. I never. I didn't have anything to do with that. No? Evangeline says, her eyes glowing a startling shade of yellow now. She stalks toward him like a predator, like a wolf hiding amongst the trees. Maybe not. But even so, a Carter is a Carter, and I have no problem taking any of them out. Faye, Katie calls from next to Chet. You're not going to let her say this, are you? Her eyes are asking me to back her up, but how can I when I need Evangeline to help Jackson? Evangeline's eyes flick over at Katie. This has nothing to do with you. What you know about your partner is only what he wants you to know. Keep that in mind. Katie opens her mouth to respond, but Evangeline has already turned her focus back on Chet and says, I could give you the benefit of the doubt if you'll have the decency to explain to your partner the truth about all that your family has done. And if you'll explain to Harper exactly why she was turned. Chet backs up even further before bumping into one of the fence posts surrounding the herb garden. Wait, you know Harper? The smile that curves the length of Evangeline's thin lips is almost unsettling. It's filled with plots of revenge and secrets untold. She's one of my own, Carter. My pack, she turns and her hand sweeps in the general direction of her ragtag group hidden somewhere within the forest before continuing. Is made purely of primevals robbed of their former lives as watchmen and tossed to the curb like garbage. I'm asking that you look past something as petty as appearances, and remember who we were before it all was forcibly taken from us, she says, looking directly at Weldon now, and let us help you. Let me help my son. None of us can do this on our own. Her body is rigid, eyes flickering over to Jackson's still form every few seconds as she waits for an answer. I can almost see how desperately she wants to go to him. How hard it is for her to stand still as her fists clench at her sides, and somehow, I know deep down that this isn't an easy thing for her, offering this kind of demand. This kind of weak bargain that is all she has left to work with. But she's done it anyway because she's an alpha. She's a leader, responsible, just like I am, and if the shoes were switched, I'd do anything and everything to protect those I loved. I look up at Gavin, Mac, Jonathan, and everyone else as fear snakes around my limbs and constricts. Hatred and misunderstanding has poisoned their minds. Stereotypes meant to snuff out what we aren't familiar with has grown arms and legs and decided to stand for us all, and I can't let that happen. Not when I've come to know a demon who I trust my life with, and only just saved a freshly born vampire who I do anything for to help get him through this trying time. Okay, Gavin says without hesitation, and relief rushes out of me. Gavin. Cassie hisses. We should think this through first. We don't know that we can trust her. She leans into him and says on a low voice, she left you. He looks at her. I was there for it, Cass. I think I can remember. She can help Jackson. Need I say more? He turns to everyone else. This isn't up for discussion. This is my house. My decision. If you don't like it, leave. No one is making you stay. Cassie's lips form into a scowl. Everyone else looks caught. Like they've been backed into a corner they know they can't escape. No one can leave, and he knows this. I guess we don't have much of a choice then, Jonathan says, walking over to the others in the rebellion. I don't think I've ever seen him so angry before. Fumes practically escape from his ears. He puts an arm around Katie, who's staring at the grass, refusing to look in our direction. I see the pink scar, still fresh on her face, and I suddenly feel like the world's biggest jerk. Evangeline smiles at Gavin, and then turns to face the woods. Her head tilts back, and a howl erupts past her lips, calling to them. One by one, they appear, though this time, in their human forms. They make their way toward the house, some with hesitation in their steps, others with smirks. But what stops everyone in their tracks is Sterling. He's moving past us, hobbling down the steps 2 at a time. One of the women moves through the pack, running across the yard toward him. The dark wolf. Ava? Sterling says as they stop, inches away from each other. She runs her hand down his cheek, and it's then that I realize who she is. His wife. The one bitten. The one he lost. Weldon takes over. He directs like a true commander, asking everyone to help move those who aren't capable of walking by themselves into the house. Sofas are shoved out of the way as the library is turned into a makeshift hospital ward. Cassie's given the task to prepare the rooms for all our new guests. After Jesse grants Evangeline's pack entry to our home, she takes to the herb garden with Evangeline, gathering what little supplies we have for the many deep healing spells needed. Evangeline assures us that what we don't have, we can find within the forest. I turn and find that Devastation has decided to camp outside our house. The grass is tie-dyed in different shades of red. Deep maroons and bright crimsons puddle in different spots where bodies once lay, and I feel like my brain and my lungs have been packed with wool. Like a blizzard has taken up residence in my bones. I blink, hoping that maybe my eyes are just fuzzy. Maybe I was just asleep and had this awful dream, but when my eyes open and the sounds of sorrow crawl into my ears and settle deep in my heart, I know that this is real. Clara left her mark. I turn back to Jackson. Hold his hand as I overhear Gavin making a deal with Mac and Jonathan to keep the wolves as far away from everyone else as possible until an understanding can be reached and agreed upon by all parties involved. For now, they'll stay in the small house behind the manor, which he explains was built as a guest house. It seems for now, survival has overshadowed prejudice. Faye. I look up, trying to see past the daze. Let's get him inside, Weldon says, lightly touching my shoulder. Inside. Right. My mind shifts gears, moving into autopilot, and then I help Weldon lift Jackson into the air, using my volation to strengthen my grip. Footsteps and angry words have filled our once quiet house. Cries of pain and sadness have replaced any hope for laughter, and my heart aches in my throat. We take the stairs as quickly and quietly as we can, and then head down the hall to my room. No words are spoken between us as we lay him down as if he were made of the finest porcelain. Weldon drags a shaky hand through his hair. Stares at Jackson for a moment with eyebrows drawn together. I'm going to help the others, he says without looking at me. Fatigue has nestled in his words. I nod, and then he turns and leaves. I watch Jackson, unmoving, and think that my knees could be made of toothpicks. My heart could be filled with shattered glass. I find my place next to him on the bed, nearly collapsing from the heavy load this day has brought. From the overwhelming need to find some way to undo all the wrong that has happened in the last couple of hours. Sterling. The members of the rebellion. Jackson. Katie. I want to ask life why. Why there can never be peace. Why there are people in this world who want to hurt other people. Why does pain have to hurt so unbelievably much? But I don't, because there is no reason. No answer that would make me understand, because life just is. I'm aware of Katie and Jesse, and many others passing through, but I don't register what they say to me. I just hold Jackson's hand, waiting for his mother to return and keep her promise. Waiting for a miracle to finally exist. The sun glares against my back midway through the window by the time Evangeline makes her way into the room. I don't have to open my eyes to know it's her. The energy surrounding her is powerful. Almost loud. She takes a seat on the other side of the bed and sets a small bowl filled with steaming liquid down on the nightstand. What is that? I ask, sitting up against the headboard. Feeling like air hoses have been plugged into my sides, filling and expanding my lungs with air. It's a special brew that will help his mind wake. She slides her free hand under his head, ever so carefully, and lifts, bringing the bowl to his lips. Once his lips part, she slowly tips the bowl, allowing the brew to slip through his mouth and down his throat. Little by little, his Adam's apple begins to bob as he drinks. When she's confident he's had enough, she rests his head back down on the pillow and looks up at me. Pain fills the small lines around her face. Sorrow has formed pools in her eyes. Primevals have a special ability in them that keeps their minds intact when severe harm has been done to their bodies, she says, her poised voice breaking the silence. It releases like adrenaline, and it keeps others from entering their mind and tampering with things they shouldn't be tampering with. I think this is what has happened to Jackson, and if so, then I know he'll be okay. This brew will expel the toxins in his bloodstream and allow him to wake. I squeeze Jackson's hand, feeling like for the first time today, I can finally breathe. Thank you, I say, letting out a huge sigh. The corner of her mouth lifts. I trust you'll take good care of him? Of course. Faye, right? I nod. It's nice to meet you. She sets the bowl down on the table and offers a hand to me. I take it, and it's the first time since all this commotion has begun that I've allowed myself to really be in the moment. This is Jackson's mom. The woman who gave him life. The woman who left him behind. And I'm sitting here, holding his stilled hand in her hand, really meeting her for the first time. I never imagined our first official greeting to be under these circumstances, though I can honestly say I've never really imaged it at all. I wish I had prepared myself for this moment. Prepared the right words that I could serve to her so I could feel confident that she approves of me, but life gets its entertainment in watching me trip over myself. She inhales and lets go, palms flat against her thighs. I'm glad he found you, Faye, she says, and I think she really means it. I think a flock of fluttering birds has taken up residence in my stomach. And that my mind has kidnapped my tongue. She stands. Grabs the bowl. Anyway, please, let me know when he wakes. I must attend the rest of the injured. She's heading for the door, and I realize I haven't said a word. Not a single thing, and my cheeks bloom roses. My ears heat up. I want to shed this skin and tell him someone else. Someone filled with words and a voice, and a reliable train of thought. My words trample over one another as they race to be first out of my mouth. I can help out if you need me. She stops and turns. Smiles a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Just like Jackson. There isn't much left to do but wait. You girls did good with the protective barrier. It will hold for now. Everyone else just needs rest. Okay, I say, partly sad, but mostly relieved. The door shuts behind her, and I turn back to him. Lean down and kiss his forehead. Why did you have to be so brave? I ask, knowing he won't answer. Knowing I don't need an answer, because it would be the same as mine. Because Sterling needed him. Because we're hunters. Because we don't leave a man behind, and because we don't quit. We survive. I lay back and curl up to his side, tucking my face inside the hollow of his neck and shoulder, listening to the quiet sounds of his heart. He still smells like him, like warm, rich leather and earthy electricity, but his skin is so alarmingly cold. My insides riot against my forced strength, and the walls I've carefully stood upon finally crumble. The pain, sadness, and longing are too much for me to fight against. Tears carve rivers down my cheeks as I silently weep. I cry for Jackson. For those injured below. I cry for the wolves turned against their will and shoved to the curb, for Sterling's bravery and strength constantly being tested. For Mac and his mistakes. For Katie and her partner who was raised by hate. For the many more who will die because of this fight. Because of Clara. I just cry. I'm not sure at what point I stopped crying and finally fell asleep, but I did, and it's then that I realized there's no safe place for me to hide. Not even my own mind. Images flicker in and out. Horrors I never want to live again take over my non-present dreams. Clara's cruel, crescent smile spreads like ink, staining the back of my eyelids indefinitely. We're in a field of her perfume, a field made up of lavender and honeysuckle, and some sickeningly sweet red flower, only we're upside down. Her gun is against my head, and I look down. There's so much blood between us, covering us both, that it's hard to tell where I stop and she begins, and I almost want to beg her to do it. To end it all so I can finally find peace in nothing. She laughs and I'm so sure I'm about to die, so sure that she's won, that I startle myself awake. I feel like stones have settled into my chest, making it impossible to sit up. I'm coated in cold sweat, with my heart pounding inside my ears. Faye? My breath catches in my throat. My fears dissolve into ash. I roll to face him, feeling like my heart has been inflated with helium, and press my lips against his. Warmth, that's what his kiss feels like. Like sunshine touching your face on a cold winter's day. Words hold no weight with him. Love is easily spelled with the way his lips move so desperately against mine. With how his heart beats just as hard against his chest as mine. Walls built from stolen kisses and heartfelt words reform around us, cocooning us in our safe, imaginary bubble no evil could ever penetrate. I mutter his name against the softness of his lips, and his hand finds its way into my hair as he meets my kiss with just as much hunger. Just as much sweet longing. His other hand slides under my shirt, just against my waist, and pulls me closer against him, until I can feel the speed at which his heart is racing. When the kiss finally subsides, he runs his thumb over my cheek, tracing the line of tears all the way down to my lips. Hey you, he says, his voice cracking from sleep. You're okay, I say, choking on relieved laughter. You're really okay. His lips lift into a small grin as I trace his hairline, feeling like grenades of happiness have exploded inside my body. Knowing there's no other way I could ever feel this good. This whole. The sheets rustle as he props up on one elbow, looking down at me. What happened? He asks, moving hair from the side of my face. Like a balloon deflating, the happiness slowly subsides. You absorbed too much when you tried to bring an army of elites down. Weldon found you and Sterling on the roof, and managed to get you here. I pause, knowing this next bit of information will wipe the small grin from his face. I know it's selfish of me to take my time, to keep the information about his mom hostage for a second more, but I want to enjoy the relatively calm look on his face. The look of victory. Of pride and relief. The look of love. What is it? He asks, the faint crinkles around his eyes deepening with curiosity. I bite my bottom lip. Look off to the side. With a deep inhale, I expunge the remaining bit of information. And when you returned, you were near death. If it wasn't for Evangeline. Evangeline? He says, sitting straight up. I sit up with him. Yes. She gave you something that helped your body repair. She was here when everything went down and offered her help in return for her and her pack to stay here, with us. I feel each and every one of his muscles tightening past the point of comfort, almost as if they were my own. What do you mean staying with us? My face creases as I chew the inside of my cheek. I mean, we made a deal with her. In return for their help and protection with the upcoming battle, we will protect them. Protect them from what? I don't know, I say, looking down at my hands. We didn't have a chance to get that far with the negotiation. It was blood and chaos. There were too many who needed tending to. He looks off to the side, shaking his head slightly. His emotions could be a full, living, breathing person in the bed between us. They're coming off that strong. That potent. I run my hand over his shoulder until he looks at me, and then settle into his lap, leaning my forehead against his. And Sterling? He asks quietly, staring past me, out the window. He doesn't want to talk about her anymore. I can understand, because I don't like bringing up my parents. The pain is too much. Like sandpaper dragged across your heart again and again and again, leaving it raw and exposed for all to see. But he doesn't realize that he's just opened another can of worms for himself. The kind that can't be caught. The kind that forms into deadly butterflies the moment they're released, spreading pain and hurt wherever they go. Did I get to him in time? Were you able to prevent him from turning? I take in a breath. Hold it for a few seconds, and then release it. He's okay, but no. He's turned. My words slam like wrecking balls, one after the other, straight into his heart. God damn it. I squeeze my eyes shut. He runs his hands angrily through his hair. How the hell is he okay if he's a freaking vampire, Faye? It goes against everything we know. He's lost to us now. My heart is a vessel that's sinking. I open my eyes and stare into his, wishing I could erase the smudges of pain darkening the green of his eyes. I don't believe so. Your mother doesn't seem to be. The rest of those in her pack don't seem to be. Maybe there's more to it than we know about. Maybe they might have information that the priesthood withheld from us about what happens to primevals who are turned. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. They become one of them, Faye. One of those we hunt. That's what happens. End of story, he says heatedly, waving his hands out like a referee giving a final call. I give him a second to breathe through his words in anger. To really think about what he's saying, and then say, maybe not. It's not like they've ever been given the chance to defend themselves. The minute it happens, they're abandoned, I rally back. Pessimism takes over, and we abandon them. I make sure to meet his gaze. To make him really hear me. Sterling's wife, the one who was bitten and turned into a werewolf, she's in your mother's pack. And now she's just found out that her husband is a freshly turned vamp. Maybe this is something we should explore. Something we can build on, for their sake, because I refuse to believe anything less. He looks at me, his glossy, green eyes churning with so much rage and confusion. I see so many words forming behind his lips, but their meanings don't seem to connect with his gaze. Like he can't agree with his own thoughts. Like war has waged within him, and it's a battle he must fight on his own. He huffs and looks away again. His shoulders slightly slouch. I wrap my arms around his waist and settle against his chest, listening to the rapid beat of his heart slowly dying off to a normal rate. Everything is changing so quickly, he finally says, his deep voice cutting through the denseness of his bones. I haven't even had the chance to catch my breath yet, let alone make sense of all this. You're telling me. He leans back against the headboard and wraps his arms around me. Pulls me closer against him. Silence makes her appearance as a million different thoughts tumble through my head. Too many to make any sense of. There's nothing but the slow, steady sounds of his breath coming and going to fill the air around us. When his body fully relaxes, he kisses the top of my head. Runs his fingers up and down my arm. His voice is so quiet when he finally speaks that I barely hear it. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I blink. Change does that to a person. He sighs. Leans his head back against the headboard, closing his eyes. More quiet breathing. You know, a year ago, I never pictured myself here, in this bed with you, with my mom somewhere downstairs. He laughs, the sound empty and dead of emotion. I don't know how to wrap my mind around it. You don't have to, I say, looking up at him. He looks down at me. At least, not right away. Things like this, they take time to absorb. To understand. He lets out another nervous, shaky laugh that ends with a small frown. A frown that threatens to tear my heart right from my chest. All my life, he says, all my life, I've dreamed of seeing her again. I even looked for her, for a long time. I almost found her right before I met you. His eyes swim in a pool of pain. And now that she's here, I don't want her to be. I don't want her to be because I hate her, Faye. His eyes water as his lips thin and pale with repressed anger. I hate her for what she did. For what we are and aren't to her, and I don't think I have it in me to ever truly forgive her. I hug him close to me as tears burn behind my eyes. Kiss his neck. Graze my nose along his cheek, wishing I could make this easier for him. Wishing I could ease his pain with simple words and soft kisses. He inhales deeply, trying to tuck it all back into his safe box. Back behind the steel walls he keeps around his heart to protect himself from the rest of the world. Don't, I tell him, running my hand along his cheek. Down his neck. Stopping on the spot where his heart hides behind flesh and bone. Don't shut the pain out. You can't ever get over it if you don't try to accept it first. Losing someone impacts you whether you want it to or not, and the impact is like a drill opening you up, leaving you cold and exposed with this aching pain that won't seem to go away. Believe me. I know. He looks down at me. Squints as my words register, and his heart slams once, and then twice against his chest. Okay. That's all he says. It's all he needs to say. For a moment, I think he might break into a million pieces as he allows the pain to rush in, overflow, and I'm afraid he'll disappear behind the shadows he's kept within his soul. Burn within the flames of hatred for his mother that he's held onto for far too long. But he doesn't. He just looks at me, wearing his pain more clearly than I have ever seen in his eyes before. Really letting himself feel what he feels. She smelled like malt liquor. My eyebrows pulled together. The night she left. I remember that she smelled like malt liquor. My heart is in jagged pieces, scraping down my throat. I want to ask him more, but I don't know how. I don't want to push him when he's so close to finally dealing with it. He takes in a ragged breath. I want to show you. Show me? I want to let go, Faye. I can't if I keep this memory to myself. Maybe if I show you, if I share it, then maybe I can let go of it, once and for all, so I can finally move forward. My heart thunders against my chest. This is more than just a memory to him, and I almost don't feel right about peeking in on his childhood pain. He's offering me the darkest, deepest parts of him, asking me to help him with them, and I think I might melt into a puddle of tears right here on this bed. Are you sure? I ask. He nods, staring so surely into my eyes. Okay, I say with a deep inhale. I feel his mind open up to me, and I go willingly, letting him push his thoughts into my own. Everything dissolves around USAS Jackson's memory takes the forefront of my mind. I blink, and I know I'm looking through his eyes. Through the eyes of a young boy. We might be gone longer than normal tonight, so I don't want you to worry, a man who looks a lot like Gavin says from the doorway of the bathroom. I somehow know that it's their father, feeling the way Jackson radiates toward him. Why? Jackson asks through the bristles of his toothbrush. He clears his throat. Well, your mother and I picked up a solid lead on the demon we've been tracking. We'll be scoping out the warehouse we suspect he's working out of with the Middletons, so I suspect it'll be a big mission. Jackson spits, gargles a cup of water, and then cleans his toothbrush and puts it away. After wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he turns back to face him, raising his brows. Is it Bael? Shoo. He grabs Jackson's shoulder, forcing him to look at him. What have I told you about saying their names out loud? Jackson shrinks back a little. That a name has the power to summon them should they be listening, he recites with eyes on his feet. My heart cries for the sudden fear and embarrassment that plagues Jackson's mind. His father lets go of him and ruffles his hair, wearing a small smirk. Exactly. You can never be too careful, son. Especially not with this one. He stands straight again, pulling in a deep breath. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know what was going on. Don't be alarmed if we aren't back by the time you're up for school. Am I ever? Jackson asks, trying not to sound disappointed. He stares at Jackson for a moment, and I can tell he sees past Jackson's forced bravery. Leaning onto the frame with one arm high above his head, his dark brown hair is neatly combed back and squared glasses rest on the bridge of his narrow nose. He's dressed in his uniform with daggers running down the length of his pants. I can't help but see Gavin in his eyes, bluer than the ocean, sloped, and always lifted with a smile. Always offering a feeling of safety and peace. Jackson, he says, shifting his stance. He's about to say something more when Gavin steps into the bathroom, loud as ever. Are you ever what? Hogging the bathroom? Gavin asks with a smirk, his presence taking over the entire room. I feel Jackson's immediate annoyance as thoughts brush through his mind. How Gavin has always been this way, the stronger one, the faster one, the cooler one. And how he wishes for once that Gavin would take him seriously. Gavin bumps Jackson to the side and reaches for his toothbrush with a wide grin. You're always hogging something, little bro. Jackson rolls his eyes. Whatever. He brushes past his dad, not wanting to be another butt of a joke for Gavin. Gavin, I want you to make sure Jackson's father's words trail off as he makes his way down the hall and turns into a room. Judging by the scattered toys and comics, I assume it's his room. They always rely on Gavin to take care of me, like he's the boss of me or something, Jackson mutters to himself. He's only 2 years older. That hardly counts for anything. He kicks at the soccer ball on the floor, and then takes off his t-shirt and tosses it in the hamper near the closet. A small column of light reaches across the carpet and stretches up to his bed. Turning around, I half expect to see Gavin, but instead find his mom. Hey, honey, she says, wearing a secret smile that says he's youngest and most tender to her heart. Dad already told me, Jackson says as he sits on his bed. He stares at the floor, chewing the inside of his cheek. He thinks about how he wishes they'd stop coddling him. Or that he had the guts to say it out loud. But mostly, he wishes they'd stop looking at him like a child, like a second to his big brother. She crosses her arms, drumming her fingers against them, and I think she might smooth his hair back, but she doesn't. I packed lunches for you both, and I put money in them in case you decide to eat hot lunch instead, she says, her words weighted with guilt.
Jackson sighs. It's fine, Mom. I'll be fine. It's just one night.
He runs his hand through his hair. Her light green eyes are creased at the sides and her hand is by her mouth, chewing away at her nails. She closes the distance and sits next to him. I know, honey, she rushes out unevenly.
You're 13 and capable. I get it.
She leans in and kisses the top of his head a little too briskly. But it's my job to worry, she whispers to him. The malty scent of liquor rushes past his nose, and I want to gag for him.
And I worry because I love you. So much. I hate leaving you both at night. And I hate missions such as this one.
He lets her hug his head to her chest, knowing she needs the comfort more than he does, and thinks to himself that she always gets like this when she has one too many.
We aren't alone, Mom. Mrs. Francesca checks on us too many times to count.
She lets his head go, still holding his face, and smiles knowingly. Yes, well, I just thought you should know, his mother says distantly, quietly. Her hands drop back down to her sides and Jackson leans back, tucking his arms behind his head. She waves her hand and his sheet magically lifts and covers him. He shoots her a scowling look.
What?
She shrugs innocently.
You may be 13, but I can still tuck you in. I'm your mother. That never stops.
My heart crumples for him as he thinks that despite knowing she's partly drunk and how much it bothers him, the way she smiles is contagious to him.
Jackson's lips twitch and then lift. One of these days, Mom. What are you going to do when I move to the academy and meet my witch?
Her brows dip a little and a frown pulls at the corners of her mouth. Jackson fiddles with the lever on his blinds, waiting for her response, but the silence is too thick not to notice. He drops the lever and looks back over at her.
What is it? He asks, sitting up.
Her eyes roam around his room everywhere but at him.
A funny feeling somersaults inside Jackson's stomach. She still hasn't responded. Did I say something wrong?
I was only kidding, Mom.
You don't.
She places a light, shaking hand against his shoulder.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Her gaze shifts over to the door, and then back on Jackson.
Something I want to keep between us.
Something I wanted to wait to tell you until you were much older, but after tonight, I fear there might not be any time left. He shifts uncomfortably, not liking the way his heart has matched the pace of his scattered, shifting thoughts.
Okay, he eases out, filtering through all the things she could possibly say.
Her eyes drop to his, and turmoil swims within the depth of them. Indecision lingers within the silent tremor of her lips.
You've always been the sensitive one, Jackson.
You've always had this extraordinary way of reading people and understanding things. Her hand brushes his cheek as her eyes take him in with so much love. Like me, you have such a giving, loyal nature, which is why I know I can tell you this.
She pauses and takes a breath.
I want you to promise me you won't fall in love with your affinity partner.
Never. If you do, she will pay the consequences.
She's staring at him, searching his eyes for a response.
Seconds tick by, carrying every question rapidly firing within his mind. Do you understand, Jackson?
He somehow nods, despite not understanding, and thinks to himself that she's had too much to drink.
That has to be it.
Her head tilts a little, and her features soften.
I know this is sudden, and maybe a little confusing. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. This is a big hunt, and there are so many things your father and I haven't told you, so many things you and your brother need to know.
It's our sworn duty to prepare you for everything, should something happen to one of us. He doesn't like how she said those last words. He doesn't like the way they slipped past her lips with the stealthy ease of a predator. She's a witch, one who has the ability to tap into the future should she look. At that thought, he feels his dinner rising back up. He stares at her as her words continue in a sprinted ramble he can't keep up with.
They don't line up with what he's been taught.
She grabs his arm, and he nearly jumps.
Say something.
His thoughts come to a halt, and two solid questions form.
Well, what consequences? What are you talking about? Death, Jackson.
You're cursed.
Every hunter in your bloodline is cursed.
If you fall in love with your witch, she will die.
But if you don't, then you will spare your witch from a horror she never asked for.
She pauses, closing her eyes tight, and then adds, not loving your partner will mean your death, Jackson, but I promise you I won't let that happen.
I will find a cure. I will undo this curse if it's the last thing I do. Just keep your heart protected. Promise me. Evangeline, what are you filling this boy's head with?
his dad says as he walks into his room behind Gavin. Jackson looks past her. The moment his eyes connect with Jackson's, his face pales to shades Jackson never knew he was capable of. Fear is never a thing he had seen in his father's eyes before. Jackson? She turns away from Jackson and looks up at his father, her last words sealed with a forced smile. Nothing you haven't already told him, Charles. She stands up and makes her way over to Gavin. But his eyes never find hers. They remain on Jackson, rooted in fear. Jackson. It's fine, Evangeline says, placing her hand on Gavin's chest. He's fine. We were just talking. Right, Jackson? Jackson feels the heat of an invisible spotlight shining down on him. Her brows lift, waiting for him to agree. Right, he forces out. She smiles and turns to Gavin with open arms. Come here. Hug me goodnight. He hugs her and gets in his bed. I'll see you boys in the morning, his dad says with a cold look in Evangeline's direction. We love you, Evangeline adds. Good night. When the door click shuts behind them, Jackson rolls toward the window. People are walking the streets of New York, despite the hour of the night. Cabs roll by in streaks that remind him of lightning, the power he hopes to attain on the day of his culling. To walk in his father's footsteps has been his dream for as long as he can remember. He closes his eyes, trying to avoid the sinking feeling in his stomach. Trying to avoid the conversation with his mother. Thinking he should have said something to his dad. What did Mom say? Gavin asks through the silence. Nothing. Don't lie. I'm not. You are and you know it. Tell me. Jackson sighs and rolls to face him. He's staring up at the ceiling with his arms tucked behind his head. Jackson tosses around the thought of telling him for a moment, unsure if he should know. What if it's true? What if Mom finds out? Jackson, stop worrying and spit it out already. Mom says we're cursed, he blurts out. He feels better the moment he does. What? Jackson can tell he has Gavin's attention. She says that every hunter in our bloodline is cursed. She said we can't fall in love with our partner or they'll die. Gavin laughs, and the sound surprises Jackson. Bull. She'd be dead then. Even though they're having problems right now, there's no way he doesn't love her. She's Mom. Something in his words strikes a chord within Jackson. The fear in her eyes, the reason behind telling him. Maybe that's what she means. Maybe she thinks she's going to die. Gavin sits up on his forearm. No, Jackson. Didn't you see how much wine she drank? A whole bottle. She was rambling again. No one is dying. But she was scared, Gav. For real. Yeah, but Dad wouldn't let anything happen to her. He's a badass. Even if it were true, he'd keep it from happening. Yeah, Jackson says, falling into what he's saying. Maybe you're right. I am right. Now, go to sleep. He lies back down and pulls the covers to his chin. Jackson follows suit. There are only a few hours left before he has to get up for school. He has to sleep. If he doesn't, he fears he won't pass his test tomorrow, and then his dad will have his head. He starts to drift off when his bedroom door creaks open, allowing an empty, yellow light to glare against his eyelids. His eyes flick open the moment he leaves the hazy edges of sleep. Evangeline stands in the doorway. Her hand grips the doorknob. Her face is shielded by shadows. He rubs his eyes with the heel of his hand and sits up. Mom? His eyes adjust a little better with every blink. He notices her hair, the way it's falling out of the neat, slicked-back ponytail she always wears. Her eyes are whiter than normal and rimmed in red. Her skin is paler than the moon and covered with tracks of blood. Her lips are pointed toward the ground, toward hell. She takes one step and stops, and he thinks he sees her shoulders trembling. The light coming through his window slides up her body and stops on her face. Her cheeks are wet. Her eyes are too. Mom? He says quieter, his heart picking up in speed. He brushes his covers the rest of the way aside and touches his feet to the carpet. Gavin stirs in his bed. He kicks at his sheet. Jackson glances over at him, and then back at Evangeline. He doesn't know why she's just standing there. Doesn't know why she's crying, and he doesn't want to know why either. Mom? Gavin says a second later as he rubs his eyes. Boys, she says slowly. Jackson sees her standing there, but her voice is not his mother's voice. It's too sad, too hollow. Gavin's hands fall to his side in an instant. Mom, what's wrong? He asks, suddenly alert. He's on his feet already and walking toward her. Where's Dad? Jackson's still frozen on his mattress, frozen by the sadness that quietly leaks from her eyes. His stomach painfully twists until it can't twist anymore as her words from earlier pass through his head. His chest rises unevenly as he tries to find a steady pattern of breathing. She's still holding onto the door like it's helping her stand or something. Her tears are flowing more rapidly now. Her mouth moves, but words don't follow, like her voice is drowning beneath her sorrow. Gavin rubs her arm, but she's staring past him, past Jackson, past their room and into something they aren't even close to imagining.
Mom, you're scaring us. Say something, please, Gavin says.
The tremor of discomfort in his voice stabs through Jackson's heart. He's scared. He's never scared of anything, but he's scared right now. Gavin glances over at Jackson and his face is paled, but he quickly hardens his expression to stone. Come here, he says quietly, sharply.
His blue eyes search Jackson's, telling him to be strong.
Jackson somehow finds his footing and makes his way toward them. Evangeline lets go of the doorknob and gives Jackson her other hand.
She takes a deep, uneven breath and says, "Your dad, her head falls. She's gasping for air.
Her knees shake, and then she collapses to the ground. Gavin throws his arms around her, holding her as her sobs fill their room. Jackson's eyes burn so bad as he watches them.
Heat trails down his cheeks. A feeling he hasn't encountered before enters his body.
Where's Dad? He asks, his voice cracking in half. Strong, courageous, lethal, these are the traits of a primeval, the person he was brought up to be, but it all leaves him the moment she looks up at Jackson. Her skin is blotched in shades of remorse and regret. Her eyes are puffy and dark.
Gavin lets her go and leans back on his heels.
He's standing next to Jackson, and Jackson's grateful for it because beside him, he doesn't feel so scared. She inhales a breath and drags her hand across her face. It does nothing to remove the moisture. When her eyes connect with Jackson's, he knows, but he can't force himself to look away.
He can't force himself to come to terms.
It only takes 3 words for her to rip away the innocence of his childhood, to turn his heart into a solid piece of impenetrable steel.
Your father's dead. I never thought anyone would ever truly understand the depth of what I felt when my parents went missing. What I'm still feeling. Not until now.
She asked him not to love. She asked him this, knowing that if a cure isn't found, then he could possibly die. Everything I thought I knew about the love a parent has for their child disappeared with Evangeline's request.
How could she ask him that? A little boy? How could she make him fear love? Ask him to sacrifice himself? My eyes open, and I find Jackson with his still shut, silent tears trailing down his face. I take his face in my hands and lift until he finally opens his eyes, and I'm trying to sort through all that I feel. Pain, regret, confusion, love, confidence that he'll be okay. They're all fighting to be in control of my next move. All fighting to make the first move. But I don't have to, because he does. And just like that, she was gone, he says, and I prepare myself for his pain, but this time he doesn't sound so broken. So scared. This time, he sounds accepting. Maybe even at peace with it all. And then he takes my face in his hands and kisses me. Not a hungry, passionate kiss, but a desperate one. A scared one. A kiss where I feel him asking me to guide him. To help him through his emotions that he's only just beginning to acknowledge. So I kiss him back. Cup his face in my hands as I climb onto his lap and pour every ounce of my love into this kiss. Into his soul. He wraps his arms around my waist and buries his face against my chest, pressing his ear against my heart. We stay like this for a while as his breathing slowly calms to a normal pace. Can I tell you something without you taking offense? He asks. He flips my arm over and traces the edges of my affinity mark. Presses his lips gently against it. My heart does an off-kilter flip as my brain goes fuzzy. I think so. Before I met you, I had my emotions in check, for the most part. I could easily shut them off with the blink of an eye. But now, being with you, you make me want to feel. You make me enjoy feeling. And it scares me to be like this. To be so open. It makes me feel so vulnerable, and sometimes, weak. I take a moment to ingest his words. I know it isn't because of me that he feels this way. It isn't because of our relationship, or because of something I did. And I surprise even myself with how easily the words form for me. I look down at him. Plant a small, soft kiss against his forehead, and then smile. You're not weak, Jackson. You're just alive. And that's beautiful. Being in Jackson's arms makes me wish I could control time. Makes me wish I commanded the seconds that tick by, stealing away our present and our past, pushing us further and further into the future. If I could, I'd slow them down.
paused them forever, or at least long enough to really, truly experience the time I've spent in his arms. Really, truly plant myself in the moment, so I can savor it for all it's worth.
But time doesn't work like that. It was never meant to. It's meant to teach us.
To make us appreciate the moments as they come, because no matter what, they will fade.
No matter what, reality will squeeze its way in. I look to the clock hanging on the wall and listen to the sounds of the second hand ticking. Every tick is like a bullet to my heart.
I'm bombarded by Clara's words.
Her threat. 1 hour. One more body. One more soul taken by someone cruel and heartless.
One more person who dies because of me.
I can't let that happen.
A knock sounds on our door, and I nearly jump out of my skin. "Come in," Jackson says, pulling a clean, white shirt over his chest. He tucks the front of it into his pants, and then reaches for his gun and flux holster, wrapping it around his waist.
Weldon steps through the door, looking more tired than I think I've ever seen him look before. Small, purple half-moons have formed under his eyes. His always perfectly groomed golden hair is in disarray.
Large splats of blood stain the front of his light gray v-neck, and down the length of his denim jeans.
He swishes the amber liquid in his glass, and then tosses it back. I haven't even thought about the fact that his brother is back. His twin. The same man who was responsible for the disappearance of his partner. I can see it's taken an effect on him. Holding it in. Keeping it together for the sake of everyone else.
He may be strong and resilient, but he's still part human.
Still filled with unresolved issues, just like the rest of us.
Oh, good. You're still alive, he says sarcastically, blinking sluggishly, looking at me.
I thought you might be dead since you didn't come down for dinner last night. Although, it's probably best that you didn't. Cassie burnt the meat. He looks over at Jackson. And I see you're finally awake, sleeping beauty.
It appears that way, Jackson shoots back, sitting next to me so he can slide his boots on.
And you're still an S2, I see, Weldon says as he drags his way across the room.
He plops down onto the armchair by the window, resting the hand with the glass over the edge of the arm.
A small Weldon, my hero, thank you for saving my ass would be nice. Jackson looks at him flatly. Stands. Slides a flux through the leather binding. Thank you, he says dryly.
Weldon lazily lifts a lone brow, his lip twitching at the corner, forming a wounded frown.
And you're my hero, Jackson adds, smiling now.
The left side of Weldon's mouth lifts up into a weak attempt at a smirk, and then disappears. He pinches his forehead between his fingers and rubs, shaking his head.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think I'm getting too old for this shit.
Too old? I ask, looking at his clean-shaven, smooth-as-a-baby face.
Weldon drops his hand and looks up at me as if I'm insulting him. Yes.
I'll be 46 this year, and you, and everyone else in this house, has me running around like a damn teenager working off a punishment. My bones are brittle.
My age is catching up to me.
I spent all last night and this morning cleaning up blood.
So much in fact, that I'm pretty sure I could land a job within the biohazard field.
He rubs at his lower back, and I can't help but laugh.
Why didn't the witches clean with magic? Jackson asks. Couldn't. Their magic was burnt up from healing and manifesting. Everyone pretty much passed out before 8 p.m. last night. Everyone except me, hence the pity party.
Well, you don't look 46, I say, pulling the blanket over the bed, trying to make it look put together. And I don't think your age is catching up to you either. He stops rubbing his back and looks over at his empty cup with a pout.
You're right. I was just playing the sympathy card. Fetch me a drink? I blink. Me? No, the Faye behind you.
Yes, you, he says, shoving the glass at me. I need to have a little chit-chat with our boyfriend. I sigh and take the glass from him. Jackson grabs me by the arm before I can walk out and kisses me, making sure I know just how his heart feels. I smile at him when Weldon makes a gagging noise, and then head down the stairs. I'm almost across the hallway when I hear something that makes me stop.
Katie crying. I was so worried about you. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't really have a choice. I know, baby. It's okay.
I'm here now, I hear Chet say behind the door to their room. I don't want to eavesdrop, so I force my feet down the steps, 2 at a time, careful to sidestep the loudest parts of the floorboards.
Maybe I was wrong about him.
Maybe he really does care about her.
Whatever happened to him in the disciplinary ward must have worked. But then why do I get this tingly feeling in my gut when I think about him?
His aunt is a priestess.
A corrupt one at that.
She had to have flipped out when he was placed in the disciplinary ward because of the fight we had and the way he treated his witch.
There's no way she would have allowed it. Right? I don't have much time to think about it, because, by the time I make it down the stairs and into the library, my mind instantly flips to the catastrophe that had only just recently happened. The bruised and broken bodies. The tears. The bloodshed at my expense. I peer out the front door window. The bloody mess from yesterday has vanished. Devastation has been swept under the rug. In its stead is an array of cots spread out inside the library. Sheets of every color and pattern have been draped from the ceiling to make small, private sections for each couple. There's no way I can get to the liquor cabinet without bothering whoever is behind the sheets, so I turn and head down the hall to the kitchen instead, thinking about how I can get to Clara to keep her from hurting anyone else. The table still has the map given to me by Sterling, only now there are different colored gummy bears being used as pawns. Gavin grabs one, pops it into his mouth, and then sits back down in his chair. Cassie smacks his hand from beside him. Stop eating the soldiers. Gavin almost chokes on a gummy when he laughs. Seamus rolls his eyes to the side, shaking his head, sitting on the other side of the table. He looks so different out of his priesthood attire. Not draped in crimson. He's wearing a well-tailored silver suit, and his silver hair is brushed back, not a single strand out of place. He looks put together, in control, but in his steel-gray eyes, there's a rocky ocean threatening to capsize his well-groomed ship. There's a tremor left behind by Clara that's only just beginning to crack. You can't hide defeat from someone who's met it on a personal level. Mac gives Gavin a cold stare from the head of the table, and then tucks a pen inside a pocket sewn onto the front of his slate-gray trimmed, black cashmere sweater. He unbuttons the top button of his white shirt underneath, leaning back in his seat. I can't help but see Weldon in him. See the resemblance in the way the two move. The soundless, precise movements their bodies make. The demand for respect. Yet, they're nothing at all alike. Sorry, Gavin says, his smile vanishing as he carefully replaces the red and yellow gummies back on their marks. My boots scuff the trim of the doorway, and they all look up. Faye, Max says at once, smiling at me, though the smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Hello, I say, forcing a mirrored smile on my face. Trying not to think about that night on the roof. About Claire and Weldon. Or about my parents and the fact that he had to have known Clara was in on it, though he never said a word. He just used me, pushing me to train and to find the dagger of retribution. Maybe he just uses everyone. Come, sit, he says, ushering me over with a hand wave. We were just talking strategy while we waited for everyone to recover. He pulls out the chair next to him. Smiles expectantly at me. I hold the glass up. Weldon asked for a refill. Shadows move across Mac's face. Yes. Of course. I head over to the pantry and pull out the bottle of aged whiskey, feeling heat crawl up the back of my neck from all the stairs. After filling the glass halfway, I look over at Gavin. Where's Sterling? How is he doing? Gavin flicks a folded-up piece of paper resembling a football across the table at Jonathan, who has yet to say a word. He's doing okay given the circumstance. He's in the house across the yard with the wolves. There are so many undertones in that statement. Too many, and it rattles everyone I think, because we all shift uncomfortably. We all scratch at our skin, which tingles from the need to attack. To defend our territory. We offered for him to stay here, Cassie rushes out, but he wants to be with his wife. I exhale. Understandable, I say, chewing the inside of my cheek. I stare out the back window, thinking of all that's happened. Thinking of Clara. There has to be a way for me to get to her without causing anyone else harm. I should just leave. Jump in a car and drive there. Put an end to this. If you try it, I'll kick your ass. I turn at the sound of Jessie's voice. She's standing next to me, staring me down. You're not a martyr, Faye, and what Clara does is not your fault. What are you talking about? Max says as everyone turns their attention to me. Molten heat spreads through my limbs and up to my cheeks, but Jessie doesn't care. She turns and says, Faye wants to turn herself in to keep Clara from acting on her threat to kill more people. I wouldn't worry too much about that, Max says lightly, and I can't understand how he could blow this off. Why he isn't freaking out like I am. We saved those who she had planned to hurt, he continues, and when I broke into the system, I deleted all the files I could find on the rebellion. She doesn't have any names of our guys on the outside. She has nothing. That doesn't mean she'll stop. She never backs down from a threat, I say, feeling my nerves shake. Feeling my muscles flex. Just thinking about someone else being hurt because of me makes my stomach twist. Makes my brain pound. No, Mac agrees, his eyes glassed with pain, she won't stop. But I also know that she won't kill any who aren't involved with our rebellion. Not now. How can you be so sure? Cassie says. She's a sociopath, for God's sake. Mac inhales slowly. Releases the air. Because she isn't stupid. She's being watched now, closer than ever due to the darkens. He turns to the small television on the counter and puts it on a regular news station. Overhead footage taken of small fires and chaos outside of different Watchmen academies across the globe flick across the screen. Countless bodies lay scattered on the ground, some wearing darken attire, and others in Watchman uniform. My lungs feel like a steel pipe has pierced through them. Across the bottom of the screen, a recap of this anomaly scrolls continuously, listing the cities and body count. They're saying it's a terrorist attack on privately funded schools from a group of angered radicals who want equality in the schooling system. This is how the UN has covered it up, Max says as he shuts the television off. For now, but that will change if she doesn't get a handle on the situation. The more this happens and the closer humans come to finding out about us, the closer Ethereal City is to its demise. What does she care? Cassie asks. If she's working with the Darkens and Bael, then she surely doesn't care about our people. There's a lot that I learned about Clara and her goals during my short time in Ethereal City, but that is for another discussion, Max says calmly. I just wanted Faye to know that Clara won't make another move unless she knows it will be effective. With the rebellion members she had in custody rescued, she doesn't have anyone left to use against Faye. Not unless she finds us. Which won't happen, Gavin says with certainty. For now, no, Mac continues. But we won't be safe forever, which is why I think our first act should be facing the matter at hand, ensuring the people on this property are safe and can get along. Without unity, we are powerless. He's looking at me. Waiting. Hoping I understand everything that he has presented. Hoping that he has settled my nerves. And, staring into his gray eyes, I know deep down that I believe him. I believe that he doesn't want another person hurt. I believe that he wouldn't lie to us about this, because I think he has learned from his mistakes. I think he wants to make things right. I nod at him and inhale. Is this going to be a safe venture for all involved? I ask. I'm looking at Seamus now. The only priest from the priesthood in the room. The one who should have the answers as to how we can all be on the same property, at this very moment, without having killed one another yet. Nothing at all like what we've been taught our whole lives. Everyone in the room is staring at him now too, probably all wondering the same thing. Seamus clears his throat, and the sound is uncomfortable. Dry. Like something is stuck. Something like the wad of lies he's been trained to feed us all this time. Yeah, Seamus, how is it that they still seem somewhat normal? Jonathan asks. I thought we were to exterminate them, regardless of who they were born as. He leans forward, his arms folded across his chest. He's changed since the last time I saw him in Ethereal City. He's grown out a full beard that reaches down inches past his chin. His eyes seem hollower. Less happy and open. He's in a fresh black shirt, and black linen pants, his dark hair still wet from a shower. Seamus drags a hand down his wrinkled face. Exhales laboriously. I knew the moment I saw the wolves cross over the protective barrier that this would be a matter I couldn't avoid any longer. I set the glass down on the counter. Move a couple of steps closer to the table so I can hear him better. You have to understand the way things were before the divine initiated the priesthood and the proclamation, and all the rules we have come to know today. It was chaos. Disorderly. There wasn't an ounce of uniformity between our people. Hunters and witches fought against each other just as often as we fight against the paranormal. There was no safe, middle ground. But the divine knew we needed each other. They knew we needed to work together to keep the humans safe from the paranormal, because if we didn't civilize ourselves, we would be looked at as just as much a threat as the paranormal by the humans. We would be an enemy, and that's not something we can afford when our numbers are nothing compared to theirs. Magic only gets you so far. He takes in a long breath and holds it, his eyes moving back and forth like he's searching for what he wants to say next. Breathing out, he finishes. After the proclamation was set, and the Night Watchmen started working together, the divine ordered the priesthood to keep the bloodlines as pure as possible. Even if there was a way to coincide with those unfortunate souls who have been turned, but... What do you mean if? Jonathan asks, his tone deep and filled with loathing. I thought they turned into monsters, just like the ones who bit them? Sickness slithers through me. They don't, because of who we are, Seamus says, looking up at us through his lashes. Primeval. Strong. From the research gathered back in Ethereal City, we've learned that the primeval gene we possess, the same gene that grants us our gifts, also fights against the virus spread by the bite of a werewolf or vampire the moment it happens. Enough so, that they're able to maintain a portion of their former selves.
they lose their primeval powers, but not who they are. You people are sick, Gavin says under his breath, backing his chair away from the table. The loud screech of wood pierces the awkward tension filling the air.
So it's true then? You really do experiment on your own kind? Force bad things to happen to them in order to learn more about what our genes can handle? Sterling? His wife?
Gavin's on his feet now, his hands in balled-up fists at his side.
Seamus flinches under every accusation.
His fists are in tight balls and his eyes are squeezed shut, like he's just waiting for a blow that's sure to come.
Answer me. Gavin shouts.
Yes, Seamus says with a tone so open, honest, and cold that it's almost scary. And you just abandon them, knowing they could be reincorporated into our daily routine. Maybe even give us an advantage, Gavin continues, disgust breathing fire through his words.
Seamus looks up at him. We don't know that they could give us an advantage.
We don't know that they can withstand the fight against the virus constantly attacking their system. In all the trials I've read about, the majority have resulted in the body eventually surrendering to the virus, many, many years later, especially when the affinity partnership is separated. Most cases we've seen outside of the city have at least one partner dead. The likelihood that they can move on as a productive member in our society is not worth the risk of more being infected, or worse, killed.
Gavin's shaking his head. Cassie's face is twisted in horror. So now you're saying that those wolves could turn on us at any moment? Cassie asks, looking away from Gavin to Seamus. I'm saying there is a likelihood. Yes.
Those wolves have names, Evangeline says through the screen of the back door.
Everyone tenses. Can I come in?
She's looking at Gavin, eyebrows raised. Of course, he says, moving across the room to open the door for her. She hugs him when she enters, and then turns to face us, wearing a grimace. Boys, she says, standing at the head of the table, looking at Seamus, Mac, and Jonathan.
What you say is only partially true.
I know primevals who have lived with their bites for 20+ years, without their partner. Others who have lived with it for the majority of their lives. Where there's a will, there's a way, and one bite does not determine the fate of a primeval. Leaning down, she places her palms flat on the table. She's inches from Seamus' face, and I don't think he's even breathing. You know damn well that we've tried to appeal to the priesthood with unanswered messages. We've been under your radar since the beginning of this, and you've chosen to shut us out. Chosen to keep things pure, she spits. I had nothing to do with the motions to keep you out, Seamus says, inching his face away from hers. I've been in support, but when you share a conflicting decision with a majority, he shrugs half-heartedly and looks down at the table, running his finger along one of the grooves.
Well, not everything you want you can get. Not unless your name is Claire, Cassie says with a snort. You mean Clara? Gavin asks, looking up at her in concern. Cassie smacks her forehead. Yeah.
I don't know why I keep messing up my words.
I meant Clara.
You've been doing it a lot lately, Gavin says, rubbing her back.
I'm just tired, you know? He nods.
Evangeline's watching her, watching the way Gavin is touching her and the way she's smiling at him, and the color bleaches from her face. We're all tired, Seamus says.
This entire situation has been very taxing on all of us. That, I think, we can at least agree upon. Right, Evangeline, dot.
It takes her a moment to realize Seamus was talking to her, but when she does, she pulls her eyes from Cassie and Gavin and looks back down at Seamus without a speck of remorse on her face.
I want to be included on any plans your rebellion makes. I have a lot to give to this, and we don't have time to waste on old prejudices. To keep the peace, we'll stay in the house out back, but just know that I, and my people, can be trusted. Trust isn't something just given, Jonathan says curtly. It has to be earned.
How do we know when the full moon comes, you all won't come and bite every last one of us while we're sleeping? How do we know you won't stab us with silver knives in our sleep? Evangeline retaliates, her tone almost a growl.
Thunderstorms rage in Jonathan's eyes, but he sits silently, unanswering. Tension rises like heat from the sand on a hot summer day.
It's thick and stifling, and someone needs to break it before it overcomes us all. Look, I say, calling the attention onto myself. This has to work. At this point in the game, we need them, I say, nodding my head in Evangeline's direction.
They're an advantage Clara won't have. Something she won't see coming. I lock eyes with Evangeline. Swallow. I trust her. Them, I add quickly. We, as leaders, need to break the ice. We need to set the example for everyone else. If they see that you aren't getting along, then they won't want to either. And that can't happen.
So what are you suggesting?
Seamus asks, looking up at me with a newfound spark in his eye. A bonfire. Tonight after dinner. Jesse and I can brew something to settle everyone's nerves, and then maybe we can spend the night getting to know one another. Easing the tension by setting an example for everyone else to follow. I offer what I hope is a sure, strong smile, directing it at everyone. This isn't a dysfunctional family reunion, Faye, Cassie says with an eye roll. I bite my tongue. Force my hands to remain at my sides even though they're screaming at me to choke her. Maybe not, Cassie, I say as evenly and calmly as I can, but talking opens up a gateway for some people. Let's let empathy work its magic rather than forcing them together, which could cause further mistrust. I think if the others see the leaders making an effort to understand and accept the situation, then it will give them pause to think about it themselves. I take a second, breathing in to steady my heart, and then finish. If we're going to fight together, then we should be able to trust each other, and they deserve to tell their story and be heard just as much as anyone else here. I think it's a great idea, Evangeline says, a speck of pride in her gaze. Clearing the air will only strengthen things. I look over at Jonathan and Mac, who both look equally unenthused. Can you talk to your recruits about this? Ask that they come with open minds. I think the more important question is, will they have open minds themselves, Evangeline says, eyes zeroing in on Jonathan like a focusing lens. His arms are folded across his chest. His thin lips pressed into a scowl I've never really seen on him before. Not even when he caught Katie and me sneaking a drink from his liquor cabinet our freshman year in high school. Please, I say to him, quietly. Pleadingly. Hating that I'm in this situation with a man who's been like a father to me. A man I respect. A man who has known me forever. He stares at me for a moment as indecision plays tug-of-war in his gaze. I think we should try, Max says to him, switching gears as he leans forward with renewed faith in his eyes. I think there's been enough destruction caused by the priesthood. It's time we learn to think on our own 2 feet. That's what the rebellion was created for. To bring equality to all and to bring down the devil in disguise. Jonathan's shoulders slouch. Fine, he relents, and I can see in his eyes that he's sincere. Tonight, we set the record straight so tomorrow we can start fresh with our plans. Good, Evangeline says, wearing a diplomatic smile. She smooths the front of her cream-colored blouse down and exhales. Very good. I'll talk to my pack. We'll hunt before we meet, so no need to include us in tonight's meal. I hate that I notice Gavin wincing when she says this. That his bright blue eyes pale to a sorrowful silver as she turns and heads out the back door, back to her new family, whom she must care for. Cassie slides her arms around his waist and rests her chin against his shoulder, whispering something into his ear that has him clenching his eyes shut. He might be the oldest, but he isn't immune to the pain a child feels. I just wish Jackson could see it too. I'll speak to everyone, Mac volunteers, looking at Jonathan. They'll take it easier from me. Jonathan nods, staring out the kitchen window. I'll start on dinner then, Cassie says with a nervous giggle, letting go of Gavin, who's staring at her in worry. How does spaghetti sound? Amazing, Seamus says with a forced smile. Good, because it's the only thing we have enough of until someone can make a trip to the store. I'll work on that in the meantime then, Jonathan volunteers. I'm sure I can figure something out. Everyone starts clearing the kitchen, heading to their intended destinations, and I feel panicked with the need to straighten myself out with Jonathan. To make him see that this really is for the best. I tap his arm before he has a chance to leave the kitchen. Swallow down my nerves so I can get out what I feel I should say. I wanted to say thank you. You know that I've always viewed you as a second daughter, right? He says, placing his hands on my shoulders. Safety lingers in his eyes as memories of my childhood with Katie plays before me. You can do no wrong with me. I've watched you grow from a small girl into this amazing, take-charge woman that I know both your parents would be proud of. He pulls me into a hug as my throat constricts and my eyes fill with tears. As everything that has happened up until now, the good moments, the bad ones, bombard my heart. I'm proud of you, Faye. Proud to be here, in this house, fighting to change the ways of the coven with you. You've been through a lot, yet you haven't let it strip away who you are. That says a lot about your character. It speaks for Mary and Russell, and how well they've raised you. I hug him tighter, thankful in this moment to have him here. To have family. He chuckles to himself, and then says, so there's no need to explain yourself, okay? I trust your judgment. I'm just ornery and set in my ways. He waits long enough for me to nod in agreement. Okay. Good. He pats me once on the back. See you tonight, . I nod at him and he heads out of the kitchen, leaving me staring out the window at Evangeline's form. This has to work. We have to get along, not only for our sake, but for Jackson and Gavin's too. Do you want to help me cook? Cassie asks me as she pulls a jar stuffed with dry noodles out of the pantry.
Evangeline disappears through the front door of the guest house.
I turn around to face Cassie. Nah. I think I'll head out back and start gathering wood for the fire. Fresh air sounds good right now. Weldon bursts through the kitchen door, calling out, "Did you just say you needed fresh air? How is that going to help you fetch me a drink, Faye?"
Jackson walks in behind him and then they both stop, taking in the look on all of our faces. Weldon's scowl changes into a slow smirk as he says, "Oh,
I know that face. What did we miss?"
Jackson follows me out the back door without saying a word.
He saw the look on my face. Read me like the open book I am to him. He knows whatever just happened had to do with his mother.
If he didn't read it on my face, then he surely did on his brother's. We make it halfway across the backyard when he reaches for my hand. I tell myself to slow my steps. Force myself to put on a smile that will ease what he's going to hear.
We need to gather wood for the bonfire tonight. Bonfire?
Yes. We thought it would be a good way for everyone to get to know one another, so we can ease the trust in. I head through the pergola and past the herb garden, until I reach the shed that leads to Jackson's family's underground weapon stash house.
I remember seeing wood piled up on the side. Jackson doesn't say anything else until we reach the side of the shed. I try to move a little quicker to bring more body heat. It's cooler on this side of the shed, under the shade provided by the forest, and it's somewhat inviting. Private. Quiet. So quiet that I imagine if I close my eyes tight enough, I can almost hear the trees exhaling their secrets, whispering to us to open my heart and my mind.
I'm sure his mind is in overdrive, trying to process what exactly this bonfire will mean.
Seeing his mother. Hearing her speak. Hearing her side of what happened. There will be no denying it. No chance to walk away from it. We have to do this.
We have to try to get along with them, if not for their help in the upcoming battle, then because we made a deal, and a watchman never goes back on a deal. I'm already grabbing a piece of wood to put in the small wagon next to it, when he says, "I think I'm ready." I set the wood down in the wagon and turn to look at him.
Ready?
Ready to hear her out, he says, resolution in his gaze. I talked with Weldon about what happened back in the city, and somehow, that conversation turned into my mom, and Mac, and all the other things that are kind of out of our hands at the moment.
And?
I ask, stepping over a pile of fallen branches to be closer to him.
And we both settled on the idea that deep down, we know we love them. We know we want to hear them out. Give them a chance. And we're not doing anyone a favor by putting it off. Not when there are so many other, bigger issues to be dealt with. I hear the relief in his voice.
Like it's been held captive in the dark recesses of a cave, and has finally tasted sunlight for the first time in a long time.
Breathing fresh air. Taking shape again. He brushes his fingers through my hair and settles his hand on the back of my neck. Nudges his nose against mine.
"I'm proud of you," I say, smiling softly up at him.
"I kind of am too," he says, staring at my lips. He chuckles. "What?" I ask, smiling deeper now. "You. What have you done to me?" I feel my brow crease. I can't remember ever feeling so at peace. Being able to come to terms and make decisions based off my emotions. Healthy decisions. Decisions that are right.
He takes a small breath, and his green eyes bore into me as he finishes, "You've turned me upside down." I wrap my arms around his waist and meet his gaze. "Or maybe just right side up," I say, moving closer against him. There's a subtle shift in the air when I do this. I see it in his eyes.
Feel it deep in the pit of my stomach.
It's been so long since we've been alone together with even the smallest amount of peace.
Hunger takes the shape of our hearts, forming between us. Pulling us toward each other. I try to remember how to breathe.
But he can see what he does to me in my eyes.
I know, because I see it reflected back at me.
I see the way he eyes my lips like he wants to devour him. Feel his fingers moving slowly up the side of my stomach until they're just underneath my breast outside my shirt, asking to take what he already knows I'm willing to give. "Jackson," I plead, but it's all I get out because his lips slam against mine as his hands twirl inside my hair, crushing me against him. He lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his waist, and carries me around the shed to the door, kicking it open with his foot.
He sets me down inside. Closes the door behind us. Locks it.
When he turns back around, we're both staring at each other, our chests heaving up and down erratically.
Our skin practically sizzling with electricity. "I want to be inside of you.
Right now," he says, his gaze so intense. His words drunk with lust. All I can do is nod as fire spreads throughout my body, waiting to ignite him.
2 steps. 1 deep breath. He walks me backward until I bump up against the wall. I pull my sweater off, over my head, and throw it down. Watch through dizzy eyes as he shifts out of his jacket, keeping his eyes locked on mine. He's looking at me with such intensity. Such need. Like he's spent his entire life wandering a desert and only just found his oasis. He wants to savor this moment. Swim in it. Relish it. I don't want to wait for him to make the first move. I can't. I lift my hand and press it against his thundering heart, yearning to feel its strength. And, the moment I touch him, he comes alive. Urgency has taken over. His lips are on mine again, harder this time, pulling me down into a madness I never want to come up from. A madness that consumes every one of my brain cells, and I don't think I'll ever be sane again. His hands are everywhere, tugging and pulling at fabric that won't seem to disappear. Fabric that I want to just wish away so his skin can be on mine. So his heat will be my heat. I reach for the button of his pants, fingers fumbling nervously over one another as they desperately try to work, and he groans against my mouth with every touch, deepening his kisses as his hands find the hem of my undershirt. He's trying so hard to pull it up, to get it off so he can finally have all of me, but neither of us wants to stop kissing. Neither of us can go a moment more without the feel of the other's lips. So he rips the thin material straight down the middle. He pulls back. Draws in air sharply as his eyes drink me in, and I don't think I've ever felt so bold. So on fire as I match his gaze. Time, it seems, has escaped us for a little while. He tugs the lacy material covering my breasts down and slides his lips over my skin until my back is arched and my moans are begging him not to stop. Never to stop. His hands are electric, sparking against every inch of my bare skin he can touch, and it still isn't enough. There's a desperation in the way he's kissing me, a sweet longing that takes every awful thing that's happened and makes it seem like a nightmare that never was. A misplaced memory that belongs to someone else. Fog lives in my brain. Butterflies have nested in my heart. When he's had his fill of teasing, he lowers himself to his knees, so slowly, filling up on my lust. I reach for him, trying to pull him back up to me, because all I can think about is his lips on mine, but then he unbuttons my pants and slides them down. Grabs the back of my thighs, holding me steady, and then presses his lips against the soft material of my underwear. I swear I'll never come down from this as my fingers dig into his hair. As my knees threaten to buckle and my lungs race to keep up with the rapid pace of my heart. He pushes my underwear aside and takes his time teasing me. Torturing me with his lips and his tongue and his deep green eyes until I give him what he wants. Until I call out his name, begging him for more. Begging him to take everything I have to give. When I do, he looks up at me, his hungry, brazen gaze alone making my mind feel like it's rolling off a cliff and onto a cloud that will float us up to the heavens. He slides my underwear all the way down, keeping his eyes on mine. Drops them next to him, along with my pants. His lips slowly trail up my legs and his velvet tongue slides over the insides of my thighs, making them quiver uncontrollably. Making every nerve ending in my body explode in a pleasure I've only just discovered. Fire lives in his eyes. He never leaves my gaze as he takes me past the point of no return. As he turns me into putty only he has the strength to mold. When I cry out, knees buckling, he stands up, his pants falling down to his ankles, and then enters me, lifting me up and wrapping my legs around his waist. "Goddamn, Faye," he says as he holds onto me for a moment, his entire body quivering in pleasure. "I can't get enough." "Never," I say, kissing his neck and his ear, and every inch of skin I can reach. He starts to move, slowly at first, sliding in and out, but then his pace picks up, filled with a madness I'm certain can never be quenched. I wrap my hands around his neck and kiss him hard as we both slip further and further into insanity. His whole body tenses when he climbs the edge, and I hang onto him, overcome with so many emotions. So much love, satisfaction, and fulfillment. We stay that way for a long moment, clinging onto one another as if the world was splitting in half and if we let go, we'd never find each other again. He rests his head against my shoulder, trying to catch his breath with his hands still gripping my outer thighs and our hearts beating wildly against each other, trying to find a steady pace. I never want to leave this moment. Never want to leave his arms. But a slight chill creeps in through the window near us. When he finally puts me down, he hands me my clothes, and then pulls his pants up. I hold my ripped-up shirt out, and we both laugh a little. After I get my underwear on and pull my pants up, I put my sweater back on and look up at him, feeling everything we just did tingle in the pit of my stomach. Feeling a calm I haven't felt in weeks finally settle in. His smile bathes me in sunshine. He looks so peaceful. So happy, and then we both laugh a little as we realize how far we just went in our surroundings. I count the seconds between us, wishing I could catch them and keep them. He slides his hand over my cheek. Kisses me softly, telling me so many things without saying a single word. I've missed you. So much, I reply with eyes squeezed shut. He lifts my hand, and then his, placing them against each other, palm to palm. His hands are almost double the size of mine, fingers thick with muscle and marked with calluses. They could swallow mine whole. His fingers weave with mine as he looks down at me with so much love in his eyes. So much affection that it robs me of breath. Makes my knees turn to jelly. I wish I could keep you all to myself. Forever, he says softly. I know. He pulls me close to him and leans his forehead against mine, and I know that he wishes we could stay like this forever. Safe. Happy. But the world is knocking and we can't avoid it any longer. With one last kiss, he pulls back and says, "So a bonfire?" I swallow away the moment and force myself back into the real world. I thought it would be a good idea. A neutral territory. He pushes the door open for me and follows me out of the shed. I think so too. Nighttime always seems to help secrets reveal themselves. Yeah. I kiss his cheek. I'm just hoping that everyone will cooperate and get along. He looks out into the distance, across the yard where the small cottage housing the wolves is. This is all so crazy. In a million years, I would have never guessed that we'd be housing werewolves and a vampire. Or that my mother would be one of them. He turns back to look at me. I just hope there aren't any more surprises. I'm not sure I could adjust to anything else. I don't think it could get any worse, I say. A little while later, Gavin finds us stacking the wood near the fire pit. Hey, bro, he says, hands in his pockets. It's cold as shit out here. You're telling me, Jackson says, watching his breath roll out in a wisping fog. What's up? Nothing. Just wanted to see if you want to help me walk the perimeter of the house to set velation traps where the wards didn't reach? The higher-ups are saying that every precaution must be taken now since we can't afford to lose any more people. Can't say I don't agree with them. Jackson sets a log down and stands straight. Sure. We have enough here anyway. He turns to me, pulling me into his arms. You good here? I nod, smiling up at him. I'll put the wagon back and head inside. I need a shower anyway. Okay, he says, hugging me. Once he leaves, I take the wagon back to the shed and beeline for my room, locking myself in the bathroom. I make quick work of turning on the water and shucking off my clothes, anticipating that moment when the hot water meets my chilled flesh. I stand there for a while, letting the water hit the back of my head. Thinking about everything and nothing as the soap washes away the morning. By the time I finish, my thoughts are like the steam swirling around me as I step out of the shower, moving in no particular direction, just following the pace of the breeze. After drying off, I change into a pair of jeans and an off-the-shoulder turquoise shirt. I want to look presentable but approachable tonight. Put together, but not forced together. Standing in front of the lightly misted over mirror, I run my fingers through my hair and decide that if I want to look my best, I need someone who knows a thing or two about makeup, hairstyles, and what looks best on me. Someone like my best friend. Homesickness pinches off my throat. I steal Jackson's gray hoodie and throw it on, not giving myself a chance to back out or cower from doubt. Knocking once on Katie's door, I wait, hating that I feel a little out of place. Hating that time has uprooted a concrete friendship and placed it on wooden stilts. I haven't spoken to her since Chet's return. Haven't even bothered to ask how she's doing. She opens the door with a smile I haven't seen in ages. Faye, she says lightly, pulling me into a hug. Just like that, all of my worries and doubt evaporate from the warmth of her embrace, and I hug her back, closing my eyes as I bury my face in her hair. She smells like home. Like warm summer days and late-night ice cream. What's up? She says as she steps back. Can you maybe braid my hair? You're so good at it, and I just... Shut up and come in, she says, brushing away the awkwardness with her laughter. Of course I can. She pulls me in her room and shuts the door, walking me over to the bed that sits in front of the tall window. I'm surprised by how lived-in her room is compared to mine. Clothes hang over the foot of the bed and the open doors on the armoire. Pictures and posters that were once in her room are now pinned to the walls, covering the ghastly floral wallpaper. Shoes are scattered on the floor. Pillows are tossed in the corner with a couple of books laying on them. Unlike me, she's never had a hard time adjusting to things. She's a chameleon. I take a seat on the floor and watch as she grabs a brush and some clips off her dresser. You know I love doing your hair, she says as she climbs up on the bed behind me, just like she used to. And braids always look so good on you. But me, I can't get my layers to stay put even if I try. I smile, playing with the ends of my shirt. You're a nerd. They make gel for that, I say, laughing.
She slides the brush through my hair, making the part she needs.
Yeah, well, braids are your thing. It's quiet for a moment, and I'm glad for it.
Glad that I can finally sit in silence with her and not feel awkward.
So, how is everything? I ask as she begins weaving my hair.
Better now, she says, her voice lighter than it's been in a while.
How about you?
Same. I see you took my advice and totally snagged Jackson.
Are you guys serious?
Roses paint my cheeks as thoughts of Jackson, his words and his hands, and what happened this morning in the shed cloud my mind and twist my tongue.
Oh my, she says, tying off the end of the braid and spinning me around. Her mouth is hanging open. Her eyes are twinkling with curiosity and disbelief. What? I ask, feeling like the sun is scorching my skin.
Did you? She pauses, eyes scanning over me like a mother checking for bodily harm. Her hand flies up to her mouth as her eyes growing wider, and then she leans closer to me, dropping her voice a couple of octaves.
Did you have sex, Faye Middleton?
I look down at the floor, cursing my lips for betraying me because they can't help but point toward the heavens as thoughts of Jackson bloom in my cheeks.
She gasps. You totally did, didn't you?
She says, grabbing my hands with more giddiness than I can digest.
I knew it. I knew you looked different, more luminous or whatever. I can't believe this. And you didn't tell me. Oh my goddess. I can't believe you actually finally did it. And with a gram.
You have to share all the juicy details with me. I don't think I'll ever be able to wash away the shades of red staining my cheeks and ears. Calm down, I say, looking over my shoulder at the door.
Feeling like every ear in the house is pressed up against it. You don't have to tell the whole house. She stops. Sits back down on the bed, trying to tuck her uncontrollable smile away.
Sorry, she forces out, her face lit like an arena despite the labored frown.
I can't, was it good?
I palm my forehead, inhaling for some sanity. Wishing my hair was undone so I could pull it over my face and hide.
She laughs, shaking her head. It totally was, wasn't it? She pulls me into a hug. So, how many times? Is this a new development? Was it planned or spur of the moment? Did you use protection? Is he, she holds her hands out like a ruler.
Her questions are like shovels, digging my hole of embarrassment deeper and deeper. I put my fingers against my neck, checking for my pulse because I'm pretty sure I just died.
Hello?
She says, waving her hands in front of my face.
I'm dying here.
I'm not going to be able to leave this room without dishing out whatever it is she wants to hear.
I never have been able to.
If I don't tell her now, she'll just find other ways and times to ask me about it.
And the thing is, I want to tell her. I want to share everything just like I used to.
And it feels good to have her back, asking, pushing, and prodding for the answers.
It feels good to share my secrets. I lick my lips. Take a breath for composure, and then close my eyes.
It was amazing, I say, feeling like my heart is going to break through my chest.
Being with him isn't anything like I'd imagine a relationship to be. We don't have standards or boundaries. We just are. Do you love him? She asks, listening intently.
Yes, I say wholeheartedly. With every part of me.
So, when did it happen? In Ethereal City, a couple of months ago. I don't know. We have this crazy chemistry, Kat.
I mean, all I have to do is look at him and I melt.
He's all-consuming. And hot.
And his hands, I pause, trying not to get carried away.
He's so patient. And curious. And giving.
He wanted to take me on a date first, but the way our lives are right now, it's kind of like asking for a blizzard in Florida. And putting us in a room is like mixing chemicals that explode when put together.
So I guess it was spur of the moment. That sounds so perfect. I'm so happy for you. You deserve someone like that, Faye.
I'm so happy to hear that he treats you good.
What about you and Chet?
I ask, catching her off guard.
It's her turn to blush. Have you sealed the deal yet?
She looks away, her smile fading.
Kat?
Once, she says, but that's it.
Kat, look at me, I say, my heart clenching. Mist hovers in her eyes. I'm fine. I'm sorry. It's just the stress of everything that's happened that's getting to me, I think.
I stare at her, waiting for the truth.
She sighs, relenting.
He's not like how you described Jackson to be, but it wasn't bad.
He's just aggressive, I guess.
A contradicting mixture of heat and cold rolls down my body. Aggressive how? Oh no, she says, sitting straight up, not like that, Faye.
He's not like that anymore. It was quick and I don't know. Impersonal? Maybe he was just nervous. I don't say anything. I don't know what to say. What to think.
There's a moment of silence, and then she adds, and anyway, I wanted to say thank you for rescuing me and everyone else. Don't thank me, thank Weldon, Gavin, Cassie, and Jackson, I say, trying to move on to another subject with her even though I want to press her further.
They're pretty great, huh? If by great, you mean kick-ass, then yeah.
I never really understood why my dad admired them so much until now.
I get to my feet. Take a seat next to her on the bed.
She grabs her arm and looks down at the ground.
I know you have your reservations about Chet. I swallow thickly. As long as you're happy. I know it's none of my business.
She looks up at me, her brown eyes pleading for me to understand.
I want it to be your business though. You're like my sister.
I exhale slowly, knowing that if we're ever going to find that place between us again, where we can be completely honest and open, then I have to be willing to be honest with her.
I have to try. I want to try.
He's a Carter, Katie, I say quietly, meeting her gaze.
Of course I have my reservations. He hurt you. Physically and emotionally.
I reach for her hand and squeeze it, hoping that she knows this is coming from a place of concern because I love her, and not because I hate him. And if I'm being totally honest, it scares me to think that he could just change overnight, because people don't change like that, Kat.
At least, not naturally.
Her eyes harden at first, and then slowly relent. She lets go of her arm and looks off to the side, a swell of emotion swirling around her.
I think I've hurt her again.
Think I should have kept my mouth shut. I think so many things, wonder why I can't just be who I was with her before all of this happened, when she finally says, I know.
I turn to her.
You're right, she says with a half-hearted shrug.
It isn't normal, and I've thought about it over and over, but what can I do, Faye? Be powerless for the rest of my life? Give up on my only chance at being a watchman?
She pulls her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs, and says, I have to believe that he's changed, Faye. He's my affinity partner and, until someone finds a way to change that bond, he's all I have.
He's my only access to my powers. I need him. Heartache takes my hand and pulls me down into a deep, dark hole.
I'm so sorry, Kat, I say as I pull her into a hug.
For a small, infinitesimal moment, I feel like I used to.
Like the girl who took pictures of the sky and worshipped quirky facts. Like the girl who was afraid of boys in the dark, and thought of Katie as my other half.
Only this time, I'm stronger. More resilient.
You can only be knocked down so many times before it doesn't hurt as much as it used to. Before you grow calluses. Before you're ready to fight back. A thought creeps out from the shadows in my mind. A statement I remember hearing from Seamus, but not dwelling on because there wasn't enough time to think about it before when everything was spiraling out of control in Ethereal City.
How much do you know about the Darkins?
I ask, my chin resting on the crown of her head. She shrugs.
Enough, I suppose. Do you know where they get their powers from? She lets go of my waist. Leans back, eyebrows furrowed.
There's this machine.
The Exanimator. It's what Clara's after.
It's what the Darkins use. I've heard my father mention it before, she says, but what does that have to do with anything, Dot? When I was in Ethereal City during one of Clara's torture sessions, she discovered that my gene makeup, the everlasting gene that I possess, may have the power to split the affinity bond in half without damaging the powers of the witch and hunter involved. Seamus told me after he had men raid her home, that he found enough evidence to assume it's what she wants, and he thinks it can be done with the Exanimator.
This is one of the many reasons she wants me in her grasp. Katie's hand flies up to her mouth as she gasps.
I'm not saying this is the solution, I rush to say, because we both know I can't just turn myself over to her, but it is something to think about.
If we succeed.
If we bring her and the Darkins down, then we'll have that machine. I take a deep breath, trying to gather my spiraling thoughts back together.
I haven't mentioned this to anyone. Not even Jackson, I admit.
Honestly, I haven't really let myself think about it until now, but if we succeed in overthrowing the priesthood, then we'll be writing a new chapter in our covenant's history.
And you think undoing what the divine did to keep our kind working together is a good idea?
Katie asks, sounding mildly appalled and somewhat intrigued.
I shrug. I don't know what I think just yet. Like I said, I haven't really put much thought into it.
But seeing you like this, knowing how hard it is on watchmen who lose their partners.
I don't know. I'm just saying maybe it's worth thinking about.
She's shaking her head as thoughts assault her eyes.
I don't know. It's all so overwhelming to think about. You think it can actually be done? She asks, looking at me almost as if she's afraid to know the truth. Afraid to even think it. Maybe? I say, biting my lip. Maybe I should bring it up. Cat? Chet says from the doorway.
She lets go of me and stands, smiling at him. Hey, babe, she says, moving over to him and sliding her arm around his waist. He pulls her against him and kisses the top of her head.
Faye, right? He says, looking over at me. I nod and say, Chet.
I'm still trying to adjust to seeing Katie's demeanor change so quickly.
Trying not to jump to conclusions. You have one hell of a right hook.
He rubs his jaw, smiling at me, but not in a taunting manner. I'm taken aback for a moment, unsure of what to say. How to broach that sore subject in a way that isn't offensive. I'm glad for the reprieve Katie gives me by inhaling sharply and turning to Chet, pulling his gaze away from me and onto her.
Would you mind letting my dad know I need to speak with him?
I think he's still down there with the rest of the rebellion. I'd go get him myself, but he'd probably try to pull me into a conversation with the rest of the people, and I'm not in the mood. Sure, Chet says, kissing the top of her head again. He smiles at me before excusing himself, but something in his smile unsettles me. Something in the way he holds my gaze for a moment longer than I want him to, like he's showing me that he always wins, even if it's a staring contest, makes my fists clench at my sides. I have to get down to the kitchen, I say when her eyes leave the empty doorway and move back onto me. I pinky promised Cassie I'd help her with dinner, and you know what happens if you don't follow through with that, I say with a small, forced laugh.
What? I backtrack a step. Well, if you break the promise, then you have to cut your pinky off. That's how it originated. She looks at me funny.
I know I'm lying about promising Cassie, but I don't think I can stand here and pretend like everything is okay when it clearly isn't. Right, she says, smiling dishearteningly.
You and your facts.
Listen, I need to talk to my dad about Mom anyway.
She's probably freaking out right about now. My stomach flips. I didn't even think about that. How do you plan on communicating with her? I don't know. He was supposed to talk to Mac about it. Does she know about the rebellion?
Yes.
She doesn't agree with it.
I stare at her for a moment.
But your dad. He's been going behind her back. Made me swear not to bring it up around her. But she knows. She has to.
Especially now that we've both been missing for so long after being taken in for questioning under Clara's orders.
The worst-case scenario plows through my mind. What does he plan on doing? She looks at me like I asked her something I should already know the answer to.
Bring her here, of course.
Of course, like having her here would make things so much easier, I think to myself.
If you all permit it, that is, she adds quickly, tucking her hair behind her ear. I look off to the side, unsure of what to say to her. If her mother is against it, then how can we trust her?
How do we know Clara hasn't already gotten to her? How do I tell Katie this without upsetting her?
The air is dead between us.
What is it? She asks. I know that look. How do you know we can trust her?
A frown pulls at the corner of her lips. I don't, she says plainly, sadly. Footsteps clunk up the steps, and I turn to see Jonathan and Chet heading our way.
Faye, Jonathan says lightly.
In his eyes, I see the moments we've shared, the moments where I was at my darkest, and I wish I could scrub his mind clean of them.
I force a smile on my face.
He smiles, and then turns to Katie.
You needed to speak with me?
She moves aside so he can enter her room.
I'll see you guys at dinner, I say, excusing myself.
Once outside the door, I pause, leaning against the wall.
How did everything that was going so good flip so suddenly upside down?
I look up to the ceiling, cursing whoever is in charge of fate. Cursing life for throwing another crack into our friendship. I have to talk to Jackson about Chet. Have to find out if he's who he says he is. I don't want to think the worst, but his aunt is a priestess, something that can't be ignored.
He knows where we live. Here's all of our meetings.
Panic grabs a hold of my brain and squeezes. I take in a deep breath, steadying my heart, and then open my eyes with only one thought left. I'll be damned if I let a so-called former witch-hater be the cause of our destruction. Once inside the kitchen, I find Jessie setting the table she extended with magic.
Cassie's adding bowls filled with vegetables, spreading them out on the table like an offering on Thanksgiving.
Gavin's setting out the silverware, and Jackson's in the corner grabbing plates off the shelf. I head in his direction, intent on asking him to talk privately when Cassie says, "Oh, good, you're here, Faye." She's waving me over as one of the pots boils over on the stove with a look of panic on her face. Jackson stops fiddling with the plates, looks up at me, and manifests a smile that could part any rain cloud. That could destroy any evil, and I feel like I'm standing on the middle of a swaying seesaw, with what I want on one side and what is right on the other side, both equally trying to outdo the other. I really need to tell Jackson about Chet, but I really shouldn't do it when others are around, in case I'm wrong.
And I can't turn Cassie down again. Not when I'm the focal point of uniting everyone on this property.
With an exasperated sigh, I attempt to smile back at him and trudge over to Cassie. She hands me a wooden spoon when the alarm goes off as smoke escapes the edges of the oven.
Shit.
The garlic bread. After zapping the alarm off, she turns and spells the oven open, moving the now blackened bread onto the stove with magic streaming from her fingers.
Don't worry.
I got it, Jessie calls out. She says a quick spell, and the bread slowly lightens until it looks deliciously toasted. I told you we should have just used magic to put this meal together. She spells the pot to pour itself into a strainer already set up in the sink.
It'd be so much easier.
Cassie's forehead creases.
And I told you I wanted to do this the right way. This should be something we can handle. Without magic. She turns to me. Stir. Jackson and Gavin chuckle from the table.
I do as she says and stir the sauce as Jessie rolls her eyes and says, "There's no shame in using your witch abilities to get the job done, Cassie."
"Yes, there is," Cassie says with a scowl. "It's called laziness."
Jessie props her hand on her hip and replies, "No, it's called innovation."
"I think the correct term is cheating," Weldon says from the doorway.
He's leaning against the doorframe in his usual manner, smirking mirthlessly at her. There's nothing sexier than a domesticated witch who knows her place. He ducks when a spell flies in his direction from a furious Jessie. "Hold still, damn it," she says as she shoots a cluster of spells at him, and I think she just might kill him. Weldon chuckles and ducks again when she rounds the table, stalking toward him with the intent of hurting him written across her face.
No one moves to stop her.
"I was only kidding," he says, dodging off to the right and ducking behind me, holding on to me like a shield.
"Can't you take a joke?"
She hits him in the arm with a spell.
"Ow, damn it."
"Truce." She stops in front of me, hands planted firmly on her hips.
"Move, Faye."
He said he was joking, I say, trying not to laugh as I push his arms off me. "And you're both keeping Faye from her job,"
Cassie shouts from the sink. Jessie's lips go thin.
"I don't care. I'm going to domesticate his ass, and then we'll see how funny it is, dot."
"Is that a promise?" Weldon asks, standing up straight. I hear the smirk in his voice.
She shoots him a warning look.
Huffs loudly. "You're so annoying."
"And you love it," he says, moving around me. She lifts her hand, but he's quicker, grabbing it and pulling her against him.
"I was only kidding, woman. Lighten up a little."
Her breath is caught in her throat. Her eyes are locked with his before they drop to his mouth. She shakes her head and says, "I'll lighten up when you find fresh material to joke about."
The domestication thing is old and cliched.
I move back to the stove, stirring a sauce that doesn't really need to be stirred.
"But it did the job, didn't it?"
he asks, moving a strand of hair that's fallen back behind her ear. She swallows. Far from it, she mutters. She stiffens her shoulders.
"You couldn't make me laugh, even on a good day." His left-sided smirk crooks up.
"I wasn't trying to make you laugh, Jezebel. It got you hot-headed, which is your sexiest quality.
And it brought you here, closer to me."
I want to help her pick her jaw up from off the floor, but I'm afraid to leave the sauce and face Cassie's wrath.
"Okay, you too."
"Not in front of the children," Gavin says as he tosses a washcloth at the back of Weldon's head.
"We don't need those pheromones polluting Cassie's sauce."
"It smells delicious, by the way," he adds, shooting Cassie, whose hair is a big, puffy mess, a signature Graham smile. She blows out a breath and smiles at him.
"Thanks," she says. "I tried."
Jackson stalks over to me, putting his hand on the small of my back.
"Hey."
"Hi," I say as he steals a meatball, popping it into his mouth.
"Hey."
Cassie shouts, smacking the air at him.
He groans, his eyes squeezing shut.
Weldon stares at him, face pinched.
"Would you like some private time with those balls?" Jackson's eyes flit open mid-chew.
He swallows.
"Why? Jealous?" Weldon smirks and turns back to Jessie.
"I need to talk to you," I say quietly to Jackson.
Jackson's eyebrows furrow. "Is something wrong?"
I peer over his shoulder, making sure everyone else is preoccupied, because I don't want to cause any more doubt in this house when we already have problems with the wolves.
Yes and no. I want to talk in private.
His eyebrows draw together, face tightening.
Okay, he says, brushing his hand along my cheek. Cassie stalks over to us and dips a metal spoon into the sauce.
It's ready, she says after she pulls the spoon from her mouth.
I think everything is done here. Would you mind letting everyone know?
Not at all, I say, setting the wooden spoon down. I grab Jackson's hand and pull him toward the mudroom. He shuts the door behind us.
What is it?
Chat. I was talking with Katie before I came downstairs.
Everything was fine.
We were finally reaching that point where we felt comfortable around each other again, when she told me a couple of things that unsettled me, but...
Like?
She says he's changed, but I don't know how much she really believes it herself. I could see it in her eyes.
I mean, people don't change like that.
You don't go from being a woman beater and witch hater, to a pillowy soft marshmallow overnight.
And that got me thinking, what about his aunt? Evelyn?
She seemed to be on Clara's side, and she's a priestess. If he wanted to, he could rat us out.
Jackson goes rigid.
He turns, presses his fists against the wall, his knuckles turning white.
I feel like needles prick at the back of my head. Tremors from every misstep we took quake in my stomach. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe it's nothing.
Maybe he has changed, but when he looked at me, something in his eyes told me otherwise.
It's a gut feeling. I
don't want to say anything and cause any more problems than we already have, especially if I am wrong about him. Jackson's looking at me like he's not sure if he wants to find Chet and strangle the truth out of him or take a more diplomatic approach to this. He holds his fists against his forehead, his eyes squeezed shut in thought.
I'll talk to Mac, he says. He drops his hand and looks at me, clarity in his gaze. He'll know how to handle this.
Okay, I say, wishing things didn't have to be like this. Wishing that wishes were more than just empty wells I keep dropping all of my pennies into.
He pulls me into a hug. It'll be okay, Faye. Whatever happens, Katie will be safe. I just don't get it. How can a family hate witches that much?
Because of Morden, Jackson says. If he hadn't abused his power and tried to kill off the hunters, then we wouldn't have the affinity bond to begin with. From what I've heard, the Carters are an old family that had consisted mainly of hunters before the affinity bond was set in place. They were around when witches went dark, before and after Morden, and they never lost the old way of thinking, which was that hunters are the superior race, something we definitely don't need to be associated with when we're trying to establish equality. Why hold on to that hate for so long? I feel him shrug.
My guess would be the Darkins. Witches have been the only race thus far to openly declare war against hunters.
And after the affinity bond, they were the only race to cut off their marks and create their own coven.
It's not a good look. I rest my ear against his chest, wishing the world had an easy button.
I just don't want her to have to be powerless, I admit, feeling like I could cry forever and it still wouldn't be long enough to rid myself of these awful feelings.
I know.
If only the divine had given exceptions. My wayward thoughts crash against my skull.
I lean back.
Look up at him, blinking away the searing heat in my eyes.
About that, there's something else I wanted to tell you. His eyebrow dips. Do you remember what Seamus said about the exanimator? About Clara wanting it to split power safely so she could do away with the affinity partnership?
Sort of, he says hesitantly, searching my eyes.
Well, what do you think about that? He jerks back. What do you mean? I don't think about it.
I can tell by his tone that I'm crossing dangerous, uncharted territory, but I press on.
Yeah, but what would you think if it was a possibility? I ask, biting the inside of my cheek.
He grabs my arms and looks down at me with such intensity, such force, that it robs me of breath.
I'm going to say this once, and then we're not going to talk about it again, okay? Jackson. What you're suggesting isn't just insane, it's dangerous, Faye. It's the equivalent to removing laws from humans.
You'd be handing people like the Carters a silver platter with the heads of every witch we know. You'd be the face of a revolution that would drive this world as we know it into the ground.
We need structure. Balance. Rules if we want to survive. Do you understand? My tongue has abandoned me. My skin is scorching me. He lets go. Runs a shaky hand through his hair. Don't put your energy into thinking about that, because it's an impossibility, okay?
My words have formed a puddle around my feet.
I nod. He grabs the handle and twists. I'm going to find Mac. I'll catch up with you at the bonfire. And just like that, I'm left alone with my foot in my mouth.
A bright crescent moon hangs above us, framed by a sky full of twinkling eyes that have seen all the world's deepest, darkest secrets.
Even my own.
It's been 30 minutes since dinner ended and everyone gathered around the bonfire, sitting on logs placed out by Jackson and me. 10 minutes since I pushed food around my plate and tried to engage in mindless chatter so Katie and Jesse, and all the rest of the rebellion, wouldn't know that I've been slowly dying on the inside. That I'm a barrel of mistakes running on fumes of pure luck, rolling down a hill toward an ocean of catastrophe. I haven't seen Jackson since our conversation in the mudroom, and I'm beginning to think that I did more than just unsettle him. I'm beginning to think I made him mad, maybe even disappointed.
And I don't like how it makes me feel. I don't like that I can't stop moving.
Can't stop messing with my shirt or my hands or my hair as I chew on my lip and stare at the back door of the manor, waiting for him to come out. I don't like that my insides feel like they've been dipped in acid and crammed back inside me. Or that my heart feels like a million hooves have trampled on it. I know what I suggested came from a harmless place, but why didn't I think like Jackson did?
Why didn't I shove the thought away the moment it came to me in Katie's room? I replay the moment with him over and over, and I feel like I should have figured that on my own.
I should have known that it was a bad idea from the beginning, because everything he said is true. Society can't function without rules, and the kind of power we possess is dangerous when given free range. Even more so when used by the wrong hands. Hands like the divine Morden's, who was the cause of the proclamation. Who was the reason our powers were given limitations.
My head feels like it's on someone else's body. My thoughts feel like enemies inside my mind. What's wrong with me? Maybe it's the stress.
Maybe it's from facing so many challenges with barely any time to recover, but I suddenly don't feel very much like myself. I suddenly don't feel like my head is in the game.
So how can I possibly bring everyone together?
I look across the glowing fire to the many faces that have come to the manor, searching for some form of unity. Something to signify that we can survive together as a group, but all I see is a bunch of faces I don't know and a level of discomfort I'm not even sure alcohol could sway.
There's a weird silence in the air.
It's as thick as the rich, gray smoke rising from the flames with a dark, woody scent.
No one has said a word as we wait for Evangeline's pack to join us. I don't think anyone really knows what to say. We all feel a high amount of tension knowing the wolves are somewhere nearby, hunting. And we all know we can't do anything about it. Biting back the instinct to hunt is like trying to restrain from eating. It's impossible. Painful. And it leaves you feeling all too empty.
I stare into the fire, watching as the smoldering wood brightens in spots from the soft gust of wind that drifts over my shoulder. Seamus sits with his arms resting on his thighs, staring into the fire with a furrowed expression. He looks stuck. Like he's a part of a tireless conversation with himself that will probably never cease. All the mistakes. All the missteps. All the pricey decisions he's made. This is just as hard on him as it is for the rest of us. Everything he's ever known, gone. Everything he's ever strode toward, gone. His principles, his livelihood, it was all taken. He lost just as much, if not more.
Cracks splinter through my heart.
Hey. I jump at the sound of Jackson's voice.
On edge?
He asks with a small smile.
No, I say a little too quickly.
He sees right through me, and his face softens. About earlier, he says, taking a seat on the log next to me.
I shouldn't have jumped to.
You don't have to explain, I say, cutting him off as I tug on the ends of my sweater.
You were right. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't even think I was thinking. And I just.
My thoughts are drifting on a cloud being pushed by a hard breeze, and I can't catch up with them.
I can't remember what I had planned to say. All I can think about is how disappointed he looked. How angry he seemed.
Faye? I just wanted to say that. I pinch my forehead, wishing I could think past my emotions, but I've got nothing. Nothing that will explain why I even considered splitting something I have no business splitting. Nothing that I think will erase that conversation in the mudroom. But he's looking at me, waiting, and I can't leave him hanging, so I say the first thing that comes to mind.
Did you know loneliness literally causes overthinking, and overthinking tends to make things worse?
His forehead furrows.
So, are you saying you're lonely, or you're overthinking things again? I close my eyes. Breathe through my rapidly firing mind. No, I pause. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous. He grabs my hand. Nervous about what? It's just me, Faye. I stop.
Look up into his solid green eyes that offer a safe place to land, and I feel the hole in my heart leaking out everything I wanted to say.
I'm nervous about failing, Jackson. About disappointing you and everyone else.
About making huge, irreversible mistakes that I can't afford to make.
This life doesn't come with second chances.
I have to get it right the first time, and our responsibilities just grew by 20 plus heads. I drop my gaze, hating the heat burning behind my eyes, and say, I just want to be the force of good that I know I can be. He pulls my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him.
You could never disappoint me, okay? If you think what happened earlier did that, then the fault is my own. Every single one of your thoughts are valid, and they should be discussed. You don't give yourself enough credit. I know I freaked out earlier, and I'm sorry for that. I don't want you to think you can't come to me, but
I don't think that, I say, feeling like I can finally breathe again.
I just didn't know what to think, I guess. He kisses my forehead. Pulls me against him. What did Mac have to say? Jackson exhales and looks up. I follow his gaze.
Mac's pacing back and forth in front of us, hands crossed behind his back in his usual fashion. His gaze jerks from Chet to Katie to Jonathan, and then back to the ground in an incessant cycle. His lips quietly move in a debate that I have a feeling won't be settled anytime soon.
Jackson leans in closer to me. Lowers his voice.
He pulled Jonathan in on the conversation. Jonathan has been Mac's right hand from the beginning, and he assured us that Chet is trustworthy. Said he's just rough around the edges. I reflexively stare across the fire at Chet and Katie. He's got his arm around her, whispering something in her ear that's making her smile. Maybe I'm wrong about him, I say, wishing my heart felt the words I just spoke.
Not every relationship is the same.
I can't compare my happiness with hers.
I can't compare you against him.
He came from a bad background. And because of that, Jonathan has agreed to talk with Chet about his aunt to see what he knows and how he reacts. Mac has also asked that eyes remain on Chet at all times. He isn't to go anywhere by himself while he's here.
That's good, I say, looking back over at Jackson. Jackson shrugs. For now. Jonathan also asked to get in touch with Katie's mom. And? I ask, holding my breath for Katie. And Mac gave him a carrier to send to her. Is that safe?
Yes. There's no way for Clara or anyone to know where it came from, should someone else get a hold of it.
At least something good is happening for Kat, I think to myself.
Jackson grabs a long stick and uses it to move the wood inside the fire. I watch as the amber light curves around his squared face, brushing the tips of his lashes like tiny embers.
Anyone want s'mores? Cassie asks, looking around at everyone.
She's sitting on the ground with her legs crossed, leaning against Gavin's chest for support, holding a plate filled with all the ingredients needed. Slowly, everyone shakes their head, trying to find a neutral place to look at. Cassie's hopeful smile deflates. They should be here by now, Max says, stopping in front of Jackson and me. He looks over at Gavin and Seamus.
Do you think she's changed her mind? She'll be here, Gavin reassures, his gaze firm.
As if on cue, there's howling in the distance, and everyone turns their head in the direction of the forest.
Muscles flex like ripples in a wave, growing and spreading from one person to the next.
The oddly formed wolves emerge from the edge of the forest in the shape of a V, with Evangeline front and center. Slowly, one by one, they shift back into their natural state, wearing large, loose-fitting clothing. My breath catches when I realize Sterling is with them, walking next to the woman who must be his wife. Jackson stands, then me, then Gavin, and then everyone else, watching in alarm and curiosity as they make their way over to us. Hello, Evangeline says when they approach the fire.
Mac dips his head in welcome.
Sorry we're late. We had to go a little further than expected for tonight's meal. I can't help but notice some of her pack looking over at Sterling as if she was talking about him. Maybe she was, and this makes me wonder what he chose to eat, and how this has affected him. One look at him, and I can tell it isn't easy.
He won't look at any of us. Not even his wife, who's hanging onto his arm like she'll never let go again. We haven't been waiting long.
We only just finished ourselves, Mac lies. Please, sit. Each member of her pack takes a seat on the opposite side of the fire, staring openly, almost defiantly, at every one of us.
Everyone except for Evangeline. She's looking at Jackson.
I can almost hear the way his heart slams again and again against his chest. The way he's breathing raggedly, like he's been out of practice. It takes a moment for this to register around the fire. For the quiet whispers to cease as they all slowly look up at a reunion 12 years in the making. Jackson tugs in a deep breath of air, and then lets go of my hand. He stands up, and Gavin follows, watching every one of Jackson's movements for any sign of anger. Jackson walks around the fire to her.
Stops in front of her, and I don't think anyone is breathing anymore.
Then he does something that robs me of breath.
He opens his arms.
She almost falls into the hug, pulling him so tightly against her.
My son, she says, tears staining her voice. I've waited for this moment for so long.
She looks up to the skies and squeezes her eyes shut as he buries his face against her neck. I have to look away from them for fear of dissolving into a puddle of tears. I didn't think relief could take heartache by the hand and skip tracks through my heart. I didn't know pain and sorrow could hold hope in such a warm embrace. The mark on my arm heats up as Jackson's emotions swarm mine. As he finally lets go of all the ugly that has polluted his heart and mind for so long. When their embrace ceases, he turns to the rest of her pack. Runs the back of his hands across his eyes as he gathers in a good breath.
Everyone's waiting for them. Waiting to know what we should do next. Not wanting to ruin this moment for them. Jackson doesn't make us wait long.
He smiles at his mother, and then faces everyone with more strength, hope, and love in his eyes than I think I've ever seen in him. I used to think the impossible could never be made possible, he says, his voice shaking with emotion.
That love was nothing more than a weakness. But I was wrong. So very wrong.
He looks down at me, and I swear I could touch the heavens just from the strength of love shining in his gaze. Love taught me that pain is temporary, he continues, smiling at me.
That hurt can be overcome.
It taught me that prejudice is just another word for fear, and fear has no strength when put up against the heart. I was wrong for judging you, he says, turning to his mother. Wrong for thinking that you were lost to us, he says, looking at Sterling. I was wrong about a lot of things that I'm now realizing were all built out of fear, a feeling I thought I had conquered long ago. But that's the thing about fear, it has the ability to change shape. To disguise itself, and just when you thought you had conquered it, it shows up somewhere else.
But we've been given a chance to put an end to that. A chance I don't want to waste.
We were told that a bite would destroy a primeval.
That we should never turn our backs to an enemy.
He gestures to the wolves who stand directly behind him, and I can feel his burning need to turn to face them. Feel his discomfort with keeping his back to those he'd been told was his enemy his whole life.
But he doesn't move. He stands firm. Strong. Showing the ultimate submission by disarming himself enough to leave his back to them.
Proving his point that they can be trusted. The golden-haired girl, Joanna, stands with her fists balled at her sides.
They have been destroyed. Look at them.
Anger and confusion is etched on her face and in her words, and the others in the rebellion follow her daring line of thinking, throwing in their negative thoughts about this uncommon merge around the fire. The wolves flinch back under the insults, looking to one another as if they knew this would happen. As if they expected us to be dense, and I want to stand up. I want to tell Joanna and the rest to keep their opinions to themselves. But I don't, because tonight is about clearing the air, and as much as it bothers me to see anyone hurt by biased opinions, Joanna and everyone else has the right to question just like anyone else here in this moment.
Joanna is openly staring at Jackson, waiting for him to respond. Waiting for any kind of explanation. Jackson dips his head.
Understanding deepens his gaze as the fire snaps in the gaping silence.
Yes, look at them. But when you do, I want you to remember something. He pauses, letting his eyes drift over everyone across the flames.
They were once just like us. They fought for the same cause.
The same people.
And then, unexpectedly, they had it all ripped out from underneath them by those very same people. They didn't just lose their partners or their powers, they lost everything and went from being the hunter to the hunted. How would you feel in their shoes? What would you do if one day everything you ever knew was wiped clean and replaced with an entirely new life? There's a subtle shift in the air as his words settle in.
I feel it deep into the marrow of my bones. They're listening now.
I'm not asking you to change how you feel about them overnight.
Hell, I couldn't do it either.
It's taken me a while to sort through this and find some sense in the situation.
Yeah, because you're hard-headed, Gavin shouts, causing a few people to laugh. Even a couple of the wolves.
Jackson smiles, flipping Gavin off, and chuckles. The point is, and I'm asking that you really think about this, he says as the laughter dies off around the fire, we've been lied to our entire lives. We were told that no one person could be both witch and hunter. We were told that a freshly turned vamp couldn't fight bloodlust. We were told a lot of impossibles that we now know are possible, because here I am, and here you are, he says, pointing to the wolves and the vampire, sitting together in peace. It would be selfish of us to keep this from the rest of our brothers and sisters. Selfish not to do all that we can to prove that we are equal, no matter what our circumstances are. Chet stands up, bringing Katie along with him, and a riot of emotions dispatch within me when he opens his mouth.
What you ask of us is wrong. This is all wrong.
His forehead wrinkles, his confidence dying off.
Isn't it? He looks to those around him as if waiting for them to agree.
A few heads nod, a couple of people shrug, and the others don't meet his gaze. Our little group is torn in their beliefs, and I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad one. Jackson closes his eyes, gathering his thoughts as we all wait to hear his response.
Wait for that courage and hope he's offering us. I understand, believe me I do, because I was filled with the same doubt and hate. I know what you're all feeling, but if this is going to work, then we need to get to know one another. Honestly. We need to be open to change and accepting of everyone's story. Let's not make this heavier than it has to be. I think we should start by introducing ourselves. Lighten the mood a little. I'll go first.
He turns, making sure he can address everyone.
My name is Jackson Graham. I'm a hunter. Some of you might know me by the curse placed on my bloodline.
I can't help but notice the small wince Evangeline makes when he says this. She must feel me watching her, because she looks my way.
I quickly look down, feeling caught as fire burns in my cheeks.
To this day, I don't know why we're cursed. He turns to his mother.
And I'm kind of hoping now that we're together again, maybe you could explain it to us.
She nods slowly, swallowing.
Anyway, my partner is Jezebel Beaumont. He extends his hand in Jezzy's direction and she stands, unsure of what to do.
Hi, she says with a faltering smile.
You can call me Jezzy. I'm a witch, obviously. There isn't much to learn about me. I'm hot-headed. Excellent at witchcraft. And I'm fiercely dedicated to destroying Clara. The end.
She sits back down, and Jackson clears his throat. We're both connected to Faye Middleton, who is the everlasting, he adds, pointing to me now. I take my cue and stand, ignoring the need to flee from all the eyes on me. I'm Faye, I say, shutting everything out except the need to follow Jackson's example.
The need to be open and honest.
I started out thinking I'd be a defect and ended up finding that I harness both the hunter and witch abilities. I suck in a breath of courage and add, I also have the ability to drain the life from any living being, and I intend to use that ability to put a stop to Clara and the Darkins.
A stillness falls over everyone when I admit this.
I try to hang on to my train of thought as it derails. Don't worry, I add quickly, I don't use that part of me unless it's completely necessary. Weldon stands up, making a lot of noise to take the attention that's burning holes in my cheeks away from me.
Hi, he says confidently. My name is Weldon, but I'm usually introduced as the wise and wondrous Weldon. He looks over his shoulder at Jackson and me. Fitting, right? I blink.
Right, he continues, clapping his hands together. Anyway, I'm Faye's partner and I'm part demon, so it seems that most of us here have a lot in common.
Maybe Mac should have named us the Misfit Club instead of the Rebellion. He pauses, waits for someone to laugh.
When no one does, he adds, Goddess, this feels like an AA meeting.
Let's see. I haven't taken a human life in almost 6 years.
I only take blood from scumbags, and the occasional female who likes a romp in the bed, both for food and for pleasure.
He raises his eyebrows up and down, throwing a mischievous glance in Jezzy's direction.
Fire ignites in her cheeks. Chuckles sound from around the fire. He's also a pig, Jezzy calls out, keeping her eyes locked on Weldon's, but the hate that was once there is ebbed, replaced by curiosity and pent-up aggression. Weldon smiles at her, and then turns back to the crowd, easing into the role of icebreaker. He walks over to Mac, who's standing outside of the circle, and drags him by the shoulders back to the middle. I'm sure this may come as a shock to you, he says, moving his face close to Mac's, but this here is my twin brother. I know, ladies, it's like realizing there are 2 days of Christmas to celebrate. Laughter circles around the fire, and I think this just may work. I think the stars have finally aligned for us.
All right, Mac says, pushing Weldon off. We know who you are now.
Take your seat, he says with a scowl, though his voice is lighter than normal.
After Weldon sits, everyone seems to loosen up a bit.
Names pass around the fire with small backstories that each give light to those who have come to fight by our side. We learn that the golden-haired witch I helped on the day of their arrival, Joanna Stevenson, is a witch who was on her way to elite training with her partner, Garrett Michaels.
Joanna specializes in potion making, and explains that Garrett is an adrenaline junkie.
He watches her the whole time, never offering to speak. His hair has shades of gold in it that matches Joanna. They're one of the rare affinity bonds who have chosen to live separate lives outside of their bond, meaning they see other people.
Bianca Rain, one of the brown-haired girls from the Rebellion, stands next.
She has a rounded face with sharp-angled cheeks and thin lips. Her partner, Toby Jameson, stands with her, his arms wrapped around her waist. He's built thick like Gavin with long, dark hair that's shaped messily around his squared face. He does most of the talking, looking down at her as he explains their instant connection from the moment they met during their culling ceremony 6 years ago. Since they've graduated, they were assigned to an area in the Bronx where they lived up until the attacks from the Darkins started multiplying. After that, word of a rebellion spread, and they followed leads until they found Mac. The rest is history. Sarah Beth Williams stands up next, tightening the knot from her flannel shirt around her waist. She's the other brown-haired girl, though her hair is cut in a tomboyish way with a left side part. Her face is covered in deep, dark freckles that enhance her large, brown eyes. After a few minutes of her shaky introduction, I realize she has no partner. He was lost in one of the Darkin attacks outside of the academy. Mac took her in after that. I'm still staring at her when Katie, Chet, and the rest of our group stand up and give their short stories. By the time they finish, everyone has pretty much eased into a relaxed state. We all turn our heads in Evangeline's direction, waiting for her and her pack to take their turn in introducing themselves. I think most of us only came tonight to hear their stories. To learn how they managed life after being banished. Evangeline stands first, looking to her pack. Her eyes fall on a small girl, and my stomach tingles a little after noticing how lovingly she looks down at the girl, who can't be any older than 12. Like how a mother would stare at a daughter. Like how my mother used to look at me with so much love and adoration. I look over at Jackson, who's watching her now, only just seeming to notice the small girl. My name is Evangeline, his mother says, her hands folded neatly in front of her. I am the alpha of this pack, and we call ourselves the Lost Crows. Every one of her pack throws their heads back and howls up at the moon in unison. You all have shared your stories with us. It's only fair that I am honest with you. She's looking at Jackson now. I was bitten the night I left my 2 boys. Bitten by the king of wolves, Arakil Crow. Their father and I were ambushed while on a mission that was supposed to give us the exact whereabouts of Bael. It was under his orders that this happened, and I don't think it was out of coincidence that I was bit, because he appeared to us shortly after I died, offering my husband a deal to bring me back. She turns to Jackson and Gavin, and they're leaning slightly forward, holding their breath. Out of desperation, your father gave his life in return for mine, she says, looking between Gavin and Jackson. What he wasn't told was that I would come back a wolf and be betrothed to one of Bael's guardians. Arakil. There were no goodbyes. I woke to find myself in a forest being dragged by a full-blooded werewolf. We'd already been wedded in the ways that matter to a wolf of his nature, and he was taking me to his den where we would consummate. He forced himself on me, and I killed him, taking only the best from him. She looks down at the little girl, and I gasp. Gavin and Jackson are both standing now, fists clenched at their sides. Yes, she says, smiling sorrowfully at them. Gavin, Jackson, I'd like for you to meet your sister, Chrissa. Jackson is as still as stone. I'm looking at him, wishing I knew what to say. Trying to apologize wordlessly for this, but he won't quite meet my eyes. Won't quite pull himself from the shock of this new discovery, and I wish that I knew how to catch so I could have helped him dodge this curveball. Gavin falls to his knees, puts himself at Chris's height. I have a sister. He asks, staring over at her sitting form. She's small-framed with wild, light brown hair stuck with dried leaves and twigs. Her large, oval eyes are brighter than Gavin's. Blue like a cloudless sky on a hot summer day. She's staring up at both her brothers with a mixture of timidity, curiosity, and respect. A lifetime of fear and pain lives in her gaze. A lifetime of circumstances and situations I'll probably never fully understand. She's nearly shaking when Jackson walks over to her. Chrissa? He says, kneeling to her level. She flinches back, looking for her mother to hide behind, but Evangeline just nods and smiles encouragingly at her. I won't hurt you, Jackson says, so softly, tenderly. He reaches out to her, but he puts his hand back to his side when he realizes she isn't ready for contact just yet. He closes his eyes for a moment, and then looks down at her hands. And then a huge smile splits his lips apart. Do you like to draw? She looks up at him, her eyebrows scrunched. He points to her hands, still smiling. Smudges from a graphite pencil. I was notorious for them in grade school, but... She upsetly looks down at the dark stains on thumbs and fingers, and a small, timid smile pulls at the corners of her lips. Was? She says quietly. What was that? Jackson asks, scooting a little closer. You said was. Do you not draw anymore? She asks. He looks down at her hands. No. Stopped when I graduated high school, and I haven't found a reason to pick it back up. At least, not until now. His eyes are sparkling with hope as her smile widens. And just like that, his words have broken down her brittle barrier. I can let you borrow some of my stuff if you want. Mom got me a brand new set for my birthday, she says excitedly.
I'd like that. When was your birthday?
She bites her lip and looks up at Evangeline.
Well, it was an early gift because I ran out. My birthday isn't for another few weeks. November 5th.
I'll have to keep that in mind, he says, standing up.
And I'll hold you to that offer.
She nods, her bright smile beaming. Gavin makes his way over to them, stops in front of Evangeline, and I realize that he's not taking this as easily as Jackson.
How could you keep this from us? He asks in a strained, hushed voice. On some level, I understand you leaving, but this, her, how could you keep her from us?
The ebony-skinned woman stands when Evangeline struggles to find her words. We're being tracked by a rival pack, she says, staring at Gavin with iron strength in her dark brown eyes.
My name is Ava. I'm Sterling's wife. She extends her hand, but Gavin doesn't take it.
Jackson moves between them and shakes her hand.
Hi.
Nice to meet you, he rushes out.
Now, what does a rival pack have to do with not letting us see our sister? Yeah. We had a right to know.
To be there for her, Gavin adds over Jackson's shoulder.
Ava smiles, but it's a pained smile.
She swallows and says, though it's comforting to hear your devotion to a sibling you barely know, realistically, being there for her would have been unfeasible, young Grams.
This rival pack was formed from the members who left Evangeline after she killed Erekil and became the Alpha. They want revenge. They want Krissa.
Ava looks down at Krissa, who's staring at the ground now, her cheeks and ears a bright red color.
Hence why letting us know would have been a good idea. We could have helped.
Maybe even kept her protected, Gavin says. I do not want to offend you, but the life a watchman leads is not what Krissa needs at her tender age. Krissa is a natural born, unlike us, and she needs the freedom to run wild in the woods. Your lifestyle would not have been able to provide that for her.
She is unique among the wolf colony. And that means? Gavin asks.
Evangeline rests her hand on Ava's forearm, and they exchange words in their glances. Ava takes her seat next to Sterling and Evangeline turns back to Gavin and Jackson, finishing the explanation. Krissa may be a natural-born wolf, but she is also a natural-born witch.
No wolf that we know of has ever had this happen. Most wolves kill primevals who have been bitten. They don't believe in sullying their bloodline. But my circumstance was different. Erekil wanted me, and because of it, Krissa was born.
The other wolves know of her. They want her, not only because they don't believe in a natural born being raised by those who have been bitten, but also because of the unique powers she now holds. Powers that could be given to the other wolves, should she wed one of their own. The other wolves with them are growling now. A territorial, angry growl. One of them stands. He looks like a young man plucked straight from the beaches of California with tan skin and long, bleached blonde hair. I'll die before any of them get their hands on her, he says angrily, his surfer accent matching his look.
And who are you? Jackson asks.
Luca. Luca Glasso, Luca says, bowing up a little. His bones are hidden under layers and layers of flexed muscles, just waiting to be used. He's the only other in our pack that has her in his blood, Evangeline explains. Everyone looks at him now, waiting for an explanation. My partner, Olive, was killed during a wolf attack. They had sought me out, sniffing the blood running through my veins. It wasn't enough for me to ever turn into one of them, but just enough to let him know that I didn't belong in either world.
So he killed my girl and bit me.
Forced me into his pack, thinking he could beat me into submission. I managed to get out and that's when I found Harper, he says, turning to smile at the quaint woman with light blonde curls and bright blue eyes who's sitting next to Krissa. I realize I haven't really seen her until now, and it reminds me of someone.
Someone like me.
She's one of those people who try to blend in with their surroundings by making themselves as small as possible, so they won't be seen.
Noticed. Just like I used to be.
I helped her heal the wounds left behind from the assholes in Ethereal City, Luca continues, and we kind of formed our own pack until we ran into Evangeline and her crew. The rest is history. He looks pleased with himself as he turns and waves to everyone.
Harper? Chet says from across the fire. Harper Moore?
Her eyes grow wide. Her entire body stiffens.
Chet stands up. Walks around the fire. Is that really you? You know her?
Jonathan asks, already on his feet and heading toward them.
Katie stands.
Makes her way over to where Chet and Jonathan are now, asking him about what he's doing.
But Chet doesn't answer. He just stares oddly at Harper with a weird expression on his face.
Luca moves to stand in front of Harper, his shaggy hair falling over his eyes, creating dark shadows. His eyes flash gold as a low growl thunders through his chest. "Who are you?" he demands, using no preamble. "Weren't you paying attention? I introduced myself earlier. I'm Chet. Chet Carr." He isn't able to finish his name, because he goes flying backwards, almost landing in the fire. All the wolves jump up, their eyes shifted in the signature gold color. The members of the rebellion form in a line across from them. Magic and growls clog the air as Mac and Seamus make quick work of running in between everyone, waving their hands as if they were white flags. "Whoa," Mac says on all our behalf. "This is supposed to be a peaceful meeting." He shoots Evangeline a harsh look. "Peace, my ass. Why do you have one of the Carters in your rebellion? Are you insane?" Luca shouts, tucking Harper behind him. All my attempts at discretion are now blowing up in my face. Katie helps Chet up and spins on Luca. "You have some nerve, asshole." Her eyes are raised with challenge, but Luca doesn't seem to care. He cocks his head to the side, smirking daringly between Katie and Chet, just asking for an excuse. "Katie!" Jonathan shouts, trying to snatch her up by the arm. But she writhes free, so I work my way through everyone to get to her. I grab her shoulders, shaking her until she looks at me. "Cat, please. Does this show come with a pause button, because I need a drink?" Weldon mutters from somewhere behind me. "Weldon," I say under my breath. I turn back to Cat. "What the hell is his problem?" She shouts at me. "They were supposed to keep their hands to themselves." "Yeah, until I found out just who you're protecting over there," Luca says, pointing angrily at Chet. "Why don't you ask your boyfriend why I shoved him? Let him explain what his crazy-ass family did to Harper." Shades of color drain from Katie's face. Everyone stops shoving, stops yelling, and quiets as we all wait for the explanation I'm sure will be the end of this imaginary dream of peace and unity. Katie turns to face Chet, who's looking at the ground in shame. Looking unnaturally horrified. "What's he talking about?" Katie asks, her voice shaking. Seconds commit suicide as we wait for his answer. "Harper's my cousin by marriage. She's legally married to Dorian, who's my Aunt Evelyn's son." My insides shrink at the name. "The priestess Evelyn?" Weldon asks incredulously. "You've got to be kidding me. I knew I should have left your ass back in Ethereal City. If it wasn't for the chaos and panic, I'm sure I would have." Luca smirks mirthlessly at Katie and Chet, his eyes glowing. "Dorian, like most men in my family, has a mean streak," Chet finally says, oblivious to the chatter around him. It takes a moment for everyone to register that he's talking, as voices slowly die off and attention is given back to Chet. Especially when it comes to witches. He looks past Katie, over at Luca, and says, "All I know is that my family is a bunch of assholes." "No wonder he stinks," Luca says sarcastically. Chet doesn't respond to the insult. He just absorbs it and continues, "They want the most power, and it takes little to nothing for them to consider you weak." I swear I don't know what happened. I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't even at the academy yet. Luca rolls his eyes and takes center floor. Long story short, the douchebag Dorian and his douchebag mother Evelyn arranged for Harper to be placed in the correctional facility when she refused to take any more abuse from him. From there, she was experimented on and tortured by the priesthood scientists. She was injected with war venom. The purpose was to see how much venom it actually took to make a primeval turn. His fists are clenched so tight that his skin is white with streaks of red at his sides. Hair sprouts up along his arms as anger swirls in his eyes. After she turned, they pumped her with enough belladonna to kill a witch, and then dumped her in the woods, leaving her for dead. That's when I found her and took her to a witch friend who cleaned her system, and we've been on the run since. Luca finishes. He cracks his neck. Cracks every one of his fingers as his eyes land on Chet. "I should kill you," he says. Chet's shoulders stiffen. "But you won't, Luca," Evangeline says, staring him down. She moves in front of him. "Chet had nothing to do with it, and we're here to work together." "I'd rather shoot myself than help a Carter," Luca spits. "Be my guest," Katie says, pulling a gun from the back of her pants. She holds it out to him. "Katie!" Jonathan says sharply as everyone jumps back. "I told you all no weapons." He grabs the gun from her and stuffs it in his holster. "Are you kidding me?" One of the other wolves says. "It's a man with skin the color of milk chocolate and eyes as bright as the sun. We should go. Now. I told you this was a mistake." "No, Damien," Ava says sharply. "We will not leave. We've made an agreement, and we will stick to it." "At what cost?" Damien says, throwing his hands up in the air.
They clearly don't want us here. He's right. You should go, Katie says loudly. Because this can never work. Chet's gripping her shoulders, staring at the wolves with more hate than I thought was possible. Luca is staring back, not willing to back down. I'm breathing so hard that my body is shaking. My mind panics the moment people around the fire begin to stand, wolves and primevals alike. They start moving, heading away from the fire, saying things like, "Screw this," and, "I knew it was too good to be true." The truth of what's happening scratches at my conscience. They're leaving, abandoning the idea of working together. Hope is drifting further away, even from me, because what if Damien is right? What if Katie is right? My skin crawls just being near them, and it's not for lack of trying. I want to make this work. I want Jackson to have his mom, and for her pack to have a place in our society, but where is the middle ground between us? How do we let go of old prejudices made by so many ignorant, scared people before, and begin to form our own way of thinking? By someone leading by example. By someone continuing to fight for what they believe in, even when the chips are down. Wait! I yell out, stealing the attention of everyone, even the ones who are halfway across the yard. She doesn't speak for all of us, I say quickly, cutting a harsh glare in Katie's direction. Please, don't give up. Not this easily. Not on something that is so very important to shaping the new ways of the coven we hope to form one day soon. My heart jumps when the ones furthest away relent, heading back toward the fire. When the wolves who have already started walking away stop and turn, waiting for me to give them something worthwhile to hang on to. Something that will ensure change amongst our people. Look, I say calmly as soon as everyone is within earshot range. Everyone here is tired. We've had a lot to absorb tonight. So many faces and stories. There's enough heartache around this campfire to fuel a war, and that's exactly how it should be used. Not against one another, but against those that threaten us all. Against Clara and the priesthood, and against Bael and his ideas to awaken the biggest evil known to us all. Morden. Sure, this is going to be hard. No one said otherwise. And we may even lose. But if we don't try at this, if we don't try to right the wrongs that have been ignored for so long, too long, then we can already consider this battle lost. I believe we can work through this, one step at a time. Things have happened to all of us. Bad things. We all can agree that that comes with our line of work. With the bloodline we were all originally born into, turned or not. That much we have in common. So let's build off it. Why don't we start fresh tomorrow morning? Start fresh how? Ava asks me, head tilted slightly. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Katie says, looking up at me with remorse in her gaze. Too much has happened. Too much to forget. Luca shakes his head. Grabs Harper's hand. They're about to leave. They're giving up on this. I can barely breathe when Sterling stands up. Everyone goes still. I have an idea of how this can work. Our middle ground isn't as far away as any of you would think. Oh yeah? How so? Luca says. We're fighters. Each and every one of us, Sterling says surely. Strongly. We need to train if we want to have a chance at winning against both covens when we go to break the unholy seal. He looks at me. Your idea behind this bonfire was a good one, but I think in this situation we can learn more about each other during training. Let hand-on-hand combat do the talking. I agree, Ava says, rubbing Sterling's back. Nothing speaks more clearly about a person than how they fight. No one looks impressed. Then it's settled, Mac rushes to say, standing up. He latches onto Sterling's shoulders and forces a strong smile on his face. The crowd of newcomers, rebellion members, and lost crows alike, begin to protest with groans and grunts, still not buying it. Mac hurriedly follows up against them, raising his voice over the commotion. Your hesitations are understandable, and we will address them after we give this an honest go. There's no other choice here. We must work together if we ever want to return to easier times. We will begin training in the morning, Mac says. With that, he looks at Seamus. Any closing words? Something to settle the nerves maybe? Seamus stands. Runs his hands down the front of his shirt like he's smoothing out his speech. We're in the midst of a critical time for our people. We're on the precipice of writing a new chapter in our history. Despite the truths revealed tonight, and the pain that has followed them, we have to keep in mind that everyone here has one thing in common. The only thing in common that matters. We all want freedom. He folds his hands behind his back, walking around the fire, making sure to connect with each and every member of our newfound rebellion. If we can all connect on that level, then we can find it in ourselves to work together. The strength it will take to cast down our enemies will require this from us. We have all been burned by the coven in one way or another.
And we all have the opportunity to help not only ourselves and each other, but all those still out there, fighting alone. We need to know you're in, Mac adds.
Wholly and completely. This won't work if there are rifts between us. We need to have complete trust with each other. If you can't find it in your heart, then now is the time to walk.
He turns, waiting for any who wants to take him up on his offer.
When no one moves, he adds, see? It's like Seamus said. We're all in this together.
That doesn't change what's happened in the past, Luca adds.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't, Seamus says. But the past is not what defines us. It's how we choose to move forward. Luca takes a step back. We will meet in this spot at dawn tomorrow. Sterling is in charge of our training. The leaders will meet to discuss the next phase in our plan. And who are the leaders, exactly? Weldon asks.
Because the last I checked, nothing has really been established since we decided to band together.
He's right.
We do need to establish how the decision-making will be done, Evangeline says. I will speak for my pack. I created the rebellion, Mac says. Seamus, Weldon, and Sterling are who I have chosen to stand beside me.
Jonathan flinches back a little. Weldon's shoulders straighten a little.
I don't think he expected to still be considered by his brother. Then it's the 5 of us, Evangeline says, putting her arm around her daughter's shoulder. No more secrets, no matter how grave the issue is, Max says. Agreed, Evangeline says.
Okay then, we will meet in the morning, Max says. The groups disband as everyone heads to their beds. Maybe tomorrow I could show you the family weapon room, Jackson says to Chrissa. If you want to, that is.
She looks up at Evangeline, who nods at her, and then back at Jackson.
Okay, she says with a smile.
Her sing-song voice is like the sweet chirping of a bird.
Come on. Off to bed for you, Harper says to her.
She takes Chrissa by the hand and guides her away from the fire. Jackson, Gavin, and Evangeline stay behind.
A sister?
Jackson says as he puts his arm over my shoulder.
She's
beautiful,
Gavin finishes for him.
I wanted to tell you everything, Evangeline admits, staring at Chris's distant shadow. So many times I would look at her, and my heart would crush from knowing that you didn't know about her.
Did she know about us? Jackson asks. She nods.
I've never hidden the truth from her.
Lucky her, Jackson mutters.
I deserve that, she says. She leans forward and kisses them both on the forehead.
I'll see you in the morning.
After she leaves, we head back into the house. I don't know about you, but I'm beat, Gavin says.
See ya in the morning.
See ya, Jackson says, reaching for the milk. He pours a glass and downs it.
Come on, he says. Let's get some sleep. Sleep doesn't visit those with restless minds. I don't know what time it is.
I'm too tired to check, but I know it's late and I know I've been awake ever since we shut the lights out and said goodnight.
I can't stop thinking. Can't stop my brain from replaying everything that's happened. Jackson has a sister. Chet's family is responsible for turning that poor girl Harper.
Our entire group is standing on a bed of rocks in the middle of a slope, and I feel like we're all on the verge of falling past any chance of rescue.
But what bothers me the most is I'm helpless to fix it.
I can't undo what's been done, and I won't, force anyone to stick around and fight when they may not want to.
All I can do is hope, and that hasn't really worked out for me so far.
I roll under the covers, searching for Jackson, and curl up to his side, closing my eyes. Thinking about Jackson and his sister, and the fact that Jackson used to draw.
Something I didn't know. Something I wish I had. Can't sleep either? He asks quietly, pulling me closer to him. Your thoughts are practically screaming at me.
I'm sorry, I say, running my fingers lazily along the contours of his stomach.
Don't be. Mine are too.
He mindlessly twists his fingers through the ends of my hair.
What are you thinking about? I ask, feeling the edges of sleep pulling at me.
Chrissa. I move up so I can see him, propping my head on my hand.
She looks like my mom, don't you think? Yeah. He folds his hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling.
I'm going to make things better for her, he vows.
I'm going to be there for her the way Gavin has always been there for me.
I know you will, I say, running my hand along his cheek.
Your heart is one of my favorite things about you.
Moonlight flows in from the window, outlining the angles of his face. Caressing the peak of his lips, the tip of his nose, and the edges of his eyelashes. I want to follow the trail of light with my lips.
Kiss away the world and all its worries. What else? He asks, rolling over to face me.
His hand finds my hip, his thumb grazing the skin under my shirt, sending electric sparks along my skin.
Empty clouds fill my mind. What else is your favorite about me?
His hands are live wires, trailing under my nightgown, searching for skin.
Your hands, I say, closing my eyes. And
your lips.
He presses them against my collarbone, skimming them all the way up to my neck. My brain is on his merry-go-round. You know what's weird? I ask as he moves his knee between my legs, asking for an invitation. What?
He asks me, his voice quiet and raspy in the dark.
I feel like I know every part of you, yet there's so much that I don't.
He stops kissing my neck and looks down at me, half on top of me now.
Like what?
Like your favorite color.
That's easy,
he says, pressing his lips against each of my cheeks.
It's the color of your eyes.
A bluish-gray hue that reminds me of the stones I used to skip across the lake with my dad. His lips move to my forehead, and then down to the tip of my nose.
Or your favorite book? If you even like to read?
I say, trying to stay present even though his lips and his hands are tugging me into his future.
I do like to read,
he says, his hands pushing the covers back now.
And The Hobbit is my favorite. You?
Jane Eyre, I say as he pushes my shirt up, tracing the outline of my bra. His touch is light, careful, calculated, and it's lighting me up from the inside out.
What did you want to be when you were little?
I ask, tugging on his shirt now. He lifts his arms, and the shirt disappears within the shadows of our room. He leans in, his electric scent wrapping around me, and runs his lips over the edges of my ear, his warm breath stirring molten heat inside of me.
A hunter like my dad. You?
Same, I say as I sit up and let him remove my shirt. Wait anxiously as he unclasps the back of my bra. And also a photographer, but that was a backup if I were to be a defect.
My bra is swallowed by the shadows.
His eyes graze hungrily over me as he pulls wantonly on the waistband of my underwear.
You're far from defective, Faye.
His words and his touch pour fire into my bones. I lift my hips for him. Ask me where my favorite place in the world is, he says, taking his time to pull them down my legs.
Where? I ask, willingly falling under his spell.
Feeling every delicious inch of his torture. Right here, he says, and then he moves in between my legs, resting on top of me as he presses his lips against mine. This is heaven, he says against my lips, his words strained with desire and love.
This is where I want to stay.
He seals his words with a kiss that releases fireworks under every inch of my skin. That freezes time and sets flames to the world around us. Ask me what my greatest accomplishment is, he continues, running his hand down my waist and over my hip.
What? He kisses my chin. Trails his lips down the slope of my neck.
One feather-soft kiss after the next, until his lips are hovering just over my pounding heart. This, he says, planting a light kiss on my chest where my heart is.
Being lucky enough to be loved by you. My heart surrenders to him.
I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him down to me, unable to take a second more of not being one with him, and his desire meets mine as the world melts away and love wraps its arms around us both. Morning has rushed to meet us, dumping pails of warm sunshine into our room. Foreign voices and loud footsteps stir in the hallway, pecking at the edges of sleep until my eyes pop open.
Falling asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning might not have been such a good idea.
I groan and pull the cover up over my head, turning into Jackson's warmth. It's too early to be awake, and far too easy to go back to sleep, rather than dealing with the outside world.
But the outside world doesn't understand the word easy. Or tired. My eyes lazily close.
My thoughts scatter like leaves in a breeze, but then someone's pounding on our door and the sound beats in sync with my rapidly beating heart. I contemplate using magic to permanently quiet those sounds, but Jackson's on his feet, pulling sweatpants on as he wipes at his eyes with the palms of his hands.
What?
He says when he cracks the door open.
Morning to you too, sunshine. Man, you look like shit. It's Gavin.
Of course.
Our personal alarm clock.
I swear he gets some sort of sick pleasure from waking those who aren't morning people.
Gee, thanks, Jackson groans, his voice raspy with sleep. Anytime, Gavin shoots back. Listen, the leaders are meeting in 10 in the kitchen, and they want you both there. So get your lazy asses up and get dressed. Coffee's waiting downstairs. I sit up, holding the blanket to my chest. I resent that. I call out, running my fingers through my hair. Gavin peeks around Jackson and smirks knowingly at me. Jackson lightly shoves him back and shuts the door.
He stumbles back over to the bed, falling face first into his pillow.
I wrap my leg over him, hugging him to me. Why can't we just sleep in for once? I say against the soft skin of his back. Because hell doesn't allow it, he mutters into his pillow. He rolls over, pulling me on top of him. But you're worth 1,000 mornings of burning eyes and sleepy limbs. I kiss his cheek, smiling, and then force my body to get up. I'll remind you of that when we're in the middle of another of Sterling's training sessions, I say with a small laugh. And I'll still mean it then, he says, reaching for a shirt in his dresser. I grab my clothes and head into the bathroom, smiling despite the fire clawing at my eyes. The sooner I'm up and ready, the closer I'll be to finding our way out of this hell. Max stands in front of us with a whiteboard on wheels perched next to him. I'm 2 cups of coffee in and 1 yawn away from falling back asleep. Jackson sits next to me, one hand holding a 3rd cup of coffee, and the other resting naturally on the edge of my knee. Gavin and Cassie are behind us, whispering about something. Weldon stands with his backside resting against the kitchen counter, and Jessie sits in front of us, her head propped up on her elbow that rests on the table. We all have one thing in common this morning, and that's the lack of sleep marked under our eyes. Seamus, Sterling, and Evangeline are on the other side of the table, all waiting patiently for Mac to begin the first of many meetings that will determine our coven's future. I try not to notice the dark, almost grayish hue under Sterling's eyes. Or the way his hands shake and his mouth twitches in jerky movements, like he's struggling to stay still. Struggling to hold on to the last piece of himself that he's fighting so hard to keep. Weldon looks over at me, and then follows my gaze. He sighs sadly and, without saying anything, opens the fridge and pulls out a water bottle filled with what can only be blood. He makes an effort to move around the back of the table to keep the others from paying attention to what he's doing and slides the bottle in Sterling's hand as discreetly as he can. Sterling looks up at him with gratitude in his eyes, and then greedily sips from the bottle. I turn away, not wanting to stare, and force my eyes to remain on Mac. He grabs a blue marker, presses it to the whiteboard, and writes. 1. Bring Clara down. 2. Bring down Darkins by destroying Exanimator. 3. Restore our coven to Divine's natural order. These are our goals, he says as he caps the marker and turns to face us all with the poised air of a diplomatic speaker. And we will take them on one at a time, using each one to propel us on to the next. And how do you propose that we do this? Seamus asks from the rim of his coffee mug. Mac's lips thin into a prepared smile. Clara's working with the Darkins, correct? We suspect, yes, Seamus says, setting his mug down. He lifts his chin, head tilted to the side and lips pursed. But there hasn't been any concrete evidence found. Just speculation, and unless we find something to pin her down and turn the rest of the priesthood on her, we don't have a leg to stand on. Mac's smile transforms into something somewhat painful. Clara was my partner, he reminds us. I know her. I know how she thinks, and I especially know how she lies. During my brief period of time working under her in Ethereal City, I did some digging, and I found this. He pulls a microchip from the small pocket on his purple and gray Argyle sweater vest. It's plans to merge the Darkins with our coven. He looks at me, his smile warming with knowledge. That's why she won't kill anyone just for the sake of killing, Faye. Headlines are being made with every attack placed by the Darkins. Unlike Watchmen, they're sloppy, and humans are taking notice, which is something she can't control. Especially without her magic. But what she can control is how she plays this game. She wants us. She wants those who pose a threat to her plans. Everyone else she needs to believe in her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a coven to control, and if the humans discovered us, then she wouldn't have the funds to live comfortably with either. What's on it? Weldon asks, pointing to the microchip. Phases, Max says. I haven't been able to go through the whole thing yet. I figured we could do that while the others train, but what I found thus far is a precise guideline to every phase she will implement into our coven to get what she truly wants. And that is? I ask, my heart hammering against my ribs. She wants to do away with the hunters, he says, setting the chip down on the table. Every face in the room pales. The coffee in my stomach swirls uncomfortably. Heat builds under my skin until I'm wishing I had worn something lighter. Kill the hunters. Do away with them permanently. It's one thing after the other, Sterling says sadly. She's crazy if she thinks she can run us into the ground, Gavin says angrily. This is insane, Seamus gasps. You're suggesting she wants mass genocide? I'm not suggesting, Mac replies, swallowing thickly, I'm telling you. Silence deafens the room as thoughts scream loudly. The chairs have been ripped out from under us all. We knew she was cruel, knew she was stuck on herself and most likely working with the Darkins, but it never clicked in my head that she'd go this far. That she'd want something this disturbing. This unthinkable. This final. But she can't do that, Jessie says, blinking too fast.
If she destroys hunters, then witches would be without power.
Why would she do that? Mac holds his finger up to stop her train of thought. That's a very valid point I'm about to explain.
Weldon clears his throat, gathering his scattered thoughts as rapidly as he can. Then that leaves us with one question, he says with a murderous tone. His eyes are focused and his pale face shifts gears, morphing into anger and fury.
How do we bring the bitch down?
Mac jumps right into his theories with a new fervor, standing straighter, taller. We already have her at a standstill with the information on the rebellion gone and Faye out of her grasp, he says, almost excitedly.
Like he's been waiting for this moment. For this opportunity to finally bring us together and put an end to Clara. She knows this, which is why she's so desperate to reach for anything that will hurt Faye and trick her into turning herself in, because she can't get her hands on the examinator without both the holy and unholy seals being broken. Without Faye. Weldon tenses at the mention of the examinator.
His face changes like night and day, going from the hope of warmth to the extremity of cold.
Wait, examinator? What does that have to do with anything? Gavin says.
Everything, Max says. It's why we think she's working with the Darkins, so she can get to the machine. Which is kept in the underground, I might add, Seamus says.
A place we cannot enter without destroying the unholy seal.
A place in a machine that one of us in this room knows all too well, Max says, his eyes pinned on Weldon.
I'm confused, Cassie says. Ditto, Gavin adds.
Weldon stiffens, and my blood boils for him.
Boiling for the way Max so easily uses Weldon's pain as if it's a free-for-all. He inhales loudly, like he's accepting this as his fate. Being used. Unable to hide from his past.
I might have a solution to the underground problem, he says, his voice hollow and closed off, but Clara is all you, Mac, he says.
Something passes between them. I thought you might say that, Mac says. At least, I hoped you would. What's going on? Jessie asks, reaching for Weldon's hand. What are you two talking about? We all look at Weldon.
He closes his eyes. Grips the edges of the counter.
I spent nearly 20 years of my life in the underground. 20 years that felt more like centuries.
He looks up at us, demons dwelling in his eyes as he continues.
I've been in the examinator. Seen what it can do firsthand.
He lets go of the counter and stands tall, allowing his demon side to take over his charming features. Shadows fill the room as Seamus and Evangeline gasp. This, Weldon says, his voice darker, deeper.
This is what the examinator does.
It takes all that you are and twists it into something unnatural. He breathes in and, on his exhale, he returns to the Weldon we know. The machine sucks every bit of power out of a demon or a witch and stores it until it's ready to be dispersed. In my case, they picked a random demon, stole his powers, and then forced them on me by hooking me up to the machine and pumping the powers through my bloodstream.
But that isn't how Darkins do it. It's much worse.
To be initiated, they must first pick the witch they will sacrifice in the machine. The witch they will steal powers from. Then they must force them into the machine and watch as their powers are taken and their bodies wither into ash. After that, they cut off their affinity marks, get hooked up to the machine like I was, and voila, they have magic again, only without the ties to an affinity bond.
And Clara thinks this machine will be able to separate affinity bonds safely so she can do away with hunters? Cassie asks in horror.
Anything is possible, Max says coldly.
How could such a machine come into existence?
Jessie asks, tears staining her voice as she grips Weldon's hand.
It has old magic operating it. Divine magic, Weldon answers distantly. Morden? Jackson asks. Weldon nods. A machine of this magnitude will not be easily destroyed.
Those in the rebellion, including myself, have spent the past few years trying to find out more about the machine, Max says.
How exactly it works. What it runs off. How we could destroy it. But getting answers from Darkins is nearly impossible. If they don't kill themselves first, then they let us torture them during interrogation.
Their minds are twisted. He turns to Seamus.
Do you have any information?
No, Seamus says.
Just what you know. Clara is the only one.
We need her information, I say.
We need to know what she knows. And how do we do that? Mac asks.
We have little resources, and we're all banned.
I'm reaching for straws. Seamus. He can do it, I say, turning to face him. You have the access that we don't. You know your way around. You can get in and out, and find what we need. Seamus looks uncomfortable. And if I'm caught, I'll be crucified.
It's better than sitting idle like a coward and not contributing to bettering our people, Jackson says, arms folded.
That is something we will discuss, Mac interrupts.
It isn't a decision to be made lightly, and it doesn't have to be made today. Our first order of business is bringing Clara down, which is what we need to get back to. We need her if we want to infiltrate the Darkins to get to the machine. I've thought long and hard about this, and I believe we can get to her by using this.
He points to the microchip.
We expose her plan, and then those loyal to the Divine will turn against her. If that happens, she'll run, and we'll find her.
She'll be wanted by all.
Her reputation will be tarnished, and justice will be asked for by our own. To save herself, I believe she'll give up the information on the Darkins' headquarters and the workings of the Examinator, and from there, we'll use Weldon's knowledge of the underground to find and destroy it.
Do you think everyone here is ready for this? Seamus asks, shock on his features. Do you think they're ready for this kind of a revolution? Sterling stands, planting his hands flat against the table.
They've been training for this moment their entire lives, he says with certainty.
They're ready, they just don't know it yet.
As for those outside waiting on me, that's what training will show them.
It will give them confidence.
Keep them busy with something to work toward while we get our shit together, because restlessness leads to awful things.
Then it's settled, Mac says.
I'll have Jonathan send carriers to all the rebellion members on the outside to prepare them for what's to come. Seamus, we need you to think of a way to get more information on the Examinator in the meantime, just in case Clara doesn't pull through. As for me, after we're done going through this microchip, I'm going to send it to a rebellion member who's planted on the Night Watchmen news team, asking him to broadcast it on every station. We all take deep breaths as we realize that this moment is so much bigger than anything we've ever known.
This is change in the making. This is justice finally taking the reins. General Sterling doesn't waste time throwing us into extensive training.
When we disperse from the meeting, he already has wooden training fluxes laid out on the grass in 2 neat rows, one facing the other. He's dressed in his full elite uniform, the same one he wore the day he returned to us though. This time, the bloodstains have been removed and any tears have been patched up. He paces the length of the grass in front of us, looking like he hasn't slept in ages. But I'm sure no amount of sleep could erase the dark circles under his eyes and the trademark pupil black that has taken over the color of his eyes.
Are you sure he's going to be able to handle training? Cassie leans in and asks Gavin as the general starts calling out the lineup he wants us in. Gavin looks back over his shoulder at Jackson. What do you think, bro? Do you think he's even eaten?
Not from anything substantial, Weldon answers from beside me, eyeing the general's every simulated, strained move. We're all looking at Weldon now, waiting for some form of clarification.
The bottle I gave him this morning was leftover blood from a bear I hunted the other night.
Ugh, gross. Cassie says with a shudder.
What?
Weldon says defensively, I have to have backup blood in case I can't find a human willing to donate.
TMI, Gavin says, lips pinched in disgust. Whatever, Weldon says with a passive hand wave. Anyway, Jesse says, changing the subject for everyone, I thought Sterling hunted last night with the wolves? Weldon looks flatly at her. Lifts a brow.
Look at the veins on his neck, he says pointedly, they're darkening, a sure sign he's drying up.
And if I had one guess, I'd say it's intentional.
Well, duh, Cassie says as she flips her head over to put her hair up in a messy bun.
That's what happens to wolves when they don't feed.
She pauses with her hair and squeezes her eyes shut, her face screwed up.
Damn it. I keep doing that.
Vamps.
I meant to say vamps.
Vamps need fresh, human blood in order to survive.
Not refrigerated leftovers. Disgust and sorrow tastes a lot like bile.
I swallow thickly, pushing the regret clogging my throat down as far as I can and say, we can't let that happen to him. I impulsively look past the general for his wife, curious to know just who she is and how she's taking this. With everything that has happened lately, all the cracks in the foundation of our lives spreading further and further out, it's been hard to keep up with the unfortunate shift in everyone's future.
Because we've all been slapped with a hard dose of reality. What can we do about it, Faye? Jesse asks.
He's turned. Based on everything we've ever been taught, he should be long gone by now, feeding and killing like the rest of the vamps out there.
It's a miracle he's even here. Weldon snorts.
I'm here, he says curtly.
So, according to your logic, I should be stealing souls and killing for my mere entertainment, but you don't see me doing that, do you?
Jesse's so stiff and still, I think the wind could blow her over. Still, I say, trying to diffuse the miscommunication before it turns into another uncomfortable argument, he has to feed.
It's obvious that what we thought we knew about our kind is far from the truth.
Apparently, we can function after being turned. We have to keep him from making a fatal mistake because of his pride. Not just pride, Faye, Jackson says from the other side of me. His morals too. You have to think of his morals. I am. This was done to him. He didn't choose it, I say. All I'm saying is, are you going to offer yourself then? 'Cause I sure as hell ain't, Jesse says with arms crossed, looking directly at me. He's a grown man, and one of these days, you're going to have to realize that you can't fix every wounded bird you stumble on. I have to repeat what she said just to understand her. Heat builds under my skin. He's not a wounded bird, Jesse. This is serious. Can't you take one thing seriously in your life? I shoot back. She jerks her head back. Excuse me? You heard me, I say, stepping up to her, ready for whatever comes next. Stop it. Both of you. Jackson says hotly, pushing us apart from each other. I look up at him, surprised into silence. A million emotions churn within the endless depth of his green eyes. This isn't something you can turn into a bickerfest. This is real. This is Sterling, the man who taught us how to be more than just factory-assembled army pawns. That's what I was trying to say, I say quietly, avoiding his eyes. He drops his shoulders a little and apologizes with his gaze before turning back to face the general, who's now heading our way. But I'm still watching Jackson. Watching the way he pieces himself back together, slowly, hardening his stance in his eyes so he doesn't give anything away. So others don't see the pain ripping him apart on the inside. Can't hear the screams that are surely tearing at his brain. Jackson was the one who wanted to leave Sterling there with Clara and, in the end, he's the one who went back for him, only he was too late. It's a pill I'm not sure he'll ever be able to swallow. My hand is halfway to his when the general stops in front of us and clears his throat. I retract my hand, shoving it deep inside my pocket. I want you four to train with the others in the rebellion, the general says, skipping introductions and heading straight to business. What about the wolves? Gavin asks, sounding somewhat off-put. I thought we were training with them too. You will be. Later today. Now, only a couple of the rebels are freshly graduated from the academy. The rest are up to par with elite training, so just keep it light and easy. The point of this is really just to get to know one another. Got it? I can't help but think that he's avoiding conversation. He isn't inviting it for the very same reason Jackson told us to shut up. Because he wants to be alone in his decision. He wants to be free. He's looking between Jackson, Gavin, Jesse, and Cassie, his gaze just as piercing as it's always been. He's a fighter. A leader. We got it, Gavin says with notes of sadness in his tone. The general doesn't pay any mind to them. And what about us? Weldon asks, waving his thumb between the two of us. You're coming with me. He leaves no room for questioning. No room for rebuttal. He just turns on his heel and starts to walk away, leaving that as the final verdict. Jackson takes one look over my shoulder to where the general is heading, over to where his mother and newfound sister are training, and curses under his breath. He's going to leave us out? Just like that? He quickly spins around. Gav. One word, delivered calmly and expertly controlled, and Gavin already knows what Jackson's asking. Go. I've got this. Gavin takes Cassie by the hand, ignoring her questioning look, and heads over to the members of the rebellion. Come with us, Jackson says to Jesse, who looks caught between following Cassie and staying with Jackson. Weldon puts his hand up to his lips and snickers. Looks like Sterling found his meal after all, because he's surely going to kill you for going against him. I don't care, Jackson says, taking my hand in his. This is my home. My family sacrificing everything. He pulls me forward, not leaving any room for Weldon to say anything else. The moment we're in step with Sterling, he starts speaking again, never once looking in our direction. How did I know you'd be joining us, Graham Jr.? I'm not backing down. Not about this. I want to know what you have in store for Faye. Especially when it comes to my mother. Sterling makes a sound deep in his throat. Nods once. Okay. Jackson's mouth opens like he's ready to protest, but then he shuts it. Absorbs what Sterling has said. Okay? He repeats questioningly. Did I stutter? Sterling says sternly. A flash of anger that quickly fades with a blink. No, sir, he says steadily, calmly, You just what? Thought I'd protest? Enforce what I said. He stops. Turns so quickly and unexpectedly that Jackson almost bumps into him. We don't have time to waste with arguing. If you want to be stubborn and do things your own way, so be it. I will not waste effort trying to sway thick heads.
Now, he says, turning his attention to Weldon and me, the reason I've asked you to train with the wolves is simple. Because of your curious ailments. My half-demon side and her half-everything side? Weldon interjects with a glowing smirk. Yes, the general says plainly. Because of this, the leaders and I thought that you and Faye would be the best candidates to train with the wolves first. Test the waters out before we throw everyone else in. You know what it's like to work with someone you aren't technically tied to by the affinity bond. You also know how to use your special qualities using primeval techniques. We feel that they will relate best with you. They'll connect most to you. You're the fuse between them, he says, looking over his shoulder at the members of the rebellion, and us. He's looking ahead. Looking at the primevals who were robbed of choice. Robbed of their futures. Changed into something we were brought up resenting. And now he's one of them. I didn't think it was possible to feel this much remorse and still be able to function. Jackson squeezes my hand as Weldon slaps Sterling on the back, and, for a second, I'm sure Sterling is going to rip his head off. But he doesn't. He just looks at Weldon, and they exchange something in their glances. An understanding. A sense of brotherhood. Sterling takes in a deep breath, and it almost sounds like he's breathing for the first time. Like he's accepting all that has come with what has happened, and he's existing in this world rather than just being in it. Go, he says, looking at Weldon, and then back over his shoulder at Jackson, Jesse, and me. Go train with them. I'll be watching over all of it. He turns at that and walks away from us, meeting up with his wife, who is waiting next to the small shed. She puts her arm around his waist the moment he approaches and leans into him, whispering something in his ear that has him nodding in response. Watching them fills me with so much hope and so much pain. It's nice to see that love can exist outside of tragedy, but seeing tragedy happen to such good people hurts. Hello, Faye. Weldon, Evangeline says, nodding at us both. Good morning, I reply, forcing myself to look away from the general. She turns to Jackson. Son. He nods hello. She's looking at Jesse now. It's Jezebel, isn't it? Yes, ma'am, Jesse says, almost awkwardly. I didn't think about it before, but she must be just as nervous as I am. Just as unsure about where she stands in all this, and how she should feel about it. The line between loyalty and justice is always blurred when emotions are involved. I don't know if General Sterling told you or not, but Ava and I have decided that we should train with those more like us first, before we mix in with the others. This way, we can establish some form of connection, while showing the others that we are harmless. That sounds like a good idea, I say. Jackson staring at her with forced strength. Pretending like he isn't absorbing every word she says. Like it doesn't affect him. But I see the fragility in his gaze. See how he hangs from her words, searching for something inside them that he's not even sure about. She smiles lightly at me and continues. But before we start, I wanted to tell you a few things about how we function. Things you may or may not already know. I know the training you've received at the academy, and in Ethereal City, has been selective to what the priesthood has wanted you to know. That's an understatement, Weldon mutters. Evangeline smiles patiently at him. In wolf form, she continues, whether you're natural born or bitten, words are non-existent. We communicate by an emotional link we all share within our pack, similar to what you experience in an affinity bond. We send what we sense and feel based on what we see and smell between one another. The only difference is that we don't need each other to function, only the alpha. And what about your powers? Weldon asks, widening his stance and crossing his arms. Did they cease with the end of the affinity bond like every other primeval? Or are you like me? Like you? Evangeline asks, brows dipped in curiosity. Her eyes shift over all of us. Because of the power that comes with being part demon, I've been able to keep my hunter abilities, despite my partner being held captive in the underground, Weldon delivers bluntly. Both Jackson and Evangeline wince at the word, and I wish I didn't notice. I wish I didn't automatically associate this with her husband. Or with the fact that it's a parent Jackson will never see again. But most of all, I wish it didn't make my parents' faces appear in my head. I miss them so much I ache. I ache so bad that I'm sure I'll never be whole again. And Weldon, he's completely numb to his own misgivings. Either that, or he's just that bold in pulling out the pain inside our hearts and exposing it without even blinking, just like his brother. To an extent, yes, she says, recovering quickly with great fortitude. As the alpha, I have retained most of my witchcraft. Some of the others, like Luca, Ariana, and Damien, can tap into their abilities from time to time. I think with more practice, they could easily call on it, but with our way of life, it's hard to make time for that form of training when it's the least of our worries. Care to share? Weldon asks, tilting his head to the side.
She looks at him for a moment, studying him like she doesn't quite understand what he's asked her. Or maybe she wasn't expecting to be asked, so he's caught her off guard.
Pack rivals. Prejudices. Things of that nature. It's kept us on the run.
Here, at this manor, has been the only place where we have found sanctuary.
She steals a quick glance at Jackson, who hasn't moved since she started speaking, and then looks back at Weldon. Are you ready to begin?
The others are anxious for the morning run, Ava asks as she makes her way to Evangeline's side.
She looks like an Ethiopian goddess. Long, wavy, dark hair. Thin, dark eyebrows. A deep, striking gaze. She's tall and slender, wearing elegance in her effortless movements.
Ava, Evangeline says, turning to her with a warm, bright smile. She looks back at us, one hand on Ava's shoulder and the other out in introduction.
Ava, this is Faye and Weldon, and my son and his partner, Jesse. It's nice to formally meet you, her deep, sultry voice says.
Ava is my beta, Evangeline explains. Every decision I make with the help of her advice. She's been with me from day one, drifting down the same rivers of regret that I do. They smile at each other with such camaraderie.
A couple of the wolves have shifted and are prancing back and forth at the forest's edge. I suppose we shouldn't waste another minute chit-chatting.
My pack is growing restless, Evangeline says, looking back at Weldon, Jackson, Jesse, and me with a refreshed smile.
Let's get to work. It's so fresh out here. There's a healthy scent to the air, like the earthy smell that comes just before rain arrives.
Or like the soft, crisp scent the leaves create when a breeze whisks her fingers through the limbs of the trees. Hands have yet to touch the small slice of heaven. They've yet to destroy the beauty hidden behind the canopy of the forest. Evangeline has guided us away from the house, deep into the forest out back, and I'm reminded of the day when Jackson sent me into the enchanted forest behind the academy as a way to test me. The forest has a familiar feeling to it.
Dark. Unsettlingly quiet, filled with so many undiscovered secrets.
We don't train in the traditional sense that you're accustomed to, Evangeline says from atop a large boulder on the incline in front of us. We, as wolves, test our limits and keep up our stamina by hunting and fighting.
We use our skills to track prey, both food and primeval alike.
We've been helping our brethren from the start of our pack. When a primeval is in need, and we're close and aware, we do what we can for them, but
how have we not heard of this? Jackson asks, looking up at her.
Because the coven doesn't want you to hear of it, Ava says from beside the boulder. And because those we save are too scared to speak up about what they see and know, the man named Luca says with enough bitterness to slice through us all. It's not their fault, Luca, Harper says, fiddling with her hands in front of her. Her voice is delicate, muted, almost as if she didn't really want to be heard. He looks down at her, his wolfish features softening only when he addresses her.
We all have choices, Harp.
They make theirs when they choose to accept our help, and then when they choose not to thank us for it. We don't help them for the thanks we could receive, Evangeline says, firmly but gently. Luca looks up at her, his long, blonde hair falling past his shoulders and down his back.
Still. A simple thank you would be nice every now and then.
Yeah, the girl with teal eyes and stark freckles says across from him. I think she's Ariana, but with all the new faces and names, I'm not sure.
Luca is right. We keep offering our help and get nothing out of it. Something's gotta give.
Ariana, you know better, Ava says sharply.
Ariana flinches back and looks away. Listen up, everyone.
We didn't invite these four to follow us so we could gripe about our problems, Evangeline says, redirecting the conversation back to where she wants it to go like any good leader would do.
We brought them here because, like us, they are unique. Weldon is half demon. He, like some of you, can tap into his former abilities as a hunter.
And Faye, well, she is an entity unto her own.
She was born unbound to anyone.
I thought she was linked to your son and his affinity partner, the dark-skinned boy says. I rack my brain, trying to remember what he said his name was during the introductions, but all I can remember is the fallout between Chet, Luca, and Harper.
And finding out about little Chrissa.
She is, Evangeline says.
Care to explain for us, Faye? She asks, opening the floor to me. 8 pairs of eyes turn in my direction.
Peel me apart, layer by layer, trying to decipher just who I am. Even though my tongue feels like it's been hung out to dry, I force myself to swallow.
They're people, just like me. Just like the others I've stood up to.
So I lick my lips, pulling in a deep breath, and say, I'm only linked to Jackson and Jesse because I have the power to choose who I want to be linked to. And, as of right now, I can link myself to multiple people. I can also pull energy from others, to the point of killing them, and also give the same amount of energy out if someone I trust is in need of it. I exhale, feeling a small weight lift from having to explain who I am, and add, that about sums me up. Weldon chuckles, stealing the glances of everyone around us. She's so cute when she's being modest, don't you agree? He says coyly. Really, Mouse, it's one of your predictably cute qualities that I look forward to. It's refreshing. Jackson shakes his head. Everyone is staring at the both of us, watching in fascination. Too amused to look away. I imagine myself punching him in the arm. Or maybe the mouth. As refreshing as your worn-out sense of humor, I say, forcing a smirk onto my lips. Jesse doesn't waste the opportunity to laugh. Weldon's smile threatens to swallow his face whole when he sees my intent reflecting in my eyes. I wish it would. He looks away from me, drinking up my discomfort as if it were a glass of his finest blood collection, and directs his attention back onto the wolves. Don't let her modest example fool you. She's a badass, though she doesn't like admitting this to anyone, let alone herself. I've watched her take out a horde of men with the blink of her eye. She stood up to Clara and to Bael. She, like you, has offered aid to so many who were undeserving. She set aside her own misfortunes to focus on the grander picture, and not once has she stopped and asked for something else. For an out of this shithole of a life. He turns, looking at me now with a deep respect I've yet to see in him before. She's the bravest woman I've ever known, and she's one hell of a friend. His words kick me in my temper. My irritation quickly dissolves as he starts to laugh again, knowing that he has me right where he wants me. Baffled and embarrassed. That's all well and good, but remind me how working with them is going to help our pack? Luca says. I understand that a lot has happened in the past couple of days with seeing your sons and all, but that's not going to stop Erekil's junkies from tracking us down. Jackson's body stiffens. Luca, Ava warns with a murderous tone. Enough. He rolls his eyes from Ava onto Evangeline, and stares up at her, waiting for an answer. Erekil's junkies? Weldon repeats, taking a step forward. Call it intuition, or just good old-fashioned listening skills, but did you happen to piss off the wolves from Erekil's former pack? You know, before you decocked him? Or are you some kind of drug dealer? Weldon, Jackson says sternly, glaring at him. Dealer? Ava asks, her hand held up in offense. How dare you? Evangeline jumps down from the boulder and moves in between us with Krissa on her heels. I think it's time we start the hunt, don't you? Evangeline says quickly, raising her brows at Ava in expectation. It takes Ava a moment, but she finally relents, offering another cold glare in Weldon's direction. Damien, Luca, you both go on ahead and scout out the trail, Evangeline says as diplomatically as she can. Ariana and Ava, you follow suit. Harper will stay behind with Krissa. What? Krissa asks heatedly as she moves from behind her mother's legs. Her wild hair is pulled back in a tight ponytail with ringlets falling around her face. That's not fair. I want to run with my brother. Jackson smiles knowingly at her as she tries to make valid points on why she should be allowed to come, and I can't help but think about Jackson earlier when Sterling had intended for only Weldon and me to train with the wolves. The way she wears her emotions in her gaze. The way she carries her disappointment in her shoulders. And how he responds with just as much heated passion when something doesn't sit well with him. It seems they have more than just drawing in common. Evangeline holds her palm up, silencing Krissa with just a brief glow in her eyes. This is not up for debate, Krissa. You're only 12 and nowhere near ready to run with us. Just because our situation has changed, doesn't mean the rules have. Now, scoot. Follow Harper back to the house. This is so unfair. Krissa says with a scowl. She shifts into a full-blown wolf and takes off, leaving Harper to run after her. Poor little magic growler, Lucas says as he watches Krissa yip to Harper. The Black Widow always sucks the fun out of things. Black Widow? Jackson mutters from beside me. Luca, Evangeline warns with a low growl. Oh, come on, he says, brushing off her glare. You know you do. He turns to Damien, who has remained stoically still, absorbing everything like a sponge. I'll bet you cleaning duties that I'll be the first to sniff out our prey. Damien doesn't say a word. He just slightly nods, and then they shift right in front of us and take off, howling up at the sun. I'll see you on the hunt, Ava says as she and Ariana take off after Damien and Luca. A second passes before anyone speaks. The birds chatter above us. The leaves sway with the shifting breeze. Evangeline stops in front of us. I need you to keep up. Faye, you say that you can link yourself to whomever you choose? Yes. Try linking all four of you to me. I'll aid you in this with a little bit of magic. My cheeks are warm.
I'm not sure I know how. It's my understanding that feelings are the culprit behind my linking. Sharing a deep, emotional connection with someone.
Weldon jerks his head to the side. Looks at me like I'd just dropped from the sky with a large, oblong head and huge, beady, black eyes.
Hold up. You're telling me that you share a deep connection with Jesse the Brat, and not with me? I don't think I've ever been so offended. He's holding his chest as if he's been shot.
At this moment, I wish I had shot him.
Jesse snorts under her breath.
I don't think it's based on emotions, Faye, Evangeline says, smiling kindly at me.
I think it's opening yourself up.
Allowing yourself to be vulnerable with someone, and wanting to give them a piece of yourself that allows this to happen.
Again.
Offended, Weldon says, refusing to look at me.
I give him the shut up eyes. Ignore Jackson when he chuckles. Let me try to connect to him first, I say to Evangeline.
I turn to face Weldon, who's wearing a shit-eating grin. He jiggles his arms out by his side like he's loosening up for a fight.
I exhale, shaking my head. Close my eyes.
Imagine my power flowing out toward him.
A second dissipates between us. Holy shit! He cries out. My eyes flick open. Can you hear me?
I ask him, staring at him intently. His eyes are the size of saucers.
Do you know how long it's been since I've felt this? Felt the soft caress of a woman's voice in my head?
I'm sure my cheeks are on fire. So much so, but I have to reach up and touch them just to be sure.
Well? Evangeline asks.
It worked, I say quickly, closing off my connection to Weldon.
Good, she says with a satisfied smile. Then I will weave a spell to help open my mind so you can link with me.
Once we're all linked, then you'll be able to see how my pack communicates with me.
Okay, I say, preparing myself. Now that I can speak freely and privately, there's something I need to get off my chest, Weldon says in my mind. He pauses, waiting for me to ask him what. I don't say anything, focusing on linking myself with Jackson's mother. I don't want to let her down.
I don't want to start off with not being able to do a simple request.
Ignore me all you want, but I know you can hear me. I'll just come out and say it. Ready? Jackson's mom is hot. Don't you think, Dot?
Shut up and get out of my head, I say, smiling at Evangeline. Any time now, she says gently. I close my eyes and do the same with her, pushing my magic toward her.
Would it be wrong to hit on her? Weldon asks. I almost choke on my own spit. Are you okay? Evangeline asks.
You've got to be kidding me, Jackson says to us both.
You do realize that I'm still connected?
Me too, Jesse says heatedly.
I feel like I'm being suffocated by voices. Faye? Evangeline asks again. I'm fine.
Just an annoying fly buzzing in my ear, I say, glaring at Weldon. I want to smack the grin off his face. But instead, I close my eyes and push harder, trying to get this over with as soon as possible. I feel it, Evangeline says a moment later, and I sigh in relief.
Good.
We're all linked now, I say with heavy emphasis, looking directly at Weldon. Without warning, Evangeline shifts right in front of us, dropping on all fours as snowy white fur covers her entire body. When she's more wolf than human, she looks up at us with eyes that resemble her own. Follow me, she says to us, and then she takes off running through the cool, damp forest. It takes me about half a mile to fall into an easy stride behind her, with Weldon, Jackson, and Jesse on my feet. We're leaping over tree branches and pushing through dense shrubbery, heading north into the unknown.
There's a coolness in the air I haven't noticed before. A crispness that heightens every one of my senses.
Through Evangeline, I sense the movements of every living thing around me. The way the leaves bend under the small beams of sunlight peeking through the canopied treetop. The way the forest slowly wakens, almost as if it were opening up like a flower for the sun.
I smell the musky scent of animals left behind.
Feel the way our steps move with the wildwood, the way it was always meant to be. I'm so lost in sensations that when the wolves in her pack begin to speak, I misstep and almost trip over a large root. Weldon catches me by the wrist as my eyes try to connect with my brain, telling me the images they're showing is not what's really in front of me.
A brick building.
A vamp posted up against it, watching a couple of teenage girls sitting outside of a restaurant drinking milkshakes.
Anger. Resentment. Fear for the girls. This all comes through as if it were my own emotions. As if it was seen by my own eyes.
They found a target, Evangeline says to us, pulling me back to the forest we're running through.
Wait, so you hunt what we hunt then? Weldon asks.
She already explained this, noodlehead, Jesse cuts in.
Jackson chuckles. What else is there to hunt? Evangeline prompts. I don't know.
I guess I pictured you chasing down bears or something, he says, laughter on the edges of his words.
That's for meals.
We hunt the paranormal to pass the time, but only when a watchman needs help or isn't anywhere around. Eyes and senses can only reach so far for watchmen. But we can smell it for miles.
It's in our blood. Fear. Pain. It's unmistakable, and it drives us forward.
We've learned to channel that hunger into destroying those who impose those emotions, she says. She's exactly 10 strides ahead of me, and I can't help but focus on the way her muscles flex so lively with every movement.
Her footsteps are almost soundless. She looks like a predator. So is that what we're doing today? Jackson asks. I thought we were going to train.
Light and warmth spread around us, growing thicker and thicker with every inch we cover.
We're nearing the edge of the forest, closing in on a small town. The town where the paranormal lurks.
Evangeline stops just at the edge, moving between the rest of her pack who are standing guard, waiting for their next command. Ava, the dark half-wolf, turns when we approach. Sends the image of the vamp she saw to Evangeline. Evangeline turns to us.
Looks at us pointedly. You don't have to continue on with us, but I'm encouraging it. This is who we are. This is what we do, and if you can see it, if you can understand that we are good and dedicated, then maybe you can sway the rest of the group.
I know in order for your mission to succeed, you're going to need more manpower. The only way we can sway the Watchmen away from the life they've known, the life they've dedicated themselves entirely to, is to show them the truth.
And what's truer than all of us working together to bring down the real threat? We are the broken. The self-repaired. Let's show them what the Coven doesn't want them to see. Are you with me?
I look to Weldon, Jackson, and Jesse, who are looking at me and, in their gaze, I know that we're all on the same page. All in sync with our decision.
Together, we turn and face Evangeline.
And together, we say, let's do this. I feel like I've blinked and 2 weeks have passed us by. Day after day is spent out back as we throw ourselves into the most important training I think any of us will ever go through in our expendable lifetime. Night after night is spent piled up around a bonfire, talking strategy, news, and the current information Mac learned from the microchip. It's like time has become this speeding train we're on, and everything is whizzing by us in an uncontrollable blur. Our strength builds as our muscles are pushed to their limit, and our skills are tested by the wits of Sterling and the graces of Evangeline. Confidence spreads as it soaks in that we're on the cusps of something great.
Something we might actually succeed at. Something we've all needed for a very long time. A sense of belonging. Seamus left after the first week of training, following a trail of information that could give us the answers on how to destroy the Exanimator.
Gavin and a few others offered to go with him, but the council agreed this was something Seamus needed to do alone. We need to preserve the fighters we have, and Seamus vouched that he'd be quicker and safer alone. I just hope he pulls through. Jonathan has been consistently busy with the carriers coming in and out of the manor hour after hour. Between Weldon, Mac, and a couple of the witches, they were able to fashion more carriers than any of us could count. Watching the small, mechanical birds flutter in and out through every window in the house is a sight to behold. The sound of the metal clinking and clunking is the music we've accustomed ourselves to. A sound we now look for throughout the day, because it means Jonathan's reach is growing. A nation of watchmen are offering their allegiance to us, waiting in the shadows for when our plan comes together.
When we strike, Clara won't see it coming.
Max spends his days with the microchip, recording as much information from it as he can. As of last night's meeting, he says they've finally finished with it, and are now compiling the evidence they'll use against Clara when we broadcast to our coven just who Clara really is. Each council member has held true to their jobs, ensuring this rebellion will succeed, which has left the rest of us with nothing to do but train. Through working with Evangeline and Ava, I've learned that wolves move on pure instinct. They sense others' emotions, which gives them a slight advantage in guessing how their opponent will attack. I've also learned that the members Jonathan and Mac have recruited are a lot stronger than I had initially thought. They have raw instincts, bred from years and years of abandonment and free thinking. It seems, once you let go of the preconceived notions embedded into you at birth, the possibilities for a future become endless. Evangeline takes her time each day to work with every member of the rebellion individually, teaching them about opening up their senses, and showing them how to predict an opponent's moves by watching the telltale ticks their body movements make. Sterling, on the other hand, has worked with the wolves, though not as a teacher, but as a pupil. The day after our training began, Toby, Bianca's hunter, was accidentally knocked in the mouth by Garrett's wooden flux when we were exercising new moves taught to us by Luca. Sterling was standing watch and, the moment he smelled blood, he had Toby pinned to the ground, fangs bared. Toby wasn't bit since there were enough of us around to get Sterling off, but after that day, Sterling stayed away. Weldon explained to everyone about Sterling refusing to eat fresh blood, which inevitably pushed his urges onto a level not even Weldon would have been able to ignore. Thankfully, Luca and Ariana backed up Weldon's explanation by sharing stories of their first time having to hunt, and how it took them reaching that edge of hunger to be able to accept that feeding was a necessity and, when done right, didn't have to be so scary. It was enough to calm the rebellion members down and keep them from pitchforking against the wolves and Sterling. Since then, Sterling has remained with Ava and Damien, allowing them to teach him how to control his urges and how to hunt and feed on food that will satisfy his need for human blood. I couldn't be more grateful that they're here for him. Now, I'm lying here on the grass with Katie on one side and Jackson on the other, staring up at the clouds as we wait for the morning to begin. I've scoured through every moment of every day within the past 2 weeks, looking for some sort of sign that I missed. Something that would tell me this is definitely too good to be true, and not to get too comfortable, but I can't find anything. Things really are looking up. And that scares me more than any monster could. Everyone is beginning to return from their morning jogs through the woods with the wolves, each taking a seat on the grass near the three of us. Jessie's over by the shed with Cassie and Joanna, gossiping about men, I'm sure. I roll to face Jackson when someone taps my foot. "Stop being lazy," Weldon says, standing above me. I use my forearm as a shield from the sun that's beating behind him. "Good morning to you too," I say as Katie and I sit up. "I didn't see you on the run this morning. You know running isn't my thing." "Me and sweat don't mix well," Weldon says. I roll my eyes. "What's up, man?" Jackson says, sitting up. Weldon smiles, and it's the kind that spells trouble. "Oh. I know that look," Jackson says, already shaking his head. "Whatever it is, absolutely not." "Oh, come on," Weldon says like a pouty child. "I have a great idea." "What is it?" Katie asks. He looks down at her. "Thank you, Katja. I'm glad someone here has a sense of adventure." "Spit it out, Weldon," I say, smiling despite my effort not to. A couple of the others are already standing around us, probably waiting for someone to dish out orders for how we'll train today. "Grab those sticks," Weldon says, pointing to the wooden stakes stacked near the shed. Luca, Chet, and Toby jog over to the shed, grab them, and drop them at Weldon's feet. "Here we go," Jackson says with a sigh, offering a hand to Katie and me to help us up. Weldon pulls out a wad of neon yellow yarn from his sweatpants pocket, dishing out orders to build a closed-in box using the stakes as the markers. Once the guys have stuck every stake in the ground, Weldon wraps the yarn around each one, walking around the entire square, and then stands back with an accomplished smile. "What is it?" Joanna asks, scratching her head as she, Jessie, and Cassie stop near us. "A ring," Weldon says as if we should have guessed. "A ring?" Garrett repeats. "Yes. A boxing ring," Weldon says, his face furrowing. "I don't know about you, but I'm sick of training. I want to have some fun, and what better way to do that than to let everyone beat it out, caveman style." "You're kidding, right?" Jessie says from beside him, arms crossed. He looks over at her. "Is this the face of someone who kids?" She shakes her head and looks over at Joanna, who's laughing with her. They become pretty close, both having a stern personality in common. "So," Weldon says, clapping his hands together. "Who wants to go first?" "I'm down," Luca says, already hopping over the string. It seems he isn't afraid of anything. A natural adrenaline junkie. "All right," Weldon says, looking partly relieved and mostly excited. He eyes the gathering crowd. "And who wants to match up with him, Dot?" Chet raises his hand. Katie freezes next to me, eyes widening. I loop my arm around hers, offering strength, and smile warmly at her when she looks over. Catcalls and cackles resonate around the ring as general excitement picks up. Skilled fighting is what we live for. This was a match in the making, and I must admit, even I'm kind of excited to see what happens. Harper makes her way over to Katie with Krissa right behind her. They exchange worried glances as Jackson waves Krissa over and throws his arm over her shoulder, pulling her close. She only reaches up to his shoulders, her hair clipped back in its usual untamed mess. Weldon hops over the string. Stands in the middle of the ring, cupping his hands around his mouth for added pitch. "Okay, boys, this needs to be a clean fight." He turns to Luca, wiggling his eyebrows. "No shifting." He reverses to Chet. "And no volation." Mixed opinions buzz around the ring. "Oh, come on," Krissa calls out with a wide smile on her face, fitting right in with the rest of the guys. "Where's the fun in that?" Gavin and Jackson let out a chuckle as Weldon spins around and looks at her. They share a silly grin that makes my heart melt. Makes me feel like I might burst from the inside out. I haven't felt this much joy since my parents were around, and I can't help but wish that I could bottle it up and keep it with all my favorite things. Safe and protected. Away from any evil that would dare try and take it away from me. You heard the little wolf, Weldon says, extending a hand toward her as he turns in a circle, working everyone up. I can almost see his head growing bigger and bigger with every cheer. What do you think, boys? Are you up for it? Whistles and hollers kick up from every corner of the ring as we all cheer in agreement with Chrissa, who's now beaming from ear to ear. I'm not afraid, Chet says, staring openly at Luca. He takes his white t-shirt off and throws it on the ground. Flexes hard in a playful manner. I was born ready, Luca says strongly, pulling his t-shirt over the top of his head and tossing it toward Harper, who nearly drops it. I just ask that you don't hold back out of guilt. He's looking straight at Chet, all signs of amusement vanished. A hush rolls over everyone. Chet stops bouncing from foot to foot. Meets Luca's gaze with an equal amount of sobriety. I won't. It's settled then, Weldon says excitedly, trying to hype the energy back up. You can use your powers. First one to say uncle or be knocked out is the loser. Got it? They both nod, bouncing on their toes and wriggling out their arms. Anyone want to place bets? Weldon calls out. Now is your chance. Whispers spread as everyone leans into one another, each choosing who they think will win. I got my money on Luca, Gavin says to Jackson. He looks over at me. I've seen Chet beaten by a girl. Luca will own him. A solar flare ignites my cheeks. Jackson chuckles as Chrissa looks between the two, trying to figure out who they could be talking about. She follows Gavin's gaze to me, and then her eyes grow wide. You? She asks me in astonishment. I bite the inside of my cheek. Bend over to her level. Yes. I can see the excitement and shock bubbling up like balloons inside of her, but I burst each and every one of them by adding, but it wasn't my finest moment. He had hurt my friend, and I sort of lost control over my emotions. I took it too far. Her cheeks blush. How? She gave him a good couple of punches for laying hands on her friend. He deserved it, Gavin says, looking me sternly in the eyes. So then how did you take it too far? Chrissa asks, looking back at me. I inhale, trying to choose the best answer. Because I hit him rather than using my words, I admit, feeling shame fill my pores. Not everything has to be settled by violence, But you did the right thing, she says, her head cocked to the side. What do you mean? You stood up to a bully. You did the right thing by protecting your friend, she says earnestly. My mother always tells us that if someone is being hurt by someone else, we should do whatever it takes to protect the victim. If he was hurting your friend, then you did the right thing by standing up to him. And some people don't listen to words. Some people listen to these. She holds up her fists, flexing her small arms. Jackson runs his hand through her hair, laughing a little. Is that what she's been teaching you, kid? She spins around to look up at Jackson. What? Someone has to teach people. All right, everyone, Weldon calls, pulling our attention back to him. All bets have been made. It's time to start. Sarabeth throws the last dollar in the hat that was passed around, and then Weldon says, begin. Nothing exciting happens at first. They just circle each other for a few seconds, testing each other out as random calls of certain moves are shouted out by both sides. Anticipation grows like ivy around us, weaving and tightening our circle closer and closer to the ring. Every eye is glued on the two forms moving around the makeshift ring, and I can't help but feel my heart speed up as we wait for someone to make a move. Both know how to predict moves now, which makes this fight even, and both have something to prove to one another, which always makes a fight more intense. Ariana yells out, lunge for him, Luca. It's like her words flip a switch in Luca's head. He's the first to make a move. He fake swings a hook from the right, using the distraction to land a gut punch from the left. Chet stumbles back a step, and then recovers, volation flowing freely down his arms. Luca smiles tauntingly at him, his eyes shifting to yellow as he opens himself to his wolf side. Everyone absently moves closer to the ring. Chet's volation forms into a whip that flows from his hand. He circles it in the air, trying to distract Luca as he uses his other hand to throw a volation web at him, but Luca is good. Really good. In the blink of an eye, he shifts, leaps to the side, and undercuts Chet's legs. Cheers and whistles erupt from those who have their money on Luca. I'm just hoping they both make it through okay. Chet lands on his back, his volation sizzling out as Luca shifts back into his human form. He straddles Chet's ribcage, landing punch after punch that rattles my teeth. It takes Chet a second to grasp what's happening, but as soon as he does, he kicks Luca in the back of the head and rolls out of the straddle, jumping back to his feet. Blood pours from his unsightly crooked nose, and I almost gag for him. Even with it broken, he doesn't give, and I admire that, because we all know now just what kind of a fighter Luca really is. Dangerous. Composed. Fearless. Luca picks himself up off the ground, stalking cockily across the ring with no guard up and a look of revenge in his eyes. Chet's eyes dart over to Katie, who can't find one position to stand calmly in, and then back to Luca. I'm waiting for him to hop out. To give up, but he doesn't. He stands solid and, when Luca swings, he ducks and lands a right hook against Luca's ribcage. He uses the advantage and uppercuts Luca in the jaw, using volation to pack power into the punch, and a shift in the air spreads around the ring. Those who bet on Chet begin to smile. Luca flies backwards, shifting back into his wolf form in midair, and then lunges for Chet as soon as he lands on his feet. Chet slams into the ground, unprepared for Luca's lunge, and then does his best to protect himself against the punches Luca lands with the strength from his wolf form. But he's no match for Luca, and rather than getting angry and fighting until he's dead, he raises his hand up. "Uncle," he cries out. The word spreads around the ring, silencing everyone. The smiles on Chet's betters vanish. I can hear my heart pounding in my ear as Luca stops punching. He shifts back into his human form. Stands over Chet for a minute, whose face is covered in blood, and we all wait to see what will happen next. What will be said? Nothing. He offers Chet a hand, and then Chet takes it, letting Luca pull him to his feet. You fight hard, Luca says seriously. Not bad for a sissy Carter. Thanks, Chet says, pinching off his nose as Weldon makes his way back into the ring. What a fight, right? He says, patting both Chet and Luca on the back. I watch as Luca and Chet exchange glances, and I can see that Chet now respects Luca more, and Luca now has peace of mind knowing he delivered the punishment he felt Harper deserved to see. As they exit the ring, Weldon calls for new fighters. Ariana and Joanna both head into the center as more bets are placed. They start to circle each other as soon as Weldon says begin, and then Joanna throws a punch that even I would cringe from. But the punch never lands. Joanna's hand stops midair from the sheer power behind Evangeline's voice as she shouts, "Just what in the hell is going on here?" We all turn, unwillingly, as she and the other council members make their way across the yard. We leave you alone to train for an hour, and this is what you do with your time? Sterling says, though I don't hear a lick of disappointment in his tone. We were practicing our fighting skills, Weldon says defensively. By beating each other to a pulp? Evangeline asks, walking over to Chet. She checks his nose and tells Katie to heal him, despite his pleas to leave it be. It was all in good fun, Luca says, pulling his shirt back on. And it was needed, Gavin adds in, raising his brows. Little by little, the voices of everyone pick up, all agreeing with and defending Weldon's idea. Evangeline is about to yell at us when Mac takes a small step back. A smile lifts his cheeks. Look at all of you, he says, defending one another. Everyone looks over at him. Evangeline looks at him like he's lost his mind. This is what we wanted, for all of you to find camaraderie, and you've done it. You're ready. Ready? Jackson asks. We have all the information we need, Mac says, making sure to address everyone. As we speak, the microchip and a detailed speech are being sent to my contact on the inside of the Night Watchmen news. By this time tomorrow, the entire primeval population will know of Clara's deceit, and all the watchmen on the outside who have joined the rebellion will begin pointed attacks against the darkened hideouts we now know of. War will begin, Evangeline says, looking to everyone, rolling off Mac's words. Clara will most likely retreat from Ethereal City, and we'll have watchmen on the ready to secure her and bring her back here for interrogation. We expect to make a move for the exanimator within the week, should she or Seamus give us the information we need, Sterling adds as he throws his arm over Ava's shoulder. So get your showers and rest up. You're going to need it. It takes everyone a moment for the information to sink in. Clara is finally meeting justice, and I don't know how to feel. Elated? Nervous? Everyone cheers and shouts. Bodies begin to move away from the ring as excitement sizzles through the air. All that we've trained and planned for is finally happening. Our dreams are finally becoming a reality. This time, there will be no mistakes. This time, I will finish what we've started. I can't believe it, I say. Together, Jackson, Gavin, Jesse, Weldon, Cassie, Katie, Chet, and I form a circle just outside of the ring. This is finally happening, Jackson says, following my train of thought. And it couldn't come at a better time, Gavin says, his arm looped over Cassie's shoulder. Everyone is starting to get a little stir-crazy. Agreed, Jesse says, pulling her hair up into a ponytail. I thought I told you I could help you work that pent-up aggression out, Weldon says, eyeing Jesse up and down. The left side of her mouth lifts a little.
And I thought I told you that will never happen.
Never say never, Weldon says, his eyebrows raised. Anyways, Gavin chuckles out with an eye roll, I'm going to go grab a shower, and then chill out in front of the television with a beer.
A much-needed beer. You're welcome to join me. He looks around the circle, extending the invite. In the shower? Weldon says in mock surprise.
Why, Gavin, I didn't know you swung both ways, .
Jackson and Chet laugh a little. You always have something to say, don't you? Cassie says, trying not to smile in Weldon's direction.
Can't fault a man for keeping it light, Weldon says, blowing on his nails smugly.
Gavin shakes his head, looking up to the sky. Later, asswipe. Jackson.
Chrissa calls out as Gavin and Cassie head toward the house.
Want to play tag with me?
Jackson looks over at me, smiling, and I grin back as he spins so fast on Chrissa that it has her screaming in elation. She turns and runs as fast as she can, screaming out every time he nears her with hands extended. I'm so glad he has her, Jesse says as we watch them zigzag across the yard.
He needed this.
Yeah, I agree, feeling like my heart will burst at any moment.
Jesse turns back to us. I guess I'll get my shower too. I promised Joanna and Bianca that I'd help them gather some more reagents to fill up the cabinet. See you guys later. You want help? Weldon says desperately as Jesse starts to walk away. I'm an expert massage therapist. She doesn't turn to answer him.
She just puts her hand up, shutting him down, and struts away.
What is it with you two?
I ask as he watches her walk away with his head turned sideways.
Huh? He says. You and Jesse. Are you ever going to be a thing, or is it just a joke between you two?
I know the sexual tension is palpable, Katie remarks.
You're always ogling each other. It might do her some good to be with you. Weldon turns back to us.
Truthfully, if she asked me to, I'd be with her in a heartbeat.
But, Katie drags out. But, Weldon says, running his hand up and down the back of his neck.
She isn't looking for anything right now, and I can't say I blame her.
It's obvious she likes you, Katie says. She'll come around. Weldon's smile vanishes.
Maybe if we weren't in this situation, but we are.
We're getting ready to fight the biggest battle of our lives. Starting something now would be unwise. Love does funny things to us.
As much as it can heal us, it can also hurt us, sometimes even kill us when stuck in the middle of a civil war.
Believe me, I know.
My heart crumbles at the thought of Claire, his affinity partner, stuck somewhere in the underground. He drags in a breath and says, so for now, we've agreed without having to say it that flirtation will be as far as it goes.
It's all we can afford to invest.
I rub his arm, wishing I had the power to make the world better in just one blink. Wishing he could have what I have with Jackson.
Catch you later? He asks me. I nod and smile as he jogs away.
That's so sad, Katie says as Chet pulls her closer. People shouldn't have to ignore their hearts. That's war, babe, he says, kissing the top of her head.
Hey, I say, turning to her. Whatever happened with your mom? Katie's face pales. I don't know yet. She hasn't responded. My stomach twists. I'm sorry, Kat. Maybe she's waiting until she has a safe moment. Maybe, Katie says, though she doesn't sound like she believes it.
But the longer she takes, the longer they're both without power.
She pauses, looking at me with huge, sad eyes. And what will my dad do when this war starts and he's powerless?
He'll manage, I say, rubbing her arm. He's strong and smart, and there are a lot of members here in the same predicament. Besides, I say, smiling at her, your mom loves your dad.
You're probably worrying over nothing.
You're right, Katie says, her mood lightening a little.
I probably am.
Hey, Jackson says as he runs up to us, covered in sweat. A strand of dark hair is plastered against his forehead.
An easy smile dresses his lips.
I haven't seen him look this truly healthy, well, ever, and it makes my heart expand larger than I think my chest can hold.
Katie's eyes drop as we turn to face him.
So, he says when he stops in front of me, grabbing me by the waist and pulling me close. I smile up at him. So I talked to my mom and Chrissa, and they both agreed to a sit-down tonight.
A sit-down?
His smile fades a little.
Yeah, he says.
She says there's something she wants to talk about.
What do you think it is? He looks down at my forearm. At my affinity mark. The curse, I think.
She mentioned something to Cassie and, well, Cassie freaked out.
My gut clenches up.
Oh, I say, looking down at my feet, trying not to think about how my hands have suddenly clammed up. Or how my breakfast has found its way up my throat. Katie clears her throat. Hey, I think my dad said he needed help repairing some of the carriers, she says, touching my arm.
I'll see you at dinner? I nod.
So, do you think you're up for it? Jackson asks as soon as they're out of earshot, moving my chin up so our eyes can meet.
I offer my best smile.
Swallow thickly. Of course, I say, glad that my voice doesn't break even though my insides are. Good, he says. Hopefully, she has a solution.
He's trying to be strong for me.
I can tell by the way his smile is so perfectly even. His eyes so clear, the shadows shoved to the side. If she doesn't, then maybe together we can find one, I say, trying to sound strong.
There's always a way. Maybe she knows the witch we need.
Yeah, he says.
Kisses my forehead.
But before that happens, I'm going to take you up those stairs and scrub every inch of your skin clean before I take what I've been thinking about all day.
And that is? I ask as heat fills my insides. He smirks. Winks. Gives me a small kiss that's packed with enough heat to put the hottest summer day to shame. Follow me, he says huskily, and you'll find out. I don't think twice. Get in.
He's holding the door open to the steaming shower. The heat in his gaze smolders over every inch of my bare skin, leaving trails of goosebumps I wish his fingers would travel. Wish his lips would explore. I step in as 1,000 wings flutter around inside my stomach. As a fever catches inside my brain.
I've never felt so awake before. So aware as water droplets form along my skin. Slide down the nape of my neck, over my breasts that crave his touch. Hunger fills my pores. The glass door shuts behind him.
My heart hammers against my chest as I feel his body near mine. Dies when the soft caress of his lips presses gently against the dip where my neck meets my chest. Explodes when his hands skim down my sides and grab my hips, pulling me against him. I match his desirous gaze as he backs me up under the warm spray from the showerhead.
Close my eyes, enjoying the slick warmth flowing over my body.
Relish in the quiet that comes with the sound of water thundering over me. He pulls me slightly forward until my eyes are open again and water is dripping off my lashes. Every time I've helped you in the shower, it's always been under crappy circumstance, he says huskily as he reaches for the soap. I don't want that to be the only experiences we have in a shower.
Not when there's so much more I want to do to you.
So much more we haven't done.
I know where this is going.
I see it in his eyes.
A new experience.
A new way to discover each other, and I don't know why I'm so nervous. Why I feel like my brain suddenly can't focus on anything but the need for his touch and the thirst for his kiss. Words, they become slippery, and I can't latch onto a single one that can properly describe what he's doing to me.
What are you thinking?
He asks as he squeezes the soap into his hands. I blink a million times, trying to understand his question as my eyes pass over every slick inch of his body. Fire burns deliciously within me as a million scenarios play out in my mind.
He lifts my chin until I'm looking into his eyes again. Did you know that when you look at someone you love, your pupils expand up to 45%?
I stutter out, my thoughts tripping over the intensity in his lustful gaze. Over the hard plains of his body I want nothing more than to trail my lips over. He chuckles, and the sound jumpstarts my heart.
Nervous, Faye?
He asks, water dripping off his lips.
Lips I want to touch. To kiss.
No, I lie, and in his smirk, he knows I'm lying too.
He sets the bottle back down.
Rubs the soap between his hands until they're filled with tiny bubbles.
My mouth goes impossibly dry as his hands hover teasingly over my breasts. As soap drips onto them, sliding over my nipples that ache for his touch. Do you want me to touch you?
He asks, his eyes set on mine.
I nod, licking my lips. Here? He asks, running a soapy finger over my nipple. My eyes squeeze shut as every muscle in my body contracts, answering for me.
His other hand does the same, and I swear I'm going to explode into a million sizzling pieces. He takes his time torturing me. Pleasing me, and I realize that there's a thin line between torture and pleasure when it comes to making love.
A line I think I'm finally ready to cross myself. He's always steering. Always guiding me down this road we've only just started on, and now. I want to turn. I want to torture him.
I want to show him what he does to me.
Show him how much he means to me. Give him what he doesn't even know he can ask for. My eyes open.
It's your turn, I say as I move around him, purposefully grazing my breasts across his chest as we switch spots. I smile when his lips part. When his breathing turns jagged. Heat spreads through me, to all the places that call out for him.
Thrill unlike anything I've ever felt before courses through my veins. I pour soap in my hands.
Work my fingers through every strand of his hair, and then step closer to him as he rinses off. I plant small kisses against his mouth as my hands roam the length of his body, over every inch of muscle, until my hand wraps around the very spot that will surely send him over the edge. He tries to stifle a moan as his eyes fill with molten lust, burning me on the spot. I thrive off the look in his eyes as I begin to take him to a place he's yet to go. Feel myself blossoming from the inside out as I realize just how much pleasure I can give him. How easy it is to make him feel as excited as he makes me. His whole body is tense, and it gives me a pleasure unlike anything I've ever felt before. When he can't take a second more, he stills my hand and grabs the back of my neck, pulling me hard against him, opening his mouth to me. I take in his taste. Take what I want, and then I press him back against the wall with just as much force as longing and hunger rupture inside of me. I'm not done, I say greedily, running my hands over his body. I want more. Need to give him more. I kiss his chin. His cheek. Each one of his gorgeous eyes, which are squeezed so tight. He's gasping. Groaning as I work my kisses down his neck. Down his chest and over every one of his abs. Faye, he says pleadingly. He reaches for me, trying to pull me back up to him, but I gently push his hands back. I'm doing this. I want this, I say, looking up at him as the water sprays up from the floor against my lowered form. As my hands grip his thighs and my lips near his skin. And I smile the moment his head rolls back. The moment his eyes seal shut and his lips part in pleasure. Pleasure that I give him. Pleasure I never want to stop giving him. Barely dry from our shower and shivering, we stand across from each other, face to face, taking in the beauty of what stands before us. Pure love. Unadulterated understanding. He takes me by the hand, our faces still flushed from the heat of the shower. Spins me in a slow, small circle, and then presses me against him, flesh to flesh, as we sway back and forth. The heat and desire beating off his body threatens to steal what little sanity I have left. His hand presses against my lower back as he continues to move us in a dance without music. A dance to the beatings of our hearts. You haunt me, Faye Middleton. Your smile. Your words. Your body. He pauses, and then his voice deepens to a husky tone. Especially your body. I giggle against his chest and nuzzle closer against him, following his lead. And I love it when you laugh, he admits, slowly dipping me backwards until the sensitive flesh of my neck is exposed for his lips to lightly trail over. He lifts me back up and I try to brush off his compliment, but he lifts my chin, forcing me to really look at him. There isn't a speck of humor on his face. Not a morsel of kidding. I'm serious, he says, looking at me as if I'm the only person in the world. That sound is what I live for. Knowing that despite everything, I can still give you what you deserve. His words are stripping me bare, and he knows it. And that is? Happiness. Slowly, his hand moves lower. His feet guide me closer to the bed. My heart drums against my chest like a melody as his gaze sweeps across my face lovingly. And then he's laying me down, ever so gently. Crawling over top of me, using his knee to spread my legs, and I never want him to stop kissing me. I want him to kiss me until the world melts away. Until fear and mistakes have no place in my heart. Until I forget what pain feels like. He takes his time this time as we merge together. This isn't about heat and desire anymore. This is about being close. About being together, because we both know our time is limited. Both realize tonight holds a future neither one of us can predict. It's spoken through our soft, quivering touches and slow, deliberate kisses. He tells me he loves me in so many ways. With the satin caress of his lips against my nose. With the way he slowly moves on top of me, taking his time to drive us to an edge I never want to survive, and I think my heart is melting away. My eyes are warm with tears. My tongue is begging me to spill what my heart is dying for me to finally say out loud. Jackson, I know, he says as his body stills on top of mine. He cups my face, elbows resting beside my head, and seals my words with a kiss. I love you too. More than my mind, my heart, and my body could ever express, Faye. It's then I realize just what I have to lose under this curse, or in this war. What my death will steal away from me. Time. I'll lose the moments where his smile lights up like the sun. Where his touch tells me secrets only we share. Where a future of growing old and gray could become a reality. I'll lose him, and I've never felt so scared in my life. I don't want to lose you, I say, trying to swallow past the lump in my throat. You won't, he promises, kissing my cheek, my neck, and my ear. Never. Swear to me, I say, trying not to give in to the fear. Trying to keep my heart together. He stops again. Looks solemnly at me.
I swear it with all that I am, Faye. I pull his lips down to mine and kiss him hard, letting him take me back to the place where fear doesn't reside, and when our bodies finally tire and our eyes lazily close, he lays behind me and pulls me against him, holding me tight as sleep covers us with her warm blanket. I blink sluggishly, staring out through the window as the sun journeys south and the clouds drift leisurely through the lilac sky. In this moment, I wish I could be one of them. Wish I were that close to the sky so I could freeze this moment with Jackson and send it up into the heavens where it could hang like a bright star that lingers for all to see. Even long after the time has passed for that star to see the dark of night. There isn't enough alcohol in the world to prepare me for what we're about to face. The Graham curse. The one demon that has followed Jackson his entire life. The one demon I'm not so sure I can slay. After waking from a light nap and grabbing dinner, Jackson and I leave Weldon, Mac, and Jonathan in a deep, heated debate about whether or not a flux is the best weapon to use when fighting against Darkins. So far, Weldon has sided with Jonathan, leaving Mac to explain why he thinks utilizing the witch and the affinity partnership is a better tool than a flux. I'm too overwhelmed to care about either. Soft, amber light shines up ahead as we cross the herb garden and pass through the pergola without saying a word. I feel like time is pushing at our backs, shoving us toward a moment we foolishly thought we were ready to be in. But I know deep down that even if we aren't ready, there's no going back now. There's no stopping our feet from moving forward, because curiosity always obscures rationality. I count the steps we take as we near the guest house. Count the rapid heartbeats that steadily grow in strength as I realize that this is really it. No more pretending. No more avoiding. Every part of my body is waking under this realization, leaving me feeling like I'm straddling the line of an earthquake separating my every contradicting emotion. I'm hot, yet I'm cold. I'm numb, yet I feel ripped open. I can only imagine what Jackson, Jesse, Gavin, and Cassie are feeling. When our steps finally halt, we're standing outside of the guest house under the dim light of the moon holding hands. I know I should make the first move because I'm not sure he can. I'm not sure he's ready to finally hear everything out. But I don't think I'm ready either. There's safety in naivety. Safety in not knowing what comes next. And hearing her out means we can no longer avoid what being loved by a Graham means. We no longer have excuses as to why we can't keep the curse from happening. It means we have to face the unfaceable, because Evangeline knows. She knows better than anyone. I inhale deeply, asking the god and goddess, and any other force that could help, for the courage I need to make it through tonight and look over at him. Look at the way the moonlight brightens the tips of his dark lashes. At the way he's staring at the door with such intensity, like he knows there's a monster on the other side, a monster he's never encountered before, and he's going through his mental checklist, trying to prepare himself. And my heart shrivels from the cold blowing through my chest. Come on, I say, taking a step forward. Forcing myself to face this. I'm sure everything will be fine. He tries to laugh, but the sound comes out all wrong. I stop. Run my hand across his cheek. We're in this together, remember? He nods. Together, he repeats, and then he moves with me on borrowed strength. I knock lightly on the door. Harper answers wearing a kind smile that reaches all the way up to her light bluish-green eyes. Soft, wheat-colored curls frame her heart-shaped face. The face some would describe as angelic. There's an immediate innocence in the way she looks at you, like she sees only the best, only the good, and I immediately think of how I used to be when I was younger. How I used to think that good could always conquer evil. No matter what. Now, I'm not so sure. Welcome, she says brightly, stepping aside so we can enter. The guest house isn't as large as I thought it would be. It opens up into the living room, which is connected to the dining room and kitchen. There's a large, worn-down, brown leather couch in front of a fireplace. Two closed doors to the right that disappear down a hallway. An open doorway on the left with small voices drifting through. Fresh flowers rest in a glass vase on the coffee table. A fire crackles in the fireplace. But there aren't any pictures. No scattered clothing or pocket litter. Nothing significant to show that this place has truly been lived in. Look of fiddles with something on the old, retro-style stove, something that smells like it's fresh from an Italian restaurant. Cassie, Gavin, and Jesse are already at a table across the room, looking our way when we enter. The looks on their faces alone is enough to weaken my resolve. Like death isn't just a thing that happens. It's real and it's here, in this room, choking each of us. Evangeline appears from the open doorway to the left, wearing an intricately patterned gold dress that brushes the ground. Her dark brown hair falls down past her shoulders, with a long, curved strand covering her left eye. She's striking, the kind of woman that you want to surround yourself with. One that you know you can learn and benefit from, but also quietly fear. Welcome, she says warmly, striding toward us.
Her steps are so familiarly quiet.
Stealthy. Just like Jackson's. We've been waiting on you too.
We got caught up in a debate with Mac and them, Jackson says as we make our way over to the table. Gavin stands and offers me his chair, almost tripping over his own feet.
Jackson and I exchange a glance. Gavin's already 2 sheets to the wind, which is never a good thing. Can we get on with this? Cassie says with an uncomfortable edge to her voice.
Her cheeks are blotched with bright crimson spots.
Eyes puffy and rimmed in red. She looks like she's one strand from unraveling completely.
One shove from falling off the edge of the earth.
She's a mirror of everything I'm trying not to feel.
Everything I'm keeping locked up and hidden deep within. Gavin grabs her shoulders and squeezes lovingly, looking down at her with such gentle affection that it makes my throat burn. Evangeline directs her gaze to Cassie, her smile somewhat fading.
Of course, she says. She turns to Luca, who's peering over his shoulder at us, blowing on a noodle I think he intends to try. Luca, can you ask the others to clear out and give us a moment?
The noodle is halfway in his mouth, the slurping sound splintering through the air.
He chews a moment. Stops. Seriously? He says, swallowing. I just started the sauce, Angie. You know my sauce takes like prestigious care. Angie? Gavin mouths to Jackson with a snicker.
Jackson shrugs dismissively in response, his lips taut. Evangeline levels her gaze on Luca and stares until he huffs and turns the stove off. With overly dramatic movements, he dumps the pot with the pasta into the strainer straddling the sink, and then walks past us, never saying another word. A few low-given orders later, the members of her pack emerge from their room, disgruntled and unhappy with the request.
This isn't going to take long, is it? Ariana asks, one earphone in her ear and one dangling against her shoulder.
Half of her hair is knitted back by tiny braids, the other half a dark mess. She's wearing a deep purple sweater dress, black leggings, and black, furry boots. It will take as long as it needs to take, Evangeline says calmly. She wears a smile like a silver shield. Ariana rolls her eyes, walking past us out the back door, followed by Damien and Luca. Chrissa stops near her mom, ignoring Harper's calls from the back door, and takes a seat on a stool. She spins herself in a circle, wearing an impish smile.
And just what do you think you're doing?
Evangeline says, eyebrow raised. Chris is messing with the paper football Jackson folded up for her, expertly avoiding her mother's gaze.
What? She says plainly. They're my family too. I have a right to be here.
She peers up from under her dark lashes, stealing small glances in Gavin and Jackson's direction.
I think Evangeline is about to protest when Jackson clears his throat.
I'd like for her to stay, he says, offering a genuine smile in Chris's direction. She looks openly at him no, flicking her head back to move her wild mess of auburn curls from out of her eyes.
Really? She says excitedly.
Of course, he says with a small grin.
She looks at her mom. 2 against 1. 3, Gavin adds, grinning sloppily.
Chrissa smiles like they'd just handed her a pocket full of twinkling stars.
Fine, Evangeline says with a relenting sigh. She turns back to us all.
Cassie scoots her chair closer to the table. Combs her fingers through the sides of her hair, reaching for some sort of composure.
What exactly did you mean by what you said earlier when you told me I was showing signs of the curse? What signs are there? She asks, her voice unervingly unsteady. Evangeline gives a heavy sigh. Folds her hands across the table.
I suppose the only way to start is from the beginning, she says, looking at us all.
Every family has been cursed at some point in their lineage.
In the old days, curses were one of the only ways to settle a debt. Sometimes even used as a tool for bartering or done simply out of spite. And like every curse, they're extremely difficult, if not impossible, to undo. My blood thins. The distinct taste of fear bitters my mouth.
Curls my taste buds.
This is starting off well, Jessie mutters, leaning back in her chair. Chris is staring at her brothers with her eyebrows furrowed in question. I look over at Cassie, whose fists are curled against the tabletop. Whose eyes are sheened in pain. I don't think her face could be any whiter.
So what, Gavin hiccups, exactly does that mean for us? He asks, still holding onto Cassie's shoulders, though now it seems for balance.
It means hanging on to hope that it can be removed is not wise, Evangeline says, delivering the sentence with such an articulate ease it stirs blizzards in my bones. I think we're all having trouble swallowing her candor. Jackson squeezes my hand so hard I think my bones might crumble into dust, and I let him, because it's the pain that's anchoring me to this planet at the moment. It's the pain that's keeping me from slipping off into an oblivion I'm sure I can never return from. My pulse beats wildly in my ears.
Beats behind my cheeks and in my wrists. This can't be happening. This can't be the answer. So you asked us here to tell us that we're going to die, no matter what? Cassie says in a horrified rasp. She's shaking her head back and forth, like she's struggling to form logical words. You could have just said that earlier, rather than dragging this out. You could have just told us that the curse isn't removable. She drops her head in her hands as her own words leave her out of breath and quivering. Jackson lets go of my hand. His fists ball against his thighs. I have to press my hands together to keep them from shaking. I never said it isn't removable, Evangeline says calmly, holding her ground. And I asked you here because what I do know about the curse, I think, is enough to at least try to take the steps toward removing it. I just want you all to understand that this isn't going to be easy. If it was, it would have been removed years ago. Then you know how? Jackson asks, rigid with concentration. She nods. Our curse has been buried under so many lies, it's almost impossible to figure out where it first came from. She pauses a moment, and it feels like a moment too long. Like a moment stuck stranded in a desert with no hope for an oasis. Her gaze lands on the tips of her fingers. But your father, he was a diligent man, she says, looking up at Jackson and Gavin. Like the both of you, he wouldn't rest until he had answers. He wouldn't accept the end would come for me. Gavin grabs a chair from the living room, taking his time to drag it slowly back to the kitchen table. The sound is like nails on a chalkboard, so agitating that Krissa has to cover her ears, and I can't help but scold him with a stiff stare. But he's only focused on Evangeline. Is that the reason he pushed you away? Gavin asks as he takes his seat between Jackson and Cassie. He reaches for his glass and takes another sip. No, she says soft-heartedly, looking directly at him. Despite what you may have heard him say out of anger and fear, your father never stopped loving me. Gavin sets his drink down. Looks at her flatly. It may have been years since we've all been under the same roof, he stammers out, but I have a golden memory. His finger is in the air, waving proudly. I remember the drinking, he continues, and the fighting. Him telling you he didn't love you. Screaming that he hated you over and over and over again. He leans forward, his crystal blue eyes almost black with anger. A child doesn't forget something like that. Evangeline winces and looks away, her eyes dressed in shame. I feel like I'm drowning in the silence as she tries to form words. Suffocating in the pain and misery that has devotedly followed this family their entire life. I wish there were words that could remedy this for you. For both of you, she corrects, looking at Jackson now. Yes, there was fighting. Love isn't perfect, Gavi. Don't, Gavin say coldly, swatting the air at her. I'm a little too old for pet names. Gavin, Jackson says quietly. There's no threat in his tone, only concern. I'll get him some water, Jessie says. She gets up and heads into the kitchen. We're all looking at Gavin now, floored by his sudden anger. Baffled by his sudden unwinding and refusal to accept all that his mother has to offer. Cassie's gripping his hand so tightly his skin is white where their fingers are connected. He's staring Evangeline down. Finishes off his glass, which doesn't seem to be helping his temper any. Well, he says challengingly, waiting for her explanation. Jessie sets the water in front of him, but he pushes the glass away. Arguments arise, especially when pressure is applied. Evangeline pushes out, her eyes welded shut. Every relationship experiences it. Your father said things he didn't mean out of anger and fear, thinking those words would be enough to stop the curse from happening. But words are hollow and empty when it comes to what the heart feels. You're remembering only the bad, when there was so much good. So much happiness. Your father never stopped loving me. You have to know this, Dot. I know that I was left taking care of Jackson. Gavin says, pointing to his chest. His voice is raw, aching, and Cassie reaches for him, trying to pull him back to her, but he rips away from her touch, lost in an emotional war I don't think he's really ever confronted before. I know that I've had to watch my brother torture himself day in and day out over the damage you both left behind, he admits, running a shaky hand through his hair. I know I'm sick of lying to myself. Sick of pretending everything is okay just to keep the peace. Evangeline looks up at Krissa, who looks like she wants to hide. She takes Krissa's hand. Squeezes. Explain the curse, Angie, Gavin snaps, his voice hoarse, cracked from grief and rage. That's what we're here for. Save the rest for someone who believes you. He reaches behind him for the bottle of liquor resting on the makeshift bar. Takes his time pouring his glass. Sipping on it. Cassie tries to push it away from his lips, but he brushes her off, still staring at Evangeline. Jackson's looking between the both of them like he's trying to decide which side he wants to take. Like he can't decide. Just when he finally healed, finally let all the hate go. I don't understand, Gavin. Where is this coming from?
Evangeline says, trying to reach for him.
You want to know? He says angrily, emotionally.
It's from living the past 12 years of my life learning how to accept that father lied to us when he said he'd never let anything happen to our family. Tears fill his eyes as he yanks away from her. Accepting that he was weak and that's why everything fell apart.
That's why he died and you had to go away. And now you're telling me I was wrong. That he loved you, even when he was screaming in your face? Even when he let you get bit?
He slams his drink down, liquid sloshing over onto the table.
I don't buy it. I won't. I'm stronger than he was.
I never treated my woman like that, and I sure as hell would never let anything happen to her.
I opened my heart and never blamed her for it.
Worked damn hard to help Jackson do the same, and I won't for a second let you come in here and take that away from me. I'll be damned if you take my heart away from me.
Gavin, please, Jackson says desperately, taking the bottle of liquor away from him.
He hands him the glass of water, locking eyes with him.
Just drink this and calm down. Gavin finally relents, pressing the glass to his lips to drink, and it's then that I realize just what he's truly upset about. It's not his dad dying. Not even his mom being bit. It's Cassie.
He did allow his heart to open. Let her love him just as much as he loves her, and, now, Evangeline is telling us that this will be the reason Cassie dies. That a man filled with so many principles and so much honor made the wrong choice by choosing to love. That we may never find a way to break the curse, and he only has himself to blame.
Only has his love to blame. And I think it's tearing him apart from the inside out.
Evangeline drops her gaze as she dabs at her eyes.
Looks to the kitchen, inhaling deeply to stuff away her emotions.
I don't want to take anything away from you, my son, she says, her voice barely held together. What you did for your brother, how you stepped up to the plate and took over, words cannot express how grateful I am.
How awful I feel that you even had to do it.
But I had to, Gavi. I couldn't bring you into the werewolf world where you didn't belong, and it's because of your strength that I knew you could handle it.
I knew you could raise Jackson.
She reaches across the table, grabbing both of their hands without invitation.
Gavin flinches from the gesture, but he doesn't yank away, and I think I could cry a million tears. I think my heart can take no more.
I know it must have been hard for you both, but your father did love me.
He loved us all so very much. Always.
And it's because of this that he died.
To protect me. To start the ball rolling. The ball rolling? Jackson asks.
His voice gives no emotion. He's treading carefully, not yet determining how he should feel about any of this.
She turns to him. Looks at him like she's grateful for the safe haven he's providing.
For the ear he's giving her.
Yes.
The last mission we were on before everything took a turn for the worst involved Bael, she says. We were investigating a plastic surgeon who we suspected was supplying vamps with unconscious patients to feed from. Turns out, the surgeon was a demon. He tried to talk us out of killing him, like they all do, by offering us information about our curse.
Oldest and most used trick in the book. But this time, he dropped a name that didn't sit well with your father. What name? Jackson asks, barely breathing. He's hanging off every word. Staria Luminar. Luminar?
Jessie says, her face scrunched.
I know that name from somewhere.
If you've attended the academy, then you all should know the name, Evangeline says, looking at everyone except Gavin. I think she's afraid to.
Vines of regret wrap around my heart and constrict.
My short time spent at the academy doesn't constitute the right to claim that I attended. In reality, my time spent there was as long as it takes to blink.
Therefore, I wouldn't know what they all know. I didn't have a chance to take all the classes. Gavin's jaw drops so hard and so fast, I'm not sure he'll ever be able to pick it up. No way. What? Cassie says, watching every inch of his face. Taking in an unsteady breath. Isn't that the affair child?
He says, still looking at his mother as pieces of the puzzle click in his eyes.
She nods once. Affair child?
Jackson repeats, looking between his mother and brother. Yeah, the two divine hunters, Alisteria and Wista, who had an affair, thus creating the Holocaust of the century, Gavin says, his eyes wide and his words bursting with shock.
Panic wrenches my eyes wide.
I feel unsteady, rocky, like I'm about to tip over this boat we're all treading in. Alisteria's face fills my eyes as memories of Whiskey Hollow replay. She was the divine witch I saw. The one who helped me find the other piece of the dagger of retribution.
Wait, you actually retained something in school? Jessie says disbelievingly.
She grabs his cup and heads back to the sink, filling it with more water.
What?
He calls after her with a small shrug.
It was an interesting story. Who doesn't like a good scandal? My spine stiffens until I'm sitting ramrod straight.
Jessie shakes her head as she sets the glass back in front of him and takes her seat. Gavin ignores them both and looks up at Evangeline, forehead scrunched.
So what does that affair have to do with our curse?
Evangeline folds her hands across the table.
Well, legend has it that after Alasteria admitted to her husband Morden about her deceit and the fact that she was carrying Wista's unborn child, Morden killed Owen, who was Wista's partner, thusly leaving Wista a powerless divine. But that wasn't enough for him. When Alasteria left him, he cursed their unborn child to a life without love. To a life where if they chose to love, they would feel the pain and loss he had felt. They would suffer again and again, with no end in sight. I think I feel my ribs cracking, splintering, jabbing into my heart. I'm stunned silent. It can't be. It's not possible. Okay, but we're Grams. How does that affect us? Jackson asks, fear attaching itself to his tone.
She smiles sadly at him, her face cracked in pain.
A curse can't be tethered to a name, son. Only to a bloodline. An audible gasp circles around the table. I look to Jackson. Watch as his face clears when the startling truth shocks him awake. We're descendants of the affair, aren't we? Gavin asks incredulously.
The sound of Gavin's hands slapping the table gunshots around us.
I jump in my seat.
Reach for Jackson's hand, who still hasn't said a word. Holy shit, Gavin says, leaning back in his seat with both hands gripping his head. And here I thought I've heard it all. Somewhere in your bloodline there was an adoption, Evangeline hurriedly adds. Your father and I weren't able to obtain the records, but we were able to secure the name.
William Graham.
Her words shock me back to life. The missing pictures in Jackson's family tree on the wall along the staircase.
They must have been removed.
Must have been hidden to cover up who the Grahams really are.
That's our grandfather, Jackson says, scratching the back of his head. And also the son of Lavinia and Julian Luminar.
Julian was a descendant of Staria's only child. They died during a horrible fire at the academy over on the west coast, which is believed to have been caused by the Darken rebels targeting them.
A way to avenge the imprisonment of Morden.
Though Morden has been gone for ages, the hate he left behind for hunters and for that bloodline remained. Lavinia and Julian were teachers there, as were the great-grandparents you know of, who were also William's godparents.
They took him in after Lavinia and Julian's death. Adopted him.
Changed his last name and transferred to the academy here to try and give him a fresh start. They buried every tie they could to the Luminar bloodline to prevent any further attacks from Darkens, and they succeeded.
But what they couldn't protect him against was the curse, something not many knew about. As time went on, William grew into the man you both knew.
An excellent hunter who married your grandmother and had 2 boys, your father and his brother Chris.
Wait. Dad had a brother? Gavin says. Evangeline looks down at the table. Plays with the ends of the tablecloth. He was a defect, she says quietly. Your father never really got over losing his brother.
Having to let him go was one of the hardest things he ever experienced. And, a little while later, after your grandmother died from the curse began to show signs in me.
He all but lost it. He was desperate. What signs? I ask, trying to sound calm even though I think my mind and heart has forgotten what that means. You never explained the signs. Evangeline looks to me, and then to Cassie. Her expression smooths out into forced bravery. Have you ever known anyone who's been in a bad relationship? One filled with poisonous love?
No, Cassie says, sounding like she's not sure where Evangeline is going with this.
Well, I have. When I was a novice, there was this girl who stayed across from me. Her name was Pippa Lovegrove.
She wasn't what you'd call naturally beautiful.
She was awkward.
Covered in pimples. But she had the kindest heart. She always offered her help to any student who was failing. Always had kind words to say, even about those who were less than kind to her. One day, she was assigned to help a boy through herbology. She fell in love with that boy and, to my astonishment, he fell in love with her too. At first, I was happy for Pippa. Happy she could find someone who appreciated and loved her. It wasn't until a year later that the signs of abuse began to show. The bruises. The missing smiles. The forgetfulness. The excuses about the days she would miss class due to having to heal.
Little by little, Pippa began to disappear. She began to change. She grew quiet. Solemn. Her grades started to slip. It was like she was decaying from the inside out, withering away by his love. You see, the boy she fell for was a Carter, and she was a witch. A witch with an affinity partner who was her best friend. The Carter boy was jealous of their friendship. He wanted her all for himself, and, when her partner finally stepped in, trying to help Pippa because she refused to leave the Carter boy, he murdered them both and fled. She died because of that boy. Died because of the poisonous love shared between them. She stops, the candlelight shimmering in her eyes as her gaze returns to Cassie. That is what the curse is like. A slow, poisonous, treacherous relationship. It eats you from the inside out. It takes everything that is good and pure in you, and twists it into something awful until finally, you fall asleep and never wake up. My stomach twists and twists until I want to gag. I'm doused in cold sweats. Soaked in a dark future I can't get clean from. It starts with faltering magic, Evangeline continues, digging our graves deeper and deeper for us. Then forgetfulness. Mood swings. And then it turns into long-term illness. Tiredness. Until you want to lie in bed and never get back out. She looks to Cassie. I saw you the other day, during practice. Saw the simple spell you performed that fizzled out. Winter settles into Gavin's stiffened features. Cassie scoots back in her chair. Stands up, backing away from the table. You're forgetting things, aren't you? Up and down in your emotions. I, too, experienced this, Evangeline continues, looking like she might split clean in two from having to admit this. The curse is beginning to take hold. Jessie's hands are covering her mouth, stifling the very same sob that's wedged inside my throat. Cassie laughs uncomfortably. Looks over at Gavin. She's lying. She looks around the table now. Don't listen to her. She's a liar. Look at how easily she abandoned her sons. We can't trust her. Cass, Gavin says, his voice scratchy and tender as he reaches for her hand. Seeing the pain passing between them makes me feel like I'm dying 1,000 deaths. Makes me want to take Evangeline's words and cram them back into her mouth. Cassie draws away from Gavin, still inching backward. Excuse me, she says before turning and practically running out the front door. Gavin's already on his feet, heading out after her. I've never seen Jackson so still before. Never seen his fists clenched so tight against the tabletop. He's staring down at his fists like he's contemplating banging them through the table. Banging them through the earth until he finds the answer to solving something so grim. Jessie sniffs. I look up, and tears are streaming down her face. She's looking at me, wearing a mixture of gratitude and guilt on her face, and I feel like I should grab a hold of something before I slip away. How do we stop it from happening? Jackson asks, his voice dark and hollow. The same way you undo any curse, Jessie says numbly, looking from Jackson over to Evangeline. You kill the one who placed the curse. Evangeline looks at him, 1,000 warriors dancing in her eyes. You kill Morden. Everything is linked, I say sadly, realizing that my future was never going to be easy. I feel them looking at me, faces scrunched. Clara, Bael, the examinator, the curse, somehow it all leads back to Morden. All points to one thing. And that is? Jessie asks. We have to kill Morden, I say. Chris's eyes widen. You can't kill a divine, Faye. Everyone knows that, Jessie says, already rolling her eyes. How do we know I can't? I say, trying not to notice that shocked look in Jackson's eyes. I have to have these powers for a reason. Clara said it was called the divine gene. Maybe I'm the only one who can. Maybe I can finally end this. All of this. Before we get ahead of ourselves, Evangeline says, pushing off the arms of her chair to stand. I should discuss this with the council first. I promised Mac there would be no secrets, and this is something they should know. I just wanted to have the chance to tell you all first, before anyone else found out. Thank you, Jackson says out of habit. He still looks lost. Still looks stuck in the moment when the curse finally became a certainty. Tomorrow, we can discuss this with Mac and the others, and see if there is a solution we can work out, Evangeline says. The back door opens and in walks Luca, with the rest of the wolves following in behind him. It's late and we're too tired to hunt. Can we please eat dinner now? Yes, she says to them, and then she turns back to us. I'm sorry our first sit-down had to be on such grim terms, she says as she guides us to the front door and holds it open. I'm just glad we finally know the truth, Jackson says, giving her a small hug. Chrissa follows us out. And where are you going at this hour? Evangeline says to her.
Her shoulders slouch and her eyes roll. "Mom," she says with a sigh, "I just want to say goodnight, okay?" "I'll be right in." "I've got her," Jackson says, smiling as he grips Chris's shoulder. "I'll make sure she heads back inside." Evangeline smiles at him so lovingly that it temporarily erases the pain this night has brought. "I'm going to go talk to Cassie," Jesse says to Jackson and me when Evangeline shuts the door. I'm sure she's about ready to jump off a ledge, and Gavin is in no real condition to deal with it. Jackson's ruffling the back of his hair. "Yeah, I need to talk to him. Help him through it, I guess." Jesse smiles at him lightly. "That's a good idea." "Night." "Good night," we both say. When she walks away, we both turn back to Chrissa. "Hey, I just wanted to say I'm sorry about all that," she says, staring up at us with large, bright eyes. "Sorry about what?" Jackson says with a small smile, head tilted to the side. "None of that was your doing." "I know," she says with a small shrug. It sucks is all." "It does," he agrees with a chuckle. "Hey, do you want to take a run or something?" she asks, looking at the both of us with her hands shoved in her jean pockets. "It always helps me deal." "You like running?" Jackson asks, sounding more pleased than shocked that they have something else in common. "Duh. How about hunting?" "Anything that lets me run, I'm game for," she says, her excitement building. Jackson reaches for her. Folds her into a loose headlock. "It's like you're in my head, kid. You know, I was the fastest in my school." "Really?" she asks, giggling as she tries to squirm out of it. He nods. "I love running. The freedom it brings. The thoughtlessness. The trust in your body to keep moving forward. To keep pushing harder." Her eyes grow wide, and she stops squirming. She turns her head so she can see him. "You want to race real quick? Before you have to head in?" he asks as he lets up on the headlock. "To the tree and back, maybe, oh dot." She smirks, and then she turns, taking off with dust on her heels. Jackson winks at me, and then chases after his sister, their laughter echoing through the night. My heart tries to sing in my chest, but there's a small chisel in the back of my brain, chipping away at the layers of denial I've built up. I make my way toward the pergola. Lean against the tall frame wrapped in wisteria, watching their figures disappear within the shadows, and inhale the cold night air. There's a sulfuric taste to it, something that shouldn't be there, and it feeds the restlessness in my limbs that won't go away. The curse is real. So very real, and Cassie's on her way to becoming another victim. A victim we have no chance of saving unless we succeed in waking the very person who nearly extinguished hunters. Nearly ended the primevals as we know it. And we have to kill him. How? If the divine couldn't do it, if the best they could do was lock him up in the underground to keep him from hurting anyone else, something that hasn't worked to this day, then how the hell are we supposed to kill him? How can we go against him? My heart rate picks up, and I have to grip the pergola to keep from falling. I suddenly feel so small. So cramped. Like I'm stuck inside a box nailed shut, and I can't punch my way through. "Calm down," I tell myself, inhaling and exhaling to steady my heart. "You'll figure it out. You always do." I force away all thoughts of Morden and Squint, searching for Jackson and Chris's forms. I hear a high-pitched giggle and look to the left, just where the sycamore they race toward rests, when a small figure jets past me. "Chrissa!" I shout, calling her over to me. But then I realize the figure is way too small to be a wolf. The heat inside of me flicks on and rises like gas poured onto a flame. Something isn't right. The air, it's off, denser. The hair on my arms rises, and it's then that I know trouble is near. But the thing is, I can't sense it. I can't distinguish what trouble is near, something that's only ever happened once before we were ambushed by Bael and his Darkins at Whiskey Hollow. Curiosity lifts my feet, one after the other, slowly moving me in the direction of the animal playfully scampering across the yard. It's not until the figure stops and looks at me, its yellow, beady eyes glaring under the light of the moon, that I realize just what kind of trouble we're in. A chilling gust of wind spreads through my chest, freezing me in place. It's midnight. The same cat Katie found and gave to me when I was at the academy. The same cat I watched transform into a man at Whiskey Hollow. Into Bael. Rocks of terror tumble around in my stomach. His tail flicks once, a smile in his yellow eyes, and then he sprints across the yard, heading for the forest. I don't even stop to contemplate what I should do. I just take off after him, knowing that I'm going to kill him. I have to. Right here and now. I'm a well-oiled machine finally able to operate. "Jackson!" I shout out, both physically and mentally as I pass the shed.
Weapons, I think to myself. I won't go against him unprepared. Not again. But Bael can't be taken down by a flux. Maybe not even by my magic. There has to be something, I think to myself. I focus in on what I've seen in the armory and feel a balloon of hope floating in my stomach. The Shadowblade, the only weapon that can kill a demon without piercing their stigma, Jackson has one. It has to work against him. What's wrong? Jackson asks a second later, fully alert as the Shadowblade manifests in my hand. Bael. He's here. He got past our ward somehow. Gather whoever. We have to stop him. His voice echoes loudly through my brain as he shouts, Faye, stop. If it's him, it could be a trap. I blink once. Inhale in a rhythm that keeps me steady as I grip the hilt of the blade tightly. If it's him, then we're all in danger. He knows where we are. You have to warn everyone. I'll be fine. This isn't a part of the plan, Faye. I don't even falter, even though he's right. I'm making a new plan, I say firmly. I close myself off from him. I can't argue my point right now. Not when Bael's cat form disappears in and out of the night shadows, making it hard to keep my eye on him. But Jackson doesn't care. He shoves his way back into my mind. Be stubborn, but don't you dare close yourself off from me. Got it? He says in a scarily calm, angered tone. I'm not stopping, I force out evenly, trying to keep my eyes on the zigzagging cat. I know he isn't going to forgive me easily for this, but I have no intention of stopping. No intention of letting Bael get away now that he knows our whereabouts. I'm going to put on a brave face, just like my mother and father would do, and finish what I started. Once and for all. Faye. Please. Just listen to me. I see you. I'm a couple of yards away. Let me at least catch up. He's getting away, Jackson. And you have to warn the others. They listen to you the best, and you know what needs to be done. You have to trust me on this. I know you want to protect me, but you have to realize I don't need protection. Not anymore. Realization steals the words from our mouths. Steals seconds between us as he absorbs my truth. Damn it, he curses. I feel his pain, his hesitancy, his need to discard what I've suggested so he can do what he believes is best, but he doesn't. I feel in turn, heading back for the house. Feel his resolve as he fully digests that I am strong, maybe even stronger, than he ever truly gave me credit for. I'm feet away from Bael, on his tail as he leaps over a small tree root and disappears within the brush of the forest. I'm pulling on energy, anything and everything around me, absorbing as much as I can, as much as I'm going to need if I'm going to have a fighting chance against the King of Hell, and cross into the forest. Someone's behind me. Ice claws through my veins. The hair on the back of my neck rises. I slow to a stop. Turn, ready to kill whatever or whoever Bael has in store for me, and nearly topple over from a leaping white wolf. Evangeline. Keep moving. It's him. I smelled him, she says hurriedly, running past me. Taking the lead. Her wolves fall in line behind her and, together, we chase after the small blur of a cat bobbing and weaving through the forest. We run a good pace, almost on his heels, when Bael starts throwing obstacles in our way. First, it's another werewolf who barrels out at us from the left, down a slope of trees. Evangeline's in our heads and, without words, orders are sent out. Darian is the first to fall out of line, meeting the other werewolf with just as much force. There's no time to look back. No time to make sure he's okay as the rest of us push forward. Pierce his heart with that blade. It's the only way to subdue him, Evangeline tells me through the link. Okay. 2 trees tip over just ahead of us as Bael runs underneath. Luca and Ariana howl out in pain from behind us. I don't want to stop, but I can't ignore their cries of pain. When I turn, I realize they've run into a spell hive of some sort. Spells are flying everywhere, only this isn't like the one I experienced in the enchanted forest behind the academy during the night of my trial. This was strung up by dark magic and filled with spells meant to torture and kill. This is Darken work. Pre-planned. Already plotted. This is a trap. We're not going to make it, Evangeline says to me, sending her warning out to the pack. She turns back for Ariana and Luca, shifting back to her human form so she can work healing magic on their flailing bodies. I have to get them back. I don't have enough magic for both. I make a choice. I'm not going to lose him. Be careful, Faye. It's Weldon. I feel him coming. Feel him moving in close behind me. I push forward, picking up my pace just as the trees hit the ground, and use my magic to propel me up into the air, clearing the chaos. It's just me now. The way it should have always been. I try to grab a hold of Bael's energy, wanting to slow him down, but it's like trying to touch fire. Every reach feels like my insides are being tossed into an inferno. I throw a spell to freeze him in place, but the magic dissipates as soon as it touches him, so I spell a tree to fall on him. He stops, staring up at it. With one blink, it catches fire before it has a chance to hit the ground. The fire spreads out in front of me and, immediately, my leg begins to sear. Demon fire. Faye. Jackson screams in my mind as I topple over, unable to move as the pain forms thick hands and grabs a hold of my brain, squeezing with all their might. Within a swirling plume of gray smoke, Bael transforms into his human form on the other side of the flames, smiling wide enough to bare his perfect, white teeth. His black hair is oiled back, skin still porcelain. He's wearing a dark gray pinstripe suit with a red bow tie, and the way he's looking at me right now, like I'm a piece of meat he can't wait to sink his teeth into, shakes every one of my nerves from their cage. It's like he can see right through me, see the way my heart dances awkwardly behind my chest like it can't find the beat. I swallow thickly. After he takes his time wiping down his suit, he runs his hands through his slick hair and cracks his neck. You actually thought you could catch me? He asks, clicking his tongue against his teeth. Anger, hatred, and rage jumpstart the motor in my brain that controls my tongue. I'm not trying to catch you, I push through clenched teeth as I claw my way back up until I'm standing again. I steel myself. Force my cemented feet to move forward, determined to end this. I'm going to kill you. Everything is spinning inside this vortex of pain, swimming in an inky darkness, but I swallow it down and put it into the magic I use to compel the shadow blade forward. He isn't expecting it. The blade pierces through his chest, the force propelling him backwards until he slams into a tree. His black eyes are wide, but only for a moment. A cold, cruel smile climbs across his face as he looks down at the blade impaling him to the tree. Tar-like blood trickles down from his nose and the corner of his mouth. A shadow blade? He says, amusement dancing circles in his voice. He tries to grab the hilt of the blade, but every time he touches it, his skin sears and the smell of rotting flesh permeates the air. Doubt prickles at the back of my neck. It didn't kill him. Only wounded. That's good enough for me. Be careful, Faye, Jackson says, watching through my eyes. Weldon's almost there. I'm not sure how long this will hold, I say back. I see him and the others rushing from the armory, heading for the woods, and release a pent-up breath I didn't know I was holding. They're coming. This is going to work. We'll have not only Clara, but Bael too. I walk over to him, stopping just at the wall of demon fire I can't cross with confidence lining my lips. You shouldn't have come here, I say venomously. His lips pout. Why? Was I interrupting something? Something like your silly training with the defected wolves? Or maybe it was your plots and schemes against Clara and the Coven? Or your childish daydreams that you could actually destroy a machine such as the Exanimator? Or the touch-and-go relationship between the irrational Graham brothers and their heretic mother who took my gift and spat on it? My stomach rolls in on itself as I realize this isn't the first night he's been here. He's been watching. Gathering information. Plotting. The symbols that formed from the spell Katie, Jezzy, and I performed to protect the house, the dark spell that came from Katie's grimoire, they flash in front of my eyes, controlled by Bael. A reminder of why dark magic is always a bad idea. Evidence that Cassie was right about everything. We let him hear. I let him hear. He bares his teeth with a smile. Yes, he says, watching my every horrified expression as the truth unravels itself. Those symbols you girls used in that spell, that's my language. You called, and I came. I'm always watching. Waiting. Always close by, Faye. I shake my head. And I must admit, I did enjoy watching you flourish. You've come a long way since we last met, wouldn't you agree? He locks eyes with me, all signs of amusement disappearing. Grabs hold of the hilt as the magic in the blade sears his skin, and then pulls it out. But, still, not far enough. The blade drops to the ground. Jackson. I gather enough energy around me, using my magic to help, and put up a solid barrier between the fire and me. Bael stops. Touches it with his finger. You can't hold this forever. Doubt only fuels me, I say fiercely, unwilling to let him break me. I keep pulling, tugging on anything and everything I can, and then I feel a certain dark energy entering me. A dark energy I've only felt a few times before. Darkens are nearby. Bael slams his fists against my barrier, and the force behind his power feels like blows to my stomach. But still, I hold strong. I won't let him get the best of me. Not again. Enough of these games.
he shouts as he tries to claw his way through my magic. I'll burn this whole forest down. Kill every living thing in a 50-mile radius, until your magic fails you and you have nothing to pull from.
Is that what you want? Death for many more innocents?
I try not to smile, to let on that he has no idea about me.
None at all. Remove your shield, and I'll remove mine. Anger flares across his face. Were you not paying attention to my training?
My reach is further than you can even begin to understand, I say, never backing down.
I'm not the same girl you encountered in the cave. I'm stronger, and I'm going to kill you, Bael.
At least, I hope, I think to myself. You can take him, Faye, Weldon says through my mind.
I'm close, but you can take him. His magic isn't as strong in this plane. Push hard and you can take him.
Bael's laughter forms a circle around me as Weldon's words fill me up with much-needed hope. A cruel smile twists at the corners of his lips.
You really think you can kill me?
He repeats, sounding like I just spoke a language he's never heard before.
Really, Faye?
The king of hell can't be killed by silly fluxes, shadow blades, or sparkling stigmas. I thought we've already been over that, back when, he points to my leg and fire licks up my skin, searing the scream lodged in my throat.
Back when I taught you the first of many lessons to come.
Lessons that I suppose, once again, I'm going to have to spell out for you.
I bite the inside of my cheek. Dig my fingers into the palms of my hands. Anything to redirect the crippling pain he's putting me through as I continue to absorb as much darkened energy as I can.
I feel body after darkened body dropping somewhere within the forest as I take every last breath they have.
Faye, you're pulling too much. Don't do this. Wait for Weldon. We're right behind him.
Jackson says, and I feel him trying to break my connection, but I'm too strong. Too absorbed with the need to put an end to this.
To show Bael that I'm not someone he can trample over.
You seem to forget, I shove out through chattering teeth, ignoring Jackson's pleas, that I was the one who got away. I was the one who took the dagger from you.
I bested you, Bael. And now I'll do it again.
I close my eyes, feeling like a balloon that's one breath too full, and then let it all go. The energy I've absorbed pushes against the wall of demon fire as if it were nothing more than a breeze. The flames turn blue, and then sizzle out, leaving nothing between us but the chilled night air.
Bael is fully aware now of just who he's dealing with. What's wrong? I say with a smile. Not as strong as you think you are?
He constructs another wall of fire, and I push the energy I now control against it.
He's pushing back. It's a match that I'm determined to win.
That I'm sure I'll win, because the energy around the forest is coming in steady waves. He made a mistake bringing Darkins with him, but I won't say otherwise.
I close my eyes.
Give one final shove against the flames, and then watch in relief as they falter until there's nothing left again.
With invisible fists of energy, I wrap them around his neck and lift him up into the air, and then, I squeeze. Alarm widens his eyes. Forces his hands to reach out for something he won't be able to grab a hold of, and it fills me up with a crazed happiness I've only ever felt with Clara before. Satisfaction. Dark satisfaction. As everything except killing him fades away from me, I feel his power growing dimmer from misuse in this plane of living. You're weak, I say.
Temper, airily, he sputters out. I reach out for more energy, ready to make good on my promise, when I feel something sharp pierce my shoulder.
I stumble back a step, but I keep pulling.
Keep my focus on killing Bael, when another sharp pain pierces the side of my stomach. This time, when I stumble back from it, I trip over a root and lose the connection I had on Bael.
Faye.
Weldon calls out as my senses slowly begin to return to me.
Blood. It's everywhere. Damn it, Faye. Did you not hear the first gunshot? Let alone the second?
Weldon yells as he drags me behind a large tree and palms the wound on my side. Blood gurgles up from in between his fingers, and I think I'm going to vomit pain and horror.
I am shot? Who?
He's shaking as he presses harder against my stomach. One of the 50 or so Darkins piling up behind him.
I swear you have a death wish. Either that, or some insane urge to put yourself in positions you shouldn't be in. Especially not alone. My heart drags its feet as my brain desperately scrambles to catch up. Heal yourself. Quickly, he says. We have to get out of here before he gets back up. I risk a glance in Bael's direction.
He's trying as hard as I am to catch up with what just happened. To place the pieces where he needs them so he can regain control again.
Faye. Weldon yells harshly at me. Snap the hell out of it.
Heal yourself, damn it. If you'd stop cursing at me, I say back as I focus on healing my stomach wound.
Inch by agonizing inch, my flesh binds itself back together. Jackson's going to kill you, you know.
He'll have his turn when Bael's done trying, I say hotly as the hole in my shoulder seals shut.
Weldon snickers under his breath. You know, I admire your total commitment to being a badass chick. It's kind of hot. I turn on him. Are you hitting on me?
He flinches back.
Don't flatter yourself, mouse. You couldn't handle all of this, he says, running his hands down his body as if he's on display. I shake my head.
Turn at the sound of leaves crunching.
Ah.
Weldon, Bael says, his hands rested on the openings of his suit jacket. He's feet away from us now, with only the blood from the gaping wound in his midsection as evidence of his near-death experience.
How kind of you to join us on this lovely night.
I was trying to explain what a pickle Faye has put you all in and offer that we settle things in a more compliant way, but you know females, he says with an eye roll.
They never listen. What are you talking about?
Weldon asks as we make our way to our feet. Pleasure forms wings on the corners of his lips, lifting them higher and higher. That nifty little spell the Kacha girl did, the one that called for blood and demon sigils, it led me here to you. All because of her incestuous need for her grimoire.
He looks at me.
I don't understand the emotional ties you humans make to material things.
Your parents aren't in that.
A smile glints in his eyes as he gives his words time to settle between us. But I know something you don't know, he sings, enjoying the pain creasing my forehead.
I swallow a heartbeat as my stomach cramps. One question burns its way up my throat.
Sears against my tongue as it presses against my lips for release. I'm fighting against it, trying with all my might to refrain from asking, because if I do, if I'm given the answer I've longed to know, then there will be no more hoping.
There will be no more guessing.
Because knowing the truth is a double-edged sword waiting to stab you in the back.
It's a blessing and a curse.
A relief and a heartache all wrapped up in a pretty little package that we, as humans, can't help but unwrap.
So I force my eyes to open, to harden, and ask. My parents, are they alive? I hate that my trembling voice is sadly unrecognizable.
Heat rushes in a multitude of waves over my body as flames rise up in front of him and begin to swirl. I'm forced back a step, using my forearms to shield my face as forms take shape within the flames. I swear the world stops on its axis and everything, gravity, nature, reality, all of it collides against me as the forms of the two people I've longed to see again finally appear when the flames die down. I gag on terror when I realize it's my parents, burning, 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 with no end in sight. I just wanted to see them once more, but not like this.
All rationality is shoved out the window. No!
I yell out as I lunge for them, feeling my own skin on fire. Feeling like I could plow my way through anything, even Bael, just to get to them. But Weldon snatches me back, clutching me firmly by the crook of my arm.
It isn't real, Faye.
They aren't real, he's saying in my ear, but all I can think about is how the earth should be shattering right now, splitting open from the fiery depths, ready to swallow me whole.
And I'd go willingly if it would pull them from their hell.
I force myself to look up and regret it as soon as I do.
Their screams. Their blood.
The horror in their eyes. It sticks to me like tar on my soul.
It's gutted me from the inside out.
Trapped me inside a coffin filled with tiny creatures in the shape of each one of my nightmares, picking and tearing at my skin.
You see, dear Faye, you were never going to win.
Not when I have this in my arsenal, Bael says, extending his hand out to showcase my parents.
Faye.
My mother's screaming out as fire climbs up her body until I can't see her face anymore. Until she collapses into a pile beside my dad. Ice has frozen my veins.
Frozen my thoughts.
I feel like I'm strapped down to a merry-go-round, spinning faster and faster, until my stomach flattens against my back and the world is spinning in front of my eyes.
Bael snaps his fingers and their bodies lift.
They're back on their feet, screaming and crying in pain, as Bael opens and closes his fists.
Stop it.
I scream out, trying to worm my way out of Weldon's grip, but he's giving me all he's got, not willing to let go. I control their pain, Bael says, his eyes gleaming with pleasure as he squeezes his fists harder, pulling more screams from them.
Please. I cry out, reaching out to them. They aren't real. Weldon says as I push at his arm.
His words are flies buzzing around my ears.
I swat at them. Shove them away from me. Let me go. I shout. I have to get to them. Have to help them. Mom.
I wriggle out of his grip, but he's already grabbing my other arm, spinning me around to face him.
Listen to me, damn it. Weldon shouts in my face, shaking me.
My breath hitches in my throat. My knees riot against the fact that I'm still standing. I do love a family reunion, Bael says from behind them. He glances down at his wrist, at a watch that isn't there, and says, "But time is of the essence, and we're running short." He lifts his hands before I can even grasp what's happening, and then they disappear, leaving me staring at nothing but an inky void I want to crawl through.
We've had about enough of that, don't you think? Enough to dip your toes in my offer? Murder lives in my gaze.
He slithers forward, stopping a few feet in front of me, his lips curled with disdain. "You see," he says, looking triumphantly at me. "He has me where he wants me, and he knows it."
That has always been his intention. To melt me into something pliable. Mold me into a new kind of warrior.
A loyal one, bent into doing whatever he wishes, and it makes every part of me writhe against his invisible shackles. They're in hell, Faye Middleton.
A place I control. And they're burning over and over again, in an endless cycle.
Dying as many times as it pleases me for them to, only to be immediately reborn back into a world of unimaginable pain. He lowers his bushy brows on me, cruelty gleaming in his eyes, and adds, "And they'll continue to die until I get what I want from you."
Do you understand now? Is that a clear enough explanation for you?
Horror is a fist clenched tight around my throat, and it squeezes me so hard that I'd drop to my knees if it weren't for Weldon having a tight hold on me.
What are you offering? I force out. No, Faye. Weldon shouts from beside me. Bael's cruel smile gleams under the moonlight. Isn't it funny how the past repeats itself?
Like maybe fate or destiny, or whatever you want to call it, is really just some cat and mouse game that has no end. He chuckles to himself as a smirk appears. A smirk that unravels my cords. A smirk I want to slap clean off his face. "It just occurred to me that if this were indeed a cat and mouse game, you would play the mouse," he says knowingly as his eyes shift to Weldon, robbing me of breath.
Stealing private moments from me once again. Why, you muff. Bael's hand flies up and, just like that, Weldon's words disappear as if they never were.
"I know," he says, on the edges of light laughter.
"Fitting, isn't it? It's almost too perfect."
"And I," he says, pointing to his chest, "would play the cat of course."
"I do play a mean cat."
He scratches at the air, and it takes me right back to the night he scratched me when trying to tell me about the dagger of retribution hidden in my mother's grimoire. This shitstorm has no end in sight. He claps his hands, rubbing them together. Does a small, arrogant dance of giddiness. Boy, how I do love it when fate comes together like that.
"Now, if you promise to be a good little mouse, then we can get down to business."
A rope materializes in front of me.
"Wrap that around you. You think a rope is going to keep her bound?" Weldon says snidely. Bael flicks his gaze over in Weldon's direction. He doesn't say anything for a second.
"Enough with the chatter," he says, glaring at me.
"I came here today to make you an offer." "She doesn't want your offer," Weldon says boldly. I think he's lost his mind. But Bael doesn't move. Doesn't strike out, and it makes me wonder why.
Before, he would have turned the woods inside out to find me.
To kill me. My scar is proof of that. So why not now that I'm standing right in front of him?
"I wasn't speaking to you, mongrel," Bael says.
"I was talking to her. Do you want to hear it or not?" I hear my mother screaming. My father crying. And I'm not sure if it's his doing or not. By the smile on his face, I think it is.
Tears well up behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall.
I use my anger as fuel. As a shield. "No," he says, still smiling. Always smiling.
His head dips to the side, and then he takes a step back.
"And here I thought you'd do anything for them. I guess I underestimated you then. I guess you really are more like Clara than I thought. Heartless. Ruthless.
Willing to trample on whomever you need to in order to meet your own needs." "I'm nothing like her," I say, disgust spewing from my words.
"No?"
he says, his lips pursed in thought.
"If you say so."
He tucks his arms behind his back. "I was only going to offer that your parents return to this plane, in exchange for you handing yourself over."
I think it's a fair enough bargain. I think the earth has disappeared from beneath me, because I feel like I can't really be here. He can't really have offered me this. How can I trust you? I say, barely able to hear my own voice. "Faye, no." Weldon hisses through his teeth. Bael smiles. "If there's one thing you can count on in a demon, it's that a deal is a deal. I don't play games. My word is my bond. And all I have to do is go with you? Then what? Do I really need to answer that?" He says. The unholy seal. Morden. An endless hell. But it'd be worth it if I could save those that I love. If only I'd be the one down there, putting an end to this. Don't you even think about it, Weldon says in a sharp tone. What if I can save Claire? I can do this, and keep others from dying, Weldon. Absolutely not. Not like this, he says, squeezing my hand hard. Your answer, everlasting, Bael says, impatience buried beneath his charismatic tone. The unholy seal is at its prime. The full moon is upon us. Time is of the essence. One of these expressions should suffice. Gray, shadowy figures begin to take shape behind him, moving in from behind the trees. Masks, just like I remember, with long, metal beaks like some kind of warped, evil crow, cover the faces of the many darkens behind him. My stomach sinks to the floor. My heart jackhammers against my chest. There are still so many of them, even after I killed so many. More than my eyes can comprehend. They stretch out like a dark blanket of shadows. You see, this is only going to end one way, my way, Bael says through a throat full of laughter. Whether you know it already or not, you're mine. His eyes go dark as his body morphs into the demonic shape it took the night he tried to capture me at Whiskey Hollow. Large, clawed wings sprout from behind his back. You will come with me whether you like it or not. The hair on my arms begins to rise. Magic lifts all around us like summer heat after a rainstorm. I can feel the spells weaving. Hear the spells being whispered. Black, inky vines stretch toward our feet like hungry fingers. Trees move in behind us, forming a barricade I'm not sure we'll be able to slip past. Weldon looks over at me, eyes raised, and I'm sure my heart is going to gallop out of my chest at any moment. Time to go, he says, and then he takes a hold of my hand, sprinting us away from Bael and the darkens. But cackles of laughter and sharp cracks of magic strike the air, preventing us from passing the barricade of trees. No matter which way we turn, we're stuck. Lost. Trapped. Realization nips at our heels. We're not going anywhere. I'm slammed up against a tree as ropes manifested by the darkens wrap around my torso like a boa constrictor. Pain unlike anything I've ever felt explodes within my limbs as the rope compresses against my skin. It's like my blood is boiling, my bones are crushing, and my skin is on fire, all at once. I struggle against the rope, calling on every spell I can think of to unwind them, but they have a binding spell on them, keeping me from using my magic. Weldon growls out from the iron chains wrapped around him, digging into his flesh, pressing him further against the tree. Smoke billows off his body in sickening waves. He tries to strong-arm the chains, but his face darkens from the need to shift to his demon side. Cruel, mirthless laughter bubbles up from the depths of Bael's black soul as he makes his way over to us. He takes his time, his steps calculated and precise. After he stops in front of me, he reaches out toward my face. I try to turn away, but his hand aggressively cups my chin, fingers boring into my cheeks as he forces me to look at him. Do not turn away from me. Ever, he says through bared teeth. Fire burns within my eyes, quaking all the way through my bones. I'm going to take pleasure in killing everyone you love, while you watch, he says, his black eyes swimming with cruelty. He calls one of the darkens over to him, leans away from me to whisper a command in his ear, and then turns back to me. His gaze moves lightly over to Weldon. You. Weldon has long since stopped struggling. If his gaze could strip the flesh from every enemy around us, then we'd be scot-free. You're a disgrace to the demon name. Weldon leans as far forward as he can, smoke rising once again from his searing flesh. Then I've done my job well, he spits out through clenched teeth. Bael rolls his eyes to the side, his lips pressed in a thin line of indifference. You know what I think? He says, pointing his finger in Weldon's face in a scholarly manner. I think a few years back in your holding cell would do you some good. Remind you of who you really are. He leans forward, dropping his tone, and adds, because you and I both know that this is a front. With that, he touches Weldon's left thigh with his index finger, and it's then that I see what I'd never tried to see before, his stigma. Weldon cries out as he's forced to fully turn into the side of himself that he hates the most, and I want to purge every awful feeling that's ripping through my heart. I struggle against the ropes binding me as the laughter kicks up like thunder from the masked darkens standing all around us, watching. Waiting. Weldon's body grows taller, muscles filled out, his face darkening past the point of recognition. You see, no matter how hard you try to deny yourself, you are what you are, Bael says, standing back with a proud, pleased smile plastered on his face. I am your father. Your maker. And no matter how long you spend with these fleshly beings, you're still bound to my word. Weldon growls out, the deep, throaty sound reaching out beyond the trees. It's a sound that I imagine could split the earth clean in half. It's unlike anything I've ever heard from him before and, for a moment, fear settles in the pit of my stomach like an unwelcome worm, slithering around. His eyes are no longer golden. his hair no longer in its usual coordinated mess. He's a full-on demon. My fists form into steel clubs I want to crush Bael with. Leave him alone. I shout as I try to absorb energy around me. It's coming in small, short waves, but not providing me with enough to dissolve the spells holding me captive. Bael stiffens. Turns on me. A ripple of anger plays over his face and, in his soulless gaze, I know that my straw has been pulled. It's time, he says, the amusement drained from his voice. 2 words never sounded so sinister, so packed full with all the hate this world has to offer. This is going to happen, everlasting. You're going to break the unholy seal, and then, together, we're going to awaken the greatest evil this planet has ever known. He looks back over his shoulder at Weldon and, with a swish of his hand, the iron chains fall. Weldon, come. Weldon, like a well-trained pet, steps away from the tree, his burly arms curved like bows at his sides. I swallow shards of ice that burn like fire. He flexes his hands, and each knuckle cracks. Cranes his neck to each side, stretching out the thick tendons. Weldon. I whisper, searching his pitiless eyes for any sign of the person I know, but all I find is an empty, bottomless pit. A pit he's been dangling off the edge of all this time, only to have finally been pushed by the one person I prayed I'd never encounter again. I look up to the sky, up to the moon, praying, begging for the goddess to help me. To send me some sign that will allow me to get us out of this. Please, I pray, just let us get out of this and I swear we'll finish this. Grab her and bring her to the underground, Bael commands as he turns away from me. He strolls over to the never-ending crowd of Darkins. It's time. Kill the rest at the manor, and then begin your attacks on every academy known. Leave no one alive. He swirls his hand once through the air, and a small, black hole tears through the air. Wait. My parents. I shout. A deal is a deal, . And you didn't shake on it, now did you? Ready? He asks me, wearing a devious smile. Jackson? Faye. Where are you? We're in the forest, but we keep circling back to the opening. We can't get past whatever spell they've woven. I try not to break at the sound of his voice. No matter how many times I swallow to help me push the words out, the lump won't budge. So I open all the way up to him, to let him see what I see. I turn back to Weldon, who's stomping his way over to me. Weldon, you don't have to do this, I plead, trying to break through the spell binding my magic. But the 7 Darkin leaders are still chanting, still using every ounce of their magic to cage me in. Reality punches me in the gut. Jackson starts listing off everything he can think of that I should do, but in his voice, I hear the doubt. I hear the truth he's trying to avoid. This is where our roads separate. This is where my brave mistake stabs me in the back. Weldon stops in front of me, moving mechanically. I'm searching his eyes, telling him to snap out of it, but when I'm loosened from the tree and hauled over his shoulder, I know that there's no getting through to him. I've screwed up. Royally. And now I don't have the slightest clue as to how I'm going to get myself out of this. Jackson, listen to me, I say as Weldon's steps jar his shoulder into my stomach. He's taking me to the unholy seal. He's sending Darkins as we speak to come and kill you all. You have to get them out. Warn the Watchmen out there that they're going to attack all the academies. Curses assault my brain as Jackson yells out, so loud, that I hear him through the treetops. So loud it vibrates through my core. I told you not to go. I had to. I shout back. I think about telling him about my parents, about the deal, and then quickly push the thought away. I'm not giving up, he says, the pain in his voice ripping my heart into shreds. Not until I know you're safe. Every step Weldon takes sends my stomach further up my chest until I'm sure I'm going to throw up. I want to warn Jackson, to tell him to stay away, but I know the point is moot. He's going to try no matter what. I just hope wherever they're taking me is somewhere he won't ever have to wind up. Faye? He asks, and the fear in his voice slaps me hard across the cheek. I tell you not to look for me, but I know it's pointless. Tears slip quietly down my cheeks that have gone cold. Because you're my soul, Faye. I close my eyes. And you're mine. A small pause. If I don't see you again. Don't say that, he says harshly. We're going to warn the others, and then we'll be heading for the unholy seal. I will Faye. And before he can finish, we enter through the shadow. Weldon drops me on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Welcome to the beginning of the end, everlasting, Bael says with his arms spread out with hospitality. I lift my head off the ground and wiggle myself up into a sitting position. The moment I do, I regret it, because my nose is assaulted by the scent of rotten eggs. Sulfur. We're surrounded by it, doused in it, and it can only mean one thing. We're close to the underground.
It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light.
Everything is so dark. So grim. I hear footsteps moving all around me. Faint screams somewhere far away from me.
Put her on her feet, Bael says to who I assume is Weldon. He grabs me up and slams me down on my feet, keeping one hand firmly gripped around my arm.
This way.
Following Bael into the unknown is the last thing I want to do, but at this moment, I have no other choice unless I want to be dragged or carried by Weldon again, and I'd rather die than let that happen. So I put one foot in front of the other as we move forward. I'm blinking rapidly, wishing I could rub my eyes.
Wishing for a million things that won't come true.
Not down here, when we're so close to hell. Weldon, I say on a harsh whisper, this isn't you.
You're my partner. Snap out of it.
I wait, imagining the many different responses he'd normally have. Wishing he'd say something, anything, even one of his smart-ass remarks.
Something to tell me that he's still in there.
But his lips never move. His face never turns to mine. I fight the scream that's clawing its way up my throat.
Banging through my chest.
Searing against my tongue, filling every inch of my soul, and wish for once that I had just listened. Just taken in Jackson's words before brushing them away so quickly.
But then I wouldn't have seen my parents.
I wouldn't know that even though they're living in hell, they're still alive.
Alive enough for me to try to do something for them.
A door opens in front of us, and light floods out, splashing against the ground. My head jerks from side to side as I quickly take in my surroundings.
We're in some underground tunnel enclosed in sheets of metal.
A large, metal door opens up to some kind of militant bunker, with rows of bright lights lining the walls.
It's surprisingly clean inside. White. Pristine, just like its owner.
Bael walks by us and stops in front of another door on the opposite end of the bunker. He presses his hands together in front of him, almost as if he's praying, and then touches the tips of his joined fingers to the underside of his chin. He inhales sharply, pausing, seeming like he's searching for the perfect words.
I have a welcoming gift for you, he muses, looking directly at me. A gift I'm sure you'll be over the moon about.
I don't let a single emotion slip as I stare him down.
He drops his hands, grabs the door handle, and says, "Now, you don't have to thank me right away.
You can let the beauty of this moment soak in first."
He stops. Looks between Weldon and me for a moment, and then adds, "Actually, no, never mind, let's just get on with it."
He turns the handle and pushes the door open, looking back over his shoulder at me the entire time. He's waiting for my reaction.
Dying for it. And I have to use every ounce of strength in me to keep my face a blank canvas.
To keep my mouth from dropping open as his gift stands up from behind a small, wooden desk centered in the room.
On the outside, I'm a barren desert. No details. No greenery. Nothing to see.
But on the inside, guilt, anger, and grief plunge through me like sandstorms, each battling to overshadow the next. "I told you we'd meet again, Middleton," Clara says as she strides toward me in a white suit with a blood-red blouse underneath. Her hair cascades down her shoulders in large curls. Her steps take on a leisurely quality, enjoying every moment handed to her.
Resistance wakes within me, stretching its conditioned paws.
1,000 different words trail through my brain, but all that comes out is, Clara. I keep my gaze pinned on her lavender eyes filled with hate.
Keep my lips pressed into a thin line. Keep my hands in balled-up fists at my sides.
But never do I give away the screams of rage ripping through me like a tornado on the inside. Bael slaps at his thighs.
"Really?"
he demands, sounding like a child who just dropped their ice cream cone.
"Nothing? Not a single reaction?" He inhales deeply and continues, "And here I go out of my way to give you a gift, and I get nothing from you in return? Not a single peep." Clara stops next to Bael, dragging her hand across his chest.
She lets go of my gaze and looks up at him with a loving smirk.
"Don't be fooled by the exterior, love."
I can smell her fear like cheap cologne on a whore. I hate how she always so easily squashes my bravery that I work so hard to wear. Bael smiles down at her, and then grabs a hold of her waist, pressing her against him. He growls against her lips.
"I do love it when you talk dirty."
I look away, tucking my face against Weldon's solid arm as bile climbs its way up my throat.
Weldon continues to stare ahead, staring at something I can't see.
Think, I tell myself, wishing I knew how I could get through to him. How I could wake him from his incessant torture. But footsteps sound behind me and I know we're about to move again. I have to focus on paying attention to my surroundings so I can hopefully find my way back out.
"You've been working with him this whole time?"
She smiles as her answer.
Then what did you need me for? You have access to the examinator through Bael.
But I can't do what I want with it without you, which, I'm glad you decided to play ball, Clara says as she stops in front of me. Had you done so in the beginning, then all of this wasted bloodshed could have been bypassed. But then again, I suppose it remains true to your character to make things as difficult as possible.
To be ignorantly defiant. To be naively diligent, just like your poor parents.
Her last words scrape across my mind like barbed wire, ripping open a fresh wound of feelings I'd rather not feel right now. Not in front of her. Don't ever mention my parents, I breathe out on a heat wave of hate.
She doesn't say anything for a moment.
Just stares. Stares with this small, almost unperceivable smirk dressing her thin lips.
Seconds are like landmines between us, waiting for either of our words to stumble on first.
I don't want to be the first to speak because that's almost as bad as giving up, but I need to know about my parents.
Need to know if they're nearby. If the deal can still be made.
I open my mouth, ready to give in, when the door behind her, leading to God knows where, opens, and Edgar, the priest who attached himself to Clara like a remorat to a shark, pokes his head in. Her holding cell is ready, and the boys are getting a little antsy.
Thought you should know. Bael's head whips around in Edgar's direction.
Shadows of his demon side form around him as he shouts, "Tell the boys that we will begin when I say it's time." Edgar disappears on a fast apology.
Did you have to yell at him, love?
Clara asks, hands on her hips and head cocked to the side. My mind still can't fully grasp how she's addressing him.
Looking at him. Touching him. Him. A demon, and so not Mac.
Bael smooths a hand through his hair and turns back around to her, plastering an empty smile on his face.
Patience is thin in his smile.
His barely repressed temper is beating against his gaze. I don't understand why you felt the need to bring him along.
It's simple, Clara says.
We need all the reinforcements we can get and, during a time such as this, I trust him.
He's just so.
I know, she says, finishing his thought for him.
But with the Watchman in a disarray from Maddox's accusations against me.
You mean his proof, I correct, gloating in this small satisfaction.
Mac pulled through. The Watchman world is now aware of Clara. That means the rebellion will be taking action against the Darkins Bael sent out.
There's still hope for us.
I look up. Thank the god and goddess for this one small reprieve.
Regardless of what it was, Clara says, pulling for my attention. Her hateful gaze tries to lance through me, but I'm wearing this win like armor. We need every advantage we can get, she says, looking back to Bael.
Edgar is a priest.
He knows his way around things. Now, she says, turning back to me, let's get rid of those pesky weapons you're carrying and get you settled in before the big show. What? She says this as if I'm about to be escorted to a room in a 5-star hotel. I glance back at the door, etching the layout, the smells, and the sounds in my head for later, when Clara steps into my line of vision. I don't know why you're looking over your shoulder.
No one's coming for you.
None of them, not even the arrogant Graham brothers, could find this place, she says smugly. And even if they could, they wouldn't make it past the brigade we've placed up top.
What? Your pathetic Darkins? I realize I have to keep her talking.
Have to keep her dishing out information that could help Jackson because, despite what she may think or say, he is coming.
Whether I want him to or not. And if he does, I have to be ready. Her chin lifts. She turns.
Walks toward the desk with cat-like precision, and then takes her time leaning her palms against it behind her. Her posture is perfect and confident, defiant almost.
With an extended palm, she wills the metal in my pockets to come forth.
One by one, I feel my lifeline shifting in my pockets.
Lifting into the air. Moving away from me. How do you have magic?
I ask as a weight of disbelief presses on my chest. Her face scrunches up like she doesn't understand the question, but in her gaze it's obvious that she's toying with me. You didn't have it earlier, when I invaded Ethereal City right under your nose, I say, my tone a little too uneven for my liking. Keep her talking, I tell myself.
Anything to stall. To give the others time. To give myself time to come up with a plan better than what I have, which is nothing at all. It isn't rocket science, Clara says with a lowered brow. She sounds as if my ignorance has offended her. The examinator? I ask with furrowed brows.
Who did you kill for those powers? Wouldn't you like to know, she says with a superior smile.
My hands are shaking. My skin is 10 degrees too hot. I could rip her hair out right now. Kill her even. But since I can't, I choose to breathe in and out, trying to remain calm and collected. Trying to follow Sterling's advice. I can make it through without my powers. I just have to be on my game. Shouldn't you be handling the United Nations right about now? I ask, narrowing my eyes on her.
They're going to catch on once the Darkins and Watchmen go head to head. Her smile falls flat.
She turns to Bael. I have her weapons. So long as that rope stays intact, then she's as harmless as a fly. Does that mean you're done playing with our little mouse then, love?
He asks, smirking at her.
I was done ages ago.
And with that, she opens the door and heads down the hall to wherever Edgar disappeared off to, leaving just Weldon, Bael, and me.
I wrote a paper my senior year about human habits and why people are resistant to change. Safety.
The unknown terrifies most humans, and not just the unknown, but also the difference in surroundings. It's anything out of the norm that terrifies us, because we're creatures built on our daily habits that comfort us. We know inside those habits who we are, without question. And even though I wrote and aced that assignment, I never fully understood it, because change never really bothered me before. I didn't understand how someone could be scared to make up their mind about something and stick to it.
How venturing into the unknown could be so scary. I never understood until now.
Not until I've realized just how little of a grip I have on this colossal change of pace. Bael tinkers with a small intercom on the desk in the center of the room after Clara leaves, wearing a fashionable grin that sets my skin on edge. He presses the small, red button, calling to someone named Julius.
Sir?
The other man's voice says through the tiny box. I'd like an update on the unholy seal, Julius's Bael says with more cheer than I can stomach. We have company tonight, and I'd hate to be a bad host by having our festivities delayed.
Good news would be appreciated.
My ears feel like they want to detach from my body, just so they can be sure they hear every detail. There's a shuffling noise coming from inside the tiny box, and then some muttering. Do speak up, Julius, Bael says, picking at his nails. He's always stumbling over his words, he says over his shoulder to me.
As if I care. As if I'm a part of this moment and not shoved into it. Well, sir, the Darkin leaders, they aren't satisfied.
I can almost picture the man, or whatever he is, on the other side, shaking in fear. Bael stops picking at his fingers. Drops his hands on the table, exhaling loudly like a small, whiny child. I don't care about the Darkin leaders, he says shortly. They can take up their issues with Clara. She's the one who roped them into agreeing to this anyhow.
Thomas's scarred face crosses my mind. They want a break. They say they've been digging for 2 days straight and still haven't found it.
Bael tosses an impatient smile over his shoulder at me, and then turns back to the speaker.
If they stop digging, they die. Simple enough, right? He pushes the end button.
You sure know how to get under Clara's skin, Bael says as he snaps his fingers at Weldon. He doesn't even have to use words to bend Weldon to his will, and it makes me want to hurl.
Scream. Cry. But I just swallow it down.
I could say the same about her, I say as Weldon nearly drags me forward, through the open door. Another long, narrow, metal tunnel that opens up to other tunnels, like a nest for ants.
Having issues with the seal?
Nothing that can't be handled, he says, straightening out his suit. He looks over at me so quickly, with such renewed energy, that it almost startles me.
You know, I find you highly interesting.
Your defiance, he says as we make a left.
I try not to gag. I'm glad I interest you. I'm counting steps. Burning turns in my brain. Praying that I won't forget when the time comes.
You know, if it weren't for the need to awaken Morden, I think I'd let you go, just because of your spirit.
How comforting, I retort. And why do you want to awaken him? Just so you can answer to another?
He purses his lips in thought.
Looks to the ceiling for a short moment. Have you ever been in timeout? Kept in one area for a long period of time, feeling like if someone would give you a hammer, then you would gladly bash your own brains out from boredom?
Can't say that I have, I lie, wishing he'd get to the point and not draw out my focus. We make a right, walk for 15 steps, and then make another left. My numbers are beginning to dance in my brain, mixing together in a mosh pit I'm not sure I can handle.
Shame. It's a great way to get to know yourself.
But anyway, my point is, that's what being the king of hell is like.
He pauses.
Looks left, then right, like he can't remember which way we're supposed to go, and then turns left.
Not all the time, he rushes to add. Just most of it. Bitterness floods my tongue. So what? You're saying waking up the one person who nearly ended the world as we know it is merely entertainment for you? I can barely get the words out. My skin feels like it's one size too small. That's possibly the most twisted thing I think I've heard to date. Really?
He asks, wearing a grin that suggests I just complimented him.
I don't reply.
He stops in front of a metal door that looks just like all the others. There's nothing on it, no number or name to signify it from the rest, and my heart plunges through the floor. "This is it," he says, reaching for the handle. He pushes the door open to a small room with metal walls that looks exactly like the room Clara kept me in for my so-called training. On the mat is a wooden chair sitting dead center. "Sit," he orders. Every muscle in my body tightens, resisting his order, but somehow, I manage to walk forward. Force my legs to bend despite their growing need to turn and run. "Remember, if you try any funny business, your parents," he drags his thumb across his throat, and I almost wish I had the power to wish it true. "Weldon will stand guard," he continues, "and when it's time for you to break the seal, I'll summon him. There's beauty, I think, in using him as your watchdog, don't you think?" A subtle hint at just what the affinity partnership really is. Slavery. One person bending to another. I just stare at him, at a loss for words. "No? Oh well." He pauses midway through the doorway and says, "Oh, and P.S., I do hope you enjoy the layout. I went above and beyond to ensure that it matched your cell back in Ethereal City. I thought it'd help stir up some of those stubborn emotions in you." Echoes of his torturous, high-pitched laughter surround me as the door shuts behind him. The moment it does, my eyes poke at Weldon. "I know you're in there," I say, studying him for any sign of my friend. He stares distantly at me. "Weldon, you have to snap out of this. We have to get out of here, and I can't very well do that when you're off playing the wounded bird." Still nothing. "Weldon, damn it, I swear I'm going to kick your ass. Wake up." My chest is rising and falling as I hang on the seconds between us, praying for some small, impossible miracle that doesn't come. "You can't let him win." My voice cracks on the last word and my head hangs a little as the thoughts I've tried so hard to dodge suddenly grab me by the throat and pin me down. What did I get us into? Really? I have no idea where we are. No way to really help Jackson should he show up. I want to curl up into a ball, but I can't move with the ropes holding me in place. "Weldon, please. I need you right now," I say through tear-stained words. I look up at him as anger courses through my veins. "This isn't you, Weldon." I yell at him, struggling against the ropes. If I could just get up, just get close enough to him. He stands with his arms crossed, still staring in the distance, and it's then that I notice the small, blinking light in the corner. The camera centered on me, most likely with Clara standing on the other side, watching me, just like before. I struggle harder, screaming out against the magic searing through my jacket. "Weldon!" I yell at him again and again and again until I realize, it's no use. We're stuck. Lost. Hopeless. And I signed us up for this the moment I chased after a small, black cat. Time has lost its value. It doesn't exist when you're stuck inside hell. Literally. There's only my imagination, which has decided to grow wings and take flight, soaring my thoughts higher and higher, further away from my grasp. A million possibilities flourish within my brain. I wonder about Jackson. About what he's going through right now. About what's above me that could possibly hurt him. I wonder about the Watchmen out there and what's happening to them now that Bael and Clara have declared war. But most of all, I wonder when Bael will send for me. When Weldon will escort me to the unholy seal. What time it will be when the veil falls and the human race as we know it will be exposed and defenseless against the paranormal that will rise up in a swarm of fury and greed. I think my insecurities about this could eat me out of house and home. I try to reach out to them. Pray that someone will hear me, but it's no use. They can't hear me this far away. After letting out the defeat through a small batch of tears, I decide that turning off my emotions is the most beneficial thing for my safety right now. I need to be on point. Need to come up with some sort of plan. But even with coming to this conclusion, I still know that deep down there probably won't be any way out of this, and maybe it's better that way. Maybe, after I break the seal, I can use what I have inside me to destroy this place from the inside. Maybe that could be my gift to the human race. My way of apologizing for screwing up life as we know it. Because if I'd have only hesitated from the beginning, if I'd have refused to put the dagger of retribution back together, then we wouldn't be in this mess. With my eyes on the blinking, red light, I swallow down my pain. My tears. And I shut down. Faye. It's Jackson. His fingers are brushing through my hair, his body pressed against my back. Warmth that feels as exquisite as laying out in the sun on a cool spring day radiates between us. I feel my muscles waking, begging to be used, so I push my arms and legs out, stretching every tendon, and then roll to face him. He drags a finger down my cheek, over my mouth, where he takes his time toying with my bottom lip. And then he leans in, presses his soft lips against mine, spreading warmth through my body. The light streaming in from the crack in the curtains angles across his squared cheekbones. Brushes across his face. I want to freeze this image of him. Capture it and put it up with all my other photos of my favorite moments in life, because in this moment, I don't think I've ever witnessed anything so beautiful. So perfect. I've missed you, I say, resting my forehead against his. I've been here the whole time. His finger is on my chest now, pointing to my heart. I don't know why, but a sudden sadness washes over me, and I pull him closer to me. What's wrong? He asks, trailing his fingers along my spine, sending chills up my body. I don't know. I'm just sad. He leans back to look at me. You can't be, Faye. You shouldn't be anything. What do you mean? I ask, confused. I mean, you shut it off. Remember? It's time to think, he says, his eyes darkening. Shut what off? What are you talking about? Your emotions, Faye. I blink, and suddenly we're not lying in bed anymore under the safety of covers. Suddenly, we're standing opposite each other inside the training room back at the academy. Dummies stand behind him with daggers decorating their weak points. He's standing in the center of the mat, just like he did when we first met each other, pacing in front of me like a teacher would with arms folded behind his back. Your enemy is bigger than you. He's also more powerful, Jackson says. But you're smarter, Faye. You have to use your intelligence, and you can't use it when you let your emotions get in the way. And it hits me like a sledgehammer. Bael. Clara. Weldon. I'm not, I say, already feeling defeated. I led us into a trap, and now Weldon is lost to me. This isn't how I planned this to go, Maybe not, but the endgame is still the same. Adjust to your surroundings. Make a new plan. You're not thinking, Faye, Jackson says. I am thinking, I say, feeling a hot rush of irritation, and there's no way out of this. I'm stuck. Literally. He's going to kill my parents if I try anything. And even if I could get out of these ropes, I'm not sure what to do. I've already shut my emotions off, and still I have nothing. Yes, you do, Jackson says. Do you think your mother and father would want this for you? Do you think they put themselves in the position they did, just for you to give up? We're watchmen, Faye. We don't give up. We don't give in. Not even if it means calling Bael's bluff. His bluff? If he kills them, he has nothing over you. If you shut your emotions off and do what you set out to do, he can't stop you. You're the only thing between yourself and victory. Let go of the limits you think you have and become who you really are. And Weldon, Jackson steps up to me. Cups the side of my face. I lean into his hand, closing my eyes, enjoying the rough calluses against my cheek. Enjoying his warmth that feels so real. Weldon just needs a kick in the ass. He's being dramatic. You know him, Jackson says against my ear. I do, I say, wishing this wasn't a dream. Wishing he was real. It's time, Faye, he says. I nod against his shoulder. Wake up. So I do. My eyes open. Weldon's still staring straight ahead like a good little demon. And that has to change. I focus on the ropes binding me. Focus on the spell woven into the fabric and, little by little, I scratch at it, using the leftover energy stored inside of me from pulling on the darkens in the forest. The spell is thick, but it's a standard spell. A spell that's easily broken. A cocky move from a witch who thinks she's holding my leash. How typical. Clara's so smug in thinking she has me pinned. She knows how I'll react under pressure. Believes I'll crumple like before under the weight of my grief. But with no emotions, there's nothing driving me but pure determination. When I feel the spell dissipate, I turn my attention to the camera. I don't want them to know what I'm up to. I need to keep the upper hand by appearing to still be under their manipulation, and the only way I can do that is by making them see what I want them to see. I chant a cloaking spell, tweaking it a little so it shows me still sitting in the chair. With a deep breath, I stand, letting the ropes fall to the ground. I march over to Weldon and slap him hard across the face. He doesn't move. I turn his head, making sure his eyes are set on mine, and then I smack him again, this time using a little volation. It sears against his skin in a rippling wave. His eyes falter a little. He blinks, and then returns to standing there. Volation, it works. I shock him, again and again, but it isn't enough. I have to go deeper. I swear I'm going to kick your ass for leaving me, I say, determined to wake him up. I steady my feet. Grab his shoulders. Tap into the energy flowing all around us to feed my volation.
The energy is dark. Demented. Twisted. But there's more than enough of it.
Closing my eyes, I open myself up to Weldon, forcing my way into his heavily guarded mind.
I shove through wall after wall, riding on the waves of volation.
But the further I go, the harder it gets. I cross an ocean filled with all the tears he's held onto for far too long. Force my way through a field made of spikes tipped with the poison of all his pain. Obstacle after obstacle, I propel through, until I finally find him. He's standing in a barren, gray room with his nose in a corner.
My heart tightens. Weldon? He doesn't turn. I take a deep breath. Walk up to him. Tap him on the shoulder. Weldon, it's okay. I'm here. Still nothing. Heat trickles down my spine. I spin him around. Suppress the wave of pain that strikes me the moment I realize he's crying and hold tightly onto his arms. Weldon, this isn't you. Wake up. Come back with me.
He's not even looking at me, and I realize words aren't going to work. They never do with him, so I shove him once.
Twice. Too many times to count, yelling his name. Screaming out about every wall I ran through just to get to him. Doesn't that mean something to you? You said you had my back. You said we were in this together. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Anger and heartache spill past my lips.
Cram inside my brain until I can't think straight. Can't see straight. Can't see past the need to get my friend back.
Without thinking, I lift his chin, lock eyes with him, and then swing.
My hand never reaches his cheek. My eyes flick open.
I'd call this spousal abuse, but we aren't technically married to one another, he says with a tired, forced grin.
My emotions flicker back to life. Weldon!
I shout, throwing my arms around his neck.
He pulls me close, burying his face in my neck. When we get home, we're going to have to talk about your anger issues. It's not healthy.
Shut up, I say, laughing through watery eyes.
I thought you were lost to me. Nah. Just taking a mini vacation, he says, trying to joke. But I hear the pain in his voice. The embarrassment. He sets me down and takes one look around the room. I'd say we're in a bit of a pickle. Think bigger. Eggplant?
We're locked in a room somewhere underground, waiting for Bael and Clara to summon us so I can break the unholy seal, and then be used to awaken Morden, I say quickly, flipping my emotions back off.
Weldon drags in a breath, trying to digest everything. Then we're in Australia. Australia? Did you not look at the map, Mouse?
That's where the unholy seal is, he says. So then we can't count on the others being here in time.
In time for what?
For when I shut this shit down, I say fiercely.
And how do you plan on doing that? I'm going to destroy the Exanimator. Just like Evangeline said.
And I'm going to finally invent that time machine I've been working on, he says sarcastically.
I blink.
His face shifts when he realizes I'm not kidding. Look, we all know that there's a fine line between being mental with a death wish and being brave, and, most days, I'm all for playing limbo with it.
Just not today. Not here, under these circumstances.
He runs his hand through his hair.
And I hate to be the buzzkill, but even if I did want to give it a go, we still don't know how to destroy it. Seamus never got back to us with those cliff notes. I bite my lip and look away, knowing he's right. We can't give up now. We're already here. He huffs, knowing I'm as right as he is. There isn't an easy way to do this.
I can shadow walk out of here and bring them back, he says a moment later.
No. We don't have time for that, and I don't know what's out there yet. Hell, Faye. That's what's out there. We can't do this alone. I told you that before. And we can't bring them here to their death. At least if we go alone, we won't have as many to account for.
He grabs me by the shoulders, forcing me to look at him.
Mouse, I know you're scared. I am too. But we need them. We need their backup. I'm going.
And just like that, he lets go of me, turns, and disappears into a shadow. I look up at the camera, focusing all my energy on keeping the spell intact. Keeping them seeing me sitting here staring hopelessly at the door. Hurry up, Weldon, I mutter to myself. A second later, Weldon returns with Jackson, Jesse, Gavin, and Cassie.
Should I go back for the wolves? He asks Jackson.
No, Jackson says as he pulls me up into a hug.
He doesn't waste any time asking, are you okay?
His eyes frantically scan my face.
I hurriedly nod, feeling torn into a million pieces.
Happy, relieved, scared, sad, worried, they don't mesh well and it makes me restless. They're going to be pissed if he doesn't, bro, Gavin says.
Especially Mom.
It doesn't matter because we're not staying here, Jackson says flatly.
What do you mean? I ask, pulling back from him. We can't leave now. We have to finish it. We're already here. Faye, there are things you don't understand.
Things you haven't been told, that I don't have time to explain right now, he says impatiently. His words are a shovel, digging holes in my stomach.
What do you mean? His face is so pale. I don't know why I didn't notice it a moment ago. Didn't see the dark circles hanging under his sad, green eyes. What happened? I ask, surprised I got the words out.
The words won't seem to form for him, no matter how much he moves his mouth.
Seamus returned. He got the information we needed, Cassie offers up. It's the Exanimator, Faye. The only way you can destroy it is if the Everlasting merges with it.
Your power is too great for the machine to absorb.
It would implode, Jesse says for Jackson.
It was created by a divine gene, and it has to end by one.
You. He isn't looking at me.
His eyes are on my shoulder. His mind is light years away from me.
I don't know what to say. Don't know what to think. But I know what I feel.
If that's how it's supposed to end, then that's how it's supposed to end, I push out.
Jackson locks eyes with me. No. This is a fight he won't bend for. The Darkins have to be stopped, I say dutifully. I can end this. I know I can.
I don't care, he says, anger rippling through his features.
He isn't happy with me. Not with the decisions I've made, and not with the decision I'm about to make.
But this is war and, just like Weldon said, there's no place for love in it. Jackson, I start to say, but then we both turn when we hear footsteps outside the door.
They're coming, Dot. What do we do? Cassie asks, hands held out mechanically.
Weldon, Shadow walk us out.
Now. Jackson orders, grabbing my hand.
But there's no time for it.
The door swings open. All hell breaks loose.
Bael enters the room with Clara and Edgar behind him, and the moment it registers just who's with me, magic starts flying like meteors falling from the sky. I absorb the energy from the magic flowing all around and use it to blast them all backward, giving us enough leeway to make it out the door.
Weldon, do you think you can find the doorway to the underground from here?
I ask as we all jet down the hall, trying to put as much distance between Bael and us as possible. Jackson hands me a bag stuffed with weapons, knowing there's no time to beg me to go back.
Not now. Yeah. Follow me, Weldon says, taking the lead.
We take lefts and rights and run into a handful of demons who are taken out with fluxes.
Bael's angered yells of frustration echo down the halls, following us, and I almost imagine them forming into actual beings that will hunt us down.
We're close, Weldon says as we come up to the end of another long, white hallway. He stops in front of a door and turns.
There are a dozen demons on the other side.
They guard the door that leads to the underground. We can take them, Gavin says, unblinking.
But through that door, Shadowhounds protect the small doorway left open by Morden and Bael's deal.
It's an invitation-only thing, just like our plane, Weldon says.
Can we get in? Gavin asks, searching Weldon's gaze. It won't be easy, but yeah. I think we can.
Then let's go, I say, ready for whatever lies ahead. I drop my bag, pack on as many weapons as I can fit on my body, and then stand, ready.
Jackson's hand stops mine. We can't do this. I look up at him. I don't have to say anything. He knows that we can't go back. Knows that trying to keep me safe is impossible. This is what I was meant to do.
This is who I am, and I watch as understanding drops like a 1,000-pound weight on his heart. He lets go of me, the emotions in his face drying up like an ocean. He's shutting down. Building up his walls and shutting his emotions off.
I wish I could stop him.
Wish I had the determination I did once before to keep him from destroying himself, but I can't focus on anything but this mission.
I can't let anything come in between it this time. Not if I want to succeed. Weldon pushes the door open and we rush in, fluxes raised, aiming for the sparkling stigmas hidden amongst layers and layers of tattooed skin. Demons evaporate into ash, one after the other, as we make our way through the room easily. Almost too easily. When the room is cleared, we turn and look at each other. Doubt and confusion is written in everyone's gaze.
Something feels off, Jackson says, turning to everyone. Keep moving, I say, heading for the metal door across from me. I grab my last two fluxes and reach for the door just as clapping sounds behind us.
I don't move at first.
Just close my eyes, feeling every inch of my body fill with leaded hate. But it's the silence after the realization that Bael is behind me that scares me the most. No one is moving. No one is acting. Something isn't right. I slowly turn and feel the world shift off its axis the moment I do, because standing in front of me, arms tied behind their backs, are my mom and dad. My eyes rush over them, searching every minute detail. Her watery, bluish-gray eyes, they aren't as bright as they once were. They're hollow, outlined in deep purple circles. Her cinnamon hair that once glowed like honey when the sun hit the silken strands just right, are now ratted and matted to the sides of her sunken-in, ashen cheeks. This person is not the mother I knew. She's a warrior, shown the horrors of battle. His once sandy blonde hair is now a mixture of browns and reds. Blood, coating, and matting it down. One of his eyes is swollen shut, covered in plum bruises that I fear have stained his skin permanently. His square jaw doesn't hold the strength it once did before, and it's taking every ounce of courage that I have to keep from turning away. To keep from curling up into a ball and crying. If any one of you so much as thinks about trying something, they both die, got it? Bael says, his smirk eating up his entire face. Faye. My mom says as she tries to reach out for me. Can it? Clara says as she strikes my mother hard across the face. Hate blurs my vision. I take a step forward, but Bael's finger is up in the air as he moves to stand directly behind my dad. Ah. Ah. Ah, he clicks through his teeth. Don't push me. He won't kill them. He can't. They're all he has over me. He won't. I won't let him. I've tried being diplomatic with you, everlasting, he says, sounding almost like a parent scolding a child. But it seems you want to do things the hard way. Clara looks almost cheerful, almost like she's floating on a cloud that can't be punctured. She doesn't have to say anything. It's in her eyes. Her smile. She won. Both of my parents are staring at me with strength in their eyes. Layers of blood, fresh and old, stain their skin. They're remarkably thinner. Painfully pale. But they're here, in the flesh, and I can't look away from them. I don't want to. Ever again. Again, I'm surprised by your logic, Bael continues, his gaze searing my face. I can't fathom how you could possibly think you could get around my turf without consequence. Blind determination, Clara answers for him. Smugly. Bael quirks his head to the side. You know, I feel as if you don't take me seriously, and I don't think I like how that feels. You have feelings? Weldon asks. Bael's eyes snap in Weldon's direction, but his words are aimed at me. Enough games. With a snap of his fingers, we're surrounded, once again, by demons. Rings of demon fire circle around our bodies like cages. With a shove, we're pushed forward, following Bael's hard, hurried steps. I keep my eyes pinned on my parents' backs, not wanting them to leave my sight. Faye, they're going to make you break the unholy seal, Jackson says to my mind. I know. You have no choice. I know. No one will blame you, Jesse cuts in. Even if they did, I don't care. I can't lose them. Not again. When you have the dagger of retribution, use it, Faye, Weldon adds. Just like last time, there will be commotion when the machine breaks. We can use that to our advantage. Go for Bael. Okay, I say, etching his words into my brain. I'll make sure your parents are safe, Jackson says assuredly, reclaiming the demons that have haunted him from his past mistakes. In here, Bael says as he pushes a door open. Sure enough, there's the unholy seal stationed across the room, along with the 7 leaders of the darkened coven. Thomas is standing in front, hands crossed in front of him. He's the only witch with his hood pushed back. We meet again, he says with a snarl. Call the dagger of retribution to you, Bael says quickly. I close my eyes and summon the dagger to manifest in my hands. The weight of it seems so light compared to the destruction it's about to cause to life as we know it. The others are moved in behind me, watching me. I hear my parents struggling. Hear Jackson's quiet resolve that I'm sure is forewarning the others of what's to come. Well, get on with it. Clara says from behind me. Thirst crowds her words. The darkened leaders part just enough to let me through to the machine, but not enough to give me space to breathe. Their magic is overpowering, pulsing against my ears like a soundless electromagnetic wave I want to tap into. But how can I, when they have everyone I love in this room held up? I could try to level the place, but what if something goes wrong and someone pays for my mistake? I can't be rash in my decisions. I count the steps to the machine, focusing on breathing to keep from draining everyone I hate in this room. The machine is exactly like the Holy Seal. I swallow thickly, wishing I could shuck off my jacket, and then slide the blade through the allotted hole and twist. After pulling the levers, the machine stutters to a stop. I count the seconds in between the silence, waiting for the commotion to begin so I can make my move. But it never comes. That's it? Bael says. We've spelled the area to keep its structure. After the catastrophe at the church, we knew what we'd be up against, Thomas says with a gloating smile. I need eyes with Jackson. Feel my blood leaving my body. His eyes are two spheres of panic that lodge themselves in my throat. Oh well. If the show won't come to us, then we must bring the show, Bael says. Everlasting, please come forward. My feet are two cinder blocks that won't budge. Please, do hurry. I have other matters to attend to, and I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible. Get what over with? I ask hesitantly. My word is my bond and, when I make a deal, I intend for the other to keep it, he says as if I should have already known that. You didn't respect that, therefore, a price must be paid. I haven't broken your deal, I say carefully, blankly. On the contrary, you have. My way. In return for their safety, you were to do things my way, and my way wasn't spelling the camera and crashing our deal with a handful of your friends. Something has to be done about it. You're on my territory now and, down here, when someone breaks their word, a price is paid. My heart hammers in my ears. My pulse beats in my fingertips. I'll go with you. I won't try anything again. He closes his eyes. Shakes his head. It doesn't work that way. What do you want? I ask, scared. For you to choose. Choose? A smile starts at the corner of his mouth, small at first, and then widens as he looks down at my parents. Yes. Choose who lives and who dies. I thought I knew horror on a personal level. I was wrong. Clara grabs my mom by the arms and drags her up to her feet. Edgar does the same with my dad. I'm gagging on fear. Choking on resentment. A million scenarios play out in my head, and not a single one offers a solution. Offers a comfort to help us out of this mess. Look at it this way, Bael says as my parents struggle against being held. I'm bargaining with you because I like you. I could kill them both. I feel Jackson tense. Anticipate his next move before maybe even he does, and I hold my hand up, stopping him. Stopping any of them. I said I'll go with you, I say desperately. I've realized how right you are. Just please, don't make me do this. I'm looking at my mom. The same woman who slept on the floor next to me every single time I was sick. Who kissed away my aches and pains, and I know that I can't lose her. Not again. And at my dad, who never, not even once, believed that I would be less than I am. Who slayed the imaginary monsters in my closet night after night. And I feel the world crumbling, chunk by chunk, breaking off into irredeemable pieces. I can't. I won't, I choke out, seeing the world through a blurry haze. I can't blink fast enough to clear the ever-present tears that won't seem to go away. That keeps me from really seeing my parents. This isn't up for debate, Clara says curtly. Your pretty face and pathetic pleas aren't going to get you out of it this time. Please, I say, knowing they don't understand that simple word, but trying anyway. The clock is ticking, everlasting, Bael says grimly. Make your choice, or I'll kill them both. He taps his imaginary watch on his wrist. The weight of the world seems to suspend in the air between us. It's crushing. Suffocating. And I can't catch the seconds slipping past me quick enough. Faye, my mother says softly. Faye, look at me. I'm trying to, but these stupid tears won't stop. 10. 9. 8. It's Bael, showing me he knows how to count again. Faye, I love you. I always will, my mother says in a rushed, shaky tone. Mary, my father says, fear snaking through his words. This isn't happening. It can't. 6. 5. 4. Faye, you've always been a hunter at heart. Be brave. Finish this for me. Her words are as empty and as deep as a dried-up well. A well I want to throw myself into. Anything to not have to face this. Not have to make this choice. This impossible choice. But life doesn't come with a pause button. Mary. No. My father shouts out as time seems to suspend, allowing every worst nightmare I've ever had to crawl out of the closet in my mind. Bael pulls out the gun that will end all that I've worked to save. Points it at my father's head. The hair on my arms rises as magic floods the room. At the same time, my mother turns, chanting a spell strong enough to suspend time, and lunges against my father, knocking him out of the way as the gun goes off. I can't hear past my own screams. Can't think past my own fears as blood splatters all over me. All over the room. Darkness clouds my vision as I hurl. Someone lifts me up by the arms. Drags me in some direction, heading somewhere I can't see, because all I see is the life slipping from my mother's eyes. And the blood. So much of it. Keep moving, I hear a voice say. A voice that shouldn't be here. Kiddo? You have to snap out of it. We have to move, dot. I blink and realize I'm running, being dragged by Jackson's iron grip on my arm. My dad is on the other side of me, casting quick glances in my direction every chance he can get. The moment we connect eyes, a whole swarm of emotions fill my throat, stifling my ability to breathe. You have to shut it off, honey. Please. Just for now. Just until we get somewhere safe, my dad says with a strange distance that doesn't belong in his gaze. I nod, running off fumes, and switch the emotions off. Where are we going? I ask, trying to get a head count. Gavin and Cassie are behind us. Weldon and Jesse driving the front. Back to base. Mary gave us just enough time to slip into a shadow, but we can't risk going into the underground. Not with the injuries, Weldon says. If it wasn't for Mary. I nearly choke, trip, stumble over his words. For Mary. My mother. Who is now dead, left on the ground to rot in the underground. We have to go back for her, I say as my emotions flicker back on. They won't stay in a neat little box. We can't, Jackson says sorrowfully. I can hear in his voice that he wants to too. He wants to hug away the pain. Reverse time so it never happened. But he also wants to finish what we started, and the only way we can do that is if we keep moving forward. And leave her behind. I feel him enter my mind. Feel him help me shut my own emotions back off, almost like a light caress over my heart as we slip out of the fiery darkness of the shadow Weldon moved us through. But what's on the other side is nothing like we left it. Shit, Weldon says from the front. The vomit I had been holding back makes its way up my throat and out of my mouth. Jackson pulls the hair from my face, rubbing my back as I try to purge all the awful left inside me, but no matter how hard I gag, the sinking feeling won't go away. The heat that keeps rushing over my body like waves won't disappear. The chills that have settled deep into my bones won't warm up. Because I'm empty on the inside, with nothing left to give. They were just here, I hear Cassie say through tear-stained words. Bodies lay everywhere. Some burnt. Other plugged with bullet holes. And Jackson's home, it's half burnt to the ground. Gavin resumes the role of leader and moves through the wreckage, flipping bodies over, taking count of everyone we lost in Bael's wake. Cassie stands still with Jesse's arm over her shoulder, both silently weeping. I don't move. Barely even breathe. I feel my dad looking at me. Feel Jackson looking at me. And I don't acknowledge either, because all I see is every mistake I ever made that led up to this moment. That led up to this catastrophe. Bael leveled the place. Took away the last place where we all felt safe. And I actually thought I could take him. Jackson. Gavin cries from somewhere near the back porch. Jackson takes off running, careful not to step on any of the rebellion members and wolves left behind. Weldon is right on his tail. The rest of us follow suit, and it takes what little strength I have left to keep from looking down. To keep from breaking down. A hand reaches out toward Gavin. At first, I can't make out who it is. The skin is burnt away, the face barely recognizable. Can you hear me? Gavin says, squatting down by him. He looks up at Cassie. Heal him. Now. Cassie squats down next to Gavin, holding her hands out as magic pours from her palms. But seconds tick by and nothing happens. I can't, Gav. He needs blood. Sterling. Gavin doesn't waste time. He pulls out his last remaining flux and drags it along his palm. Presses it to Sterling's lips. Life pours into Sterling as he greedily drinks from Gavin's hand. Inch by inch, the burnt skin disappears, revealing the general we once knew, until he's completely healed. He lets go of Gavin's hand and sits all the way up. Plunges both hands through his hair as he whispers something to himself under his breath. Sir? Gavin says. We were ambushed. By elites and Darkins. Those that remained with Clara, even after the falling out, showed up. He looks up, tears in his eyes, and says, we were nowhere near ready. Are there any survivors? Cassie asks, barely able to get the words out. Sterling looks at her.
We retreated to the weapons room underground. I went back for my wife, which is when I was caught in the fire. I don't know anything after that. Jackson takes off running for the shed, with the rest of us following suit. He's already inside, punching in the code to open the hidden door in the ground when we enter behind him. Artificial lights overwhelm the tiny shed as Jackson descends into the underground bunker, taking the steps 2 at a time. I don't know how I move from one second to the next, maybe because that's what we're trained to do. Keep moving forward, even when every part of you wants to break down, but I realize I'm standing in the middle of what's left of our rebellion. Which isn't much. Seamus sits at the table in front of us, across from Mac. Evangeline is next to him, holding Chrissa close to her. My eyes lift, gaining speed with counting. Katie, Chet, Luca, Damien, Harper, Garrett but no Joanna, Toby, Bianca, and a few other faces that have only recently been around. That's it. I feel like I'm missing someone. I hear Katie's aching sobs. Jonathan. It seems I'm not the only one who lost a parent tonight. I weave around everyone, not hearing the questions and sobs filling the space. All I hear is my best friend. All I want is my best friend. We both fall into each other's arms, down on our knees, holding each other as if we only just found each other. I can't. I know, I say, rubbing the back of her hair. They came out of nowhere. They burnt everything. The magic, it was so dark. So overwhelming. We couldn't fight back. I'm so sorry, Kat. And I ran, Faye. My dad said go, and I listened. I shouldn't have. I should have made him come with me. I hear the panic clawing up her throat, threatening to take over, and I pull back. My mom died. They tried to make me choose, and she chose for me. Even as I say it, I almost still can't believe it. Don't want to believe it. Her eyes go wide, brim with tears overflowing. I feel my dad behind me without having to look. He kneels down and pulls us both into a hug and, for a moment, I don't feel like we're anywhere but back at home. Like none of this ever happened. But that moment comes and goes, and it's my mother's loving eyes I see when I close mine. It's her words and her movements and every magical moment that ever happened with her that flashes past me like a movie I never want to stop watching. And I feel my heart crack in two. Feel the hole inside me widen, waiting for the rest of me to fall into it. We should stay here tonight, Max says from somewhere behind us. We all need time. I look up over my dad's shoulder, really seeing him for the first time since we entered the bunker. He looks like he's aged 30 years. Seamus is still at the head of the table, staring off into the distance. His left hand seems to be reaching out for something. Sterling stands behind him. We will take the night, and then head out in the morning, Matt continues blindly. Where will we go? Jesse asks for us all. The veil is down, General, Gavin says. The whole world is up for grabs. You know Bael and the rest of the underground scum won't waste a second of it. I do. But I also know that our mission isn't finished, and we're still Watchmen, changed or not. We will avenge those who lost their lives tonight. And we will put a stop to Clara and Bael, once and for all. The veil is down, which means the underground is just as open to us as this world is to them. We know how to demolish the Exanimator now. He looks at me. I'm ready, I say, feeling a fire growing in my belly. Thinking of every face that I'll never see again. Good. You're going to have to be. So, let's all get some rest, and tomorrow we start fresh with the plans. Do we have cots? Blankets? Cassie and Jesse, and the other witches in the room, make quick work of manifesting places for everyone to sleep. My dad loosens his grip on us, and I sit back on my heels, trying to catch my breath. Jackson, he's hugging his brother, mom, and sister. Holding them tighter than I've ever seen him hold anyone, and I'm so grateful in this moment that he has them. That they're okay, because I don't think I could have survived another loss. It's almost like he knows I'm thinking of him, because he lifts his head and locks eyes with me as we both hold on to all that we have left. Pieces. Shattered pieces of our childhood. Pieces that only we can avenge. Pieces that I will put back together, no matter what it takes. Even if it means turning myself in. Even if it means ending my life to save them all, because I'll be damned if this ever happens again. I'll be damned if I let Bael and Clara, and any other evil, think for a second that they will win. Did you enjoy Everlost? When you approach the end of this book, you will have the chance to review this novel. If you enjoyed this book, please take a few seconds to review, rate, and/or share that you finished. Just a couple seconds and a few words make all the difference to the work authors put into their writing and promoting. It is for you that we write, and it is to you that we are indebted. Heartsuit Candace Knoebel. Also, stay up to date with all my upcoming releases by liking my Facebook page. https://www.facebook.com/Candace Knoebel. You can also find more information on my other novels by checking out my website, https://www.candaceknoebel.com. Candace Knoebel is the award-winning author of Born in Flames Book 1 in a young adult fantasy trilogy. She discovered in 2009 through lunch breaks and late nights after putting her kids to bed, a world where she could escape the ever-pressing days of an 8-to-5 purgatory. And an outlet for all the voices residing in her head. Published by 4814 in 2012, Born in Flames went on to win Turning the Pages Book of the Year award in February of 2013. In January of 2014, the last book in the trilogy, From the Embers, was released, thusly completing the trilogy. She now works on the Night Watchmen series, while guzzling Red Bulls and pretending to be a ninja on Heelys. You can visit her online at http://www.candaceknoebel.com or https://www.facebook.com/CandaceKnoebel.